You clearly awakened the ability to grow stronger the longer you live. But you found yourself in a strange world where hunters target time travelers. In order to avoid being ruthlessly eliminated by the natives, you disguised yourself as a eunuch and became the sharp blade of the princess hunting down time travelers. Fortunately, with another talent for replication, you successfully copied the hidden talent of the time traveler concealed by the princess. And before the time traveler could expose you, you perfectly framed them, leading to their disposal by the princess. And you also rely on hiding your bloodline with hidden talents, evading the bloodline detection of the crown princess, gaining further trust from her, with the prospect of being promoted to become a guardian under her command, and qualifying to enter the guardian tower where many time travelers are held captive. You understand. To figure out why there is such a deep resentment between the time travelers and the local indigenous people, perhaps some clues can be found in the Demon Tower. Under the leadership of the generals Meng Mian and Mei Yang, you arrived at the Demon Ceiling Tower. Upon entering, you were shocked to find many time travelers imprisoned there, bearing the marks of torture and death after being forced to confess. Their only value lies in copying the simplified characters and culture of the time travelers. Your task from Princess Chang is to learn them and then translate these simplified characters into the traditional characters of Dian Kingdom. After assigning you the task, Man Nian and Mei Yang Xiaowei left for other matters. You sat down in front of the bookshelf alone, then flipped through a booklet with about 100 words written in simplified and traditional characters. Based on this booklet of about 100 words, you quickly picked up the pace of writing, and in about 2 hours, you produced nearly 200 traditional characters. Of course, you only wrote 20 characters in the booklet. The rest you kept to yourself. At that moment, you heard heart-wrenching screams, one after another. Unable to bear it, you put away the scroll and headed towards the depths of the inferno. Half an hour later, you found the source of the screams. Lieutenant Meng Nian and Lieutenant Mei Yang were interrogating a time traveler. The time traveler was an old man, dressed in tattered clothes, covered in wounds. The usually charming Captain Mei Yang was now fierce and menacing, interrogating the old man with brutality. She walked up to the man with a red-hot branding iron in her hand and asked, "Where is the headquarters of the time travelers? Why did you cross over to our great Yin country?" The old man glared fiercely with his 2 eyes, remaining silent. Mei Yang was getting impatient, her already full chest heaving with anger. She pressed the branding iron in her hand against the old man's chest, a sizzling sound followed by a puff of smoke rising, the smell of seared flesh filling the air. "Are you going to talk or not?" The old man, stubborn as ever, remained silent. However, at that moment, you unintentionally noticed a sentence written in English at the old man's feet. "Look the door." Seeing no one paying attention to you, you sneakily looked at the door of the cell, where another English sentence was carved in the corner. "Look at the top." Confused, and still unnoticed, you discreetly glanced up at the top of the cell, only to find nothing. And this scene was witnessed by the old man with blood flowing from his mouth. Suddenly, he changed his silent demeanor and laughed loudly. "Do you know what Mu Sizhe hates the most in his life?" Meng Mian and Mei Yang both looked puzzled. "What? I've been harmed by a woman before, and the one I hate the most in this life is women. The two of you women are here to interrogate me, but even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. Come on, just kill me." The cute rabbit and the charming sheep exchanged a glance. It had been a whole month since Mu Sizhe had been captured, and he had not uttered a word since then. It was unexpected that this was the reason. They had just looked up when they saw you standing at the door. "Shao Kins, you've come at the right time." Mei Yang walked up, a charming smile playing on her lips. "Come, help sister interrogate this time traveler. Ask him where the others are hiding, and then ask him why he came through time." At this moment, you have already realized that this Mu Sizhe has English carved in the corner of the wall pointing to the door, and on the door, there is English pointing to the top of the head. Clearly, it is testing the time traveler. Because the indigenous people cannot be so proficient in English, Mu Sizhe clearly saw that you understood English. So he deliberately said those words to have the man interrogate him. "But you are also very clever." Agreeing immediately would definitely raise suspicion. Immediately waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, two sisters, I just came to learn words. I can't do these things. I am not a town demon guard yet." With that, you turned around and left. The seductive sheep with an explosive figure flashed from behind, stretching out her arms, her proud chest almost bouncing into you. "Consider it helping your sister. Go back to the Princess Chang's place to claim your reward." "But I've never done this before." "Never done doesn't mean you can't do it." Mei Yang blinked her charming eyes. "Everyone has a first time, right? Don't be nervous." Mei Yang's teasing gaze and those rosy lips truly made you feel uneasy. The cute rabbit followed from behind. "Shao Kins, after all, you are from the Taiyin Palace, so it's only right for you to help us. This guy is a formidable figure. We've lost quite a few people trying to catch him. If we can get information out of him, It would be a great achievement. We're tired anyway, so we'll leave it to you. Reluctantly, you could only agree, but you showed extreme unwillingness. You turned and walked into the prison cell, where the bound Mu Sizhe stared at you, laughing loudly. Ha ha, I thought this world was full of women, no men, but it seems there are some after all. However, I never expected it to be a eunuch. Ha ha, obviously. Mu Sizhe heard what you were saying. You are from the princess's palace, so you must be a eunuch. Upon hearing this, anger flashed across your face as you pretended to be furious, grabbing the whip beside you and angrily scolding. If you call me a eunuch again, I'll beat you to death. This remark made the cute bunny and the charming sheep standing at the door chuckle. Look, even though the roots are gone, a man's spirit still remains. Let's go. Let him judge. We'll go have a cup of tea. You asked loudly as a matter of routine. Speak. Where are the other time travelers? Why have you come to this world? Mu Sije's eyes glared at you as he shouted loudly. You eunuch! You eunuch! He shouted as if the entire demon tower could hear him. After 5 consecutive shouts, he seemed tired of shouting and suddenly lowered his voice, whispering, You can read English. Your heart trembled slightly, but your expression remained extremely calm. Tell me, are you a time traveler? Mu Sije's voice was very low, and the prisoner next to him couldn't hear a thing. You felt a bit flustered in your heart, but still shook your head. No, you're lying. Did Newton discover the law of universal gravitation or not? Answer me. I don't know. You're lying again. You looked up in surprise at Mu Sizhe, wondering if he was just talking nonsense or actually knew that you were lying. Have you ever killed a time traveler? You furrowed your brow lightly and replied, I have. This time, you didn't lie. It truly was miraculous. Can this Mu Sizhe see through people's hearts? You're in the Rapunzel's Tyene Palace? Qin Ming froze and looked around to see that there was no one else. He nodded. No lies this time. What's your name? Qin Ming. Qin Ming, are you a kind person? Qin Ming took a deep breath. By and large, I'm supposed to be a kind person, but I'm not soft on those who try to harm me. No lie. The old man Mu Sije's eyes gleamed as he looked at Qin Ming. Boy, come here. Come to me. Qin Ming was uncertain. Do something for me? Take out the jade pendant from my stomach wound and give it to a girl named Qin Xian at North Kuling. Qin Ming was shocked in his heart. Why should you believe me? My gift is lie detection. You are a kind man. Son, I believe you, and I can only believe you. We're both travelers. We're both the same people, and you're going to help me. Travelers may not stand together either. And the one I killed wanted me dead. Those are shallow-sighted losers. And in this weird world, if the travelers can't hold it together, all of them end up dead. You need to find the organization if you want to survive. Qin Ming hesitated. After all, he had just experienced the backstabbing of a traveler. Child, listen to me. You are human. They are beasts. They are not men. Qin Ming? He was dumbfounded and shocked. They're not human. You'll understand when they fight. Why do you think they're called the Zodiac? Because they're not human. They're beasts. Qin Ming was confused as he listened, his heart blowing up in a violent storm. A beast? It can't be. Sister Suzaku, Rapunzel, how can a mole rabbit or a charming goat be a beast? They're beasts. Or why do you think the travelers can't fight at all except for the fact that they have more talent in cultivation than they do? Because they are beasts. Their defenses and attacks are terrifyingly strong. Qin Ming was inwardly shocked, as if his cognition had been completely crushed. Quickly take my jade pendant and go to the North Wither Ridge to hand it over to Qin Xian. Qin Ming hesitated, but still reached out and took out the jade pendant. There was blood on the jade pendant, which immediately triggered the copying talent. Traveler's Talent Lie Detector, Sequence 99, found. Is it copied? Currently copying talent level 1. Number of copies available 1. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. So it really is a lie detector test. No wonder it recognizes what I say so clearly. However, Qin Ming was now in great need of concealment to hide his bloodline for the time being. So he chose not to copy. Why does the world have such a hatred for travelers? When you find that girl named Qin Xian, she'll tell you, someone's coming. Hurry up and grab the whip and hit me. Hurry. Come on. Boy. Take the whip and hit me. Hit hard. Qin Ming had no way to grab the whip. Boom, a whip went over. He didn't whip it hard. But Mauser screamed his lungs out. Don't fight, don't fight. Ah. But Mu Sije's eyes kept signaling to Qin Ming. Hit me quickly. Hit heavily. Qin Ming waved the whip and lashed it over and over again. Monsieur yelled in pain. You beasts. Too vicious. Any more fighting and you'll kill me. Mu suddenly turned his head and slammed it hard against the wall next to him. He had exerted so much force that his entire head was drenched in blood and his skull seemed to be dented from the impact. This scene froze Qin Ming directly. Kid, hurry up and hit me. Don't stop, don't stop. They're coming. Qin Ming could only swing the whip and keep lashing. Pa pa pa. Sure enough, 3 breaths later, Mo Rabbit, Colonel Mei Yang, and a team of Jin demon guards had gathered around. I didn't expect Xiao Qinzi, who usually looks gentle, to hit people so hard. This guy is pretty tough. 2. Let him interrogate and he sinks people's skulls. Mu Sizhe cried out in pain. Don't fight, don't fight. I admit defeat. Can't I admit defeat? In Bei Kuling, all I know is that they said to gather at Bei Kuling, and I ended up being captured by you guys. Don't fight. I'm begging you not to fight. Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Xin Ming's whip hadn't even hit Mousetrap's mouth just now. Obviously must have bitten his mouth off just to make Captain Mo Bunny and the girls believe it. Let them go to the northern Kuling, and then allow Xin Ming to be able to deliver the letter without any problems. However, there was one item that this mousetrap still missed. He, Xin Ming, wouldn't necessarily be sent to the northern Dead Ridge. Bang! The door to the cell was pushed open. Lieutenant Mei Yang ran and grabbed the whip in Xin Ming's hand. Why are you hitting this kid so hard? This traveler is an important person. What if he's killed? Mei Yang, don't blame Xiao Qinzi. He has interrogated useful information, and will go back to report to the eldest princess. Siege the North Kuling. Chapter 16. Good body. So tempting. On the way back to the palace, Xin Ming's words kept echoing in his mind with that mousetrap's words. They are terrible beasts. Why else do you think the traveler is gifted with the ability to defeat them? Why do you think they're called the Zodiac? The more Xin Ming thought about it, the more alarmed he felt. His heart was almost beating out of his chest. Could it be that Sister Suzaku, Mo Rabbit, Mei Sheep, Rapunzel and the rest of them are all beasts? You don't think so? Are they all banshees? That's too scary. Xin Ming had just returned to the Taiyin Palace room. The door was then slammed. Xin Ming, it's me, Suzum. Xin Ming hurriedly collected his thoughts and opened the door. Suzum-san. Today's Suzum was wearing a light green brocade dress with a white jacket over her upper body, and her plump chest was barely even buttoned up. She was carrying 2 buns and a jug of wine. The buns were steaming hot and smelled of tantalizing meat. Xin Ming, you didn't have any dinner today, so I purposely got it for you from the imperial cuisine. Xin Ming was so hungry that he immediately grabbed the bun and took a big bite. It smells so good. Suzum removed the cork from the green ant wine and handed it to him. Drink some. Don't choke. These gentle words caused Xin Ming's movements of eating the bun to stop. He froze and his mind immediately thought. So gentle. How can a girl who's so good to him be a beast? It's really a weird and unpredictable world. Xin Ming ate too quickly and choked all of a sudden, burping continuously. It made Suzum hide her mouth and snicker. Have a quick drink. What's the point of eating so fast? Mostly because it smells so good. The buns Suzum-san brought are just delicious. Xin Ming, I heard from Meng Bunny that during today's interrogation, that traveler called you a eunuch, and you got angry and then beat that traveler to the point where he was covered in blood? Xin Ming didn't speak and nodded. In fact, not at all. He hit. It is that Mu Sizhe in order to spread false news deliberately tortured himself. Xin Ming, in fact, there is nothing wrong with eunuchs. You have to think about it. Many things cannot be changed. We were counting our days in Cold Night City. We might freeze to death and starve to death one day. Coming to the Imperial City with food and drink is good enough. Xin Ming looked up at Suzaku. The hidden glowstone light on the table shone on her stunning little round face, looking gentle and quiet. Yeah, Suzum is right. To be alive with food and drink is a great blessing. What's the point of dwelling on it now? Whether he's a beast or a man. Follow your heart and take one step at a time. After Suzum left, Xin Ming checked his lucky points and only had 35 points. Not enough for a raffle for now. Xin Ming mentally set himself the next step. First, he had to find a chance to meet the Qin Xian as soon as possible. He had so many questions about the world. Second, see if you can find a way to upgrade the traveler's talent. He was now copying talents at level 1, and could copy 1 talent. If it can be upgraded, 2 or 3 or even more talents can be copied. Then his fighting strength would be superb. Third, cultivation in the future should be high profile. You can't be a usual waste of space and suddenly strike out on a high note. The world can't be judged by common sense, and you can't pretend to be a pig in a poke. Keep the hard work of practicing in plain sight. Let your diligence and cultivation process be seen. Only high-profile cultivation. Wait to make a move. Others, even if surprised, will not immediately go to think that it is a crosser who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. With that thought in mind, Xin Ming immediately pushed out the door in his single garment. It was dark and snowy outside. There was still no moon and no stars in the sky. Only those soul-devouring birds dragging their fiery red tails flew around, their mouths emitting shrill cries. Xin Ming scanned the circle. Sure enough, at the top of a tower in the distance, he saw the white weasel again. Green eyes are staring this way. Xin Ming had already gotten used to it and wondered what exactly this demonic beast was up to. Doesn't matter. Just watch it. Anyway, The last time it killed Little Six it even gave itself a favor. Qin Ming found a large open space far to the east of Taiyin Palace. He began to cultivate the Ice Spirit Fist without saying a word. With the Turtle Breath spiritual skill as the foundation, the Ice Vibrant Fist started to cultivate the body's breath to run extremely fast. Upper Step Swinging Fist, Traveling Cloud Sweeping Leg, a total of 18 moves. Qin Ming played more and more skillful. He began to try to condense his spiritual energy and cold energy into his fists. It kept trying until the 50th time when it finally worked. The cold spirit energy condensed into a thin frost on his fists. Qin Ming slammed his fist out. The muddy punch blasted into a thick maple tree. Boom! The smashed leaves and snow clattered down. It's so cool. Qin Ming had never felt so powerful. It was tough to hold a girlfriend in a lasting way back then. Nowadays he can just lift it. The weather was bitterly cold, but Qin Ming couldn't feel the cold, and even sweated slightly on his body. He unzipped his top robe and threw it at a nearby tree. And once again, he connected with his ice punch. 11 floors of the upper hall of the Taiyin Palace. The furnishings on this floor are completely different from the alabaster on the first floor. The room was lit with a fireplace and held various kinds of spiritual herbs and flowers. The floor was carpeted in red. At this very moment, Rapunzel wrapped her jade body in a red silk and was lazily sitting on a chair by the fireplace. Captain Munchkin Rabbit and Captain Winky Goat stood in front of her. Eldest princess. That's just the way it is. We didn't expect that little Qin Zi, who looks so soft and weak, to hit people so hard. We took into account that Mu Sizhe was a character, so we didn't even hit him hard. But I didn't realize that Qin Zi had sunk a man's cranium into the ground. Eldest princess. Xiao Qin Zi is also very smart. He has penetrated nearly 20 simplified characters today. Much more efficient than Jing Xiang. Eldest princess Han Yueshi put down the books in her hands. She picked up her tea and took a sip and whispered. Looks like someone who can get things done. Much better than those eunuchs who came to the Sun Palace before. Eldest princess. Later on, when Mu Sizhe said that the travelers were in Bay Kuling, do you think there could be a fraud? What fraud can there be? Rapunzel smiled charmingly. Mu Sizhe is locked up in the Devil Suppressor Tower. If he dares to cheat, come back and chop off his legs. No. Just then, Rapunzel acutely sensed a movement. What's that noise out there? She got up and pushed the octagonal hung window on the 11th floor open. Behind them, Mo Rabbit and May Sheep followed. The three dainty-looking women looked away at the same time. Only the distant eastern side of the side yard was visible. Qin Ming was bare-chested, clenching his fists and practicing the ice fist very diligently. He threw punch after punch, causing the snow to rise up around him. Several trees were shaken. The eldest princess looked slightly surprised and said, "This palace didn't see it wrong, did it not? He even reached the first level of body tempering?" The eldest princess wasn't wrong. It has indeed reached the first level of body tempering. This little Qin Zi has only been practicing for just 2 days, and he has practiced the Ice Spirit Fist to the first level of body tempering. It's unbelievable. Eldest princess. It took me a year of cultivation to get started back then. Captain Mei Yang also picked up in surprise behind him. I was the fastest in the zodiac at the time, and it took me a full 7 months. The Rapunzel's eyes quietly looked at Qin Ming as her mouth whispered. This palace also took 3 months to enter the hardened body back then. The initiation at the beginning is the most difficult. This little guy is really a genius. It's just that my Taiyin palace is full of women, and it's unseemly for him to be topless. Pass the order that if he, Xiao Qin Zi, dares to undress at will in the future, this palace will hang him up and beat him. Nah. Chapter 17 Hunting the Traveler. The terrifying green venomous beast. Captain Mo Rabbit was about to go find Qin Ming. As a result, the Rapunzel beckoned again. It's just that he is capable of practicing the ice fist with sweat. So take it off if you want to. As long as you don't take off your pants, the palace will pretend that you didn't see it. No, eldest princess. According to our body quenching initiation, we have to quench our bones with beast blood. Do you think you should help to find a foreign beast for Xiao Qin Zi and use the blood to help him quench his bones? Rapunzel paced the room. After a long time, she suddenly turned around. You will set up an ambush in the North Kuling this evening and wipe out the travelers there. Also take little Qin Zi with you to see the world and help him catch a foreign beast back to help him harden his bones. Nah. Qin Ming's Ice Cascade Fist had finally been practiced to the small achievement realm. He had just put both fists away. The sound of applause was heard from behind them. Qin Ming turned around. Just 50 meters away under the maple tree stood the charming sheep with infinite flavor. She wasn't wearing an armor uniform, but was wrapped in a furry white coat. Well played, little brother Qin Ming. Qin Ming grabbed the clothes on the branch and was about to put them on. Mei Yang hurriedly raised her hand. Don't put it on yet. Little brother, let me see your abs first. Qin Ming, is this guy still ancient? Why are you so horny all day? TSK, 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 That's nice. A handsome man with a tantalizing body. Mei Yang gently licked her lips, her rosy lips seductive. Qin Ming hurriedly draped his wide robe over his body, which he used to cover the traces of his body that were about to be exposed. What brings you here, Sister Mei Yang? Who can't hear you when you punch so loudly? The princess has orders that you degrade yourself by taking your shirt off when you punch here. Let me come and punish you. Qin Ming froze. Then how does Sister Mei Yang intend to punish? I will just not take off my top when I cultivate in the future. I'll punish you by taking your pants off next time you practice as well. Qin Ming. A clear laugh came from the distance. The Mo Rabbit lieutenant, dressed in armor and black, held a red rabbit sword in his hand. Xiao Qinzi. Don't listen to Mei Yang, who is colorful all day long. You go back and change and get ready to go. Where to? Go to the North Dead Ridge and kill people. There's a big difference between Glowstone City at night and during the day. Qin Ming followed Mo Rabbit, Mei Yang, and the 300 Jin demon guards out of the city. All sorts of inexplicable beastly cries came from around them. Some eerie flying birds flew across the dark sky, showing only their deep blue eyes. Even though Qin Ming had already seen many bizarre phenomena in the Imperial Palace, but the heart was still beating fast at this point. Little Qin Zi. Besides coming over to ambush those travelers today, the eldest princess also ordered to catch a foreign beast to harden your bones. Qin Ming? What do you mean? Capturing foreign beasts to quench their bones? Could it really be that the aborigines and the beasts are related? Just like Mousetrap said? Then wouldn't he be exposed by this quenching of his own bones? Two sisters. My cultivation time is still short and I don't know much about this bone tempering. Qin Ming asked stiffly. After all, if this was related to the beast, then he would have to find a way to escape when he arrived at the Northern Deadly Ridge today, or you'll have to go back and be exposed. Today, I see that you have already quenched your body at the first level, and to continue cultivating upwards in the body quenching realm you need to quench your bones. Soaking in the blood of these foreign beasts will make your bones harder and your meridians thicker and stronger, laying the foundation for future psychic powers. So it is. Purely just soaking in blood is okay, nothing to do with the beast just fine. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had already arrived at the Northern Dead Ridge. This place was shrouded in mist, covered in weird red flowers, and looked very barren. Qin Ming took advantage of the visual enhancement brought about by the turtle breath spirit skill to look around. Patches of dead grass came through the snow, swaying from side to side in the cold wind. Those fiery red soul-devouring birds in the sky flew over once again, circling around in countless numbers. Mo Rabbit and Winky Sheep jumped off their horses. Qin Ming also jumped down after him. 10 meters in front of him was a glowing plant, its vines slowly reaching into the snow crawling forward a little. Qin Ming felt strange. When had he ever seen such a scene on the Blue Star? Suddenly, the glowing vine sprang up from the snow with a whoosh, speedily rushing towards Qin Ming's eyes. It was too late. Qin Ming's foot was a little bit on the ground, and his person had already dodged away to the left. At the same time, the red rabbit sword in the hands of the Mo Rabbit lieutenant flew out of his hand. Swoosh! The red rabbit blade severed the plant by the roots. The glowing vines that scuttled through the snow were then eclipsed. Mo Rabbit turned to look at Qin Ming and said, "Kid's reaction is quite fast. This is the silver corpse grass, specializing in eating the blood of corpses. Be careful." Qin Ming had a slight afterthought in his heart. Are even plants this sick in this hellish world? Mo Bunny immediately arranged it by looking around. Devil suppressor guards, listen to the order. Use this place as the center to expand the search to the surrounding area, and report immediately if you find any travelers. Tonight's rule is to take them alive if you can, and kill them if you can't. No. In an instant, the 300 Jin demon guards scattered in all directions. Qin Ming, on the other hand, lurked in the snow pit with Mo Rabbit. He ran his hand over the green jade pendant in his pocket thinking to himself, I wonder if that Qing Xian will show up. Just then, a sudden scream came from the distance. Qin Ming looked up and saw a red flame swooping straight at the 3 Jin demon guards. Both Winky Goat and Red Rabbit jumped. Damn travelers! How dare you control flames! They all of a sudden rushed out in a murderous rage. As he ran, Moongrabbit shouted to the surrounding Jinmu guards, Go 10 people to guard little Qinzi. No. The 10 demon suppressor guards came around Qin Ming holding their swords. There was another tussle of movement to the left, as if several more travelers had come out. Every one of them had a strong cultivation, and they all looked like they were at least at the 8th level of body tempering. Many of the devil suppressor guards were attracted to it. Qin Ming was about to maneuver forward. Suddenly, a danger warning popped up from the heaven locking pot in his mind. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 50 times. Lucky points increase 50 times during danger. In an instant, Qin Ming's sweaty hairs stood up coldly as he hurriedly jumped up from the snow pit. In danger. Clang clang clang. The Tenjin demon guards drew their swords one after another. The next breath, a huge beast in the darkness with a size of 4 meters suddenly rushed over. It looks somewhat like a rhinoceros, but has two sharp horns on the top of its head, and its skin is covered in green scales. Bang! 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 3 of the Jin demon guards were killed on the spot by the rush. Surprisingly, it's a second-stage green poison beast, equivalent to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm. Run! Without saying a word, Qin Ming scattered his legs and ran. He was currently at the 1st level of body tempering, and he was no match at all against a green poison beast at the 6th level of body tempering. With the turtle breath spirit skill and the concealment talent, he ran quickly and silently. The 4 Jin demon guards were caught up and killed by the green poison beast. There were only 3 people left who followed Qin Ming. He wondered in his mind as he ran. Mu Sizhe is not saying that the aborigines are beasts, but these beasts also came over to attack them. How can they not change their body or something? Rumble. Bang bang bang. That huge size was the green poison beast chasing hard behind him. It shook the entire ground with a thud. After Qin Ming ran for 30 breaths, suddenly, I saw a cabin in the hills to my left that should be able to hide for a while. He quickly dug into the cabin. The other 3 demon suppressor guards barged in at the same time, rushing the door to the room shut. Bang bang bang. The green poisonous beast kept crashing outside. Qin Ming came in and ducked into the left side of the room, while the other 3 Jin demon guards went to search the right side of the room, looking for a place to hide. Just then, bang! The door to the room outside was surprisingly slammed open by the green venomous beast. Chapter 18, The Great Beauty Qingxian. 5 Elements Alliance. The green venomous beast's giant body squeezed through the narrow doorway, its scales shattering the doorframe. Roar! It shook the house with a roar. The 3 Jin demon guards in the room on the right were all too frightened to hide and dare not move. Bang bang bang! The giant green poisonous beast unexpectedly walked straight into the left side of the room where Qin Ming was. Upon seeing Qin Ming, the green poison beast rushed forward like mad. Its bloody mouth was wide open and its teeth were half a foot long. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 80 times. Lucky points increase 80 times during danger. It was the first time Qin Ming had encountered such a menacing scene. He hurriedly unfolded the guile turtle breath spirit technique and ran back 2 steps. His foot stomped hard on the wall, and his figure swept over the head of the green poisonous beast. The concealment talent combined with the turtle breath spirit skill allowed Qin Ming's body speed to be extraordinarily flexible. He blasted out a punch and smashed it into the back of the green poisonous beast. Bang! Good guy. This body full of scales hard as iron. Smashing cannot be smashed. Qin Ming hurriedly rushed out through the doorway. Who knew? That green poison beast broke through the window and its large body once again blocked in front of Qin Ming. Its bloody mouth opened and bit straight at Qin Ming's neck. Qin Ming clenched his fists and executed the ice fist as he prepared to put up a fight. Suddenly, a green-colored figure fell from the air. Her face was stunningly cold, holding a long ebony sword that chopped straight down. Swoosh snort. The head of the 4-meter-long green poisonous beast was split open raw. The fishy, hot blood poured all over Qin Ming. That's some nasty-smelling blood. The cultivation level of the woman in green looked high. It's at least reached the realm of Tongling. Just then, the 3 Jin demon guards in the other side of the room rushed out holding their swords. She's a traveler. Kill her. Damn travelers, and how dare they expose themselves. Unexpectedly, the green-clothed woman's brows were cold and indifferent, and the ebony blade in her hand swished out. The blade flashed and blood soared. The heads of the 3 Jin demon guards flew up at the same time. Qin Ming hadn't yet reacted from his panic. The cold, icy ebony blade had then come straight towards his neck. Qin Ming quickly retreated 2 steps to hastily reach out. Stop. 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 You're Qingxian, right? Or do you recognize Qingxian? A trace of doubt flashed in the originally stern eyes of the woman in green. With a wave of her arm, the long ebony blade rested on Qin Ming's shoulder. Who are you? Tell me first. Are you Qingxian or not? The green-clothed woman's face turned colder. If you don't answer, then die. The ebony blade in her hand suddenly exerted force. Oh, my God. Why do I keep running into crazy women all the time? Qin Ming hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. Stop, stop, stop. I'm here to find Qingxian. Her senior uncle Mu Sizhe sent me. Just as the woman in green was frowning, Qin Ming took out the green jade pendant from his sleeve. The back of the jade pendant is engraved with a simplified character for fire. The woman in green took this jade pendant in her hands and looked at it carefully. She looked surprised and said, "You've met my senior uncle? See? Wait." Qingxian held the jade pendant once again with a serious gaze. How can I be sure you're a traveler? Qin Ming helplessly spread his hands and said, I'm naturally a traveler. AIVE heard of it, right? The aborigines don't even know about this. Qingxian shook his head with 2 puzzled eyes. Never heard of it. What about Lagrange? You've always heard of Lagrange, right? Never heard of it. So the dry rice man, the laborer, 996 has always been heard of, right? Never heard of it. Qin Ming pushed Qingxian's knife away. And you doubt me? I wonder if you're a traveler. I am. but I don't understand a word you're saying. I'm from the land of Min. Qin Ming. Until this moment he didn't realize that the travelers of this world were not only the modern era of Blue Star, but surprisingly there were other dynasties as well. How it's so strange. The green-clothed woman once again raised the ebony blade up to point at Qin Ming. You finished asking me. Now it's my turn to ask you. What makes me trust you? I say, Missy, can you take the knife down? It's sharp. What if it cuts someone? It was your senior uncle who told me to find you. If he didn't give me this jade pendant, how could I possibly know your name? Immediately afterward, Qin Ming gave Qin Xian a brief account of the facts of the interrogation in the devil-suppressing tower. Qin Xian put away the ebony blade in his hand, clearly having believed Qin Ming's claim. Your senior uncle asked me to ask you what hatred we travelers have with the Aborigines. This hatred has been going on for 1,000 years, and I can't tell you exactly. You'll have to ask my master if you want to understand it clearly. Your master? You are? We, the Five Elements League, are an organization of travelers. Then Qin Xian, is your senior uncle right when he said that the Aborigines of this world are beasts or not? What my senior uncle said is naturally right, but that's not what I saw at the palace. Naturally you can't see what their beasts look like. If you want to question it, I'll show you later. Just then, many footsteps are approaching in the distance. Crackling, Qin Xian frowned coldly. The demon guard is here. If you want to find me, come to the drunken immortal house, where a lot of travelers are. As the words fell, Qin Xian ran towards the demon suppressor guards while holding the Ursa sword. Suddenly, she returned. I had to stab you to keep you from being suspected. Qin Ming was startled. Crap, are the women of this world crazy? It's all the other way around. Stabbing people at the drop of a hat. Qin Ming hadn't had time to dodge. The oaken blade had stabbed into his abdomen. Swoosh snort. The sharpness of the blade stabbed him completely through his entire abdomen. The intense pain spread out all at once, causing Qin Ming to tremble in pain. The moment he fell to the ground, he saw Qin Xian carrying his sword to kill. It was Captain Munchkin Rabbit and Captain Winky Goat who came face to face. Qin Xian leapt into the sky, holding his sword in both hands as he chopped down in the air. That blade shadow was 5 meters long and unstoppable. Boom! The oncoming Mo Rabbit lieutenant also immediately leapt into the sky. Her arms unfolded. In an instant, after the figure emerged, it was a three-eyed spirit rabbit figure that was 4 meters long. The entire body is covered in snow-white fur. The eyes are red, and the long ears stand straight up. She stomped both of her back feet in the air and winded her way up into the clouds. The combat power was more than 3 times higher than before. Qin Ming was completely stunned. Beast? Surely the beast? Qin Xian's ebony blade slashed down, and was easily blocked by the Mo Rabbit. At this point, behind him, Captain Mei Yang's arms unfolded. Behind her emerged a one-horned demonic goat with horns. The sheep looked extremely fierce, its eyes red and overflowing with a murderous aura that wrapped Qin Xian completely. Bang bang bang. Mei Sheep and Mo Rabbit combined their efforts to attack Qin Xian. Qin Xian was knocked back. Qin Ming had been shocked beyond belief. Beastly shadows literally floated behind them. Qin Ming's abdomen ached so much that he almost suffocated. His heart was in shock and doubt, and various emotions were entangled together. Eventually his eyelids gradually drooped. The entire person lost consciousness and fainted. Chapter 19, The False Eunuch is Exposed. Finished. Pain. Sharp pain. Qin Ming felt that he was extremely injured in the middle of his stupor. Many terrifying foreign beasts surrounded him, their teeth and claws open and their bloody mouths full of blood. These beasts kept coming closer and closer. The shock caused Qin Ming to awaken from his stupor with a swish. What came into view was a face so stunningly beautiful that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Her skin was like white snow, her eyes were like autumn water, and her lips were as red as ripe cherries. A black sarong wrapped around her body couldn't hide the enchanting figure. It was the eldest princess. Qin Ming immediately recognized it. He sat up in shock. Wow! The blood and water on Qin Ming's body, who was originally sitting in the bucket of blood, continued to drip down. The Rapunzel lazily half reclined on a chair, holding half of a snow-cold fruit in her hand, and took a bite, softly saying, "If you don't want to die, stay inside and don't move." Only then did Qin Ming return to his senses. He was in a barrel full of blood himself. The blood was extremely fishy and dark black in color. The scent was somewhat similar to the green poisonous beast that had died at the time. Suddenly, Qin Ming reacted as if he was not wearing any clothes. His heart was pounding with nervousness. He hurriedly ran his hand through the bloody water. Oops. The shorts I'm wearing now don't seem to be the original ones. Had his fake eunuch been exposed? It's over. It's over. Is it going to be GA again? That's not true. The Rapunzel shouldn't know yet. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to sit on the edge and leisurely eat the cold snow fruit. As soon as Qin Ming's head turned around, he saw that Suzum, who was dressed in a pale yellow brocade dress in the corner. had a flushed face and slightly lowered her head without speaking. Shin Ming reacted that he must have come back from his injury because Suzum had changed his clothes and soaked him in a bucket of blood. Suzum must have already known about his identity as a fake eunuch. She's not going to turn this in. A fake eunuch mixing into the palace can be worse than a traveler mixing in. Shin Ming's heart was thumping nervously. The Rapunzel finished off one of the snow-cold fruits and once again picked up the drunken immortal brew to take a sip. Little Qin Zi. This green poison beast's blood helps to quench the muscles and bones. You're in luck. This green poison beast is mutated. Use it to harden your bones and your injuries will heal quickly. Thank you, Rapunzel. What exactly was going on in the house at that time? Shin Ming raised his blood-covered hand and rubbed his head. He answered by concealing the truth. Mo Rabbit and Colonel Mei Yang asked the Tenjin demon guards to protect me, but we were attacked by the green poison beast, which was very vicious, so we fled to a house. The green poisonous beast is also in hot pursuit, but I never thought that somehow killed a woman in green. That guy can be powerful. She killed the green poison beast and stabbed me with a knife. Luckily, Lieutenant Mei Yang and the girls came at that time. Captain Munchkin Bunny walked in through the doorway, a smile on his lips. Little Qin Zi, you're really lucky that this knife just passed right next to your lungs. Any more deflection and you're dead. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Qin Ming's heart. That woman in green, Qin Xian, is really a crazy person. You're that confident in your knife skills? What if you poke me in the gut? The Rapunzel rose from her seat, her face frighteningly cold. She sulked with her hands behind her back. The woman in green who attacked you killed quite a few of us, and the organization behind it has a lot of traveler powerhouses. 6 travelers appeared in Baiku Ridge, 2 died and the other 4 all escaped with serious injuries. Little Qin Zi, this time you have taken great credit for asking out this information about the Northern Dead Ridge. With that said, Captain Mei Yang walked in from outside, holding a bright long sword in both hands. Little Qin Zi, this is the sword given to you by the eldest princess, named Falling Blood Sword. It implies that as long as you make a sword strike, it will cause your enemy to fall in blood. Shin Ming picked it up, and was delighted in his heart. This sword has reached the middle grade of the Xian rank extremely good. My subordinate thanks the eldest princess for the sword. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi nodded slightly. The basic sword techniques are all available in the Taiyin Palace's bookstore, so if you're interested, you can practice on your own. Thank you, Rapunzel. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi left with 2 school captains. Suzum, who had been standing in the corner, blushed. She suddenly ran to the door and said eagerly, Eldest Princess, the slave girl has one more thing to report. Shin Ming was taken aback. He hurriedly and gently touched Suzaku's arm behind him. Don't talk nonsense, Suzum-san. Rapunzel turned back with one hand behind her back. What is it? Eldest Princess, Xiao Qin Zi. He has a very serious injury. Where the imperial kitchen is, can you give him something to eat to make up for it? Rapunzel nodded and whisked her sleeve away. The 3 of them had just walked away. Shin Ming grabbed Suzaku's hand in one hand. Suzaku nervously pushed Shin Ming's arm away, her face reddening. She didn't say a word and went about her room. Suzum-san, did you change the clothes on me? Suzum's face turned even redder. She went to the yard and brought another very large wooden barrel to put in Shin Ming's room. Then bring in buckets and buckets of hot water boiled in the pot. Shin Ming couldn't bear to watch and wanted to get up to help. But he didn't have a single piece of clothing on him and was covered in blood. Suzum-san, I have a hard time. I'm not lying to you. Suzaku still didn't say anything. Keeping the tub filled with hot water, this was whispered. You've been soaking in the green poisonous beast's blood water for 2 days and 2 nights. So you can come out and wash. Suzum sheepishly ran through the doorway. Shin Ming stood up with both hands grasping the edge of the bloodbath barrel. To his surprise, the knife wound that he had suffered so badly 2 days ago in Bei Kuling had healed a lot. It seems that the metaphysical world is really powerful in terms of healing. The blood of this green poisonous beast soaked for 2 days and 2 nights. Shin Ming felt like he had inexhaustible strength all over his body. His sinews became even harder than before. The qi and blood within the dantian was surging, and there was a possibility of breaking through to the 2nd level of body tempering at any time. This kind of cultivation speed, if known by other people, cannot be shocked off the jaw. Shin Ming came out of the blood bucket into the clear water. The water was boiling hot and comfortable. It's pretty hard to boil such hot water on this cold, snowy day. Shin Ming looked at Suzaku, who was busy in the courtyard. Suzum didn't expose her, and Shin Ming owed her a great deal of gratitude. She didn't reveal her fake eunuch identity today, and she must have been under quite a bit of pressure in her heart. Once things leak out, it's a headache. Half an hour later, Shin Ming cleaned himself in the water. Suzaku from the yard came in with another half bucket of hot water. She poured the water into the tub and was about to turn away. Shin Ming grabbed her and pulled her back again. Suzum's face was flushed and her head was lowered, not even daring to look at Shin Ming. You let go of me. Chapter 20 I will marry you, to give you happiness. Sister Suzume, I really didn't mean to lie to you. I have my own reasons. If I had meant to lie to you I would have been struck down by heavenly thunder and would not have been allowed to die. Suzume was kind and innocent by nature, and immediately softened her heart when she heard Qin Ming swear. Her eyes lifted slightly, a puzzled look on her face. So how did you escape the net? Qin Ming's expression immediately turned sad. He's back to his great ability to make stuff up. Do you know, Sister Suzume, that I have a total of 6 brothers in my family, and some of them died of starvation and freezing to death, while others were killed by foreign beasts. I'm the only one left who can pass on the incense. When I came to the imperial city, I sold everything in the house, even the pots, and scraped together 60 taels of silver. I snuck in some money for a hit while I was in the purser's room. But, Qin Ming, it's a capital offense for you to be found in this condition. That's why you have to keep my secret. Suzume-san, I can't hide it from the Rapunzel. I have been with her for 8 years. I have to report everything to her. Qin Ming stood up from the bucket of water with a clamor. Clear streams of water clattered down over the toned, masculine muscles. This made Suzume, who was standing in front of her, blush and burn all of a sudden. Suzume-san, if you tell I'm sure to die, and so is my whole family. If you don't tell. Suzume lowered her head and said sheepishly, how about if I don't say anything? Qin Ming summoned up the courage to extend his strong arms to smoothly embrace Suzume into his arms. Frightened, Suzume's entire body trembled and hurriedly slapped Qin Ming with her arm. Suzume-san, if you don't say anything, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Qin Ming, let go of me. Suzume gently patted Qin Ming's chest with her arm. Sister Suzume, ever since that day when you helped me in the palace, I, Qin Ming, have made up my mind that I will treat you well in this life and be grateful. That's why when you were sick, I went to fetch coal for you despite the danger, and was almost killed by that Shizuka. As soon as she said that, Suzume's heart instantly softened. Her hand that was originally slapping Qin Ming also stopped. Suzume lowered her head in a voice as if it were a mosquito and whispered, I promise to keep your secret for you, that is, get me off. There are demonic guards in the courtyard at all times, so if you're found out, you're dead. Qin Ming let go of his hands. Suzume sheepishly tried to rush away, but was once again grabbed by Qin Ming's arm. Suzume-san, I will definitely earn money and cultivate well. After earning money, I'll ransom you and take you as my wife. Cultivate so you can protect you and give you happiness later. Suzume's heart pounded. She broke away from Qin Ming's arm and ran from the room. Qin Ming took a deep breath and hurriedly got out of the tub to put on his clothes. It's really so lucky. Luckily it was Suzaku who found it this time. If it had been anyone else, he or she would have been gaga. Suzume, who had returned to her room, still had her heart beating rapidly. She sat down in her chair and clasped her hands together. She recalled the image she had seen when she was changing Qin Ming's clothes. At the time, her whole body looked dumbfounded. First time I've seen it since I was a kid. What made her even more nervous was the fact that the rabbit winking goat was at the door at that moment. Suzume used her clothes to cover up and changed Qin Ming's clothes. She had actually made up her mind at that time, she would help Qin Ming hide it. She didn't want to watch the handsome, kind and funny little homie die like that. Originally, she was apprehensive and always wondered if this was the right thing to do. But just now, when Qin Ming held her in his arms, when the strong arms with sturdy muscles practically embraced her, Suzume's heart was inexplicably satisfied. She lost her father at a young age and was sent to the palace by her abusive mother. She had never known what it was like to be cared for and cared about. Moreover, when Qin Ming entered the palace, the beam of light that was difficult to control in her palm calmed down a lot. It proves that he is related to himself. I don't think he was lying to me when he said he'd be nice to me in the future. Was he? Do I, Suzume, deserve to be loved? At this thought, Suzaku's entire heart was slightly elated. Qin Ming was preparing to cultivate. He suddenly heard movement coming from the window. As soon as I opened the window, the white weasel was actually crouching outside. Its green eyes darted left and right. 2 small paws were clutched to his chest as if he appeared to be cold. Qin Ming remembered that this weasel killed Xiao Luzi a few days ago and covered up his identity for him, so it should be very spiritual. Qin Ming had always been a man who knew how to return favors. He let the weasel into his room without saying a word. I'm warm in here. There's a charcoal fire, you come in and hide. As if delighted, the weasel, covered in white fur, obediently got under the covers and rolled left and right. Qin Ming sat at the other end of the bed and watched for a long time. Why was it that such a real weasel was simply invisible to Suzume-san that day? Strange. There are so many mysteries in this world. By now it's real except for seeing so many pretty ladies. All the rest is a mystery. Qin Ming opened the heaven locking gourd. Lucky points already has 80 points. Great. You get to draw twice, consuming 40 points of lucky value. Successful extraction. Obtaining Power Pill X1. Powerful pill, second order elixir. Can enhance strength, endurance, and blood. It's a good one. Eating yourself like this will have too much staying power later on. 1v10 is no big deal. Consuming 40 points of luck value. Successfully drawn. Obtaining the sword skill. Heavenly sword technique, intermediate Xian rank technique. With the power to cut the sky and break the sea. This gongfu sounds awesome and coaxing. It just so happens that the Rapunzel gave a falling blood sword today. So let's cultivate it later and see how it works. Qin Ming sat with his legs crossed and began to absorb spiritual energy and exhale. He still continued to cultivate the turtle breath spirit skill. 2 hours later, the turtle breath spiritual skill had finally been cultivated to great completion. Qin Ming's speed, vision, hearing, and perception had all increased twofold. It was as if he could hear snowflakes falling to the ground outside. It was as if he could hear Suzum tossing and turning under the covers. That's great. 2. At this moment, the whole body's qi and blood surged to the critical point of escalation. Without saying a word, Qin Ming threw the vigorous pill into his mouth. In a flash, strong spiritual energy quickly flowed throughout his body. He felt like his whole body had inexhaustible strength. Qin Ming clenched his fists, and his entire aura increased once again. Body tempering second realm. Finally broken. According to this world's cultivation progress, Qin Ming's current speed could be considered heaven-defying. He felt hot all over. The power pill is just too powerful. If he were on the blue planet, he would definitely be taking a cab to his girlfriend's place at this time. Chapter 21, Suzum blushes. Looking for someone at drunken immortal mansion. But now there is no way around it. And Suzum just confessed today. It's not a good time to sneak into her room. One thought to this. Qin Ming pushed open the door to the room and came back to the side yard. The weather was bitterly cold and icy. He took off his shirt to reveal his firm, perfectly muscled body. Qin Ming began to execute the ice fist in succession. An hour later, he was sweating from the fight. The ice spirit fist had also been cultivated to the minor achievement realm. Qin Ming blasted out a punch that ruthlessly smashed into the ice. Bang! A hole in the solid ice was smashed out of the ice. He jumped into the cold snowy water. That's good. Finally, he suppressed the evil fire of Power Pill. Qin Ming once again jumped up from the ice hole. He grabbed the falling blood sword given by the Rapunzel and casually performed his sword technique. There was only one move in the heaven slashing sword technique, so Qin Ming chopped out a sword after a few haphazard swings. This made it impossible for others to notice what sword techniques he was actually practicing. What Qin Ming didn't know was, Suzaku, 50 meters away from his room, hadn't slept all night. The scene of Qin Ming holding her in his arms during the day kept floating in her mind, and the things that were said to her. She tossed and turned, her legs clamped tightly to the covers, her mind racing with thoughts. It went on until late at night. She suddenly heard the sounds of cultivation coming from outside. Suzum lay on her back at the window and saw Qin Ming, who was bare-chested, boxing and practicing his sword in the snow. He's like a mad beast, perfectly muscled, a powerful aura. Watching Suzum blush. Dawn. First Princess Han Yueshi woke up from her bedchamber on the 11th floor of the upper hall. She opened the 8 trigrams Xianmen gate to look out at the distant snowy landscape. But at a glance, she saw Qin Ming, who was cultivating. Nice guy. Already gifted in working so hard and diligently. This kind of person is really rare. The Rapunzel stretched out her slender hand and beckoned in the darkness. Captain Mayhem Sheep flew in from the distance, immediately kneeling down. You take the time to take him to the Taiyin Palace Book Pavilion to pick out a sword technique, so that he doesn't have to take the falling blood sword and wave it around haphazardly, not knowing what he's refining. No, eldest princess, you hold this little Qinzi in high regard. Han Yueshi's left hand was behind her back, and her right hand stretched out to catch some snowflakes in her hand. Those snowflakes don't melt either. It was taken to her rosy lips and gently blown on them. All of a sudden the 5 or 6 petaled snowflakes flew up again. The war with the travelers is getting brutal. My damned Empress sister was even injured 2 days ago when she traveled to Aurora City. Although the 12 zodiacs of my Jin demon guards are powerful, they are all women, so they definitely won't be able to fight a tough battle if they have to. I'd like to think I can raise some talented men. Eldest princess, you have a point. I think Xiao Qinzi is very suitable. He is a good-looking man who can still talk, and he is also a diligent cultivator with a good talent. If it can be cultivated well, it can play a great role in the battle against the travelers in the future. Qin Ming was walking back with his sword in his hand when he bumped into the oncoming Captain Mei Yang. She wore black armor, her breasts were full, and she had a look of style. Yo, little Qinzi, these muscles have become much harder again. Come on, give sister a touch. Qin Ming almost wanted to flirt with his Thai sister for a moment. I've got something tougher than that, you want it or not? But he didn't dare say it. Sister Mei Yang, what are you going to do so early in the morning? Mei Yang yawned and gently rubbed her temples. Today was supposed to be a day off from bathing so that I could have a good beauty sleep, but I didn't realize that my master wanted to drink the drunken immortal brew from Drunken Immortal House. Qin Ming had been thinking about the agreement he had made with Qin Xin that day. Hearing the words drunken immortal brew, he immediately had an idea in his heart. Mei Yang's sister is so beautiful, her skin will be better if she sleeps more beautifully. Why don't I help you get some wine? Are you sure? I wanted to go back to the Demon Tower today to pick up some more simplified books written by travelers to study, and I just happened to pass by the marketplace. My God! Mei Yang was immediately filled with smiles. She jumped up and gently patted Qin Ming's shoulder. You really are a good brother to your sister. Xiao Qin Zi. If all the eunuchs in our Taiyin palace were as understanding as you are, how could my sister kill them? She wouldn't even want to hurt them. After saying that, she unclasped her waistplate and placed it into Qin Ming's hand. Go ahead. Just buy 2 jars, and ask for the finest. Mei Yang asked, yawning again. Is there money? There's money. The silver we got 2 days ago hasn't been spent yet. That's fine. Go on. I can sleep again, sis. Lieutenant Mei Yang's arms were stretched out to reveal her flirtatious and seductive curves. She could totally double the size of this armor to afford that raging figure. The road out of the palace was smooth. Qin Ming was still riding the snow colt just like last time. He didn't wear the black uniform of the Jinmu guards. That would be too conspicuous. It was early in the morning, but the sky was still dim and hazy. Many of the people on both sides of the street were already up, selling various kinds of breakfast. Soup dumplings, hoisin soup, red bean paste, donuts, osmanthus cakes and more. Qin Ming felt that these many snacks should not exist according to the times. Definitely has a lot to do with the arrival of the travelers. But since the travelers have helped develop so many things in this world, why is there such a life and death feud with the aborigines? Qin Ming couldn't figure it out at all. It also puts him on his toes. He had to head to Drunken Immortal House as soon as possible to find that Qin Xian and ask what was going on. As soon as Qin Ming entered the Drunken Immortal building, he looked behind him first. After waiting for quite a while, there was no one following him or her. With that, he went up to the 6th floor of the Drunken Immortal building, spending 1 or 2 silver dollars to order a jar of wine, 3 small dishes and a bowl of soup. Qin Ming took a big bite. The food in the palace is tasteless. It's still good out there at the Drunken House. Qin Ming decided to buy more food and drinks on his way back today and bring it to Suzum-san and the others. Just as Qin Ming had just downed 3 glasses of wine, as soon as he raised his head, he saw that at the railing on the 8th floor of the tavern, there stood a green-clothed woman with her hands clasped around an ebony sword, who was staring at him with a cold gaze. It was none other than Qin Xian who had met him that night. Qin Ming immediately got up and walked towards the upper floors as if nothing had happened. He had just reached the 8th floor when he saw Qin Xian open a room at the end of the corridor and walk in. Qin Ming looked behind him without anyone following. He scurried with great strides to the last room and threw the door open. Strangely, the room was empty. Chapter 22, Periodic Table of Elements? 9-9 Multiplication Table? Qin Ming searched the room. Finally, I found the mechanism under the bed and pressed it gently. There was a rumble. A secret door appeared in front of them. He thought for a moment, and rushed down the dark door with a leap. Inside was a long dark passage. An oil lamp hung on the wall every 10 meters. Qin Ming had just penetrated out of the dark passage when an icy cold knife was pressed against his face. It was the ebony blade. The knife wielder was none other than the green-clothed woman Qin Xian. 2 more men suddenly appeared behind Qin Ming, a small but strong body. The other was skinny and had dyed red hair. Looking at this off-the-wall look, it does look somewhat similar to on the Blue Star. Just then, the door to the front of the house pushed open. A gorgeous woman stepped out of it. She was dressed in white. Her body was full of flavor, and a holy radiance flowed from her brow. She raised her jade hand and waved it. Put the knife down. Qin Xian frowned. Master, it's possible that this guy is a spy. Right, Master. The fat man behind him followed suit. Master, he caused 2 of us to die in Beiculing. He's definitely a spy. The beautiful woman beckoned towards Qin Ming. Your name is Qin Ming, right? Come and sit. Her eyes glared at the disciples with slight anger. Your senior uncle's talent is lie detection. How could he possibly misread someone? As for the heavy casualties you suffered in Kuling, it was because you were careless and lighthearted. The young girl Qin Xian defiantly put away the ebony blade. Master, even if we don't suspect him of being a spy, the initiation test is still to come. Qin Xian stared warily at Qin Ming. Listen, we're all travelers here, and my master's uncle is imprisoned in the Devil Suppressor Tower, as you well know, so you'll have to test your identity if you want to talk to us. Qin Ming nodded. He was already used to being tested. Question 1, memorize multiplication facts. Qin Ming, aren't you from the Minbari Kingdom? Qin Xian, do you also know the multiplication formula? I don't know, but my master does. so feel free to memorize it. 1 for 1. 1 for 2. Second question. Memorize the periodic table of elements. How the hell do you memorize this with a worse chemistry crosser? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Can't remember what comes after. Okay. The petite woman sitting at the table waved her sleeve. Your senior uncle must have examined him before. There is no need to ask again. You come over. Qin Ming, let me introduce you first. My name is Yun Shueyao, and I am the Hall Master of the Five Elements Alliances in Flaming Fire Hall. Mu Sizhe, who is imprisoned in the Devil Suppressing Tower, is my senior brother, and the three standing over here are all my disciples. Senior disciple Ma Chang. The short and stout-looking young man arched his hand towards Qin Ming. The second disciple's name is Lu Zonghua. The red-haired elegant man nodded at Qin Ming. Third disciple Qing Xian. You've met before. Qing Xian was still expressionless with his hands clasped around his ebon blade. Qin Ming was invited to take a seat at the table. Cloud Water poured him a dark-colored drink. Qin Ming brought it to his mouth and gently licked it. What a familiar smell. This is a flavor you should know. Qin Ming nodded. Coke. I didn't realize the travelers could even make Coke. You can't underestimate the travelers of this world. I don't know how many travelers have come to this world over the past 1,000 years, and they have created countless things. Elder Yun, I have many questions, and Elder Mush said I could ask you. Go ahead. Why does this world kill travelers? You asked the hardest one right off the bat, and killing travelers doesn't start at the beginning. From what we know so far, the first traveler to this world would have been 2,000 years ago. Really, we had a complete falling out with the Aborigines. I think it was 1,600 years ago. 1,600 years ago? Has it been fought that long already? And what exactly is the reason for that? For specific reasons. Some travelers say it's because the travelers came and grabbed a lot of this world's resources, causing the natives to revolt. Some travelers say that the group that crossed over 800 years ago were tyrannical and vicious and were hated by the natives. The real specific reason remains unknown to this day. Yun Shueyao refilled Qin Ming's cup of cola again and continued. We've paid too much to find out why before, and tens of thousands of travelers have died in the last 1,000 years. Qin Ming was secretly shocked in his heart. Then what exactly did Elder Mu mean when he said that the Aborigines were beasts? Qing Xian, who was clutching the urchin sword, walked over from the side to pick up the conversation. Didn't you see the other night that my stab hit an inch next to your lungs? You must have had at least 10 breaths to stay awake before you passed out. Qin Ming secretly complained. Crazy batch of beauties. You stabbed me. You almost killed me. But she did the math accurately. Qin Ming was indeed awake for 10 breaths. Yun Shueyao's beautiful brows lightly frowned as she once again said gently, what we travelers have learned so far is that the Aborigines will awaken their beast grids once they have cultivated to the psychic realm or above. Their speed and power had increased by multiples or even tens of times, but exactly what their cultivation mechanism is like, no one has been able to figure it out until now, so most of the travelers see them as beasts. Hearing this, Qin Ming did suddenly have an idea. Perhaps the Aborigines weren't beasts themselves, but just some sort of method of cultivation after reaching the psychic realm. It was like the novels he had read that resembled the Soul Bone Soul Ring, but that's just a guess, and no one can say for sure at this point. And how many travelers do we currently have? And what is this so-called Five Elements Alliance of yours? There should be no less than 5,000 travelers in plain sight. How many are scattered and hidden is not clear. Over the millennia we have gradually formed an organization, hunted by the Aborigines. The main forces of the organization form three factions. The first faction, the Five Elements League. We of the Five Elements League aim to investigate the origins of the hatred between the travelers and the Aborigines. It doesn't bully and humiliate Aborigines at will, but when you meet a bad guy criminal, no matter if he's an Aborigine or a traveler, you kill him first. Qin Ming nodded in recognition. The second major faction organization is called the Green Dragon Guild, and the Green Dragon Guild has three major vice presidents, the White Tiger Xuanwu and the Vermilion Bird, with the Green Dragon as the president. There are more travelers at the bottom than we have in the Five-Star League. The philosophy they hold fast to is that all Aboriginals all deserve to die. The third major organization is called the Heavenly Tao Cult, and the Heavenly Tao Cult is full of extreme travelers. They consider themselves to be the children of heaven's destiny, whether it is the Aborigines or not, the travelers or not, all must submit to them. They have poisonous means. In order to seize the world dominance, the travelers and the Aborigines they kill. Qin Ming's heart was shaken as he listened. This was knowledge he had never even known before. The world was far more complicated than he had ever imagined. So do all of us travelers awaken our talents? Because I saw in the Devil Suppressing Tower that some travelers were miserable after being imprisoned. They shouldn't have ended up like this if they had talent. Yun Shueyao rose from her position. She whispered as she looked at a small running waterfall in her yard. I can say with certainty that every traveler carries a gift. and there is one and only one. Qin Ming was surprised in his heart. Everyone else has a wilder talent for copying, and can copy other more talents. And he also had the lucky point bonus from the Heaven Locking Gourd. He's really lucky. Chapter 23, The Divine Destiny Man. The Key to Breaking the Game. Yun Shui Ro continued. It's just that some people awaken a talent that's very cockamamie. For example, we in the Five Elements Alliance once had someone awaken the talent of cooking. His cooking was a masterpiece, and he could learn any dish just by looking at it, but he didn't know anything about cultivation. There are still cultivated travelers awakened who might be dancing or something like that. Qin Ming immediately understood. It's true that some of the talents are cockamamie enough if they really are awakened in this way. What use is dancing like this in this cruel world? One more question. Elder, are talents able to be upgraded? That question came up. Yun Shui Ro Qing Xian, Ma Chang, and Lu Zhonghuo all turned their heads. Qin Ming, you really are very perceptive. Those of us who joined the organization didn't even know about the term talent upgrade before we joined. It's amazing that you were able to realize it on your own. Qin Ming thought that his Heaven Locking Gourd interface showed it clearly. Talent replication is currently level 1, so there must be level 2 and 3. You're right, Qin Ming, talents can be upgraded, but upgrading requires essence. What's an essence? Have you ever seen one of those fiery red soul-eating birds flying in the sky? Qin Ming nodded. This stuff creepy birds are often seen at the palace. Every time I see it, I get a self-induced thrill. These birds are called soul eaters, and whenever a traveler dies, they come and devour the head of the traveler. It is not meat they eat, but essence. Qin Ming thought about the time when Shizuka died. Indeed, these soul-eating birds flew down from the sky and ate her head empty. At that time many of the white feather guards were still shouting that Shizuka's soul was being eaten. It turns out that these birds eat essence. Elder, then you mean we have to brutally kill the travelers in order to get the essence? That's certainly not true. Yun Shueya waved her sleeve. Throughout the millennia, wars have broken out between the travelers and the aborigines. Each battlefield has left behind many remnants of souls and grievances. After a long time, these residual souls and grievances gradually coalesce and take shape. We call this kind of spirit realm, and the essence will have to go to the spirit realm to find it. So to speak, the essence comes to the conflict, the fighting resentment of the traveler and the native name. Entering the spirit realm might unlock the secret of the life and death feud between the travelers and the aborigines. Life and death feud. For the first time, Qin Ming knew about the concept of the spirit realm, not realizing that this world had so many secrets. Qin Ming was interested. Keep in mind that his gift is replication. If he was able to upgrade, he would be able to copy 2, 3, 4 or even more talents. At that time, his cultivation strength would be even stronger. Qin Ming, you're from the eldest princess residence, and it's more than 100 times more dangerous there than it is for us outside. Have you ever considered joining our Five Elements Alliance? Qin Ming was hesitating in his heart. Cloudwater Rhythm continued. Perhaps you have your own special way of hiding from the Taiyin Palace now. But once you cultivate to the Tongling realm, you will definitely be exposed at that time. Qin Ming looked at Yun Shueya with a grave expression. What Elder Yun means is that beast grids will appear after the aborigines cultivate to the psychic realm. And there is no way that this can happen to me and will surely be exposed? Yes, Qin Ming, you're very smart. Qin Ming had originally thought that he could stay hidden with the concealment talent. I didn't realize that the psychic realm was bound to be exposed. What can we do about this? He's out there sneaking around if he's not going back to the palace. Doesn't seem like a good idea. Not only did he fail Suzaku to be good to him, and it's not exactly safe out there. Think about it. Qin Ming still decided to stay in the palace first while joining the Five Elements Alliance. At the very least, more useful information can be obtained. In a world full of mysteries and dangers, a little more information and experience gives you more hope to live. Qin Ming nodded. Senior, I'm willing to join. Good. If you want to join the Five Elements Alliance you have to go through a spirit realm test. It just so happens that you also need the spirit realm to enhance your talent. 3 days later, I will arrange for you to enter the spirit realm once. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. It's getting late, so I'll leave first, or the Taiyin Palace will arouse suspicion. Qin Ming said that and saluted the people around him and left. Qing Xian, who was holding the ebony blade, came next to Yun Shueya. Master, why are you so polite to him? His cultivation isn't high at all. He's not very cultivated because he just crossed over. The reason why I'm polite to him is because I have the same opinion as your senior uncle. He will be the key to breaking the game. Why? Why is he the key to breaking the game? Yun Shueya took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He's smart and kind. Plus he's lurking in the Rapunzel's Taiyin Palace. The Rapunzel is the second highest ranked big boss among the aborigines. If we have his help, we travelers might actually be able to achieve a turnaround against the wind. It's time for this nightmare war that has lasted for 1,000 years to come to an end. You three remember. There must be strict confidentiality regarding Qin Ming's identity. If anyone leaks it out, I'll hold him accountable. Yes, master. Qin Ming bought 4 altars of drunken immortal brew to hang on the snow pony, bought 4 more cinnamon cakes, 4 sugar gourds, 4 iced broad beans, 4 honey date dumplings, 4 fried cakes. It cost a total of 10 taels of silver. He went back to the fairy court, which sold women's goods. A heavenly sealwood comb was chosen for Suzaku. The whole thing cost nearly 20 taels. This comb of heavenly tourmaline wood has special properties that will make hair smoother and darker. Qin Ming was just about to leave the fairy pavilion when he unintentionally glanced at it. A red as if flaming plant was seen on the counter of the shopkeeper. One can feel the heat radiating from the top as soon as one approaches. Boss, what's this pot? This is flame grass. From Aurora City. Fiery grass? It looks so strange. And it feels very warm when I get close. Guessed you are so discerning. Because this fluorite city is cold. I have specially acquired this pot of fiery grass to place at the entrance, to warm up the store. The flame grass is fire by nature and has a special effect on people with cold bodies. Qin Ming couldn't help but suddenly think. That day when the Rapunzel measured his bloodline, his face turned pale and his body was covered in a cold aura. It was thought that the Rapunzel should have practiced ice-based techniques for a long period of time, causing the cold to coalesce. This fiery herb she should need. First of all, regardless of whether she was a beast or not. Right, after all. She had sent the gungfa and the sword again. She should always return the gift. Boss, can you sell this to me a little cheaper? Chapter 24, Crazy Criticizing Beauty Rapunzel. This little brother. I got this flaming grass with great difficulty. This is not for sale. Boss, doing business, there is no reason not to sell. You open a price. This little brother. You also know that Aurora City is treacherous. And to get to Aurora City, you have to pass through Starlight City in between, so there are many dangers. People's dartboard to bring back this firegrass must be exceptionally valuable. Although it does not benefit cultivation, it does bring warmth. Shopkeeper, just don't talk so much and make a price. The shopkeeper blew on his octogenarian beard and hesitated for 3 breaths. Tell you what, seeing that little brother has clear eyebrows and eyes, I think he must also come from a big family, so I'll sell it to you at the original price. 500 silver taels. 500 taels? Qin Ming only had 70 taels left in his pocket. Why is this stuff so expensive? Can the shopkeeper get credit? No. How can a small business get credit? Qin Ming took out the demon suppression order from his waist. I brought less silver today, so I'll give it to you next time I come out. This demon suppressing order really possessed a magical effect. The shopkeeper's color changed as soon as he saw it. There were 2 forces that were the most terrifying in the entire Great Diffusion country. The first is Her Majesty's White Feather Guards. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers in armor. The second was the Rapunzel's Demon Suppression Guards. There were only a few thousand of them, but each one was ruthless. The shopkeeper judged almost instantly that the Qin Ming in front of him was not to be messed with. Alright, this little brother, then I'll give you credit. You must pay me back next time you come out. Otherwise the small store drags the family. Definitely. Qin Ming took out all the remaining 70 taels of silver in his pocket. Credit 430 cars. He gave a note to the Jade Court and mounted his horse to leave. The first floor of the upper hall of the Tai-Yin Palace. The Rapunzel's seductive petite body wrapped in green silk lay on the alabaster chair. Her long, moist legs crossed. The red leather boots on his feet stood out. At this very moment, the Rapunzel's face was full of anger and her eyes were cold. Before her knelt 3 men. Suzaku, Winnie the sheep, and Mo the rabbit. Who gave you the audacity to privately release Xiao Qinzi out of the palace? Captain Mayhem stammered, fear on his face, even though they had followed the eldest princess for many years. But when the Rapunzel gets mad, everyone is scared. The palace is asking you words. Answer. Reporting to the eldest princess. It's all the fault of the last general. I woke up early sleepy and wanted to go back to sleep. And it was cold outside. Little Qinzi said he'd go get the wine for me. And I agreed without thinking so much about it. Asshole. The Rapunzel suddenly raised her arm. A blast of muddy cold air hit the wintry goat and caused it to fall backward several meters, hitting a pillar. A hard pang went through her chest. But she hurriedly rose to her knees. Eldest princess, are you suspecting Xiao Qinzi? He has killed 2 travelers and beat up Mu Sizhe, a reputable member of the travelers. Like that? He surely isn't. This palace knows that he is not a traveler. Those travelers have been moving around Fluorite City a lot in recent times. He's a person from this palace's court going out privately. With a low cultivation level, he'll easily be poisoned. Eldest princess, my lord did not consider this. My lord's sin. You losers. This palace sees that Xiao Qinzi is already at the peak of the first level of body tempering and is about to break through the second level of body tempering. Do you know what speed this is? Not to mention the 12 of you, even this palace and my sister, who is known as a demon, don't cultivate this fast. This palace still expects Xiao Qinzi to be useful in the battle with the travelers later on. You guys even released him privately, in case he is killed. What should be the offense? The fact that the eldest princess threw such a big tantrum made all of the Mo Rabbit May Sheep Suzaku standing at the bottom realize, the eldest princess took Xiao Qinzi very seriously. It was also true that there hadn't been a cultivation genius among the aborigines for a long time. Instead, those who traveled through the world have been creating a multitude of sins. I am aware of my mistake, and I will go out to him at once. With that said, Mo Rabbit and Phantom Goat all turned around. They had just walked to the door when they saw Qin Ming, who was hurrying with a large pile of things. Mo Rabbit and May Sheep instantly had happy faces. Little Qinzi, you're back. Suzaku turned her head to see Qin Ming, and a hanging heart finally dropped. Eldest princess, little Qinzi is back. The Rapunzel took back her cocked legs and lethargically leaned on the alabaster chair, slightly closing her eyes and coldly saying, "Come back, just come back. Still let this palace to pick up him not. If you go out of the palace in private, you will be exempted from the death penalty and cannot escape from the life penalty." Qin Ming heard the words, but he pretended not to hear them. As soon as he came in, he put a big wave of stuff on the table. Eldest princess, this is the drunken immortal brew for you, and a lot of food. I've eaten too much of those things in the palace, so I'll give you a change of flavor. Osmanthus cakes in the West Market, sticky rice dumplings in the East City, sugar gourds in the South City, snow pea cakes, and so on. Qin Ming crackled as he placed something on the table. Stunned, Mo Rabbit, May Sheep and Suzaku all stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Does this guy have to go so many places to buy food? And buy so many? Little Qinzi, how much did this cost you? Spent it all. Just 100 taels. You fool, even if you become a demon guard, it's only 5 taels of silver a month. You went so far as to spend 100 taels of silver straight away and buy all this food. Suzum looked at the eldest princess with her eyes still closed and a bad look on her face. She hurriedly took 2 pieces of cinnamon cake and rejoiced. Eldest princess, Qin Ming has bought you food. Have some. This palace doesn't eat. All these things are taken away. Suzum spat out her tongue. The 2 people, Mo Rabbit and May Sheep, said deliberately, since the Rapunzel said she won't eat it, we'll take it all. Take away, take away. Although the 3 of them said so on their lips, they still left a copy of each item for the Rapunzel and hurriedly went out happily. Qin Ming stayed behind. He knew the matter was not over. The Rapunzel's crazy batch face was full of anger. Sure enough, the next breath, the Rapunzel suddenly opened her eyes and angrily rebuked. Little Qinzi, how dare you? Who gave you permission to leave the palace? Chapter 25 Long-Legged Sisters. I don't know you well, eldest princess. I was thinking of helping Mei Yong to buy wine since the weather is bitterly cold and windy. Help, help, help. You're a cutie. Why don't you cultivate when you have that time? This palace see you reach the peak of body hardening first weight. If you do not waste time you can break through body hardening second weight. Rapunzel's words ended abruptly here. This was because she felt that the aura on Qin Ming's body had already reached the second level of body tempering. She was shocked. Back then, she had cultivated for 3 whole months at the first level of body tempering. It took another half a year of cultivation to the second level of body tempering. This little Qinzi in front of him was just like a demon. It's only been 5 or 6 short days. He then reached the second level of body tempering. How do you practice? Back to the Rapunzel. When I went out to get you some wine, I just didn't stop and kept running. And while I was running, the small circumference and large circumference cycle kept continuing. So I broke through. Rapunzel froze, feeling slapped in the face. Her gaze went back to the food set out on the table. Nothing to do with the general cold voice. You lied to the palace. These eats were often eaten by the palace as a young child. The total adds up to no more than 10 taels of silver. And you still have to say that the 100 taels of silver have all been spent. Are you selling yourself short in front of the crowd? Next breath, Qin Ming took the pot of fiery flame grass out of his arms. The fiery grass grew in profusion, and a gust of heat emanated from its fiery red leaves, warming the entire room by a few degrees. Rapunzel's eyes lit up. This is flaming grass. Where did you get it from? The palace used to mine it from Aurora City, but then the road was dangerous so I stopped going. Eldest princess, I bought this at the Jade Maiden Pavilion, and he said that a dartboard recently made a trip to Aurora City. Why did you buy this? Eldest princess, that day in your room when you were testing your bloodline, my subordinate felt as if you were a bit cold. It should be caused by practicing ice system techniques. So, the Rapunzel's face became eased, but she still said coldly, keep your mind on your own cultivation. Don't spend all day pondering over these has-beens. Who wants your flaming grass? Yes, eldest princess, then my subordinate will retire first. Qin Ming had just left when the Rapunzel waved from the back window. The female lieutenant, Red Snake immediately flew in and knelt down. Xiao Qinzi said that he bought this fiery grass at the Jade Maiden Pavilion, and as far as this palace knows, the price of this fiery grass is by no means only 100 taels of silver. He must not have enough money left. Xiao Qinzi lied. It's very suspicious. You go and check it out for the palace immediately now. No. As soon as Qin Ming came outside, on the roof Mo Rabbit and Winky Sheep are eating happily. Suzu, on the other hand, went back to her room with her things. Qin Ming had only just taken a few steps. Suddenly, 9 female shadows swished down around the roof. Each was dressed in a purple shirt with elaborate black armor, long legs, black boots, and a sword at their waist are their standard. It is the other 9 of the zodiac, except for the red snake. What do you mean, little Qinzi? Why did you only buy it for them to eat in ours? Qin Ming, long-legged sisters, I don't know you well. This is all a climb? On the roof Mo Rabbit and Winky Goat deliberately ate with their mouths barred as if pulling hate. Little Qinzi, in light of your performance today, the 9 of us have decided to apply to the elder princess to come and give you special training to accompany you. Qin Ming, it's a big headache. How come women are so careful? Sisters, I'll make sure I get more back next time I go out. I thought you were in the Jinmu Tower. On the roof Mei Yang took a bite of a candy cane and stood up excitedly. Xiao Qinzi, where did you buy these sugar gourds? It's so sweet. Yes. Mo Bunny stood up and ate his cinnamon cake as well. Fragrant and sweet. This cinnamon cake is perfect. When Qin Ming turned back again, seeing the 9 female lieutenants in front of them, their faces all looked as if they were about to kill someone. Oh, why am I stuck in a pile of mean girls? They're all crazy. Little Qinzi, get ready. The 9 of us are responsible for sparring with you tonight. Chaperone. Qin Ming muttered in his heart as he walked. I don't stand a chance against all 10 of you in bed. If you were outside in the freezing cold, you would still be killed. Qin Ming took advantage of the dissipation of the silhouettes in the courtyard. He came to Suzaku's room. Today's Suzume is wearing a pale yellow brocade dress, with a green jade belt tied around her waist and shoulders. Originally born with a natural beauty, she wears everything in a unique style. She sat at the table. Everything was on the table. None of it was eaten. Suzume-san, why aren't you eating? I'm waiting for you. You've shared everything you've bought, and you don't have anything for yourself. Qin Ming was slightly touched in his heart. Only Suzume could think of him at a time like this. Unlike that crazy batch of Rapunzel, if she wasn't a parasite, she'd want to smack her. Qin Ming took out a piece of warm osmanthus cake and handed it to Suzume's mouth. Eat some, Suzume-san. I picked this out from a delicious store. Suzaku took a bite and praised it happily. I've been eating things in the palace for a long time, and once I tasted what's outside it was really delicious. Normally I can't get out, and it's impossible for me to go to the street to buy it. The 12 lieutenants could go out, but they've been thinking about catching travelers all day, and they don't have the heart to buy all this food and drink. Qin Ming was a bit speechless. Was catching travelers so crazy? I really don't know one day if my identity is revealed, how these crazy batch of beauties are going to cut themselves with swords. LOL. Qin Ming, you eat too. Qin Ming obediently grabbed the osmanthus cake Suzume had eaten from her hand and took a bite of it. At once, Suzume's pale cheeks flushed all the way to the base of her neck. How do you eat what I've eaten? The ones Suzume-san has eaten are even better. Suzume's face turned even redder, all the way to the base of her neck. By the way, Suzume-san, besides all this food, I picked out a gift just for you. Qin Ming took out that heavenly seal wooden comb from his sleeve. Surprised, Suzume said, this comb is so beautiful and smells good. What kind of texture is it? Heavenly seal wood. Comb your hair with this and your hair will be dark and shiny. It also smells fresh. I think I've heard of heavenly seal wood. It should be expensive, right? It's not expensive. Just 20 taels of silver. 20 taels of silver isn't expensive? Qin Ming, we're only paid 50 cents a month to work as an errand boy in the palace. Not even 1 or 2 silver pieces a year. Suzume-san, I told you to be good to you. This is nothing. I'll buy you something better in the future. With that, he placed the heavenly seal wooden comb into Suzaku's hand. Suzume, who was originally a bit shy, slightly lowered her head at this moment, her eyes reddening. Why are you being so nice to me? I'm nice to you because you're nice to me. Qin Ming grabbed Suzaku's hand and smiled gently. From the first day I came here, Sister Suzaku was kind to me, and then she saved me and helped me later. I, Qin Min, am a person who knows how to return favors. Suzume bit her lip, cupping the comb in her hand in delight. Qin Ming's heart itched as he watched her delicate and shy appearance. He was just about to hug Suzaku when he heard movement in the yard. Qin Ming didn't dare to stay here for long, hurriedly got up and gently pinched Suzume's face. Smooth and delicate, full of collagen. Suzume-san, I'll go first. You take some more of the food from this table back for dinner. Qin Ming took a piece of oil cake and stuffed it into his mouth as he walked, bulging his mouth. Suzum snorted in amusement. This smile, the beauty is like a snow lotus blooming in the winter. The Rapunzel went up to the hall. Red Snake, who had gone out to investigate, returned. Eldest princess. I went to the fairy pavilion and asked the shopkeeper that the flaming grass is worth 500 taels of silver. The Rapunzel sneered. This palace was right. This little Qinzi lied to me. It looks like he got his flame grass by other means. Eldest princess. Xiao Qinzi did indeed buy it from the Jade Maiden Pavilion. What? He totaled 100 taels of silver and bought so much food. How is that possible? Eldest princess. The last general asked. Xiao Qinzi has 430 taels on credit at the store. Chapter 26, Empress vs. Rapunzel. Two crazy batch bosses. The Rapunzel who was originally drinking tea swished her face. What? Credit? Yes, he did take credit. Said he would pay it back later with his salary. This little cutie. A person from the residence of the eldest princess even bought something on credit. Rapunzel threw the teacup in her hand on the table and stood up. She paced the room. Do you think he's stupid? It was as if the Rapunzel had been slapped hard in the face. She guessed that Qin Ming must have obtained the fiery flame grass through some other means. Definitely lied to her Rapunzel. But she didn't expect the guy to take credit. Just to buy her a blazing herb. 430 taels on credit? Now the palace eunuchs are 50 cents a month. Is he crazy to take 430 taels on credit? You can't pay it back without eating or drinking for the rest of your life. He buys things on credit and comes back without telling this court. Is he stupid? Other subordinates do a little work and can't wait to exaggerate and take credit for it. He's good. He didn't say a word. The palace scolded him and he didn't retort. Rapunzel angrily walked to the door of the room. She let her eyes go, only to see it in the distance above the dusky snow. Qin Ming once again began to cultivate. He punched the icy fist over and over again. The movements are standard and coherent, and the momentum is natural. The Rapunzel looked quite appreciative. She suddenly thought of what Qin Ming had said to her a few days ago. Said his family was in a particularly difficult situation and that his family was starving to death. It was hard to come to the palace to have food and drink. Very grateful to the Taiyin Palace. Very grateful to the Rapunzel. As it is now, buying her things on credit. Did he mean what he said then? One thought to this. Rapunzel came to the table and flipped through the food that Qin Ming had left behind. Cinnamon cakes, sugar gourds, cold snow peas and more, each one fragrant. The pot of fiery grass was fiery and warm, and she felt warm just standing next to it. What's wrong with this little Qinzi? When the palace gave him a bloodline test to clean him up, he was still thinking about the cold on the palace? It's really unreadable. Go, pay back the 430 taels on credit from the Jade Maiden Pavilion. The Red Serpent lieutenant standing in the doorway grimaced. Eldest princess, the silver from the court to our Taiyin Palace has not been allocated this month. What? A third of it was cut off in the first 2 months. And this month it hasn't been disbursed so far? What does this Empress sister of mine want? Eldest princess, the Empress there has always prioritized the White Feather Guards, and the Jin Demon Guards' pay is often deducted. Outrageous. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi slapped her hand on the table, and the entire table made of white jade shook into smithereens. Gold and silver are important to the Zenmengwai. It is the common currency of the entire continent. Jade and artifacts, etc., are worthless. She reached out with her hand, and the moon shadow sword hanging on the wall flew over with a whoosh, and was grasped in her hand. This palace will go and settle the score with Han Yuli. Qin Ming had just finished a set of icy fists. He then heard a windy sound scurrying up behind him. Qin Ming turned around and saw that the eldest princess, who was wearing black armor and holding the moon shadow sword, was treading on clouds. Her whole body was murderous. This crazy batch of women went back to killing travelers? But it's not right. How could the direction he flew to be the female emperor's palm fire hall? Qin Ming was being filled with doubts. Suzum, who was walking next to her, had a face full of worry. There's going to be another fight. Suzum-san, what fight? Empress, Rapunzel and the 3 sisters don't get along. And during the 8 years I was here, they fought a lot and fought fiercely. 3 sisters? Why have I only heard of the Empress and the Rapunzel? There's also a 3rd princess who left the house the year before last and hasn't been seen since. Suddenly, a moon shadow sword chi and a ball of dark blue flame exploded in the air. A crackling and violent vibration came from the direction of the palm fire hall. It was as if the entire palace was going to be shaken down. Qin Ming sighed in his heart. 2 crazy batch bosses fighting is just horrible. Suzum-san, do you know why they fought? His Majesty has always wanted to receive the devil-suppressing tower under his command, and the Rapunzel wouldn't give it to him, and conflicts often erupted over it. Qin Ming thought darkly in his heart. It's good to have conflicts. It's also good to have 2 aboriginal superbosses killing each other. Who knew? Suzaku murmured again. In all these years, I've only seen Rapunzel and His Majesty agree on one thing extraordinarily, and that's going after the travelers. Qin Ming. Oh, it's a crazy batch. Did the travelers bully you too? Why do you have to take it personally? Just in case one day I become a great god and these two great beautiful bosses attack me at the same time. Can I carry it? Alas, definitely not. You can't carry your back that way. For the next 3 days, Qin Ming didn't see the Rapunzel. He guessed that he might have been injured in the battle with the Empress that day. Qin Ming had also been cultivating for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. His turtle breath spiritual skill was cultivated to great perfection. The Ice Fist was cultivated to a minor consummation. Cultivate the sky-splitting sword to a small level of success. His own realm also broke through the body-tempering triple realm in one fell swoop. Qin Ming felt that when the turtle breath spiritual skill and the concealment talent were combined together, the speed was really ridiculously fast. And the breath is hidden and unexpected. Even if you face a higher level than yourself, you can still maneuver around with your speed. Qin Ming opened the heaven locking gourd. Current lucky points, 90. It can be drawn twice. Spending 40 points of luck value. Successful extraction. Obtaining a second-order elixir, Dolly Pill. How about another power pill? Why do I need so much blood and stamina? Spent 40 points of luck value. Successful extraction. Acquired Yama's needle case. Yama needle box, a concealed weapon. Can be used 3 times. Each time releasing 3 Yen Luo needles. The enemy is caught off guard. Can damage any living creature such as humans, demons, beasts, ghosts, etc. Sounds good to me. Yo! Qin Ming took out this Yen Luo needle box. The concealed weapon is only the size of the palm of your hand, very easy to hide. It was engraved with odd patterns and was extremely delicate. One more means of staying alive. According to the agreement, Qin Ming had to go to the spirit realm today. Only the spirit realm of grievous residual dreams of travelers and aborigines could raise his talent level. After all, Yun Shui Ro had said that once the aborigines were animalized, their attack power and defense speed would increase by several or even dozens of times. This kind of terrifying opponent could not be dealt with simply by relying on cultivation. Talent is the life preserver of the traveler. That was why Qin Ming upgrading his talent level was imminent. Chapter 27. This beauty is crazy. Qin Ming went outside the princess's door with a trying attitude to ask for instructions. Said he went to the Jinmu Tower to learn simplified Chinese characters. Unexpectedly, the Mad Batch princess agreed. This made Qin Ming overjoyed. He pinched the handprint in his arms and left the palace in delight. Fortunately, after walking for several blocks in a row, Qin Ming didn't notice anyone following him. At the back door of the drunken immortal house, a dark brown carriage had been parked long ago. The young girl Qin Xian in front of the carriage was holding the ebon sword with a cold face. It looks like she's been waiting for a long time. When she saw Qin Ming coming, she jumped directly into the driving position without saying a word. Qin Ming also obediently got into the carriage. Inside the car sat 2 men, both of whom had been seen before. One is short and strong, named Ma Chang. The other, with dyed red hair and covered by a hood, was called Lu Zonghua. Although the second meeting, but Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua didn't seem to want to talk to Qin Ming much. The 2 men nestled in the corner fiddling with the weapons in their hands, not saying a word. 1 hour later, the carriage entered the west city of Fluorite City. This place is getting less and less populated. The house buildings on either side were also in a state of disrepair and overgrown with weeds. It looks like this place has been through many great battles before. The imprints of swords and knives were still visible on the walls. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of an overgrown, broken down ruin. Qin Xian spoke in a cold voice in front of the carriage. Here it is. She held an ebony blade in her hand, and her green tights accentuated her perfect, playful figure. A very sharp gold pin was stuck in the long braid. The gold hairpin was still stained with blood on the tip. Qin Ming gave a dark thought in his heart. This woman is crazy. First I learned to meet the 3 of you, as Master said when he came. The spirit realm is haunted. Qin Ming, he asked suspiciously. Could it be that the 3 of you have never entered the spirit realm either? Qin Xian coldly said as he clasped his ebon blade in both hands. It's my first time anyway. Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua both shook their heads as well. The essence spirits used before were handed out by the organization, and it was our first experience. Qin Ming thought to himself that there was this kind of benefit to joining the organization, to the extent of sending out essence spirits. The 4 of them stepped forward over the broken wall of barren grass. A pair of green eyes in the surrounding darkness was eerie. Qin Ming's turtle breath spiritual skill was greatly accomplished. Even in such a dim environment, he was still able to discern things clearly within 100 meters. Walked about 200 meters or less. Qin Ming saw a dilapidated pagoda with 4 traditional Chinese characters engraved above the beams, Fluorite Tribute Academy. It seems to be either a place for reading or science. Just why is this tribute house deserted? Is it really because it's haunted? The metaphysical world shouldn't be so afraid of ghosts. Qin Ming took another dozen or so steps forward when suddenly he sensed something was wrong. Just now, his turtle breath spirit technique clearly perceived that the surrounding 100 meters were almost all broken walls. But now, there is a surprising appearance of the cubicles in which the candidates sat during the imperial examinations. The short and stout Ma Chang came forward with his fists clenched and grumbled. Master said that the Five Elements Alliance provided information that there is a spirit realm here. How come there is nothing? Qin Xian frowned as he clasped his sword in both hands. Next to him, Lu Zonghua had a serious expression on his face and also shook his head. Could it be that this spirit realm has to touch some organ to trigger it? Qin Ming turned his head to look at the three people and calmly said, "Don't you realize that we're already in the spirit realm?" "What?" Ma Chang was shocked. "When we came in just now, we were almost entirely surrounded by crumbling walls. But things have changed around here now." Lu Zonghua raised his right hand and with a "hu" sound, a red flame was ignited. It seems that his talent has something to do with flames. Lu Zonghua's left and right hands launched a fireball to each side. The sudden fireball illuminated the surroundings. Just see all the exam cubicles on both sides, one next to the other. The outside door is broken like that. It doesn't make sense that the inside compartments are still so brand new. It seems that Qin Ming was right. We've already entered the spirit realm. All three of Ma Chang's men glanced at Qin Ming. They realized that this newcomer was something special. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 50 times. Lucky points increase 50 times during danger. Qin Ming was immediately on guard. Suddenly, Ma Chang roared with great fire. "Who's touching me?" He clenched his fist and slammed it out behind him. Boom! Immediately afterward, Lu Zonghua gave birth to another ball of flame. A large area of darkness in front of me was illuminated. Where are the people? Not even a beast. Ma Chang, are you nervous? You're a thick man who touches you for what? Lu Zonghua's words just fell. Suddenly it felt like someone was blowing behind his ear. He was so scared that he shivered. Shasta threw out another ball of flame. It still turned out to be nothing. "Someone! We have people around here!" Lu Zonghua roared. Just this moment, Qin Ming also steeply heard a creepy teeth-grinding sound ringing in his ears. His turtle breath spirit technique had been practiced to its great completion. He didn't even notice anyone around him. Yet the sound was so real, blowing breath as if it were in his ears. Qin Ming clenched his fists as he slammed out with the ice fist. Boom! Still punches that miss. Nothing. He took out his own falling blood sword. The spiritual energy in his body was injected within the scabbard. In an instant, the falling blood sword emitted a vague blue glow. Just then suddenly, swish, a white figure flashed past him like a ghost. Qin Ming gripped the falling blood sword tightly and swung it forward. Shoo! A sword chi rushed straight through, yet the white shadow disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Is it really a ghost? Qin Xian, did Elder Yun say anything about how to crack the spirit realm? Qin Xian did not respond. Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua also lost their voices. Qin Ming swished around and looked behind him. It was surprisingly empty under the dim gloom. Reclining against, the three of them were here the previous breath. How did they just disappear? Where are the people? Qin Xian? Ma Chang? Lu Zonghua? No one responded. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and gusts of eerie cold air kept coming from the darkness. Qin Ming hurriedly calmed himself down. Zip crunch. The sound of an evil spirit grinding its teeth came back to his right ear. As if he was eating something, the sound was extremely harsh and horrible. Qin Ming swung his falling blood sword down towards his back, and surprisingly, it was still empty. His heart pounded. Elder Yun Shuai-ro said, "Each spirit realm is the result of the grievances of a traveler or native, and there is always a way to break it. Then finding this resentful remnant is the most important thing." Chapter 28, Little Girl. The beast is too cruel. With that thought in mind, Qin Ming held the falling blood sword and continued onward. Every now and then, an eerie sound of rustling came to his ears. Even the white figure kept dangling in front of his eyes. Without exception, when Qin Ming perceived it, yet it remained empty. This tribute house is very large. There are thousands of exam compartments like this one. Qin Ming walked for half an hour. It suddenly occurred to him that since there are so many exam compartments here, the secrets are probably hidden in the compartments. He pushed open the cubicle to his right. The table is pitted to the touch. The cubicle was empty except for a stool. Qin Ming pushed open another exam compartment. This time he was surprised to find a crimson-colored box in the corner. The box was small, a foot square, with a rusty iron lock hanging from it. Qin Ming swung his falling blood sword to split the lock with a click. He opened the red box. In a flash, a bloody hand came into view. Shocked, Qin Ming took several steps backward. It was a child's hand, with thin fingers and frostbite, stained with blood. What the hell? Why is there a child's hand? Qin Ming's heart thumped faster, and his heart seemed to jump out of his mouth. He pushed through to the next exam compartment and there were no boxes. Qin Ming pushed away 3 more in succession. I was surprised to see another small red box. When he opened it, it turned out to contain a bloody child's ear. Frostbite on the ears too. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Qin Ming exited the cubicle. Just then, he suddenly heard a shout. It was Ma Chang's voice. He hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound. There's a ghost! There's a ghost! The burly Ma Chang burst out of a cubicle. He clenched his fists and swung them wildly. There's a ghost! I can't hit it yet. He saw that Qin Ming had finally calmed down a bit. Qin Ming, there's a ghost. There's even half a child's arm in this exam compartment, and it's covered in blood. Next breath, they heard Qin Xian's call in the distance again. Qin Ming and Ma Chang ran forward furiously, turning down a long corridor. They saw Qin Xian and Lu Zonghua constantly waving their long swords with extraordinarily tense expressions. What's going on? How did we suddenly get separated just now? I don't know. There's a white shadow blowing back and forth in my ear. It's so T&D creepy. I found the wooden box in the cubicle, and it turned out to have a foot in it. Or a child's. Qin Xian took several deep breaths. Her eyes went to Qin Ming, who hadn't been speaking. Compared to the other two, Qin Ming seemed exceptionally calm. This could not help but cause even the always high and mighty Qin Xian to develop a trace of respect. Qin Ming, what do you think? Qin Ming had not yet spoken. Ma Chang clenched his fists and shouted furiously. What do we do? If you ask me, we'll just tear down this entire exam room, or throw a fire to burn this place down. Lu Zonghua frowned and shook his head. I just tried. The flames don't work on these exam compartments. Ma Chang was taken aback by these words. Qin Xian's face became even more grave. She walked over to Qin Ming and came, her arms holding her sword. Qin Ming, what do you think? Qin Ming said with a slight frown. Elder Yun said that the spirit realm is condensed from the residual souls and grievances of the travelers or aborigines. So if you can't decipher the logic behind it, brute force alone won't work at all. Ma Chang, Qin Xian, and Lu Zonghua were pondering. Have you noticed the red boxes that appear in these exam compartments? Of course I found it. It was bloody inside when I opened it. It's either an arm or a chunk of flesh, and it's scary as hell. I found that too. And a couple of the crates I pushed were all shredded meat with skin, and it looked like a child's. Poor thing. Qin Ming nodded. I'm wondering if these limb fragments look disorganized though, but if we put them together, will we be able to find new clues? Qin Xian, Lu Zonghua, and Ma Chang were all lost in thought. How does this spliced body thing sound sinister? After 3 breaths of silence, Qin Xian was the first to say, I think Qin Ming's method is right. Then collect all those limbs as Qin Ming said. Qin Ming pointed to the exam compartment in front of him and said, this is ground zones 8, where I'm piecing it all together. You collect all the meaty organs here. Okay, that's it. Qin Xian's trio immediately sprang into action and disappeared into the darkness. Qin Ming moved a table out from the cubicle and prepared to splice the body on the table. Suddenly, a gust of cloudy wind blew by. Warning, danger level increased 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming looked up to see a white shadow standing in the corner of the cubicle. His head was bowed, his long hair falling over his shoulders, a scholar's bamboo basket over his shoulder, and a pen in his right hand. Only the pen was dipped in blood, and drop by drop it fell to the ground. Qin Ming's sweaty hairs stood up coldly, and his entire heart jumped out of his chest as he was shocked. He mustered up the courage to ask, who the hell are you? The white silhouette didn't say a word. Qin Ming grabbed the falling blood sword, the blade radiating blue light. His grip on the sword steeply exerted force, and a sword chi slashed out. Shoo! The white shadow disappeared once again. When Qin Ming turned his head, he saw him appear on the roof again, still in the same shape, quietly facing Qin Ming. He didn't speak or attack either. Weird as hell. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian held both ears. Ma Chang ran over holding half an arm and a hand, and Lu Zonghua holding 2/3 of a broken leg. Qin Ming looked at the white ghostly figure on the roof of the building. He stood there still motionless. Qin Ming simply didn't care. Piecing together the corpse first was important. He infused the blue falling blood sword with spiritual energy, emitting a vague glow that illuminated the table. These broken blood and flesh emitted an extremely unpleasant bloody odor. Qin Ming's heart was beating extremely fast, and his hands were shaking a little with nervousness. The most common thing that used to be put together was card puzzles, but who would have thought that they would now have to spell a corpse, and a child's body at that? Who the hell is so cruel? Qin Ming endured the stench and pieced it together a little bit. At first what Qin Xian and the others brought over were still relatively intact organs. By the end of the day there was a surprising amount of shredded flesh with skin on it, which was shockingly brutal. Qin Ming pondered as he pieced it together. Hard. Too hard. And being given a ghost to work with. Wait until the general human likeness comes out. Qin Ming could identify the body as a 7 or 8-year-old girl. He finally put together the last piece of shredded meat with skin. Suddenly, The white ghostly figure that originally stood on the roof of the building unexpectedly let out a low cry. Woohoo! The voice was as if it was a grievous ghost locking up its soul, resounding throughout the entire tribute courtyard. Qin Ming and Qin Xian's 4 people stared tightly at the white-robed ghostly figure. Suddenly, the entire picture of the fluorite tribute house changed abruptly. It was surprisingly light in what had been a dark environment. Many shadows appeared around them. They were dressed in white, blue and green scholars' attire, carrying bamboo baskets, holding brushes, ink, paper and inkstones, all confidently walking toward the tribute court. Qin Ming's 4 men stood on the main road. It was as if these candidates could not see them at all. Chapter 29, Crossers Deserve to Die. Little girl freezes to death. In front of him stood an examiner on a high platform in the gazebo. He stroked his beard and shouted, "Please enter the examination room as soon as possible. The examination will begin in a quarter of an hour." Many candidates walked past Qin Ming and their surroundings. Just then, at the entrance of the examination room there was a scholar dressed in white who caught the attention of the crowd. He was carrying a broken bamboo basket and holding a little girl in his right hand. The little girl was not very old, around 7 or 8 years old. Her clothes were tattered and she looked extremely thin. "Lord Examiner, my name is Wang Yu. Both my parents have passed away at home, and I came here with my sister to take the imperial examination. I also ask that you would allow my sister to enter the examination room. Find a place to sit, and take her away when I have finished." "No way. The examination center is an important place. How can we allow unrelated people to enter?" Scholar Wang Yu turned to his sister with a face full of tenderness. No. You will wait for brother outside the examination room. Today's test is poetry. Brother 30 years of hard study. Must in high school gold list. Then you can live a good life. Brother, Nyoko is so hungry. You wait for your brother to finish his exams and then I'll take you to eat something delicious. Aha! The examiner asked loudly with one hand behind his back. Wang Yu, are you so confident that you will definitely be able to pass the golden ranking? Wang Yu, who is poor in ambition, was very confident in his words. I, Wang Yu, practiced writing at the age of 3, composed poems at the age of 5, studied hard for 30 years, and today I will surely be able to reach the high school gold list. The young scholars in the examination room were also muttering in low voices. I've also heard that this Wang Yu is talented and powerful indeed. Yes, I heard that he can compose a good poem in 2 hours, and this time he will surely be favored by His Majesty. The examiner standing high above also stroked his beard in appreciation. If it's true that you can make a good poem in 2 hours, Wang Yu are indeed a genius. The words just fell out, only to see a green-clothed scholar laughing loudly in examination room no. A 03. Lord Examiner, if composing a poem in 2 hours is genius, then what should I, Xiao Chen, compose a song in half a quarter of an hour? All 4 of Qin Ming looked at the man in green. Seeing his pants under his green robe exposed as he walked, they turned out to be a pair of jeans. The Crossers. Qin Ming recognized a few people. It is indeed easy for a traveler to compose a poem in half a quarter of an hour. The other scribes around him were immediately unconvinced. Other people Wang Yu is a genius. Only 2 hours to compose a song. You want to compose a song in a quarter of an hour? Simply delusional. Yeah. How could he possibly compare to Wang Yu? The green-clothed man, Xiao Chen, stared at Wang Yu with a glaring gaze and shouted, Wang Yu, since everyone thinks you're great, do you dare to compete with me in today's exam? The white-clothed scholar Wang Yu put down his bamboo basket. The people around us were up in arms. Even the examiner standing on the high platform was full of expectations for Wang Yu. Wang Yu thought to himself that he was already a genius and had studied hard for 30 years. Is he still no match for a 15-year-old boy? Just compare. Good. The green-clothed traveler Xiao Chen slapped the table. You have heard, Lord Examiner, that if I compose a good poem in half a quarter of an hour today, and if he, Wang Yu, didn't make it, let him get the hell out of the exam room. Hearing this, Qin Xian walked next to Qin Ming and softly said, this traveler Xiao Chen is somewhat detestable, clearly trying to step on others to get to the top. Qin Ming nodded, but he suddenly thought, read a lot of novels on Blue Star myself. Travelers aren't all like that. The literary copyist came to bully others for their 30 years of hard work. The game is on. The other scholars on the field watched as they answered the questions. The result was less than half a quarter of an hour. The green-clothed man, Xiao Chen, had really done a good job with the poem. Lord Examiner, my verse is done. It's just that my finger bones have been aching lately and I can't write very well, so I apologize. Qin Ming muttered in his heart, which traveler has good brush writing? The many scholars around them were shocked. Even Wang Yu, who was meditating, was stunned. The examiner picked up the roll and read it aloud. Xiao Gestaman Hu Tassel. Wu Hook Frost and Snow Bright. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, soughing like a shooting star. The first time the four Qin Ming heard it was Li Bai's chivalry. There was a roar of applause from the surrounding schoolchildren. It's so neat. The mood is lofty and dashing. Wang Yu lost. He made such an ancient poem in half a quarter of an hour. He is a great talent. So I thought Wang Yu was a genius. But I didn't realize that in front of Xiao Chen Wang Yu is nothing. Wang Yu, who was already nearly 40 years old, looked at the poem with trembling eyes. He asked defiantly, What do you mean by Chaco in this? It's the assassin from Zhao. But we don't have Zhao in our history. Xiao Chen froze and immediately babbled. Of course it's virtual. You fool, why don't you get out of the exam room if you lose? I'm not convinced. I've been a prodigy since I was a child. And I've studied hard for 30 years. I can't even write a famous poem in 2 hours. You're surprisingly half a quarter of an hour away. You've lost even if you don't. Get lost. Xiao Chen waved his hand. The others around them followed suit and waved. Get lost. Wang Yu, you have to admit when you lose. Even that examiner took the verse and shouted very excitedly. Xiao Chen, this is a really good poem of yours. Can the title be added to the name of Lao Fu, the examiner? With this I can also circulate for ages. Of course, Lord Examiner. Good. Wang Yu, you lost. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Come on people, do throw this Wang Yu out of the examination room. In a split second, in the midst of Wang Yu's hoarse cries, he was pulled out by 2 officers with their arms clamped. It was snowing heavily in the sky. The entire area around the exam room was covered in snow. Qin Ming and the others also felt a chill. This is outrageous. Qin Xian held his sword and walked towards Xiao Chen's virtual shadow. I'm going to chop him up. How can you bully people like that? Result. She slashed out, and the image of this examination room shattered. Suddenly, another scene appeared before Qin Ming's eyes. The snow fell all over the streets and it was cold. A corner of a broken temple wall. The white-clothed scholar Wang Yu and his sister cowered in the corner. My sister was freezing and shivering. Brother, I'm cold and hungry. Wang Yu kept crying, tears streaming down his cheeks. Brother, they said you were kicked out of the examination center. Is it true that you won't be able to take the imperial examination this year? Wang Yu was saddened in his heart. Put. He spat out a mouthful of blood. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone in this world can make 1,000 famous poems in half a quarter of an hour. I don't believe it. His handwriting is so ugly. It's amazing he can make good poetry. Wang Yu crumbled to his feet. He looked at the snowy sky and wept bitterly. My parents got sick and couldn't afford the medicine to pay for my education and died of the disease. The family's real estate was also sold by me. And I brought my sister to the capital to study for the imperial examinations. I didn't expect to be kicked out of the exam room today. Heavens, why is this? Why is he so good? Why? Pust. Wang Yu once again sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the white snow. This scene was unbearable to watch as Qin Ming's crowd watched. Qin Ming, look at this. Qin Xian pointed at the corner and said sadly, that little girl Nyonya seems to have frozen to death. Sure enough, that little girl, Nyonya, who was cold and hungry and had put all her hopes in her brother's imperial examinations, had actually frozen to death. He had frostbite all over his hands and feet and ears. Qin Ming also shakily remembered. The body he had just pieced together had frostbite on its ears, hands and feet. It looks like the patchwork body is the kid. The sound of Wang Yu's heartbreaking cries of pain came from his ears. He wept bitterly as he held his sister's dead body. Nyonya, brother is sorry for you. I'm sorry. He beat me in half an hour with 30 years of hard work. Just then, the owner of the restaurant walked over with 2 small sis and kicked Wang Yu. You poor, broken scholar. Staying at my restaurant for 2 days. Saying that you are able to go to high school, but losing to someone else who is only 15 years old. It's simply disgraceful. Quickly pay back the 3 taels of silver we owe to my tavern. Wang Yu had long since been taken over by pain inside at this point. He just kept crying and shedding tears. Hate the injustice of this heaven. The boy said softly, Boss, there are so many scholars in the early mornings these days. Our bun store right in front of the examination center could have made a big profit. But Wang Yu, this crappy scholar, won't even pay back the money. So what are we going to buy meat with? The obese shopkeeper's head turned to fix his evil gaze on Nix. Since this poor scholar can't pay the bill, use his sister to pay it. Take it away from me. Chapter 30, Melee. White-clothed ghost. It was snowing heavily at the moment. By the time Scholar Wang Yu reacted, my sister's frozen body is long gone. He hurried until he found the entrance to the exam room. The Baozi store in front of the examination center has a tantalizing aroma coming from it. Many candidates buy buns to eat when they come out. Wang Yu collapsed to the ground with his head cloaked. For a long time, the green-clothed man Xiao Chen, who had been sparring with him in the poem, walked over. He picked up a bun and threw it in front of Wang Yu. Eat? I know you're hungry. I just want to win. I don't want your life. I'm not convinced. I've studied hard for 30 years. Why would I lose to you? Xiao Chen had an evil smile on his face. He lowered himself down to Wang Yu's ear and teased softly. 30 years of hard studying, but you know what? I'm actually a scum. I just accidentally memorized a poem and crushed you. Are you feeling bad about this? Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen smiled broadly as he was flanked by the crowd and left. Exasperated, Qing Xian, who was next to him, charged up again with his Yujin sword. However, he was grabbed by Qin Ming. Don't go. It's an illusion. It could be something that happened once. What's the use of you going to cut him now? This kind of lousy person, who was originally a lousy student, crossed over here to bully people. What kind of a person is he? Wang Yu, who was cowering in the corner, held a steaming bun in his hand, and he didn't resist taking a bite. Result: all of a sudden something got stuck. He took out what turned out to be a ring made of iron. It also has the word Nionia written on it. In an instant, Wang Yu's entire body was like crazy. Nionia, Nionia. Ah. He got up to settle the score with that Xiao Chen in the Baozi store, but he took one step and fell down and never got up again. Wang Yu is dead. Blood stained a large portion of the snow. Just then, all the illusionary images around them suddenly disappeared. The sky was once again overcast and dark. A cold wind blew through. The ghostly figure of the scholar standing on that roof suddenly rushed towards the four. His loose hair was blown away by the cold wind and his face was covered in blood. You damned travelers! You damned travelers! Give me back my life! Qin Ming subconsciously dodged to the left. This ghost seems to have passed into the second level of the psychic realm. Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua also hurriedly backed away. However, that Qing Xian, was like a battle-crazed maniac, gripping his Yujin sword and charging forward. With both feet on the ground, she leapt up and held her sword in both hands. Talent, Knife Skills, Sequence 33. Activated. Boom! The 5-meter long blade shadow chopped down. Already at the first level of the psychic realm, her face was as cold as frost. However, that white ghostly figure instantly disappeared in place. Splat! The Yujin blade chopped the house with a crackling sound. Qin Ming had just grasped the falling blood sword in his hand when he felt the sound of a cold exhale coming from his ears. He didn't say a word. The talented concealment and turtle breath spirit technique were executed at the same time. The figure retreated violently while making use of the heavenly sword cutting technique. Swoosh! A sword chi killed the darkness. Although Qin Ming's cultivation was only at the third level of body tempering, his speed was astonishing. Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua looked surprised. The white ghostly shadow that had attacked Qin Ming disappeared once again. Jia jia jia. Creepy laughter came from all around. The ghosts of the white scribes are everywhere. Damn crossers, copying poetry to bully me. Damn it. Death to all of you. Go to hell. Ma Chang clenched his fists. This ghost is playing a trick. Let's go. Ma Chang clenched his fists to reveal his exploding muscles. He stamped his foot hard on the ground. Talent, Hard Bones, Sequence 40. Activated. All of a sudden his muscles began to bulge with sinew and he was a full half-meter taller. Boom! Ma Chang slammed his fist into the ghostly shadow behind him. However, the punch went out and surprisingly landed. The white ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of Ma Chang. When he turned around, the bookish ghost reached out his long, sharp claws to stab him in the throat. It's amazing how this guy found the flaw in the gifted hard bone right away. A weak throat. Lu Zonghua smashed another fireball a foot in diameter over. The fireball shattered in front of Ma Chang. The white ghostly figure was immediately startled and withdrew. The crowd rushed over to try to see how Ma Chang was injured. Result: the ghost shadow scholar, however, suddenly appeared in front of Lu Zonghua again. Lu Zonghua hurriedly cast Talented Flame, and each of the two fireballs slammed into the air. He tensed up inside and immediately turned around to run away. But the ghostly shadow, at once, pinched his neck. "You travelers, all of you die." Ghost Shadow Scholar was just about to make a push. Xing Xian slashed down in the air. The Ghost Shadow Scholar pinched Lu Zonghua and stormed back 3 meters, just barely 5 meters away from Qin Ming. Qin Ming took out the Yama needle box. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 Yanluo needles killed out in a smooth manner. The Yama needle cartridge deals damage to both humans, demons, ghosts and beasts. Sure enough, 3 needles went through. The ghostly Shadow Scholar let out a miserable scream. One breath later, Qing Xian reappeared holding the Yujin sword. She slashed several times in succession, forcing the ghostly figure to step back. The final snapping of the vapors disappeared. Qin Ming immediately raised his perception to the maximum. Ghostly cries came from all directions. One sound after another was extraordinarily dismal. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt a chill behind him, and he didn't even have time to turn around before releasing the Yanluo needle box towards his back. Whoosh! 3 needles killed. The ghostly figure screamed again. Lu Zonghua, who had climbed up from the ground, furiously threw out a dozen or so flames in succession. Finally, the Ghost Shadow Scholar's figure gradually disorganized. He floated to the roof. only to be slashed along the top of his head by Qin Xian, who was already there in ambush. The White Shadow Scholar was completely reduced to nothing. The crowd gasped for air. What's going on? This Wan Yu's resentment is clearly dead. How come this spirit realm isn't unraveling yet? Qin Ming thought for a moment and placed his gaze on Niono's corpse once more. Everyone join me in laying this body to rest. Are you sure burying this body will help? Not sure, but based on the image of the illusion just now, I think Wang Yu and his sister are pretty miserable. Especially the little girl, who did nothing wrong and was made into a bun after being starved to death. Ma Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. Qin Ming, what I don't understand is that since his sister was made into a bun, why would these body parts appear in the corner of the examination center? This one's easy. Qin Xian jumped down from the eaves of the room with his sword in both hands. A lot of the candidates who took the Kotaku exams ate the buns. That's why Nix's shredded flesh and limbs are showing up in all the koans. Qin Ming nodded and took a deep breath. He joined the crowd in digging a deep hole in the left corner of the wall. Bit by bit, the broken open body was put in. It was then covered with dirt again. When they had just finished this, the original illusion of the surrounding fluorite tribute house, it finally clammed up and dissipated. What appeared before the world was again the barren area where limbs and arms had been broken a moment before. Past. This spirit realm is finally out. The spirit realm that Master chose for us for the first time is relatively simple. Simple? What's simple? It's not because this kid Qin Ming reacted quickly. If I were circled inside, I wouldn't be able to get out even if I were circled for 10 years. Chapter 31, Yun Shui Ro, you're not a eunuch? Qin Ming smiled and saw 4 pieces of blue essence spirit falling from the air. They took a piece each. Qin Ming squeezed it cold in his hand, and it was filled with energy. In the past, it was Master who gave essence spirit and used it to upgrade his talent. I didn't realize that it was so tough to get this thing. Ma Chang pinched the essence spirit and laughed nervously. The essence spirit that I got myself. How come it feels so good to touch it? Lu Zonghua took a long breath and said, it wasn't easy to come by. Almost all of them were pinched to death by ghosts. Qin Ming put the essence spirit away. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Qin Xian had already headed outside. The long braid on her back swayed from side to side in a valiant manner. This girl is really a maverick. The fighting style in the illusion just now was also exceptionally formidable. And that last slash even split the ghost scribe to death. It seems simple, but in actuality, it certainly contains a lot of spiritual skills. Qin Ming and the 3 of them returned to the backyard of Drunken Immortal Mansion in a carriage. Yun Shui Ro has been waiting here for a long time. A few of you are half a day ahead of where I thought you'd be. Master, you didn't reveal to us in advance how this spirit realm is going to be broken. We almost died in it. Each spirit realm only exists once, without any experience to speak of. It will just automatically match the difficulty of the spirit realm based on your cultivation level. So it is. Qin Xian whispered the events in the spirit realm to Master Yun Shuiyao from the side, especially Qin Ming's calmness and wit. Yun Shuiyao nodded and got up to come in front of Qin Ming. Qin Ming, congratulations on obtaining the qualifications to join the 5 Elements Alliance. Our 5 Elements Alliance has 5 halls of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Which one would you like to join? Yun Shuiyao's autumn watery eyes were full of admiration. If you want to join my Inferno Fire Hall, I'm especially welcome, and as a gift of worship, I will give you Qin Xian's essence along with it. Cyan. She was immediately upset at hearing this, biting her lip in eagerness. Master, you're too biased. Why should I give him mine? Besides, he can join if he doesn't want to. It's not like I want more than one eunuch master. Qin Ming came energized at the sound of it. Senior Yun, I actually really want to worship you as my master. It's just that I don't like being a junior disciple, and I prefer Shirmai. If I can get Qin Xian to be my senior sister, Clank. Qin Xian drew his ebon blade and pointed it straight at Qin Ming. You keep talking nonsense. Unbridled. Yun Shuiyao snorted coldly. Qin Ming, the request you said isn't difficult. Master agreed. In the future, let Qin Xian be your senior sister. This infuriated Qin Xian so much that he stomped his foot on the ground. Humph. Qin Xian, bring your essence spirit and lend it to Master. Master, it was hard for me to get this. Master said to give him a meeting gift. So give it to him. And when next time Master goes to the 5 Elements Alliance to get the essence spirit to return it to you, that is. After saying that, Yun Shuiyao took Qin Xian's essence spirit and placed it into Qin Ming's hands. Qin Xian was so angry that she glared at Qin Ming with both eyes, her full chest rising and falling. Junior sister, don't be so angry. You've reached the Tongling realm. Your senior brother, I'm only at the 3rd level of body tempering now, and I especially need essence spirit to enhance my talent. Thank you. Qin Xian twisted his head and headed towards the house. Her little white face bulged with anger and she stomped her feet as she walked away, muttering under her breath, dead eunuch. When Master isn't around next time, Let's see if I don't seek revenge on you. Yun Shueiyao brought Qin Ming to the secret room next to him. In the middle of the chamber was an 8 imperial table and a mahogany chair. An incense burner sits on the table. Yun Shueiyao handed Qin Ming 3 sticks of clear fragrance. Since you have already worshipped me as your teacher, at this particular time, we will simply perform the ritual of worship. Kneel down. Qin Ming immediately took the 3 clear incense and knelt on the futon. Master is above. Please accept my disciples' obeisance. First, we will worship the previous alliance masters of our 5 elements alliance. Qin Ming then rushed to the incense burner to pay his respects. Worship our current ally, Golden Yangzi. Again, he's not in the fluorite imperial city right now. I will arrange for you to meet when he returns. Yes, master. Qin Ming once again rushed the incense burner and performed the ritual of 3 bows. Immediately after that, Yun Shueiro sat down on the mahogany chair. She was dressed in white, with curls of green smoke enveloping her, as if she were a holy fairy. Qin Ming, are you sincere in paying your respects today? Master, my disciple is sincere. Good. Performed the rite of worship. Qin Ming kowtowed 3 times and got up. Yun Shueiyao took out a bunch of silver bills from her sleeve, which amounted to nearly 2,000 taels. Master, this is all for you from your master. So load it up and don't let the other senior siblings see it. Master, I see that our drunken immortal house isn't doing very well either. 2,000 taels of silver is too much. You take it. Yun Shueiyao said in a serious tone. Since I have taken you on as a disciple, I must treat you with sincerity. The other disciples are outside the palace, and their safety is protected by the 5 Elements Alliance. You are different. You are in that Tai-in palace. The eldest princess kills without mercy. We have had many travelers die at her hands. You'll need silver to survive in the palace to make ends meet, and pack it on your person for emergencies. Qin Ming was slightly moved in his heart. Pingback, recognizing a master. He hadn't contributed much to the 5 Elements Alliance, but Yun Shueiro treated him well. Again, they give essence in silver. Disciple thanks master. Qin Ming, is there anything else you need for master to help you with in the palace? Qin Ming thought slightly and said softly, Master, there really is one thing. I killed an eunuch named Xiao Qinzi when I crossed over to this world, and it was his identity that I impersonated in the palace. What? Yun Shueiyao was very surprised. You mean to say you're not a eunuch? Master, I didn't say I was a eunuch. How do you? Yun Shueiro's face flushed a faint red. After all, she was a little embarrassed to talk to a bloodthirsty man about a topic like whether or not he was a eunuch. That was a misunderstanding on our part. Thinking you were a eunuch in the Tai-in palace, so wouldn't you be in more danger? Master, I have a special method. The favor that I ask you to do is to find out about that little Qinzi's life. Let's see if there are any old folks from the same place in the palace. I'm afraid I'll suddenly reveal myself one day. My master knows. It is indeed dangerous enough. This matter cannot be delayed. Does he have any characteristics? Master, all I know is that his belt tag reads Xiao Qinzi, and he has a fresh scar from his left eye to his neck, about the same size as me, and looking somewhat similar to me, from the western county of Cold Night City. Alright, master knows. As soon as I find out I'll have Qin Xian send you a letter. If it can be resolved, master will do his best to help you out. Disciple thanks master. Don't thank me. It's getting late. Get on with your errands. By the way, if it's possible, bring your senior uncle some food. Disciple obey. Qin Ming bought 4 burritos. After he arrived at the devil suppressing tower, he didn't immediately go to the purgatory where Mu Sizhe was. Instead, he sat down in front of the bookshelf. Qin Ming gave a book in front of him for show, then slowly run the body's spiritual energy. He took out 2 clusters of blue essence and swallowed one first. In a split second, words appeared on the heaven-locking gourd. Essence energy found. Can upgrade talent, please select. Upgrading the gift of duplication. Copy talent, sequence 9, upgrade successful. Level 2. Number of other traverser talents that can be copied, 2. Gourd righteous father. If we use another essence, is it possible to raise the replication talent to the 3rd level? To upgrade a talent from level 2 to level 3, 2 essence spirits are required. Qin Ming. Forget it. It's better to add this essence to the concealment talent first. Upgrade concealment talent, sequence 133, upgraded successfully. Level 2. Perfect concealment of breath. Bloodline. Cultivation. Speed increased by 3 times during battle. I really didn't think that the concealment talent had such a magical effect after it was upgraded. You can triple your speed when launching an attack. Isn't that an assassination weapon? 666. It's just awesome. Chapter 32, Deranged Woman Immersed in a Pigsty. Qin Ming cultivated for a while longer, consolidating the body-tempering triple realm. Started pushing the traditional script again. It waited until the evening when it became even darker inside the Devil Suppressor Tower. It was only then that Qin Ming quietly walked in the direction of Musashi. The glowstones in purgatory have become very dull. Everywhere was dimly lit and wailing. The travelers held in the cells on either side were more miserable than one another. All of them looked at Qin Ming with a hopeful gaze. One female traveler was also wearing a short black silk dress. She rolled and crawled to the door of purgatory. Big brother, please give a bite to eat. Do whatever you want to me, please. Big brother, I can suck a cock and play the piano. Please give me a bite to eat. Qin Ming sensed that there were 7 or 8 travelers in the surrounding cells staring at him. Qin Ming would not dare to gamble in this situation. He could only choose to ruthlessly ignore the black silk woman's request and turn away. Finally, we reach Musaenji's prison cell. Luckily, there were no other prisoners on either side. Mauser leaned against the corner of the jail cell, covered in blood. Qin Ming gently knocked on the iron door. Moose immediately woke up with eyes showing delight and surprise. He crept quietly to the iron door and whispered, "Son, did you make contact?" Uncle Sherfu. With this address from Qin Ming, Mu Sizhe immediately understood. He was full of joy. "You passed the spirit realm examination and worshipped my senior sister as your master?" Qin Ming nodded. "Great. There's hope for us travelers. There's hope." His otherwise cloudy, desperate eyes showed a sparkle. Qin Ming took out 4 pieces of burnt cake from his sleeve and secretly handed them to his arms. The moment he touched the blood on his arm, the heaven-locking gourd jumped out again. Traveler's talent, lie detection, sequence 99, found. Is it copied? Current number of replicable talents remaining, 1. Copy. Copy successful. Lie detection talent, level 1 when activated. Can lie detect the target, no more than 5 times per day. Qin Ming pondered that he could duplicate 2 of them now, and the concealment talent was quite good, so he kept it all the time. Take the lie detector talent first. Override it later when you come across other better talents. After all, strength counts in this world. Just then, there was the sound of footsteps outside. Qin Ming hurriedly gave Mu Sizhe a wink. Musur went to hide in the corner and shrunk again, hiding the 4 burritos tightly. Qin Ming also obediently walked towards the outside. The people who came were a group of demonic guards. They saw Qin Ming. "Eunuch Qin, what are you?" "I came here on the orders of the princess to learn the simplified characters, and there are a few characters that I can't learn how to do, so I wanted to find a traveler to ask." Each one turned out to be half dead. "Ha ha. That's for sure. These travelers are extraterrestrial demons, and it's normal for them to be half dead." Qin Ming saw an iron cage pulled behind them, which held 2 naked women, beaten and covered in blood. "Big brothers, who are these 2? This woman on the left was originally to marry Lu's son. The result of people Lu outside the bride price are down. The woman took the bride price and went to next door to hook up with the son of the family of the minister Wang. We, the demon guard, just happened to be there on a case, and when we heard about it, it wasn't right. There is no woman in our Dian kingdom who is so under severe interrogation. It's really a traveler." Qin Ming was surprised in his heart. This kind of thing can be really common on Blue Star. The woman on the left was beaten and bloodied in the chest. This woman on the right, after she got married, did not abide by her womanhood, saying that she wanted to pursue true love, so she left her husband and children and ran away alone. As a result, we were caught and severely interrogated. So it's true that they're travelers. Eunuch Qin, look at these travelers, still pursuing true love. They are simply lewd to the extreme. So you keep them in this cage is? Dip them in a piggy bank. There's a stinky ditch full of poisonous snakes behind the devil's tower. Drag them there and dip them under the water. Qin Ming. The demonic guards dragged the iron cage towards the distance. The women cried and cried but could not get any sympathy. Instead, the Tuzhan demon guards who were attracted to the whip struck even harder. Qin Ming took a deep breath. It was already dark. He had to return to the palace as soon as possible. These women are really weird too. Since you've crossed over to this world, can't you recognize reality and keep a low profile? It's miserable to end up like this. Qin Ming returned to the Tai-In palace room. He reviewed the spirit realm he had entered today. Master Yun Shui Ro said that the spirit realm might be the key to cracking the truth. What's happening in this fluorite tribute today? If you stand on the side of the aboriginal people, it's true that the traveler Xiao Chen is not a good person. A scumbag only memorized a few poems and crossed over to strut his stuff. It pissed off Wang Yu, who had studied hard for 30 years, alive and well. His sister also froze to death and was eaten. This might also serve as a reason for the aborigines to hate the travelers. However, Qin Ming felt that the truth behind it should not be so simple. Just then, a chortle came from the Rapunzel's upper hall. "Get the hell out of here." This was followed by the crackling sound of plates and bowls falling to the floor. Qin Ming pushed the door open. Only the Rapunzel went up to the entrance of the hall. All 12 women lieutenants and Suzaku. Several plates of food and soup fell on the floor. As soon as he saw Qin Ming, Lieutenant Mei Yang seemed to have thought of a way out and ran over with joy. Little Chinzi, it's great that you're back. Do your sisters a favor. What's wrong? The Rapunzel should have been injured in her battle with the Empress 3 days ago. You've not eaten or drunk since you got back. 3 days in a row. So help your sisters bring in the food. Why don't you guys send it? We sent it in and she knocked it over and said if anyone dared to come back in, she'd take the legs off. Qin Ming. So you're letting me go now? Little Chinzi, consider it a favor to your sister. So go in there and in case my leg gets removed, you're responsible for the rest of my life? Don't worry. You've lost 1 calf before anyway. It's okay to lose 2 more. Our sisters in the Taiyin Palace can afford to feed you. Qin Ming glared at Mei Yang without any good humor and turned around to enter the house. Sorry, Sister Mei Yang. We're not going. Who knew? Captain Mei Yang's arms stretched out in front of him. That wave almost bounced Qin Ming. Go on. Mei Yang had flirty eyes. Listen to your sister. And when you go, she'll look at the stars with you. Where did the stars come from in this sky? Then sister will take you to North Kuling to cut down the people. Qin Ming. Oh, so sick. No go. Mei Yang instantly blushed. Then you choose. Either you go to the North Kuling to cut people down, or all 12 of those school captain sisters come to cut you down. Qin Ming simply had a big head. The 12 signs of the zodiac are all here at the door of the room. Each had his arms clasped in front of his chest, and his eyes were untamed without arrogance. Little Chinzi, are you going or not? The 12 swords revealed a creepy light at the same time. Qin Ming hurriedly jumped up from his chair. Go, 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 go. Qin Ming took the plate from Mo Rabbit's hand. He didn't have the heart to mentally mutter, one day I'll whip all 12 of you. Chapter 33, Hugging and Rescuing the Princess. The Heavenly Secret. Rapunzel went up to the entrance of the hall. The red-eyed Suzum saw Qin Ming and said worriedly, Qin Ming, be careful. Don't worry. If the Rapunzel wants to cut me, I'll turn around and run. Suzum was so amused by Qin Ming that she almost laughed. She pointed to the lighted 11th floor above. You go up these steps. The eldest male is in his bedroom on the 11th floor. Yes. Qin Ming walked up the stairs. The 12 zodiac signs below all tilted their heads as they watched. Xiao Qinzi will be fine. Will he not? The eldest princess has been in a particularly bad mood these past 2 days. A few of us have followed him for so long. And we were slapped. If it is Xiao Qinzi estimated. Suzum's already anxious heart became even more anxious when she heard this. Qin Ming carried the tray up to the 11th floor. It was higher up here than the 20 floors of a silo on Blue Star. It basically overlooks the entire imperial city of Fluorite. However, at this moment, Qin Ming was not in any mood to enjoy the scenery. He walked over to the octagonal basilica door with his plate and knocked gently on the door. Eldest princess, Xiao Qinzi has something to report. Get out. Eldest princess, my subordinate will just come in and put this dish down and leave right away. If you dare to come in, the palace will remove your legs. Qin Ming turned his head. All of the 12 zodiacs under the building had their swords half drawn and their eyes fixed on him. Holy, what the hell is wrong with you crazy girls? Eldest princess, my subordinate will leave after a word. There was no response from the Rapunzel in the room. Qin Ming reached out and pushed the door open and walked in. This is a room he's never been in before. The room was large, in the shape of an octagon, with a dozen fluorite lamps hanging around it and a red carpet. The tables and chairs are all made of precious red tourmaline wood. The Rapunzel was wrapped in purple and black silk brocade clothes, half reclining on a red seal wooden chair. Her face was pale, her lips dry and bloodied, but her eyes were cold and terrifying. It seemed to be staring at Qin Ming as if he wanted to kill someone. Little Chinzi, are you looking for death? In 3 breaths, this palace will let your head fall to the ground. Qin Ming immediately unleashed his lie detector talent. Lie detector talent activated. Lie detector result, lie. He breathed a light sigh of relief. Eldest princess, my subordinate is in a dilemma. If I don't come into your room I will have my hands cut off by the zodiac. If I come into your room I will have my legs cut off by you. I thought about it, so I'd better leave my hands behind. At least I can still do some work in Taiyin Palace. Rapunzel froze and waved her sleeve. This palace doesn't eat food. Take all these things away. Take them away. Rapunzel here, in addition to the meal, there is also a tonic for your chi to heal your injuries that Suzum-sama has boiled for you. The palace doesn't drink it, take it and throw it away. Qin Ming recalled the battle between the eldest princess and the empress 3 days ago. Suzaku told him at the time. The 3 sisters of the Rapunzel were in open and secret rivalry, especially between the Rapunzel and the empress, who were literally like water and fire. Qin Ming hesitated and whispered with an element of gambling. Then the eldest princess might as well take her sword and kill all of my subordinates and sister Suzum and the 12 zodiacs. What did you say? Rapunzel snapped the table. She coughed several times in succession and reached out to point at Qin Ming. This palace is going to kill you. How dare you say such unbridled words? Lie detector talent activated. Lie detector result, lie. It seemed that the Rapunzel didn't want to hurt anyone at the moment. Qin Ming continued with a sigh of relief. Rapunzel, look at how badly injured you are. And you're not drinking medicine and letting this injury progress. If anything happens to you, who in the Taiyin Palace will be able to save anyone? Not all of them will have to die. What do you mean? What my subordinate means is that the eldest princess is the master of us all. Your body is not just your own, it's all of ours. If anything happens to you, we will all be punished by His Majesty, head and shoulders above the ground. She dares? She, Han Yuli, dares. Rapunzel snapped the table and stood up directly from her chair. She covered her chest and paled, coughing as she roared. If she dares to deal with the people under my command, I will have to kill her. Cough cough cough. The Rapunzel coughed violently several times in succession, and bright red blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. A coldness permeated her entire body. At a glance, Qin Ming saw that the pot of fiery flame grass that he had given to the eldest princess was actually sitting on the table. It can be seen that the Rapunzel's physique is indisputably and cold. Hatred flooded her eyes and she clenched her hands. This palace really regrets. How did it believe the cold Julie, this wolf-hearted doglung? She dared to withhold the salary of the Jin demon guards. This palace will kill her. Put. Rapunzel spat out a mouthful of blood. At once, her eyes went black, and she unexpectedly fell straight down on the carpet. Qin Ming hurriedly rushed over. Rapunzel. Rapunzel? Rapunzel's skin was simply horribly cold. Is this woman a human or a ghost? This wrist is colder than 1,000 years of ice. Touching it sends shivers down your spine. Qin Ming picked up Rapunzel and walked towards the bed. It smells so good. It's a crazy batch, but it's really beautiful. Qin Ming took a deep breath to hurriedly stop his rambling thoughts. The Rapunzel's body was cold and being a man himself, his aura was pure yang. Could lose to her, but he had a low cultivation level, so he hadn't been sucked dry by the Rapunzel. Qin Ming remembered the power pill he had drawn today. Without saying a word, he took the power pill. All of a sudden, the breath in his body was moving wildly. He sat behind Rapunzel waving both hands, pushing the strong masculine aura into the Rapunzel's body. Both palms just barely touched for a split second. Both of Qin Ming's frozen hands had frost on them. He clenched his teeth and held on. If you're already planning to save her anyway, why not just do it to the end? Qin Ming did his best to output all the spiritual energy from his entire body's meridians. A full hour later, Qin Ming was already so tired that he was almost deflated. He was pale as a sheet. The Rapunzel's sickly and chilly body was much better. A little blush also appeared on her face. Qin Ming placed her on the bed, pulling the covers over her to cover her up. Another blazing herb that was on the table was placed next to her. Qin Ming was about to leave, but his attention was drawn to a painting above the bed. The painting shows an empress in dragon robes and 3 daughters and a son sitting at a table for a meal. She was happily adding porridge to her children's bowls. This empress should be the mother of the eldest princess. But he had never heard that the 3 elder princess sisters even had a brother. I haven't heard any mention of a prince within the Great Diffusion Kingdom either. It looks like the whole family had a good time at that time. The 3 sisters are also very close to each other. How come the princess and the empress are at loggerheads now? Qin Ming got up and wanted to leave the house immediately. He was about to go. Suddenly, the Rapunzel in the middle of her coma looked unusually sad. It was the first time Qin Ming had seen this strong woman this soft. Han Yuli, you madman. My 3rd sister and I helped you kill my elder brother who was going to ascend the throne. Allowing you to ascend the throne. What more do you want? Qin Ming was simply shocked. What kind of appalling and counterintuitive news is this? Chapter 34. 13 beautiful women stand in front of the bed. Shocked. The 1st and 3rd princesses killed their elder brother who was supposed to inherit the throne. Cold Yuli, you forced the 3rd sister to leave the house. And you also want to take the Jin demon guard in my hand. You. Mother said before she died that you can't have the demon guard even if you die. If you push me any further, this palace will die with you. Cough 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 cough. Rapunzel's body curled up. Who expected? The silk nightgown that had been wrapped around her body had slipped off. One reveals a large expanse of chest snow white. This time, Qin Ming was directly confused. Days. So white. Good. What to do? If you leave like this crazy batch of princess woke up to see their clothes this way also, thought Qin Ming. But if you go get dressed for her, what if she wakes up at this time? Qin Ming hesitated for 3 breaths, but still decided to risk dressing her. He gently reached out his hand, his heart tensing up to the point of jumping out of his chest. This is the murderous Rapunzel. It's the crazy boss that the travelers are so afraid of. She was strong to the sovereign realm. A casual wave of the hand could cleave itself to pieces. It's impossible not to be nervous at this point. Qin Ming ruthlessly swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. Strange thoughts popped into his head again. It smells so good. By the way, how come it's so white? Could it be because it snows a lot in Glowstone? Qin Ming reached over with a trembling hand and tugged at the silk brocade. Finally covered. He took a deep breath and hurried toward the door. It's late night outside. All 12 zodiacs waited anxiously holding their swords. I don't know how Xiao Qinzi is doing. The room hasn't moved for so long. Just now the eldest princess was furious. And then there was no movement. Do you guys think it's possible that Xiao Qinzi has been killed? Suzune was startled by a slight tremor in her heart. No way? I reckon Xiao Qinzi must have been killed, or else there's no movement at all until now. The next breath, only a cackle. The door to the room opened. Qin Ming walked out from inside. He didn't even have a scratch on him. He just looked very weak, barely even a step. Mo Rabbit and Mei Yan flew up and held Qin Ming in place. The two men took him by the arm and flew up from above. How's it going, little Qinzi? Qin Ming concealed the fragment of himself treating the eldest princess. He was afraid that this would cause another misunderstanding. After all, there was skin-to-skin contact. By that crazy batch of Rapunzel knew and had to slaughter him again. The Rapunzel has just been lashing out at me. All kinds of abuse, all kinds of whips, and I've suffered so much. I tell you 12, I'm all there for you. I'm all beat up now, and I'm so weak that I don't even have a bit of spiritual energy left in my body. Zodiac felt a little embarrassed at once. Suzune was so distressed that she went forward to support Qin Ming. What about the Rapunzel? What could she be up to? Tired of fighting and asleep? Has the Rapunzel eaten? No, won't eat anything. I've done my best. You guys need to stop looking for me. I'm dying. I have to go back to sleep. Qin Ming went back to his room with Suzune assisting him. He didn't want to do anything once he was in bed, pulling the covers up and falling into a deep sleep. It's been a damn tiring day. Early in the morning, Qin Ming had just woken up from his sleep, only to see that there were actually 13 great beauties standing in the room in front of him. Am I dreaming? I've been to a clubhouse once in a previous life, and it also tops out at 6 for you to pick from. 13 at once? Are you in heaven? Qin Ming slapped himself and instantly came to his senses. Surprisingly, both Zodiac and Suzaku were in the room. Qin Ming was so shocked that he sat up from the comforter and pulled the covers over to roll himself up tightly. What do you want? So many women in my room early in the morning. Xiao Qinzi, don't misunderstand. You're a eunuch, what can we do to you? Xiao Qinzi, it's already the 4th morning today, and the Rapunzel still hasn't eaten anything. We're not answering our knocks, so come up with something. Xiao Qinzi, you went in yesterday and she didn't even kill you, so you can see that you have a way, right? Qin Ming, I have a hammer solution. If she hadn't fainted at the time, I was definitely cut into several pieces by her. Suzune came over from the side to hand Qin Ming's clothes to him and said softly, Qin Ming, just think of something. The eldest princess is our master. If something happens to her, none of us will survive. As soon as Suzaku spoke, Qin Ming's heart immediately softened. Suzune-san, have you guys considered that she doesn't like the food that's being served? We've ordered all the recipes from the Imperial Catering Room in the past few days, and bought her some of the cinnamon cakes and oil cakes you bought outside the other day. The Rapunzel is still not eating. Qin Ming thought about it. He suddenly remembered the painting hanging above his bed. The eldest princess's mother was distributing kanji to several of her sons and daughters. What kind of porridge is that? Qin Ming gently tapped his head. He remembered. That's not kanji. That's red bean dumplings. Yes, it's the Adzuki bean dumplings. He immediately sat up from the covers, forgetting that his upper body wasn't even clothed at all. Stunned, the Zodiac and Suzaku stared at each other. I think there is one thing the Rapunzel should like. Qin Ming had wanted to just say red bean lantern, but he was afraid that this was something modern, and he had never heard of the 12 signs of the Zodiac, so he wouldn't be exposed. If it was simply bought from outside, it wouldn't be called revealing. Just say you tasted it and thought it was delicious. Never mind. I can't tell you guys. I've only tasted it once outside. I'll go get it. Little Qinzi, you were so tired yesterday. Why don't you ask sister to accompany you? Qin Ming shook his head as he glanced at the anything big enough charming goat. I don't want it. Sister Mei Yang just knows how to bully. Clang. Mei Yang pulled out her sheep's intestines sword and pointed it at Qin Ming. It's your choice. Either you accompany your sister out, or she pokes you with a sword and drags you out again. Qin Ming immediately had a smile on his face. He pivoted his sword to the side. Alright. It's not just accompanying a big beautiful girl out for shopping. I, Qin Ming, would be happy to do so. Chapter 35, Sister is willing to give you black silk. Drunken Immortal Building. 6th floor. Room 1 of the heavenly character. The shopkeeper, Yun Shui Ro, was dressed in white and had a full and voluptuous figure. She sat at the table holding a cup of drunken immortal wine and took a sip. looking over at Qin Xian, who was playing with her braid with her head slightly bowed in front of her. Still mad about last time? I'm just not convinced. His cultivation level is only the 3rd level of body tempering. I'm all the way to the 1st level of tongling. How long have you been practicing? 18 years. Do you know how long Qin Ming has been practicing? I don't know. He crossed over to this world in less than 10 days. Qin Xian was startled, her rosy little mouth slightly open. 10 days? How do you know that? Master? He told me, but you have to keep it a secret. But Master, even if he really is a great cultivator, you can't make me his senior sister and take away my essence. I've been with you for 18 years at least. Master will just find time to go to the 5 Elements Alliance and get another essence spirit for you. Qin Xian pouted and nodded. What about the matter of the youngest sister? The matter of junior sister is settled. He's very smart in the head and kind. It's our good fortune to be under our master's tutelage. Qin Xian had been about to retort when he suddenly remembered that in the Fluorite Tribute Court Spirit Realm, Qin Ming did indeed have an overachievement. He had the lowest cultivation level when it came to danger, but he was extraordinarily calm. And often you can analyze the key to breaking the game. Alright Master, it's fine if you make him a Sifu, but I'm not shouting. Just then, the second disciple Lu Zonghua ran in, looking flustered. Master, the greedy Taoist from the Heavenly Tao sect is here. What? Yun Shuiyao immediately changed her color. Qin Xian asked suspiciously. Master, what is this greedy Taoist? He is an elder of the Heavenly Tao sect, who is insatiable and devious. They, the Tendo cult, have always considered themselves to be the people of heaven's destiny, and the travelers and aborigines who stand in the way of their interests are all killed. Then what is he doing in my 5 Elements Alliances in Flaming Fire Hall? I'm not sure. It's as good as done. Let them in. Yes, Master. Not a moment too soon. The green-robed greedy Taoist walked in with his disciple Leah. He was small, slightly hunched over, and held a black snake walking stick in his hand. Disciple Leah, on the other hand, was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand, and as soon as he entered the door, he placed his lustful gaze on Qin Xian. Yun Shuiyao was frank and confident with a glass of wine in her hand. Behind her stood 3 disciples, Ma Chang, Lu Zonghua, and Qin Xian. Hall Master Yun, still looking pleasant after not seeing you for 3 years. What is Taoist greed doing in my inflammatory fire hall? Hall Master Yun, I heard that the headquarters of the 5 Elements Alliance moved from the Fluorite Imperial City to Starlight City? It's none of your business. Of course it's my business. The East Buddha Mountain outside the city where our 13 branches of the Heavenly Tao sector located is a desolate place. Hall Master Yun, staying at the drunken immortal mansion in this city is simply a divine day. Pa Yin Shuiyao slammed her teacup on the table. Taoist greed. What do you mean by that? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Hall Master Yun, look at the 4 of you. There's only 2 of me, and it's not like I came over here to deliberately pick a fight. I just want to talk to you. I have nothing to talk to you Tendo cultists about. Alas, it's a bit unkind of Taoist clout to say that. Yun Shuiyao's white sleeve swung. Qin Xian sends his guests away. Qin Xian immediately came forward. Taoist greed. Please leave drunken immortal house with your disciples. Ha! The greedy Taoist suddenly laughed in a low voice. Hall Master Yun, I haven't seen you in 3 years, or you still have this much personality, and you have a beautiful person and a big temper. But, if a man is grumpy he has to be grumpy or else. Or else what? Yun Shuiyao's face grew angry as she chided. Taoist greedy. You're at the 6th level of psychic, and I, Yun Shuiyao, am at the 5th level of psychic. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ha 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 ha. Hall Master Yun, I'm afraid that your current realm can't reach the 5th level of tongling. Yun Shuiyao frowned. In a flash, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if there was venom coursing through her body's meridians. Blood spilled from the corner of Yun Shuiyao's mouth. Despicable. You poisoned me? Don't talk nonsense, Hall Master Yun. My disciples and I have only just arrived here. How could we be the ones to poison? Almost instantly Yun Shuiyao understood. There's a spy in their drunken immortal house. Qin Xian picked up his master's wineglass and slammed it hard on the ground. Snap! The wineglass fell into pieces. That drunken immortal brew was smoking thick white smoke. Surprisingly, it's 7 viper venom. Ha ha ha. The more you move after being hit by the 7 viper poison, the more it will burn your cultivation. Hall Master Yun should still be quiet and let's talk. You shameless people. Qin Xian pulled out his ebony sword with a clang and blocked in front of his master. Whoever dares to touch my master, I'll chop off his head. Little wench, you're no match for me. I'm in the mood to talk to your master now, so you'd better back off. If you have to stay here, all 3 of you will die. The words fell, only to see a dozen or so thin and long 7 kuei snakes unexpectedly crawling out of that greedy Taoist's black snake staff. It was then that Yun Shuiyao remembered that this greedy Taoist's talent was exactly that, the sentinel snake. Of her 3 disciples, Only Qin Xian had reached the first level of Tongling, and the other two were all still at the body-tempering realm. He himself was now infected with the 7 Viper poison, and he was no match at all. At that thought, Yun Shueiyao swung her sleeve. "You guys stand down. Master, we want to be with you. You guys stand down." The greedy Taoist once again laughed out loud. He exerted a slight force, and the 7 vipers in the black snake staff had already stretched out their heads to spit out red letters, as if they were about to spit out their venom. "Listen to your master and go. Otherwise stay here or die." Yun Shueiro also pointed at the greedy Taoist's disciple. "Li Ya, let him out too." "Yes." The corner of Li Ya's mouth smiled slightly, holding the fan and going out the door. Qin Xian Ma Chang Lu Zonghua also followed behind and went out. People were seen laughing loudly in the room from a distance. "I forgot to tell you guys. I put a dozen 7 vipers in the drunken immortal house. I can't guarantee that all those little second maids of yours will not be bitten to death." Qin Xian, Ma Chang and Lu Zonghua hurriedly ran towards the other end of the corridor. Qin Ming and Mei Yang circled around the fluorite imperial city. He searched everywhere for traces of Adzuki bean curds. "I've just searched the east city and found nothing." Now they came to the inner city. "I say, brother, what exactly is this food you speak of? Don't buy it back then and the Rapunzel won't eat it." "Don't worry, she'll eat it if she can find it." "Yo, so confident." Mei Yang turned around with an evil smile on her face and gently winked at Qin Ming. "If you really coaxed the Rapunzel into eating, sister will definitely reward you." "Rewarded how? Even though you're a eunuch, my sister is still willing to give you the black silk she wore." Qin Ming, "Oh, aboriginals actually wear black silk? Looks like there's been a lot of porn invasion." Mei Yang beamed and threw a wink towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming remembered a very famous emoticon on Blue Star. "You're so Tai." Chapter 36, You brats think you're beautiful. Bullying sister. This winky goat is simply too seductive. Qin Ming was really worried that he would react and expose the identity of the fake eunuch. Qin Ming's mind probed into the heaven-locking gourd to calm himself down. The current lucky value is 43 points and you can draw reward once. Consumed 40 lucky points. Successfully obtained, Poisonous Compulsion Blade. Poisonous Compulsion Blade, top grade of Xian rank. Legend has it that it was left by the elders of the witchcraft clan in the ancient times. The blade contains poisonous compulsion, which can cause the enemy to feel 5 times the pain. 5 times the pain? TSK, TSK, TSK. This poisonous compulsion blade is so perverted. Just then, Captain Mei Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Xiao Qinzi, there's a lot of food on this street. See if you have any?" Qin Ming let his eyes scan the circle. "Surprisingly, I did see Adzuki bean dumplings at a store on the corner. What a godsend. I really did find it." Qin Ming ran over with big strides. Colonel Mayhem followed behind. "Is it found? Little Qinzi, that's the one. Look at the Adzuki bean curds. Adzuki bean dumplings? I've never even eaten that. Sister Mei Yang, I'll treat you today. So good. Little Qinzi." The charming goat winked her flirty eyes. "Yes, if Sister Mei Yang feels overwhelmed, she can pay for me. I don't mind." "Cut. You brats want to be beautiful. Bullying sister. Since you're treating me, naturally you're the one paying. Boss, give me 2 bowls of Adzuki bean lanterns." Half a quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming and Mei Yang ate the Adzuki bean snacks cleanly. "It's so sweet and tasty. I didn't realize that the eldest princess liked to eat this." "Boss, 3 more bowls. We'll take them away. This guest is really unfortunate. The red bean lanterns are sold out. There's only half a bowl left." "How is half a bowl enough?" Captain Mei Yan looked at Qin Ming with difficulty. "What to do? The Rapunzel hasn't eaten for 3 days. Half a bowl of this is definitely not enough." Qin Ming walked into the store and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you still make red bean lanterns?" "Do. Of course, do. But it will have to wait half an hour." "Half an hour?" Captain Mei Yang skimmed his lips. "That's too long. Don't starve the master by then." Qin Ming wanted to take another look around to see if there were any more Adzuki bean lanterns around. The result was a glance at the 6th floor of the Drunken Immortal building. The window of room number 1 of the heavenly character. His master, Yun Shueiyao, seemed to be talking things over with an old man holding a walking stick. At the window on the other side of the restaurant, there stood a white-clothed man holding a folding fan, looking unkind. Qin Ming vaguely felt that Master's state was a bit off, coughing from time to time. With that he walked over to Colonel Mayhem. "Sister Mei Yang, in this way, you first bring this half bowl of red bean lanterns back to the eldest princess while it's still hot. I'll wait here another half hour and bring her a big bowl when it's ready. And that will be enough food." Captain Mayhem nodded thoughtfully. "That's fine. Then my sister will go back first. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll give the Rapunzel the Adzuki bean snacks and catch up on my beauty sleep." Mei Yang turned around with a smile on her face and wiggled her round ass towards the palace. Qin Ming made sure that she left before he immediately turned around and went to the drunken immortal mansion. Sure enough, the drunken house is very wrong. Very few guests inside. There was a complete absence of the usual noisy scene. He quietly felt his way toward the 6th floor of the drunken immortal building. At the entrance of the stairs on the 5th floor, Qin Ming saw the white-clothed man holding a folding fan, guarding the doorway of the Tianzino. One room. Qin Ming was thinking about how he should enter the room. Suddenly, a boy came up with a jug of wine. Qin Ming grabbed the boy and came into the room on the 5th floor. Who wants this wine? It's the Taoist man in Tianzi room 1 who wants it. Don't kill me, guest. I'm just a wine delivery man. I won't hurt you, but need you to get some sleep first. Qin Ming's well-intentioned punch made Junior pass out. He put his junior clothes on and carried his drink toward the 6th floor. He cast the concealment level 2 talent to hide his cultivation. Just in time, Qin Xian cleared away 5-7 vipers in a row and caught a glimpse of Qin Ming's back. Qin Xian was smart enough to guess that Qin Ming wanted to go into the room. She called out from a distance in the west corridor on the 6th floor. Senior brother Li Ya, a disciple of the greedy Taoist, opened his folding fan and laughed. Senior sister Qin Xian, what is it? Senior brother Li Ya, this 7 viper is so terrifying. Senior sister has some confusion and would like to ask for some advice. Li Ya's heart was energized at the sight of a beautiful woman. He walked towards Qin Xian with a lustful smile on his face. Qin Ming took advantage of this opportunity and killed the doorway of the heavenly character room No. 1 with a drink in his hand. He knocked lightly on the door and naturally pushed it open. The 2 men in the room immediately came into view. His master, Yun Shuiyao, was pale, and there seemed to be blood at the corner of his mouth, looking as if he was sitting at the table as if he was poisoned. Another old man, holding a black snake staff in his hand, was somewhat bald, extremely ugly looking, and had a loathsome face. Qin Ming slightly hunched his back and lowered his head. Sir, the wine you ordered. Originally, Yun Shuiyao hadn't noticed. As soon as he heard Qin Ming's voice, she was shocked beyond belief when her eyelids lifted. When did his own junior disciple Qin Ming come? What's he doing in such a dangerous place? The greedy Taoist in front of him was one of the elders of the heavenly Tao sect, cultivating at the 6th level of Tongling. His poison use is unfathomable. What's Qin Ming doing running in here? It's too dangerous. Chapter 37, Stabbing. Isn't it great? Taoist greed looked up at Qin Ming. It wasn't the cloud water rhythm disciple he knew, covered in no cultivation. He didn't put Qin Ming in his eyes at all. How about Yun Shuiyao? 100 taels of silver to buy your drunken immortal house. Do you promise? Qin Ming thought to himself that this bad old man was ing sick. 100 taels of silver for drunken immortal house? You're dreaming in the middle of the ing day, aren't you? Hall Master Yun, what you've been hit with is 7 viper poison, and now your cultivation has dropped to the 1st level of Tongling. If you don't agree, all of you in drunken immortal house will die today. But if you agree, I promise not to hurt you included. Qin Ming unleashed his lie detector talent. Lie detector unleashed. Lies. I knew this didn't have good intentions. Qin Ming placed the wine cup in front of Taoist greed. Please enjoy your meal, guest. The greedy Taoist picked up the wine and sniffed it. It was not poisoned. He drank it all in one go and put the empty glass in front of Qin Ming again. He looked at Yun Shuiyao and smiled lewdly once again. Hall Master Yun looks so beautiful. If you don't agree, I will tie you up today and bring you back to East Buddha Mountain. When the time comes, my 300 disciples will have a good time with you. I guess Hall Master Yun hasn't experienced this kind of pleasure. With that many people together, you'll ascend to the clouds. Yun Shuiyao's lips trembled with anger. She was tempted to immediately lash out, but looking at her disciples beside her, for fear of being hurt by mistake, she bit her lip and endured. However, she could endure but Qin Ming couldn't. Qin Ming is a kind man who knows how to return favors. He knew how good his master was to him. Now that he has been worshipped, he wouldn't be able to see his master insulted. He placed his glass in front of the greedy Taoist and pretended to be ready to leave. Suddenly, Qin Ming pulled out his green-colored poisonous compulsion blade and stabbed it through the greedy Taoist's chest in a swift manner. Swoosh snort. Asterisk Q. How dare you insult my master? Taoist greedy thought that Qin Ming didn't have any cultivation, and in his carelessness, Qin Ming succeeded in his sneak attack. He immediately moved to counterattack, and the black snake staff slapped heavily on Qin Ming. Qin Ming was knocked backwards and flew out. The poisonous compass sword was also pulled out by Qin Ming in a smooth manner. Taoist greed's body trembled steeply in pain. What kind of knife attacked him? Why does it hurt so much? He had never felt such sharp pain. How a short stabbing can be more painful than several stabs in the body. He was about to launch another attack when he did. Sitting across the room, Cloudwater has launched an attack. Talent, Sword Heart, Sequence 18, Level 3. Activated. With a wave of Yun Shueyo's sleeve, a white dustless sword rushed out in a flash. Buzz. The greedy Taoist hurriedly waved his black snake staff to block it. Bang! The two breaths exploded in the middle. The original cloud water rhythm poisoning was not a match for the greedy Taoist at all. However, Qin Ming's slash caused the greedy Taoist's strength to drop greatly. Rabbit brat, dare to sneak up on this Dao, looking for death. If you want to touch my disciple, go through me. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in a row. Qing Xian, Lu Zonghua, and Ma Chang outside the room's door all rushed over as well. Taoist Greed's white-clothed disciple Lia's cultivation had reached the second level of Tongling, and he had unexpectedly blocked Qing Xian's trio all by himself. Yun Shuei's heart chakra was poisoned and the dustless sword was shaken away by the black snake staff. She took several consecutive steps backward. The greedy Taoist suddenly swung his black snake staff into the air, unleashing his talent, Sentinel Snake. His three slender seven vipers rushed straight into Yun Shuei's face. The seven vipers are extremely fast and hard to detect. Qin Ming's sleeve lifted to activate the Yen Luo needle box. The Yama needle box can be used a total of 3 times. And this is the last time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 poison needles shot out instantly. As he watched the 7 vipers almost reach Yun Shueyao, he was penetrated by 3 poisonous needles from the top of his head. The 7 vipers hissed in pain and dropped to the ground. Yun Shueyao glanced at her disciple Qin Ming, filled with gratitude. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open with a bang. Qing Xian gripped the Yujin sword and slashed towards the greedy Taoist. Lu Zonghua also rushed in with the trend, and his talent flame was unleashed. Boom! The 2-meter-long flame impacted out, but they were all easily dodged by the greedy Taoist. He forced Qing Xian and Lu Zonghua back and glared viciously at Qin Ming. Brat, what kind of knife did you use? Why can you stab the old man so painfully? Want to know? Simple. I'll stab you again for free so you can feel it. Outrageous. Seek death. The greedy Taoist had just swung his black snake staff when the white-clothed Lia rushed in with a serious expression. Master, many demon suppressor guards have appeared near Drunken Immortal House. The demon guard is a nightmare for many travelers, especially here is the imperial city. Once attracted the princess he will die a terrible death. The greedy Taoist retrieved his black snake staff and glared at Yun Shueyao. You guys wait. Strike that. He quickly leapt out of the window with his disciple Lia. Yun Shueyao and Qing Xian simultaneously ran to the corner to help Qin Ming up. Yun Shueyao fished out a handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped the blood from the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. Qin Ming, what brings you here? Master, I just happened to be in the neighborhood on an errand and came to take a look when I saw that something was wrong here. That was a really dangerous thing you just did. Getting that close to him and stabbing him with a knife. Disciple is sure of it. Disciple is fast. He didn't react that quickly. Yun Shueyao was truly secretly glad that she had accepted Qin Ming as her disciple. Brave and calm and emotional when it counts. Just then, at the doorway Ma Chang groaned with an ouch. Master, disciple is also seriously injured. You and senior sister are supporting Qin Ming. Why don't you care about disciple? Qing Xian glared unkindly. Second senior brother, go and hold eldest brother up. Ma Chang was so angry that he hurriedly waved his hand. I don't want Lu Zonghua. He smells like fire to death. It made the crowd laugh. Yun Shueyao's face showed the joy of having survived a robbery. Originally, she thought that today was a certain death. Her poison strength greatly reduced. Surely he will be killed by that greedy Taoist. The other 3 disciples were too weak to be opponents. He didn't expect his newly accepted disciple Qin Ming to come at the critical time. Qin Ming had the lowest cultivation level, only the 3rd level of body tempering, but he played a vital role. Qin Ming, you're injured, so rest and relax here at Master's place. I'll have Qing Xian bandage your wounds. Qing Xian pouted. Master, I don't want it. He's your senior. He's my senior, not my brother. Egu. Yun Shuei gasped. Qing Xian, are you trying to piss off Master? Well. Qin Ming waved his hand and laughed. Master, don't make it difficult for little sister. I can't stay here for long. I came out to buy something for the Rapunzel and must return as soon as possible. But you're hurt. It's fine. There's plenty of medicine in the palace. I'll just go back and take whatever I want. Yun Shueyao gave Qing Xian a wink. Qing Xian, then you go see your senior brother off. It's better for me to go. Lu Zonghua stepped forward. There's blood on senior sister Qing Xuan's clothes. It's easy to arouse suspicion. I'll escort senior brother Qin back. Good. Qin Ming nodded. Then I'll be grateful to senior brother Lu. Chapter 38 Replica Flame. Spy. Many demon suppressor guards appeared on the streets surrounding the Drunken Immortal Tower. Taoist Greedy had already run a mile away with his disciple Lia. His chest wound ached. There's something weird about this brat's weapon. 1 stab hurts more than 10 ing stabs. Master, I will kill him sooner or later to avenge you. Oh, how can I wait until you kill him? Master has already arranged it. He's dead. Brat. Originally today I could not only collect the drunken immortal house, but also tie up those two beauties back to the heavenly Tao sect, all spoiled by him. What does master mean? I naturally arranged for someone else to kill him. How do you think that cloud water wine was poisoned? Master came with you from outside the city. How could he have the chance to poison her wine? Li's realization dawned on him as he thought about it. It's still master who is powerful. Disciple admires him. Qin Ming's chest and lungs were badly injured. Taoist greed was, after all, an expert of the psychic realm. The palm that was just slapped on an ordinary body tempering triple would have already hung up, relying on the hardened sinews cultivated by the power pill. Qin Ming barely managed to hold on. Lu Zonghua helped him out of drunken immortal house. Qin Ming was the first to go and buy red bean lanterns. He went out of the palace to do this, and went back to cover his tracks with the red beans and lanterns. Lu Zonghua supported Qin Ming in order to avoid the team of demon suppressor guards on the main road. They turned and walked into an alley. Qin Ming thought about how he had originally sought advice from his master on some issues today, but didn't have the time to do so. Why don't you just ask Brother Lu? Senior Brother Lu, there's something I want to ask you. Say, isn't it hard to get essence? Yes, it can be encountered, but not sought. Usually the place where the traveler and the original folk have a violent conflict. It is possible to condense the spirit realm. We enter the spirit realm to break out in order to get the essence, and if we don't break out, we are stuck in the spirit realm forever. As far as I know, there are fewer spirit realms in the Fluorite Imperial City, and there are more in Cold Night City, Starlight City, and Aurora City. I see. Qin Ming thought secretly in his heart. When he was stronger, he was going to visit these three cities. Senior Brother Lu, doesn't each upgrade require more essence spirit after the talent reaches the second level? Sure, you need 2 for level 2 to level 3, and level 3 to level 4 seems to give you 3, but the power becomes stronger at the same time. You're like my flames. At level 1, you can only shoot 2 meters, but the last time I came out of the spirit realm I upgraded to level 2, and the flames can shoot up to 4 meters. Congratulations to second senior brother on his talent upgrade. Just then, Qin Ming's heart suddenly shook. He recalled the confrontation with the greedy Taoist just now, when the door was slammed open. Second senior brother Lu Zonghua had used flames to deal with the greedy Taoist. However, his flames only sprayed 2 meters and did not do any damage to the greedy Taoist at all. Didn't he just say that his flames could already shoot 4 meters after he had risen to the second level? Thinking of this, Qin Ming's heart was steeply alerted. He also thought about the fact that today's master was poisoned by a mole. Second senior brother Lu Zonghua hadn't been much of a friend, but he offered to send him on his own accord. A bold conjecture appeared in Qin Ming's heart when all of this was connected. Lu Zonghua is the mole. Qin Ming walked slowly on his feet. He asked deliberately this time. Second senior brother, master was poisoned and assassinated today. Who do you think the murderer might be? The murderer was a tavern boy, and I saw that Leah seemingly talking to a boy today. Qin Ming's lie detection talent was unleashed. Lie detection talent exercised. Lie detection result, lies. Qin Ming's face remained unchanged, but his heart set off shocking waves. How is it that every time I come across such a thrilling scene, Lu Zonghua has already quenched the body 6. He himself is now only quenched 3, and also suffered a serious injury. This can be how to get. Qin Ming quietly held the poisonous compass blade in his sleeve with his right hand, and using the opportunity of bending over and coughing, he hastily hid the hardened Jinmu order in his chest. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 50 times. Lucky points increase 50 times during danger. Sure enough, Qin Ming had just stood up when that Lu Zonhua's face changed. Qin Ming, seeing as you're injured like this, why don't you simply have senior brother help you? In the next breath, Lu Zonghua steeply held his knife and stabbed straight at Qin Ming's heart. At the moment of life and death, Qin Ming had also given up. He held the poisonous compass blade in his right hand and also stabbed towards Lu Zonhua's neck at the same time. Bam! Lu Zonghua was stabbed at the demon suppressing order and it didn't even go in. He looked startled. As a result, in just a split second, Qin Ming, who had already prepared himself, held the poisonous compass blade and stabbed through Lu Zonhua's chest. Lu Zonghua was shocked. He simply didn't expect how Qin Ming reacted so quickly. Lu Zonhua's gifted flame was suddenly unleashed. Phew! Qin Ming was sent flying backwards. He fell to the ground and coughed violently. His clothes were burned and torn, and the poisonous compulsion blade in his hand was already soaked red with blood. As it happens, Yun Shuai-ro was a little uneasy about the disciples returning to the palace because there were positively too many Jin demon guards around. She and Xing Xian stood on the topmost floor gazebo looking out from afar, but he just happened to catch a glimpse of Lu Zonhua's attack. Yun Shuai-yao lost her color. An instant reaction yelled out. Suffered. It turns out that Lu Zonghua is a spy. Quickly save Qin Ming. Lu Zonghua clutched his chest in pain. I don't know what kind of knife Qin Ming was holding in his hand. How could stabbing him feel so painful? The flame in his hand flared up again, and hot red flames raced out 4 meters. Qin Ming wanted to hurry up and leap up. It turned out that since the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and the 7 viper venom is too serious, mobility is not as great as it used to be. Snap! Qin Ming was smashed away by the flames once again. The clothes on his body were also burned and torn. He fell against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Lu Zonghua grabbed his chest wound and wobbled over. Damn Qin Ming! Killing Yin Shuiyao today was supposed to be my pitch to enter the Heavenly Dao sect, and you're just trying to sabotage my good deed. Asterisk 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 you traitorous piece of. How dare you scold me? Boom! Lu Zonghua once again made a ball of flames that smashed against Qin Ming's body. The hit caused him to fall back several meters. Even the poisonous compulsion blade in his hand was shaken out. Why on earth did you betray? Master has treated you well. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The Five Elements Alliance is a bunch of benevolent trash. It is only right that the Tian Tao religion is the only one that pursues the mandate of heaven. The essence of Heavenly Dao cult gives more. Since I can't kill Yin Shuiyao, I'll cut off your head as a submission to the Heavenly Dao sect. Qin Ming braced his hands and tried to stand up, but he simply couldn't do it. The 5 organs and 6 bowels were seriously injured. Blood kept pouring out from the corners of the mouth. Lu Zonghua was stabbed in the chest by Qin Ming. Mobility is also much less than it used to be. He approached slowly, holding the bronze dagger in his hand. Swoosh! As the dagger stabbed into Qin Ming's abdomen, Lu Zonghua said indignantly, "You let's stab me with a knife. I'll let you feel the pain." Lu Zonghua once again drew his sword and stabbed into Qin Ming's chest again. He drew his bloody knife. "I'll let you feel how your head is cut off alive." The bronze blade reached over, the cold blade almost sticking to Qin Ming's neck. Just then, a drop of blood dripped from Lu Zonghua's chest wound and fell onto Qin Ming's hand. Traveler's Talent, Flame, Sequence 36, found. Is it copied? Currently the number of copied talents is 2. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. Replication. Override polygraph. Copy successful. Talent Flame, Sequence 36, Rank 1. Can shoot a 2-meter column of fire? Overpowering. Lu Zonghua's knife had just touched Qin Ming's neck. In an instant, Qin Ming gently raised his right hand. The only remaining spiritual energy in his body suddenly turned into flames and spewed out, directly to Lu Zonghua's face. The hot red flames burned Lu Zonghua's eyes and face in excruciating pain, and he flew backwards. He was in agony. How did you get the flames? How did you get the flames? Qin Ming violently rolled over and grabbed the poisonous compass blade next to him. When Lu Zonghua was still holding the eyes of his injured face, Qin Ming pounced over and stabbed the knife into his neck. Lu Zonghua completely froze. Chapter 39, The Princess, Touching My Body? Unbridled. Lu Zonghua is trying to keep his hands up to fight back. Qin Ming, however, instantly pulled out his poisonous compass blade and stabbed into his neck again. Pull and stab again. Pull and stab again. After 3 strokes, Lu Zonghua's arm was already hanging down. His 2 burned eyes were wide with disbelief. Qin Ming drew his sword again and stabbed again. Screw this. Lu Zonghua's neck had been stabbed to the point of blood. Yin Shuiyao and Qin Xian saw the scene when they rushed over from a distance. At that exact moment, the sound of crackling footsteps sounded behind Qin Ming. A group of about 20 Jin demon guards heard the commotion here. Qin Ming stabbed out again, cutting Lu Zonghua's head almost off. He saw Master Yin Shuiyao's face full of worry and still walking this way. Qin Ming shook his head at her. Don't come, Master. Coming over at this time would surely be brought in for scrutiny by the demonic guards. Yin Shuiyao froze in place. She felt sorry for Qin Ming in her heart. It's the Master's fault for not knowing the right people. How did I accept this traitor Lu Zonghua as a disciple? The many Jin demon guards had already rushed over to surround Qin Ming. Isn't this Eunuch Qin? Right, it's Eunuch Qin. I've seen him at the Devil Suppressing Tower. He's working as an errand boy in the eldest princess residence. The 2 demon suppressor guards hurriedly came up to help Qin Ming, who was already exhausted and covered in wounds. Up, Eunuch Qin. What is this? That traveler tried to kill me and I killed him. Eunuch Qin is truly impressive. We will definitely report this matter to the eldest princess. Qin Ming lifted his finger and pointed to the packed red bean snacks on the floor. One of the devil suppressor guards hurriedly brought it over and handed it to Qin Ming. Qin Ming endured the severe pain and injuries all over his body and walked towards the palace step by step. A captain of the demon suppression guards looked at him covered in wounds and took off his own black robe. Eunuch Qin, you have too much blood on you. Put these clothes on. Qin Ming nodded. Thanks. He walked extremely slowly. Each foot could leave a bloody footprint on the ground. Far away, Yun Shuiao's eyes had already reddened long ago. It wasn't like she and Xing Xian could come over. She blamed herself. What happened today was all brought about by her lack of knowledge. If it wasn't for Qin Ming, she would have been dead by now. Master, It looks as if senior brother has been seriously injured. He's your senior brother, and you're not allowed to call him senior again. Master, why don't I follow quietly? With so many Jin demon guards following behind, you going would be tantamount to throwing yourself into the net, and it would also affect the exposure of your senior brother's identity. It's master, but this Qin Ming is quite bullish. He was already severely injured, but he still killed Lu Zonghua Quenching Body 6th level with Quenching Body 3rd level. Yun Shuiyao nodded, her face full of worry. The 11th floor of the upper hall of the Tai-Yin Palace. The Rapunzel on the bed slept for a day and a night. That day, because of the fight for the military pay, she fought against her sister, the Empress, for 30 rounds. In fact, the body had not suffered many injuries, but what made her depression most difficult was the shadow of trauma from within. Back then, she and her third sister, Han Yuechan, had killed her elder brother together before allowing Han Yuli to ascend to the throne. Originally, Han Yuli was extremely close to the two sisters, but since becoming emperor, she's changed. She forced her third sister, Cold Yuechan, to hand over the white feather guards, causing her to become disillusioned and completely vanish into the void. More everywhere to force the princess to hand over the hand of Zhen Nuai. For this reason, Rapunzel and her sister Han Yuli have been fighting for nearly 20 years. Rapunzel finally woke up, was woken up by hunger. She sensed that the nining cold ice poison in her body seemed to be much better. There was also a very pure yang qi flowing through the meridians. Who did this? She snapped back to the fact that she was talking to Qin Ming before she fainted. Could it be that Xiao Qinzi infused my body with spiritual energy, and helped me to the bunk? It was to save her, but it was still very indulgent. How can a man touch this palace's body? Thump, thump, thump. Suzaku knocked softly on the door. Rapunzel, Suzume is bringing you food. Send what food? Those broken things in the palace. This palace doesn't want to eat, all take away. Rapunzel, this is something you should like to eat. Suzume brought in half a bowl of adzuki bean snacks warmed up. Eldest princess, this is what Xiao Qinzi found especially for you, saying that you like to eat it. The Rapunzel's face was cold, and the thought of her body being touched by a man shook her to the core. This little Qinzi is really bold. What makes him conclude that this palace likes to eat what he buys? Bring it over here. I'd like to see it, and if I don't like it, I'll have to punish him. Suzaku was also a little unsure of her grasp. She brought half a bowl of adzuki bean lanterns to the eldest princess. For a split second, Rapunzel froze. Adzuki bean lanterns. This sweet as if porridge-like paste is not common in the Dayan country. The last time she ate it was when Mother Nature made it herself. She subconsciously licked her lips to pick up the adzuki bean snack. She took a bite with a spoon. It tastes so good. It's like Mother Nature made it. She takes another bite, and another. It's delicious. A smile appeared on Suzume's face as she stood next to her. Qin Ming is really something. Even the Rapunzel's tastes can be guessed. Where did Xiao Qinzi buy these red bean curds? Eldest princess. I heard that Xiao Qinzi searched for a long time in the bazaar before he found it, but the person only had half a bowl left. That's why I just brought you half a bowl. The Rapunzel ate the last bite at the bottom of the bowl and said in a cold voice, he is bold enough to speculate on this palace's mind at will. Suzume was slightly shocked in her heart. Go get Xiao Qinzi. Eldest princess. Xiao Qinzi hasn't returned yet, and this half bowl was sent back by Captain Mei Yang. Xiao Qinzi said that the half bowl you have is definitely not enough for you, and he's going to wait for the store to make another pot with fresh ones for you. The Rapunzel's beautiful eyebrows moved slightly. It was as if something had struck the cold heart. She wanted to praise Xiao Qinzi for her seriousness in her work, but she held her tongue as the words reached her mouth. It is more culpable to speculate on one's thoughts than to be serious about one's work. All 12 zodiac signs were practicing martial arts in the backyard square. From a distance they saw a man walking on the snow outside Tai-Yin Palace. He was wrapped in his black Zhen Nuai long coat and walked at an extremely slow pace. Mo Bunny wiped his eyes in surprise. It seems to be Xiao Qinzi. Captain Mayhem Sheep also flew along to take a look in midair. It's really him. Why is this guy walking so slowly today? No wonder the Chi-Tu lanterns have only just been bought back. The Zodiac simply stopped practicing and flew to the roof. Qin Ming, Suzume, who had just come out of the princess's room, was delighted to see Qin Ming and hurriedly reported loudly, Eldest princess, Qin Ming has returned. A scolding from the Rapunzel came from the room without any good reason. If you're back, you're back. What's all the fuss about? Chapter 40, the Rapunzel is heartbroken. Give this palace the opportunity to chop them into pieces. The Mo Bunny Winky Sheep all flew off the roof. They were happy to see Qin Ming. Little Qinzi, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking so slowly? Qin Ming endured the severe pain in his body and let out a bitter smile. It's okay. Suzume had wanted to reach out and hold Qin Ming up, but because at the entrance of the Rapunzel again, the 12 zodiac signs were watching, she was a little afraid to The hand was already outstretched and had to be retracted. Qin Ming walked up the steps with great difficulty until he came to the door of the Rapunzel's room on the 11th floor and said softly, "Rapunzel, come in." The Rapunzel said coldly. Qin Ming walked in and casually closed the door again. At this very moment, Suzakumo Rabbit May Sheep and the others standing below felt a bit strange. Why does Xiao Qinzi feel strange and breathless today? Look guys, there's blood on top of the footprints on the ground. Is Xiao Qinzi injured? Eldest Princess Han Yueshi sat on a large chair covered with a red carpet. Two slender jade legs rested on the front table. She saw Qin Ming come in and coldly said, "Little Qinzi, how dare you? How dare you privately speculate on this palace's mind? I wouldn't dare." Pa! Rapunzel slapped the table next to her. "Still don't dare? This palace is asking you how you know that this palace just wants to eat red bean lanterns." The wounds on Qin Ming's body hurt violently, and he used his entire body's spiritual energy to gather around the wounds, suppressing the bleeding. He whispered through clenched teeth, "Eldest Princess, my subordinate saw the painting above your bed." The Rapunzel giggled in her heart and immediately turned her head. On the ink drawing above her bed, the painting was exactly the picture of her mother and their 4 siblings sharing the adzuki bean snacks. "I didn't expect this Qin Ming to be so meticulous." "Then I ask you again, why did I wake up in bed when I was sitting in a chair that day?" The eldest princess fainted at that time when her chi and blood attacked her heart, and my subordinates had no choice but to. "You mean you touched this palace's body?" Warning, the level of danger is increased by 20 times. Lucky points increase 20 times during danger. Qin Ming was slightly shocked in his heart. "This crazy batch, if it wasn't to save you, I wouldn't bother to touch you, eldest princess." That day was really a last resort. My subordinate did not have any blasphemous intentions. "Did you privately lose your yang energy to this palace?" Qin Ming nodded. "That day, the princess was so cold that her body froze. Do you know that this palace does not allow any man to touch? You think that just because you've infused this palace with yang qi, this palace will thank you, don't you?" Warning, the level of danger is increased by 50 times. Lucky points increase 50 times during danger. The subordinate has no such idea. The eldest princess was furious. Instantly, she stood up from her chair, her eyes carrying a stern dominance. "You speak louder. The palace can't hear you clearly." Qin Ming endured the severe pain in his internal organs, and he could already feel the constant bleeding from the slashes on his body. He struggled to raise his voice. "My lord has no such thoughts." Rapunzel grabbed the moon shadow sword on the table. "No matter what, it's an indisputable fact that you touched this palace's body. This palace is going to kill you today." Warning, the level of danger is increased by 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Clank! The Rapunzel moon shadow sword was drawn. Icy cold sword chi suddenly filled the entire house. Qin Ming was already bleeding from his wounds in severe pain, and the invasion of cold air immediately caused him to be almost unsteady as if he was in pain. The eldest princess pointed at Qin Ming with her moon shadow sword. "You speculate on this palace's mind and touch this palace's body privately. This palace will kill you." Qin Ming took a deep breath. He slowly unwrapped the black brocade coat of the Jin Demon Guard from his body. "The Rapunzel can stab if she wants to. You see where on my body is still good. Stab wherever you want." Swish, the black brocade coat unraveled. Qin Ming's body was strewn with knife and fire wounds, and blood flowed out. It was miserable to see. In an instant, the Rapunzel was shocked and her eyes went straight. "Rapunzel!" Qin Ming pointed at the heart. "This area is still intact and uninjured. Eldest princess, stab it." Rapunzel suddenly had a hard time. It's heartbreaking for some reason. She froze. The moon shadow sword in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. "What's wrong with you? When I was buying Adzuki bean snacks, I encountered a traveler. I've lost all my organs. I'm dying. I won't mess with you in the future. Please, princess, don't scold." What? What do you mean? Encountering a traveler while buying Adzuki bean snacks? Xiao Qinzi, you say clearly. Qin Ming placed the Adzuki bean curry carried in his hand on the table. The Rapunzel took a look before realizing that Qin Ming's hands were covered in blood. Even the inside of the Adzuki bean curd was covered in blood. "I'm sorry I bled and soiled the Adzuki bean curds. I just couldn't control my bleeding." "Rapunzel, stop cursing." For a split second, warmth suddenly flowed through the icy cold heart of the eldest princess, Han Yueshi. It was as if a large invisible hand was gripping his heart. Pain. Soreness. It's a feeling I haven't had in a long time. "Eldest princess, my subordinate will leave first." After saying that, Qin Ming turned around and took one difficult step outside. Rapunzel saw that the footprints on the ground were all blood. He was attacked like this by a traveler in order to buy himself Adzuki bean dumplings? He's dying and he's still bringing back Adzuki bean curds, and he himself didn't even see how he was doing physically. He was just scolding and reprimanding. Rapunzel suddenly felt very regretful. The high and mighty felt like a knife in her heart. Qin Ming transfused young Qi for her and helped her onto the bed to treat and save her. And how she longed to think only of herself being desecrated. She does not eat. Qin Ming carefully saw the bedside painting, full of the city, to find her red beans lantern. Instead, she had to blame Qin Ming for speculating on her thoughts. Cold Yueshi, how could you be such a person? Xiao Qinzi, you stand still. Qin Ming still walked towards the door. He just grabbed the door but couldn't hold on any longer. The 7 viper poison filled the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, plus the knife and fire injuries sustained, all attacking at once. Qin Ming's legs went limp and he fell straight down. Bang, he fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the Rapunzel almost suffocated in general. Little Qinzi, outside the door. Zodiac and Suzaku had long sensed something was wrong, and as soon as they heard Rapunzel yelling inside, they hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Xiao Qinzi, what happened to Xiao Qinzi? Little Qinzi, the eldest princess rushed over in panic. He said he had an encounter with a traveler. Why didn't any of you follow? Why didn't anyone follow? Quickly, put him on my bed. Quick! The eldest princess rolled up her sleeves and took Qin Ming's pulse. The pulse was as weak as it could be. Get his top off. Quick! Suzaku and Mei Yang hurriedly stripped off Qin Ming's top with their hands and feet, only to see Qin Ming's originally robust body with 8-pack abs, which was now covered with slash and burn marks. Damned travelers! This palace is not finished with you. The Rapunzel's arm was raised, and a strong spiritual energy coalesced in the center of her palm. She slapped onto Qin Ming's chest. The frost spirit power crawled along Qin Ming's meridians to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can there be poison inside the organs? What kind of travelers did he encounter? These abominable beasts. The Rapunzel's eyes were red with anxiety. It seems to be 7 viper venom. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 7 viper poison is one of the most powerful poisons in the world. Poison person's organs and bowels. Breath disorder will also continue to corrode spiritual cultivation. Cold Yueshi said on the spot. The 12 signs of the zodiac are at your service. All 12 female lieutenants knelt. Meng Bunny, find this palace's crazy sister and ask for the blood Lingji. Tell her that if she doesn't give it, this palace will burn down the Long Yuan shrine this night. This palace is true to its word. Nah, Mei Yang, go to the Imperial Doctor's workshop and get the life renewal herb and the 9 revolutions of Lianhuan Dan. Cut off the head of any Imperial Doctor who dares to talk nonsense. Nah, the rest of you, take the demon guard and search the city. Any travelers related to this matter, all of them will be chopped into meat for this palace. Nah, the Zodiac led the way. Suzume saw Qin Ming's blood flow onto the Rapunzel's bedding. In her heart, she was afraid that the eldest princess would be angry. However, the Rapunzel acted as if she didn't even see it. Her jade-like hands once again made a strong cold ice spirit power. Suzume, hold him up. This palace will force out this 7 viper poison for him. Chapter 41 Zodiac Shock, killing someone over the 3rd level? Combat genius. Yun Shuiyao stood in the gazebo on the top floor of the drunken immortal building. She looked far in the direction of the imperial city. It's so dim and hazy that you can't see anything. The only thing that came into view was the densely packed fluorite lamps. Qing Xian stood behind his master with his hands clasped around his sword. Her long braid hung over her right shoulder. Those beautiful eyes were bright as stars. Qing Xian, will your senior brother Qin Ming be alright? It depends on whether the princess is willing to save him or not. It's all master's fault for accepting Lu Zonghua as his disciple. This traitor even privately hooked up with the Tendo cult. Yun Shuiyao sighed. Her stunningly white face was filled with regretful sorrow. Just then, many devil suppressor guards suddenly appeared on the yellow streets of the imperial city. They searched around in groups of 10. The Rapunzel has ordered a house-to-house search for travelers. Anyone who has any connection with the assassination of eunuch Qin today will be killed. The words came out. Qing Xian and Yun Shuiyao were shocked at the same time. It seems that Qin Ming is seriously injured. God bless. Master, the eldest princess actually sent the demon suppressor guards to avenge him. Yun Shuiyao nodded. That's why Master said he was the key to breaking the game. In the upper hall room of the Tai-In Palace, eldest Princess Han Yueshi continuously channeled spiritual energy for Qin Ming. Qin Ming's original few slashes were cracked by the breath rushing through them, and blood flowed out. Suzume was beside her with a white cloth and kept wiping the blood. She was on the verge of crying out from the pain and urgency in her heart. How is it that so much blood is flowing? Look, eldest princess, Qin Ming's blood won't stop flowing. Mo Rabbit stood nearby with a basin of hot water in his hand. She frowned and said, how come there are cuts and burns all over his body? What exactly did he go through? These damnable travelers. Just then, Mei Yang sought out the captain of the town's demon guards who were patrolling the area. The captain entered the room and immediately knelt. Reporting to the eldest princess, The traveler that eunuch Qin encountered has a high level of cultivation and can also use flames. When the last general arrived, he saw eunuch Qin snatch the knife and stab the traveler 7 or 8 times in the neck. Eunuch Qin is fatally wounded. The last general rushed to help eunuch Qin up. As a result, he also endured the severe pain and carried the street-side Azuki bean snacks in his hand. Upon hearing this, the heart of the eldest princess, who was channeling her chilling spiritual energy, was once again pierced by needles. Eldest princess. What shocked the last general is that the cultivation level of the crosser that eunuch Qin killed was at the 6th level of body tempering. What? This time several people around were all shocked. What? Xiao Qinzi's body-tempered 3rd level actually killed a body-tempered 6th level? Rapunzel, this is too incredible. Even if we unusual cultivators are strong in our own power, it can only cross 1 level. Crossing 2 levels would be difficult. Xiao Qinzi actually killed his opponent by crossing 3 levels, and the opponent would still be flaming. The Rapunzel's crowd also finally understood why Qin Ming was so heavily injured. At the same time, what shook the Rapunzel's heart was, Qin Ming was not only loyal to her, not only is he a cultivation genius, he was more of a combat genius. She suddenly felt hard as hell inside. She must save Qin Ming. She must be kind to this subordinate in the future. She must not be like she was before. The Rapunzel waved her hands, and another stream of majestic spiritual energy was output. It went on until late at night. Only then did Rapunzel stop transfusing her spiritual energy. She was exhausted and pale. Suzune fed Qin Ming the bloodlingji and other tonics 1 spoonful at a time. The wounds on Qin Ming's body had long been frozen by the cold ice and no longer bled. His breathing was much more steady than before. Finally saved. Suzune's heart was happy, and the Rapunzel breathed a sigh of relief. Suzune wanted to change Qin Ming's clothes, and he was worried that if the fake eunuch's identity was exposed here at the Rapunzel, it would be over. She thought for a moment, gathering her courage and biting her lip. Eldest princess, Qin Ming's body is covered in blood. Suzune, take him back and wipe him off. Rub it right here in this palace. Eldest princess, it would be somewhat disrespectful if his pants were removed. I also asked the eldest princess to agree to let Suzune take him back. The Rapunzel was silent for 3 breaths and waved her sleeve. Then take him back and put him in your room, which is warm from the fire. Nah. Winky Goat Mo Bunny runs over to help Suzaku. Suzune carried Qin Ming on her back. Winky Goat and Mo Bunny went out the door with help from behind them. They had just stepped outside when another cry came from the Rapunzel. It's snowing hard. Go slow on the stairs. Don't drop him. Nah. These simple words have made all the 12 zodiac signs deeply aware. The Rapunzel paid exceptional attention to this little Qinzi. Qin Ming slept for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. In those 3 days and 3 nights, Suzune scrubbed his body 6 times. Rapunzel came 5 times. The other zodiac signs are even more numerous. There were nearly a dozen kinds of tonics poured into Qin Ming. This also caused Qin Ming, who was gradually coming to his senses at this time, to be filled with strength. There was a powerful breath running up and down the meridians. He could hear Suzune, who was guarding the side, shedding tears, but Qin Ming could never open his eyes. It was as if the skin and sinews of his entire body had been frozen. His mind probed into the heaven-locking gourd and saw that the lucky points were already as high as 100. It can be drawn twice. Consume 40 lucky points. Successful extraction. Obtained Blast Wind Sword Technique. Blast Wind Sword Technique, Xian Rank Middle Grade Sword Technique. A total of 108 moves. The faster you use it, the more powerful it is, and wherever the sword energy passes, there will be no grass. Sounds great. Qin Ming planned to go cultivate as soon as his body recovered. Spend 40 lucky points to draw successfully and get the power pill. Why do you always give me pills? What do I need that kind of strength and staying power for? After eating like this, my daughter-in-law will have to run away in fear. Qin Ming felt Suzune feeding him soup again. I don't know what I drank in this time. It's very bloody smelling. As soon as it entered the lungs, it was like a hot current warming the organs and meridians of the whole body. The breath in his body became more vigorous as well. Under the stimulation of countless strands of breath, Qin Ming felt a surge of relief throughout his body. Finally, he had broken through the 4th level of body tempering realm. He felt that his eyelids weren't sinking as much and slowly opened his eyes. At this point, he was surprisingly in Suzaku's room. Suzune, dressed in a pale green brocade dress, lay on her back beside his bed, her eyes red and filled with tears. A dozen bowls, large and small, sat on a side table. Each one has residual medicine inside. You can see how much you are drinking. Qin Ming reached out and gently touched Suzune's face. Chapter 42, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Rapunzel, the heavenly Tao cult seeks death. Suzaku woke up from her stupor with a start. She hastily wiped a tear from her eye. Qin Ming, you're awake. That's great. Woohoo. Qin Ming, I'm going to report to the eldest princess. Suzaku just got up and was grabbed by Qin Ming's arm. He shook his head slightly. No, It's late at night and I just want to see Suzume-san. No one else. Suzume wiped her tears again and came to sit on the edge of the bed, touching Qin Ming's forehead. How are you doing? Does your body hurt? It doesn't hurt at all anymore. How many pills did you feed me here? It was the eldest princess who asked the Empress for the blood Ganoderma and brought several thousand-year-old herbs from the Imperial Doctor's workshop for you to eat. I don't believe that Tigress is so loving. Qin Ming, the eldest princess has a bad temper, but she's not bad. I saw her get anxious when you were hurt so badly that you fainted. She's been infusing you with spiritual energy for 3 hours now. Qin Ming frowned slightly. It turned out that the overpowering and domineering spiritual energy in the body was actually the Rapunzel's. Is this crazy batch that kind? Qin Ming saw that Suzaku's arms were cold and ice-cold, and the clothes she wore on her body were also thin. Suzume-san, it's snowing heavily outside. Why are you sitting outside in so few clothes? I was always worried about you and fed you whenever I could. Qin Ming tugged on Suzaku's arm. Come in. Ha? Into what? Get under the covers. Qin Ming, this. Suzume-san, listen. I've already said that I'll take you as my wife in the future. Can't watch you freeze outside like this. Suzume blushed, biting her rosy lip. She scrambled up and looked toward the door. The snow was heavy and there was darkness and silence all around. The Rapunzel's room was still lit, but there was no movement. Suzume closed the door behind her and came over to the bed. Qin Ming pulled her arm, dragging Suzaku under the covers. The thinly dressed Suzume's heart pounded. Her face was red to the base of her neck. Qin Ming's thick arm reached from her waist. Tightly, he wrapped Suzaku into his arms. Qin Ming, I am afraid. Don't be afraid with me. Suzume-san is warm in my arms. I'm not doing anything. Why are you nervous? Qin Ming, you are leaning too close to me. Suzume reached out and gently pushed Qin Ming. The result was that the push was just enough to push into the wound. The pain caused Qin Ming's face to twitch. What's wrong? Qin Ming, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Suzume hurriedly apologized. Who knew that Qin Ming pulled her into his arms with a tug of his arm? In his next breath, he turned around and gently won Suzaku's forehead. Qin Ming, don't move. There are injuries on your body. I'm not moving. Suzume-san, your hands are cold. Tuck them into my shirt. You're covered in cuts. Then I'll have cold hands and tuck in your shirt. Suzume's little face was red and hot. 3 breaths later, she nodded slightly. Early in the morning, it was dark. Suzume rose from the covers. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and tidied up the medicine bowl and stove in her room. In less than a moment, Qin Ming also woke up. He sat up and stretched. Sister Suzume, these medicines are really good. My wounds are mostly healed. It's snowing heavily outside, so lie down and continue to nurse your wounds. No, I've been lying too long. My body is going to waste away. I need to get some fresh air. Qin Ming washed up. Suzume fetched him a clean white suit and brushed his hair into a bun. What a handsome man. The more Suzume looked at it, the more she rejoiced in her heart. Qin Ming just pushed the door open. Just outside stood the sleepy-eyed, cloaked Captain Mo Rabbit. She said lazily, squinting and rubbing her face. The eldest princess asked me to come over and see how little Qin Zi is doing? Qin Ming deliberately leaned against the door and made an invitation gesture. Go inside and see for yourself. Oh, Captain Munchkin Rabbit took 2 steps, sensed something was wrong, and looked up. Qin Ming's handsome face was smiling at her. You're awake. This Xiao Qinzi guy is really handsome. It's more elegant in white. Suddenly, Mo Bunny got up still cloaked in his own hair, having gotten up before he had a chance to freshen up. She turned straight around and covered her face and ran away frantically. OMG, shame on you. At that shout, the rest of the Zodiac came out. Even the Rapunzel, who was on the 11th floor of the upper hall, stood at the window. Qin Ming came outside and took a deep breath. Then he grabbed a piece of ice from the lotus flower and ate it with a cluck. Cluck, cluck. Turns out it's kinda cool to follow Suzaku around and eat ice. Now that I'm so full of energy and blood, some ice is a real comfort. Cluck. The 8 trigrams basilica window on the 11th floor of the Rapunzel pushed open. She was neatly groomed, and I wondered if she hadn't slept, or if she had gotten up early. Eating ice early in the morning with a fresh wound. Aren't you afraid to die? Qin Ming smiled and saluted. Thank you, eldest princess, for your concern. I took too much medicine when I was injured. My body is full of qi and blood. I'm going to burn up if I don't eat some ice. On the roof of the building, Winnie the sheep was amused and snickered. The Rapunzel's face could not be wiped off, and her face immediately became gloomy. What are you laughing at? Xiao Qinzi, get your ass up here. The palace has more to ask you. No. Qin Ming immediately went upstairs. The injuries on his body hadn't completely healed and were still vaguely painful. It was especially warm inside when you entered the house. The Rapunzel was still sitting on the sandalwood chair, her slender legs white and shiny. 3 days ago you answered the palace's question without answering it clearly. I ask you, Did you touch me that day when you put me to bed? Yes, but through the clothes. This is not allowed in the future. Is that clear? It's clear. In the future, if we encounter the eldest princess fainting again, my subordinate will stand by and watch. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi was instantly disliked and rendered speechless. She looked up. That stunning face carried a bit of anger. Just what kind of travelers attacked you that day? Was it a straggler or an organization? Qin Ming did not expect the eldest princess to ask this. It just so happens that the Tian Taoist covetous Taoist is always targeting master. Qin Ming simply borrowed a knife to kill someone. Back to the eldest princess. The traveler who killed me seems to be from the Heavenly Tao cult. I heard that it's in East Buddha Mountain. Rapunzel swished to her feet. This palace has long suspected that there are travelers lurking in the East Buddha Mountain. I didn't expect there to be any. Who gave them such guts? Daring to run away from the fluorite imperial city to spread their wildness, and even injuring my Taiyin Palace's people. As the words fell, the Rapunzel directly raised her hand. The moon shadow sword on the wall flew into her hand with a whoosh. Eldest princess, are you going? Kill. Chapter 43 Revenge. The Rapunzel's Massacre of East Foshan. Eldest princess, East Buddha Mountain is owned by the Heavenly Tao cult, and I heard that there are nearly 300 travelers. Very powerful. All of them are experts. This palace fights the masters. In an instant, the Rapunzel was filled with a murderous aura, and her face was terrifyingly cold. She picked up the armor on the wall next to her and just walked to the door and shouted a sentence. Where are the 12 signs of the zodiac? On the roof of the building. Swish 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 10 female lieutenants flew down one after another and knelt on the ground. On either side of the room Winky Goat and Mo Bunny also flew in and knelt on the floor. The moon shadow sword in the Rapunzel's hand was slung over her shoulder, and she said in a cold voice, by order of the 12 zodiacs, immediately gather 3,000 devil suppressor guards and follow this palace to slaughter East Buddha Mountain. Nah! Qin Ming stood back and froze as he watched. Oh, my god! This Rapunzel is really too tigerish. The zodiac moves extremely quickly. In a moment's time, many demon suppressor guards had already gathered densely outside Taiyin Palace. Each of them wore black armor and rode snow ponies. The 12 zodiac signs are also armored up with swords in hand. Eldest princess, the gathering of the demon suppression guards is complete. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi waved her sleeve. The moon shadow sword's light trembled greatly as it floated in midair. She flew over the Jin demon guards with her sword and ordered in a cold voice, "Depart!" In a flash, the moon shadow sword carried the Rapunzel up into the sky. The 12 zodiacs hurriedly followed behind with 3,000 devil suppressor guards. The sound of soldiers and armor rubbing together and the deafening sound of horses' hooves resounded throughout the imperial city. Qin Ming stood at the entrance to the 11th floor of the upper hall. From a distance, he watched Rapunzel disappear into the clouds. He was in shock. For the first time, he had seen how powerful Rapunzel was. Having seen the aura of the Jin Demon Guard's army, no wonder the travelers are talented and outnumbered. Yet they simply can't compete head-to-head with the aborigines. Qin Ming. Suzume waved at Qin Ming from the courtyard. What are you still standing up there for? Come on down. Qin Ming ran down and laughed in a low voice. Sister Suzaku. This Rapunzel went crazy early in the morning as soon as she heard the news of the travelers and brought people to kill them. Why does she like killing travelers so much? Suzume pinched a piece of ice from the flower and put it in her mouth. Cluck, 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 cluck. The bite went straight on. As much as the Rapunzel likes to kill travelers, she won't be that compelled to do so. After all, she's still wounded from that day's battle with His Majesty. Then she's so crazy that as soon as she hears the news, she'll leave as soon as she's hit the ground running. Suzume smiled and said, I guess it might have something to do with you. Something to do with me? Right. Rapunzel told us when you were unconscious that she would definitely avenge you. That's why she moved all of the Jin Demon Guard army from the Jin Demon Tower ahead of time. So that's how it was. No wonder Qin Ming felt how the demon suppressor guards had assembled so quickly. Sister Suzume, are you sure that the Rapunzel is avenging me? I don't believe it. This one is so mean. She can't move without cursing and hitting. I can't avoid her. I don't know. Anyway, when you were in a coma, the Rapunzel came to your room many times, and each time she sent medicinal herbs. I, Suzume, have been with her for 8 years, and I've never seen the Rapunzel in charge when I was sick. Qin Ming frowned lightly as he thought in his heart. Crazy criticizing the Rapunzel. How could she be nice to him? Absolutely fake. Fluorite Imperial City. Western Gate. Ma Yen, the city gatekeeper, was guarding the city with 2,000 white feather guards. It's been snowing non-stop for the past few days, and there are a lot of stragglers. Her Majesty the Empress has strictly ordered that all city gates are to be strictly guarded and no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. He also made a point of emphasizing that all troop movements in the capital require a tiger's talisman given by His Majesty himself. Just then, the guards on top of the gates suddenly shouted, General Ma, There are many soldiers and horses. What? His Majesty has ordered that no soldiers or horses are allowed to leave the city privately in these few days. And which general is this? Outrageous? General Ma. It's amazing how fast these soldiers and horses ride even in the city. Damn it. This general is going to teach them a lesson. The defending General Ma Yan held a long sword and immediately flew down from the city to stand at the gate. Behind them ran hundreds of soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers and horses in the distance were getting closer. Suddenly someone cried out in surprise. It's a town demon guard. What? Devil suppressor guards? What's the point of gathering so many soldiers? General Ma. Ma, it is the Jin demon guard. We dare to fight? Why don't you dare to fight? You're the white feather guards. You're His Majesty's men. If you don't keep the demon suppressor guards at bay, His Majesty won't skin you. Day. 3,000 Jin demon guards rode their horses and quickly ran to the entrance of the western city. General Ma ran up ahead of him. Are the visitors the 12 zodiac signs? His Majesty has ordered that all incoming and outgoing troops and horses must all hold military talismans, and are not to be mobilized at will. The words just fell out, only to see that on the clouds above his head, a black-clothed Rapunzel killed down in a smooth manner. She said coldly with a murderous aura all over her body, "Talisman of war? This palace hasn't heard of needing any soldier's talisman. Take your people and get out of this palace." Rapunzel. Rapunzel? General Ma was so frightened that he immediately fell to his knees. Rapunzel. The last general really can't do anything about it. His Majesty stipulates. The Rapunzel's face showed a vicious color and directly struck out. She grabbed her hand in the air, and a large amount of snowflakes instantly condensed into a sword shadow that slashed down. That General Ma's cultivation had reached the first level of Tongling, but she was defenseless in front of the Rapunzel. One move, just one move and he was sent flying. He fell to the side of the street spitting blood and not daring to say another word. Hundreds of other white feather guards hurriedly shrank to the side in fear. Rumble. The door opened. The Zodiac rushed out of the city gates after Rapunzel and disappeared into the vast snowy distance. This scene was clearly seen by Yin Shuiyao and Qing Xian from the drunken immortal mansion. Master, where did the Rapunzel take the demon suppressor guards? It looks like it's going to the east. It can't be East Buddha Mountain, can it? It seems like they're really going to East Buddha Mountain. Master, are they going to East Buddha Mountain to deal with the Heavenly Tao sect? Yun Shuiyao frowned slightly. 3 days ago the Jin demon guards searched all over the city for travelers, as aimless as headless flies. Do you know what it means to suddenly go to East Buddha Mountain today? The disciple does not know. It means that your senior brother Qin Ming must have passed out before and didn't have time to tell the eldest princess, and today he should be awake. So the Rapunzel has a target. I see. Master, you're awesome. Chapter 44, Taking a Bath Together? Suzum blushes. The backyard of Tai Yin Palace. It's full of red maple trees. The heavy snowfall has knocked many of the red maple leaves down, and has created a stunning half-red, half-white view of the area. At this moment, Qin Ming was cultivating the blast wind sword technique here. This sword skill was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to practice. It's because he requires so much movement speed. Almost all of the 108 moves have to be performed from different positions and at different paces. It just so happened that Qin Ming's talent for concealment, the turtle breath spirit skill, allowed him to be extraordinarily agile in his stance. He held the falling blood sword and cultivated the blast wind sword technique with half the effort. Shoo shoo shoo. Qin Ming slashed out with his sword, and the snowy maple leaves in the distance floated up as he struck them. Only half a day. He then practiced the blast wind sword technique to the minor achievement realm. Qin Ming made a point on the ground, and his body nimbly rushed up into the sky, 10 meters in the air. He leapt up again with his feet on the red maple tree. The falling blood sword in his hand swish, swish, swish was quickly executed. 108 moves chopped all the maple leaves falling in the air into pieces. Qin Ming's heart was unimpeded. He was getting more and more confident to face strong enemies. Although he was now at the 4th level of body tempering, if he were to encounter the 6th level of body tempering Lu Zonghua again, he will be killed within 10 moves. Qin Ming had just landed on the ground when he felt as if there were eyes watching him from the maple tree on his left. He turned back with a swish of his sword in his grip. Surprisingly, it was the white weasel again. It seemed to be another size larger than before, with a fluffy tail. Hey, little guy. Qin Ming greeted it. The weasel stood up on all fours and blinked towards Qin Ming. Then, it turned around and disappeared into the woods. What kind of beast is this guy? Last time I even stayed in my room for half the night. This time we met and again we didn't seem to know each other that well. It's so underraised. Forget about it. Qin Ming returned to the courtyard holding the falling blood sword. Suzum was lying on her back, stuffing firewood in the pots and pans heading for the stove. The handsome and graceful figure was slightly bent over, and the white bottoms under the green brocade skirt set off 2 rounded areas. Qin Ming had the gift of stealth, and his walk had been silent. He came up behind Suzaku and put his hands out to cover her eyes. Qin Ming, stop it. Be careful of being seen by others. Who can see? They're all out. Suzume responded then. Her small, white, round face smiled slightly, revealing a slight scarlet blush. Okay, stop it for a second. I'm boiling water for you. The Rapunzel said you still need hot water for your injuries. I don't soak. Suzume turned her head eyes wide. What? You're not soaking? How can you not soak? I've been boiling water for half a day. Qin Ming suddenly came closer to Suzaku and smiled gently. Unless Suzume-san accompanies me in the dip. Suzume instantly blushed. She bowed her head slightly, cupping her head's large braid in her hand. How is this going to work? Why can't it work? Just no. It's just the two of us in the palace. That tub is so small. The two of us can't stay in it. Can't stay, then stick close. Ringing. She clenched her hand into a small fist and punched Qin Ming on the shoulder. Nonsense again. No bullying. With that she turned and ran towards the house. Despite her refusal, she ran to the shower poke when she entered the room and looked at it, mentally comparing it to whether two people could stay or not. It was dark and snowy in the East Buddha Mountain. There is a temple towering over a 1,000-foot cliff face. In front of us is a 100-meter-high Buddha with its head cut off. There was only one hiking path in the center, which was covered with morose skeletons. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi arrived at the bottom of Dongfuo Mountain with the 12 zodiac signs and 3,000 devil suppressor guards. She fell through the air. An attendant scout in black tights ran and knelt. Reporting to the eldest princess. My subordinates have captured a traveler and have inquired clearly. The original cliffs here had a temple named Tendoji Temple, which housed about 1,000 monks. The Tian Taoist traversers came to East Buddha Mountain. They felt that only they, the Tian Dao sect, were worthy of the word Tian Dao. And with that, the 300 travelers killed all 1,200 monks of the Tian Dao temple. The ghastly white bones on this road in the center are those monks. The Rapunzel's eyes revealed anger, and her face was terribly cold. Anyone could feel a terrible murderous aura from her. Rapunzel came to the crowd holding the moon shadow sword. Devil suppressor guards listened to the order. Xian Hu, Mo Rabbit, each of you take 200 men and break out from the White Bone Road. Na, Mei Yang, Pheasant Chicken, and Tengdu, you each take 200 men and climb from the backside of Dongfuo Mountain. Na, all the rest are surrounded from the western cliffs upwards. This palace has only one request. Not a fly on the mountain can fly away. Na, the Rapunzel's arms were raised, and the cold ice breath within her body surged wildly. 9 in cold ice skill, icy sky and snow. In an instant, the snowflakes falling around them condensed into a thin layer of cold ice, covering both the demon guard and the 12 zodiacs. An icy mist formed over them. From afar, it looks like it is one with the white snow of heaven and earth. The Rapunzel coldly said, "Action." All of a sudden various lieutenants stormed off in all directions with their demon suppression guards. The white ice they were crusted with was so thick that even the sentries in the mountains could not detect the end of it. Taoist Greed and his disciple Liya had returned 3 days ago. The last few days have been spent recuperating and toning up. The brat, with a knife of some kind, stabbed a wound that suffers from pain, numbness and itching every day. Disciple Liya stood in front of him and wondered. It looks like that guy doesn't have a high cultivation level, but he's the most thievish one. How dare he sneak attack master? The greedy Taoist cursed viciously. The brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven must have been burned to ashes by Lu Zongfire. Yes, master. Lu Zonghua hardened body 6. That Qin Ming, who is still injured at the 3rd level of body tempering, must have died. Just then, a female traveler walked in the doorway. She wore a short white skirt, black stockings, and a modern woman's corset on top. Greedy Taoist, we travelers are having a dance tonight. Everyone is waiting for you. The greedy Taoist waved his hand. You guys play, and when the dance is over, you come to bed with me. The black silk woman's mouth smiled. I'm so tired after dancing. How can I stand up to greedy Taoist? The greedy Taoist laughed out loud. If you can't help it, bring your sisters 2 more. Row, row, row. Don't worry, Taoist Greed. The flirtatious woman retreated. Disciple Liya opened his folding fan. What a wonderful evening. Master, I'm going to go play with them too. We of the Heavenly Tao sect are originally a group of heavenly ordained people, and timely happiness is the king's way. All those who stand in our way all must die. Chapter 45, Cold Snowy Murderous Night. Tai-In Palace Frolics. The Tai-In Palace was originally surrounded by trees on all sides. It's a little darker than the rest of the world once night comes. Suzume boiled a whole vat of hot water. She undressed Qin Ming, her face red and hot, her head slightly lowered, not even daring to look. Suzume-san, raise your head. I'm not lifting. I don't mind if you lift it up and look at it. I'm not looking. Suzume-san, look at my stomach wound splitting open again. Suzume hurriedly lifted her head up as soon as she was nervous. Where is it cracked? It was then that she realized Qin Ming was snickering at her. Look, it's not just a look. Qin Ming, you lied to me. She tugged on Qin Ming's arm. Go and soak in the tub. The eldest princess said that this is the only way for your internal injuries to heal as quickly as possible. Suzume-san, come along. No. Suzaku shook her head. I measured it this afternoon. And the water will turn over if we don't keep 2 people in here. Qin Ming was amused by Suzaku. Suzume-san, I was just saying. I didn't think you'd actually come in and test it. Suzume looked up at once. Could you Qin Ming dare to make fun of me? She raised her arm to hit Qin Ming. Instead, it gently landed on his shoulder. Immediately afterward, Suzume very consciously squeezed Qin Ming's shoulders. The eldest princess used to say that there are many meridians in a person's shoulders, so pinching them more often helps the circulation of aura. Then your wounds will heal faster. Suzume took a ladle and scooped up a scoop of warm water and poured it through Qin Ming's hair, a little bit to help him rub. The technique is gentle and delicate. It was strange in her heart that the internal beam of light that had plagued her for so many years seemed to rarely flare up since she had met Qin Ming. Mother said that if she ever met someone who could keep this beam of strange disease at bay, she must follow him. Qin Ming leaned against the edge of the tub and relaxed his entire body. At this very moment, the happiest he'd been since crossing over. Looking at the gentle and virtuous, pure and beautiful Suzume, Qin Ming thought in his heart, I really hope my identity as a traveler is never discovered. Halfway up East Foothill, post, 2 male travelers were on guard inside, swords in hand. There's a dance up on the mountain tonight, and we brothers are here on sentry duty. So damn bad luck. It's okay, let them dance. Later on brother will take you to the prison cell room to enjoy yourself. You have a key between the cells? That's for sure. 3 days ago we robbed 2 aborigines and brought back 4 women. Moist. It's just great. I'm going to try it. These aborigines are trash and deserve to be insulted hard. Yeah, they're supposed to be beasts. There's nothing wrong with insulting a beast. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in front of him. The 2 travelers hurriedly gripped their swords. What? Who? Swish. A white sword chi floated past the 2. They instantly froze in place for a moment. Next breath, the Rapunzel in black armor holding the moon shadow sword stood in front of them. She was covered in a murderous aura. The 2 travelers tried to yell out, but couldn't get a single cry out. They simply couldn't figure out when exactly their throats had been cut. Blood soared from the 2 men's throats. The budding rabbits and Jin demon guards following behind them rushed up. The cliff paths in all directions were also being rapidly climbed by the town's demon guards. They moved very little, and with the white frost caked on their bodies, they were very stealthy. Rapunzel rushed ahead at the front of the pack. Her 9 cold ice technique battle power was stronger in the snow. All 13 posts on Dongfuo Mountain had their throats slit without a word. Qin Ming was draped in a white coat after taking a bath. The room was not cold at all with the fireplace burning. He just sat on the edge of the bed. Suzume brought in another bucket of hot water from outside and set it down next to him. Reaching out, he went to pull Qin Ming's feet. Qin Ming was shocked in his heart. Suzume-san, what are you? Washing your feet? No. Qin Ming hurriedly waved his hand. In the modern mindset, he would not go for such a service. It's okay, give me your feet and I'll wash them for you, to warm them up. My mother said it's good for men to wash their feet in hot water. Qin Ming wanted to refuse again, but he was grabbed by Suzume's feet and forced into the hot water bucket. The water is so hot, so cozy. Suzaku's foot washing technique is much more comfortable. Gently and softly, she squatted in front of Qin Ming and washed her feet while a smile appeared on her face. Suzume-san, what are you laughing at? Didn't laugh at anything, but you keep suppressing a smile on your face. What the hell are you smiling about? Suzume slightly lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like slender voice. Don't you know? Qin Ming hurriedly ran his brain quickly. What do I know? What do I need to know? Is there anything about a woman washing a man's feet? Is it another hometown rule? You know, Suzume-san, my parents died early. Some of the rules were not even taught to me. Oh, Suzume then realized. So that's why you refused to let me wash your feet. Suzume-san, is there anything to this? I've never had the chance to learn these things from any elder in my life. Of course there are rules. Suzume said softly. My mother said that a woman can only wash her own lover's feet. If you've washed his feet, it means you've decided on him for the rest of your life. Follow him. So it is. Qin Ming was glad that he didn't forcefully refuse just now. Otherwise wouldn't Suzume think she didn't want to marry her at all? That's too much of a cultural difference. If it's on the Blue Star. He sat on his bed and called out to his girlfriend to come over and wash his feet. Maybe the washtub was huffing in his face. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Ming pulled Suzume to sit down next to him. Suzume-san, the water's hot, so come and wash it too. We'll wash our feet together. How can that work? It can't. What can't? This is not in line with the rules. Then let me ask you, don't you have a saying there about marrying a husband and following his husband? Of course we do. That's what we do in East County. That won't work. Shin Ming laughed. You've just decided that I'm your husband by washing my feet, right? Yeah. So now Sunga wants you to wash your feet with me. Does that mean you have to marry your husband and follow him? Suzum's two big clear eyes seemed like stars in the sky. She was still hesitant when she was pulled next to herself by Qin Ming and took the socks off her feet, forcing her feet into the hot water bucket as well. Qin Ming stomped on Suzaku's foot in the water. Suzum lowered her head and didn't even dare to look at Qin Ming. Qin Ming then stepped left and right, and picked at Suzaku's foot with his thumb. Suzaku was tickled. Qin Ming, if you're tickling me, I'll be impolite. You're welcome, let's see how good you are. Suddenly, Suzum's smooth little feet tickled Qin Ming's foot at the same time in the water. Qin Ming was so tickled that he couldn't bear to laugh out loud. Two people you stomp on me, I'll step on you. Joyful voices drifted continuously. The Sun Palace was snowy and cold, but at the moment the room was extraordinarily warm. Chapter 46, The Crossers Legion vs. the Demon Guard Army. Rapunzel killed all the alert scouts with a single horse, and it split a traveler who was toileting in the field, right from his head to between his legs with a single slash. She held the moon shadow sword and walked on the front side. Drops of blood from the blade fell onto the white snow. The devil suppressor guards from the four directions of east, west, south, north and south had already ascended East Buddha Mountain in droves. Rapunzel saw that the time was right. She flew into the air with a wave of her hand and said coldly, "Kill." In a split second, 3,000 devil suppressor guards rushed out from all directions. The travelers in the fringe room didn't even react to what was going on before they were hacked to pieces by the town guards that had surrounded them. The demon guard is here. Ah. The devil suppressor guards have killed their way in. Some of the travelers noticed the situation and started yelling, but most of the travelers were dancing upstairs in the ballroom. There was also music playing from the Minjok intercourse. They were jumping around so much they couldn't hear the shouts from below. Li Ya, holding a folding fan in his hand, pulled a modern-day traveled fairy, who had just finished reading the script in the dark room next door. Just heard the commotion below. A shock went through him. Not good. Why are there so many demon guardians here? He hurriedly and quickly ran towards his master's upper room. The devil suppressor guards have killed their way in. All get out. Danger! Li Ya shouted as he ran. Many of the travelers living in the rooms had already run out and fought with the demonic guards. Li Ya rushed into the greedy Taoist's room and pushed the door open. Only the shoes of the two dancers were seen off at the head of the master's bed. The whole bed shook. Li Ya rushed over and pulled back the bed curtains with one hand. Master, it's bad. The devil suppressor guards are here to kill. Kill your sister. Can't you see I'm busy? The devil suppressor guards are really killing people. All of them outside. It seems like the eldest princess is leading them. What? The greedy Taoist jumped off the bed in a flash of nervousness. You mean it? It's true. Master. It's all over the mountains. Go and ring the iron bell of the prowl. Li Ya hurriedly ran to the door and struck at the huge iron bell. Dum 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 dum. This bell resounded to the top of East Buddha Mountain. The music inside the ball stopped as well. Numerous traversers climbed up to look down from the window. Who is so bold as to bring so many people to besiege my East Buddha Mountain? There are more than 36 of the 300 traversers of my East Buddha Mountain above the realm of the psychic. They seek death. All that was heard for a moment was the windows all blowing up. Many travelers jumped out of it. Talent, jump, activate. An old man traverser stomped his feet on the ground and instantly jumped up nearly 10 meters high. With a giant machete in his hand, he killed towards the Jin Demon Guard. Talent, water control unleashed. Wow, a female traveler sucked up the water from the tank. Those water droplets formed countless concealed weapons in the sky. Talent, spacing out, unleashed. A very strong-bodied traveler clenched his fists. He slammed his fist into one of the travelers beside him. The resultant power was transmitted to a distant Jin Demon Guard, shocking the Jin Demon Guard instantly to the point of spitting out blood and dying. Talent, spikes, activate. A skinny, weak traveler clenched his hands into fists, and all of a sudden his entire body was covered in sharp spikes. He followed the many travelers and killed them. The Jin Demon Guards are outnumbered. However, most of the cultivation realms were only around the 3rd or 4th level of body tempering. However, most of these travelers were above the 4th level of body tempering. There were even more than 36 people in the psychic realm. Their various talents were exerted, and they stabilized the situation in an instant. Rapunzel and the Zodiac stood in the tower at the entrance, silently watching the whole situation. Feast rats. The last general is here. That female traverser on the left side of the tower. She seems to have the skill of hearing voices. The Jin Demon Guards were never able to injure her. So you go and kill her. Nah. The slenderly built banquet rat lieutenant immediately flew out. While in midair, The shadow of a 2-meter-sized feast rat appeared behind her figure. She was 5 times faster. Like a ghost. The statuesque female traveler, gifted with hearing voices. Whenever an attack came her way she was able to dodge it with ease. Cultivating at the 8th level of body tempering realm. She killed a dozen or so Shin demon guards in succession. Swish, she felt a gust of wind in her ear, and the female traveler was about to turn and duck. Unexpectedly, the nimble feasting rat suddenly plopped down on the traveler's ear with a shrill chirp. Hiss. The sound was penetrating and penetrating. Almost in an instant, the eardrums of both of the female traveler's ears were shattered in their entirety, and blood flowed out. Her head was in excruciating pain. Aha! Captain Feast Rat dropped out of the air and chopped the female traveler's head off with a single blow of his sword. Tai-in Palace. Suzaku Room. Suzume didn't expect it either. While she was bathing, Qin Ming unexpectedly came behind her. Suzume blushed and bowed her head. She didn't even dare to look at Qin Ming. Sister Suzume, it's been an hour since you took this bath. The water is cold. Ah, is the water cold? I don't feel Are you afraid to go under the covers? I'm not a jackal or a tiger. What are you afraid of? No, nothing to be afraid of. Qin Ming, you go and rest first. I'll come later. Qin Ming came over and whispered in her ear. It's better if I take Suzume-san with me. Saying that, Qin Ming grabbed Suzaku's arm in one go and picked her up from the tub. Suzaku jumped in surprise. Qin Ming, stop it. Qin Ming carried her in his arms towards the bed. Qin Ming, I am afraid. My mother said that in that case I will get pregnant. Pregnant can be finished in this Tai-in Palace. Suzume-san, let's find something else then. There are other ways? Yes, a lot. Taoist Greed finally rushed out from the main hall with 10 of his elite subordinates. Each of them had cultivation levels up to the Tonling realm. These devil suppressor guards really don't know how to live. And they dared to break into East Buddha Mountain. Warriors, bring out your natural skills and slaughter them all. On the far tower, the Rapunzel raised her jade hand. Zodiac, kill. Mo Rabbit, May Sheep, Red Snake, Pheasant, Plumed Monkey, and Shen Tiger all killed. All of them have long legs and a slender body with a high level of cultivation. The shadows of terrifying ferocious beasts appeared behind them all. The 3-eyed spirit rabbit, one-horned devil sheep, Yugi Xuanhu, gilt-scale dragon, blood-hardened red snake, blasted banquet rats. One more than the other figure was huge and dominating. Roar! Their fighting strength was more than tripled from their usual strength. Shasta time. Those traveler elites were beaten back and forth. The traveler who was gifted with hitting a bull through a mountain was kicked in the heart by Mo Rabbit, and died directly from the explosion. 2 elite travelers were strangled alive by the red snake's shadows coiled together. The more dead the ranks of the travelers became, the more they died. The greedy Taoist flew over from the distance with the black snake staff in his hand. He shouted from a distance, "Just who brought you here? How dare you? Dare to be an enemy of my heavenly Tao sect?" The black snake staff in his hand swung in the air. In a flash, there were nearly hundreds of 7 vipers pouring out from the surroundings. Talent, Imperial Snake unleashed. Good. All illusion demon guards will be bitten to death. Kill them all. Hundreds of black 7 vipers scuttled down from the air. However, the next breath, only to see the slender hand of the Rapunzel on the tower reach out from her sleeve and gently lift it. The flying snow in the sky instantly melted into countless ice crystals. Those ice crystals had spikes on them. She flicked her hand. Kill. Just 10 breaths less. Hundreds of incredibly poisonous 7 kuei snakes were all stabbed to death by the ice crystals. The greedy Taoist was shocked. Who is it? It was only when he turned his head that he saw Rapunzel ascending from the tower. The greedy Taoist was confused. His whole body trembled with fear. What's the Rapunzel doing here? The big boss of this aboriginal people, she came in person. Chapter 47, Heavenly Demon Ice Phoenix. The Eldest Princess Strikes. It's terrifying. The greedy Taoist had long heard that the princess was not to be messed with. He had long heard that Rapunzel was a super demon. But the greedy Taoist also heard a hidden message. That is, the Rapunzel was injured a few days ago. That's good news for him. The greedy Taoist flew up into the sky, pulling the black snake staff in his hand and shouting, "Rapunzel, you have injuries on your body. Don't think I don't know. Now you take the subdued devil guards to retreat. I greedy Taoist give you face, not to pursue. Otherwise." Before the words were finished, Rapunzel suddenly flew from the air. Seek death. She swung her sleeve. Boom. The snowflakes in the sky were wrapped in a cold aura, ruthlessly killing and rushing towards the greedy Taoist. Taoist Greed hurriedly spun the black snake staff around frantically, and 7 viper venom filled the air from the black snake staff. Since your eldest princess is injured, I don't believe the old Taoist can't stop you. Boom. Pop. The loud bang. The greedy Taoist black snake staff was directly slapped into 2. He himself was slapped in the face by a horrible cold breath. Shasta fell through the air. One move. Surprisingly, just one move had crippled him. The greedy Taoist spat out blood as he rose from the ground. Didn't I say that the eldest princess was injured? Why is she still so strong? Watching the travelers get killed less and less, the greedy Taoist shouted to the surviving travelers behind him. Where is Yang Ming? Greedy Taoist, I'm here. Cast me with your gift. Hurry. Yang Ming's talent was Mana Gain. Sequence 53. Can increase one's mana strength in combat by 5 times, with a 5% trigger probability. And it lasted for only 10 breaths. The end of the casting effect affects one's cultivation significantly. Yang Ming rushed behind the greedy Taoist and put his palms together. Talent, Mana Gain. Cast. The greedy Taoist surprisingly chanced a successful trigger, and was instantly infused with a powerful vitality. His voice shook softly as he leapt into the sky. He had never felt so powerful. The current him was not the least bit weak even if he faced the sovereign realm. He condensed the black snake venom into a poisonous ball in his hand. Straight towards the Rapunzel to kill. 10 breaths is enough. I'll see how you Rapunzel can cope with it. Even if you split this poison ball, the snake venom will still erode you. Yet no one expected it. The black-clothed Rapunzel, who was originally standing in the air, suddenly had a purple terrifying phoenix appear behind her. That phoenix figure was 50 meters tall. Her 2 wings spread out to cover the sky. An unusually terrifying killing aura radiated from the black wings. The group of fighting travelers below were all generally stunned. Sky Demon Ice Phoenix. Surprisingly, it was the ancient beast Sky Demon Ice Phoenix. The greedy Taoist's poison ball had just rushed in front of him when it was shattered into pieces by a flick of Rapunzel's wings. The wings of the heavenly demon Ice Phoenix shadow flicked once again. A terrifying ice and snow hurricane struck. The greedy Taoist had been strengthened tenfold. He tried with all his might to fend off this terrible hurricane. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment the greedy Taoist touched the cold ice hurricane, he was smashed to the point where his organs fell to the ground. Bang! The ground smashed out a huge deep pit. Taoist greed was completely stunned. His entire body was covered in broken sinews and broken meridians, and he was spitting out blood. One move. Again. Just one move. That's horrible too. Despair showed in the eyes of the only 30 or so remaining travelers. There was no lack of several powerful people of the psychic realm within them, but seeing the eldest princess in the sky, and the terrifying heavenly demon Ice Phoenix behind her, her heart was fearful to the extreme. Half a quarter of an hour later, the 12 zodiacs put to death more than 300 traversers from East Buddha Mountain. The crippled greedy Taoist was escorted to the elder princess with his peepa bone hanging from an iron hook. Captain Mo Rabbit ran up from behind and whispered in Rapunzel's ear. Eldest princess. Just now, Her Majesty the Empress used a psychic bird to send a message saying that the Heaven's Path cult is planting explosives somewhere in the fluorite Imperial City. Her Majesty said that she has already captured 2 elders of the Heavenly Tao sect, and asked you to bring this greedy Taoist back as well and interrogate them together. The Rapunzel had a cold face. Originally, when she heard her sister's order, there was rebellion in her heart. Thinking that I'll stay if you ask me to. Are you qualified to do so? But the Rapunzel heard that it was a matter of life and death for many of the people of Glowstone City. In the end, the Rapunzel still said in a cold voice, chop off his right arm holding the sword for the palace, and bring it back with the loot bone hanging from an iron hook. Nah, bring back the heads of all 300 travelers to this palace. No, drunken immortal building, room 1 of the heavenly character. Yun Shueya was writing a letter to the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters with her head down. She wrote down all the things that happened when a traitor appeared in the inflammatory fire hall, when the heavenly Tao sect's greedy Taoist came over to negotiate, and when the eldest princess's army attacked East Buddha Mountain. With that, she opened the window. A white psychic bird on the roof of the house flew in instantly. This bird is very small and flies more than 5 times as fast as a horse, and psychic birds are extraordinarily spiritual. Delivering mail is extremely accurate. Yun Shueya slipped the note into the small bamboo bucket on the psychic bird's paw, then released the psychic bird into the sky. Outside the door, Qing Xian walked in. Master, I received a letter from the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters today. Say what? Is there any news of eunuch Xiao Qinzi? Not yet, Master. Yun Shueya was anxious in her heart. This was something that his disciple Qin Ming had asked her to investigate a few days ago. It was this eunuch Qin that Qin Ming had impersonated in the palace. If we don't get to the bottom of this eunuch's life, it will always be a ticking time bomb. Just then, the eldest disciple Ma Chang hurriedly ran in. Master, it's not good anymore. What's wrong with it? The Rapunzel has returned with the heads of 300 travelers from East Buddha Mountain. Qing Xian returned without a trace of humor. It's those damn Tendo cults that were killed. Dead is dead. What are you so excited about? No, that's not what I'm nervous about. Ma Chang patted his head. What I'm nervous about is that Rapunzel got the greedy Taoist back. What? Yun Shuiyao immediately got up from her chair upon hearing this. Qing Xian's face also changed drastically. What can be done about this? Taoist Greedy has seen Qin Ming before. In case the eldest princess brings the greedy Taoist into the palace, this will be a disaster. Master, why don't we just charge in and kill Taoist Greed? Yun Shuiyao glared at the disciple. Ma Chang, do things with your head. You won't even be able to get close to the greedy Taoist when you rush in like this. You'll be chopped into mush. Is that Rapunzel that powerful? Of course she's powerful. Master was only at the 6th level of Tongling when he wasn't injured. And that Rapunzel is a 1st level of sovereign. And that's when she wasn't transformed. Think about the disparity. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian and Ma Chan were both shocked. Not bad for an aboriginal boss. But it's tough. Suddenly Yun Shuiyao thought of a way. You guys come with me? You can only go and try. Master is not sure. Chapter 48, Master vs Rapunzel. Cunning Demon. 3,000 Jin demon guards only died less than 100 in this battle. Although each of their cultivation levels were not high. But Lord Rapunzel and the Zodiac are just too strong. They hang on to almost all of the Traveler Masters. The greedy Taoist, who had great tactics to enhance his bludgeoning talent, didn't even pass a single move in Rapunzel's hands. At this time, 3,000 demon suppression guards arrived at the Fluorite Imperial City in great numbers. Fluorite Imperial City. Just as they entered the city, the people all ran out into the streets to see what was going on. Rapunzel killed the traveler again. It's awesome. You guys, look at that cart piled high with the heads of travelers. Looks like at least 300 of them. The many people cheered, looking very excited. The 12 Zodiacs rode the snow ponies on the front flank. Following behind were the eldest princess's carriage and the prison carriage that was escorting the greedy Taoist. The Jin demon guards followed up with all 300 bloody heads at the back. Time is running out for Cloudwater Ballad. She led her disciples Qing Xian and Ma Chang through the crowd. The battle with the greedy Taoist a few days ago had left her deeply afflicted by the 7 Viper poison. The cultivation level had dropped from the 6th level of Tongling to the 4th level of Tongling. She knew that a frontal hard-on wouldn't even catch a single move from the princess. That's why Yin Shuiyao thought of a way to win with chaos. Ma Chang, Master told you to look for the cow. Have you found it yet? I found the Master, and I purposely looked for bulls with horns. Qing Xian, did you get that firecracker yet? Buy it. Listen to my Master's orders later. Understood. Rapunzel was half lying in the corner of the snow pony carriage. The languid, plump body looked particularly tantalizing. Her eyes were closed in a slight fake sleep. No matter how fiercely the people outside shouted at her, how much they revered and praised her for how crazy she was, the Rapunzel's face remained facetiously cold. The Zodiac's black armor was stained with a bit of blood. The cute rabbit and charming sheep walked on the front side, greeting the surrounding crowd back and forth. Mo Rabbit, Mei Yang said tartly, I just heard the person next to me say that I'm prettier than you. Mo Rabbit glared at the wintry goat without a good look. You're nothing but big. Cut. What's wrong with big? Isn't it good? Look at that look Xiao Qinzi gives me every time he looks at me. What he looks at you for? He looks at you with busty contempt. Mei Sheep, little rabbit, sister will fight you. Just then, suddenly, the crowd in front of them erupted into pandemonium. Mo Rabbit raised his hand, and the army immediately stopped. I saw 8 bulls with firecrackers hanging from their tails in the street in front of me, and they were madly rushing towards the army wagon. Mei Yang immediately drew her goat intestinal sword. What's going on? The people's plow oxen have gone mad? Clang clang clang. The other lieutenants also drew their swords and knives. Mo Bunny's tiny arms shook hurriedly. Everyone, don't kill. Just block it. His Majesty had decreed this year that there are fewer plowing oxen in a year of disaster, so they are not allowed to be killed. Yes, oh, as if there was such a thing. Let's subdue this plow cow then. The 8 plowing oxen charged frantically toward the large group. Many of the Jin demon guards sensed that something was wrong and also ran to the front side. The budding rabbit and charming sheep even gently rolled up their sleeves, ready to subdue the plow ox. Suddenly, eldest Princess Han Yueshi flew out of the carriage with a huff. That domineering killing aura made the surrounding people worship in fear. The Rapunzel chided indifferently. Bunch of idiots. What are they all doing running to the front? This is obviously fraudulent. Rapunzel clamored with a swing of her sleeve. A ferocious cold aura coalesced in the air. In a split second, the cold air transformed into 8 white ice swords and charged straight towards the plow ox. Those cows were impaled on their heads by ice swords just before they reached the group. Pa pa pa. The terrifying cold breath blasted the 8 plowing oxen to the point where blood and flesh flew everywhere. In the meantime, the Long Lord stood on the top of the sedan chair and turned around all at once, staring dead at the prison wagon that held the greedy Taoist captive. As expected, she caught a glimpse of Yin Shuiyao and disciples Qing Xian and Ma Chang who were preparing to strike. The 3 of them were masked. The Rapunzel's mouth smiled coldly as she raised her hand. There was a clang. The moon shadow sword was sheathed. The dustless sword in Yun Shuiao's hand had already rushed towards the greedy Taoist. The sword carried the strong sword intent of her gifted sword heart. Qing Xian also violently slashed out a blade right at the heart of the greedy Taoist. Yet no one expected it. Just as the dustless sword and the Yujin sword reached the greedy Taoist, they were sent flying backwards with a snap of the moon shadow sword that fell from the sky. Yun Shuiao and Qing Xian both suffered severe pain in their heart chakra and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. It was too late. Yun Shuiao desperately swung her arms once again to make three sword intent to kill the greedy Taoist. But the powerful as hell Rapunzel didn't give her any chance at all. Her slender hand grasped in the air, and a large mass of snowflakes instantly coalesced. As she swung her sleeve down, those condensed snowflakes instantly formed a wall of ice in front of the greedy Taoist. Bang bang bang! All three of Yun Shuiao's sword hearts were blocked by the ice wall. Qing Xian slashed several times in succession to no avail. The next breath, the wall of ice exploded with a snap. Those tiny cold ice swords formed from the broken ice stabbed straight at Yun Shuiao. Yun Shuiao hurriedly stepped back. This Rapunzel is just too scary, too demonic. Retreat! Yun Shuiao gave an order. She took Ma Chang Qing Xian and rushed to the pile of people, jumped into the sewer opening that had been opened long ago. The moment the master and disciple jumped down into the sewer opening, the Rapunzel's cold ice sword killed and exploded behind her. Pa pa pa! Yun Shuiao, who had entered the bottom, spat out a large mouthful of blood with a snort. Disciple Qing Xian hurriedly supported her. Master, run! This Rapunzel is a demon. She's ruthless and cunning. The greedy Taoist was not killed. What will happen to your senior brother Qinming in the palace? Rapunzel came after her from the carriage and stood at the mouth of the sewer. Originally she was going to jump down and take the heads off these three. The result was an unpleasant odor coming from inside. Rapunzel's sleeve hurriedly waved backwards and walked away. She patted her clothes lightly and got back into the wagon again. Killing was fine, but getting your clothes dirty because of it was something the Rapunzel would never allow. The Zodiac sent 100 Jinmu guards to jump into the sewer entrance to give chase. The army, on the other hand, continued to head towards Taiyin Palace. The early morning of Taiyin Palace was still dim and silent. Suzum came outside early, dressed and groomed. She took several consecutive pieces of ice on the floor to chew and eat. Qin Ming stood in the doorway wearing a black suit, stretched and smiled. Suzum-san, you usually just eat one piece of ice. What's the point of eating so much ice this morning? Suzum blushed. It's not all your fault. Eat some ice to cover up the flavor, so that the princess won't find out. Chapter 49, Too Brutal. 300 heads. Suzum held the ice in her left hand and kept shaking her right arm up and down from side to side. Ugh, that's a sore arm. Just then, the sound of horses of a crackling army came from outside the palace of Taiyin. Suzaku and Qin Ming were shaken in their hearts. The Rapunzel is back. The two men rushed forward to open the 5-meter-high tiger's head door of the Taiyin Palace. Rumble. The 12 Zodiacs walking on the front flank jumped off their snow ponies in droves. Their armor and weapons were stained with blood. The curtain of the Rapunzel's carriage was uncovered. She was clad in black armor, with a delicate face and immaculate body. Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This woman is really so beautiful. But that character is just crazy. Criticize. The eldest princess got out of the carriage, and at a glance, she saw Qin Ming, who was staring at her from the doorway. The Rapunzel's eyes were glazed over. Qin Ming hurriedly lowered his head slightly. Rapunzel walked between Qin Ming and Suzaku. After 3 steps she suddenly turned back to Qin Ming and said in a cold voice, "How are the injuries?" Back to the eldest princess. "The injuries are much better." The two lapsed into another brief silence. 2 breaths later, the Rapunzel turned toward the upper hall. In the square outside Taiyin Palace, a carriage pulling human heads came by. Suzum looked startled and hurriedly covered her mouth. Qin Ming was also deeply shocked by this scene. Nearly 300 whole heads were thrown on the cart in a bloody mess. There are also some with modern blue star jewelry around their necks. So many travelers, and they were all killed at once. Oh, my god! Mad critic invincible Rapunzel. Suddenly, the fiery and seductive Mei Yang blocked in front of Qin Ming. Her face armor was stained with blood but she winks and smiles, and her erect breasts almost bounced off Qin Ming. She irritated at Mo Bunny. "You see, when we are together, this little Chinsey still looks at me first. Just because I look better than you, that's something." Cut. Mo Bunny bristled. 2 small hands tucked into his chest armor. He walked over with a smile on his face. "Xiao Chinsey, you've recovered well." "Huh Suzum, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" Ringtone. "You can't have dark circles under your eyes all night long." She and Qin Ming just didn't close their eyes. "Suzum, what's wrong with your arm? It keeps swinging around." "It's okay. I twisted it carrying water this morning." "Say it." Her eyes glared at Qin Ming. The other female lieutenants had also walked in, all concernedly asking about Qin Ming's injuries. Qin Ming marveled. So many travelers from East Buddha Mountain are dead? Of course. There's nothing we zodiacs can't handle. Oh no. There's one person who didn't die. What is the name of the head of the East Buddha Mountain? Greedy Taoist. He's been brought back. Xin Ming's heart thumped. Greedy Taoist? This guy has seen himself before. Bringing the greedy Taoist into the palace is a time bomb. Xin Ming hurriedly asked tentatively. How come the eldest princess still left him behind? Mo Bunny bristled. It seems as if His Majesty wants to get information out of this greedy Taoist's mouth, and is going to pull him in for interrogation. Xin Ming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's good that His Majesty took it away. It wasn't like he, Xin Ming, was going to the Palm Flame Hall anyway. As long as we don't see the greedy Taoist, everything is fine. Just then, the 8 trigrams metaphysical door on the 11th floor of the Rapunzel's upper hall suddenly pushed open. She had changed into a long purple dress embroidered with cloud patterns. Her long hair blew in the cold wind, and she was gorgeous. The following 12 zodiac Suzaku and the others hurriedly bowed to the Rapunzel. 2 things. First, hang all 300 of these traveler heads for this palace in the bazaar of the Fluorite Imperial City. Warn those travelers that whoever dares to touch the people of Tying Palace, this is what will happen. Nah. Second thing. Little Chinzi. Belonging. From today, this palace promotes you to the position of Lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guards. Early tomorrow morning, accompany this palace to the early morning court at the Hall of Palmfire to receive the official seal. Xin Ming was shocked and delighted all at once, and froze in place. Suzum happily rushed to pat his arm. Come on. Thank you. The Zodiac also turned their heads, with smiles on their faces. Hurry up and give thanks. Xin Ming bent down and clasped his hands. My subordinate thanks the eldest princess. Once again, the Rapunzel's languid petite body turned around and went back inside. One moment. The Zodiac couldn't care less about being tired from the battle they had just finished. Suzaku didn't care that her arms were hurting, and they all gathered around Xin Ming. Congratulations, little Chinzi. This is a step up. Never got promoted straight to lieutenant. Little Chinzi. All 12 of us Zodiacs have been following the Rapunzel for over 20 years. From the Zhen demon guards who worked their way up to lieutenant step by step. You're good. You became a lieutenant as soon as you came up. Xin Ming didn't expect it in his heart either. This crazy critic princess has always been so cruel to him. Why is she suddenly nice? I can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. But then he suddenly thought of something very serious. The Empress's Palace of Palm and Fire is going tomorrow. But this greedy Taoist was escorted to the Empress. In case we run into the greedy Taoist tomorrow at the Palmfire Hall. This is a big game. Forget it. It's no use worrying about it now. Take one step at a time. Anyway, it was extremely good to be able to mix with the lieutenant of the Demon Guard. At least one's safety is further assured. And still have the ability to protect the master and sister girls. It's late at night. Xin Ming looked at his lucky points and saw that he only had 26. Not enough for a raffle. He simply ran his spiritual energy in the room to start the cycle of small and large circumferences. After a while, Xin Ming heard a slight knocking sound coming from outside the window. He left the window open. The all Snow White weasel is out there again. It looked at Xin Ming with 2 green eyes. Xin Ming beckoned. Is it cold? Want to come in? Weasel jumped into the room on his hind legs. It shakes the snow from its body and shrinks into a ball at the end of the bed. Is it cold? Xin Ming's body was too much stronger than it was after cultivation, so there was no charcoal fire lit in his room. He jumped down from the bed and put a charcoal fire inside the Kong. His right hand stretched out the flames of his gift to unleash them. A red flame burned up in Xin Ming's hand. The white weasel curled up at the end of the bed gave a steep start and immediately stood up. Its 2 green eyes showed surprise. The charcoal fire was lit in the Kong and the room warmed up. Xin Ming clapped his hands and laughed. Now that the room is warm, you can have a good rest. Little one. When Xin Ming became the lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guards, the happiest person was Suzaku. Ever since she and Xin Ming spent the entire night under the covers last night, she had already completely regarded Xin Ming as the person she would commit her life to. Of course she was happy when Xin Ming soared to become a lieutenant. That would be closer to Xin Ming's goal of ransoming her, taking her out of the palace, and establishing a small family. Suzum was so happy at the thought that she couldn't sleep as she tossed and turned under the covers. She clips the quilt. And then he remembered the image of Xin Ming making a scene here last night. Didn't do that kind of thing though, but he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At that thought, Suzum rubbed her arms, a shy smile on her face. Chapter 50 Dragon Abyss Shrine. Creepy Black Dragon. Dawn. Xin Ming had just woken up from his blanket. Then I heard Suzum sweeping the snow outside. Xin Ming draped his clothes and looked at the white weasel at the end of the bed that was long gone. That's weird. This little guy. He went outside to the yard and grabbed a broom to work with Suzaku. Suzum took a piece of ice from the red spirit flower and ate it, smiling at Xin Ming. It was as if she was looking at her own Sagittarius. How she looked at him. Qin Ming also smiled and bit into a piece of ice. Now this is a yard full of people. He couldn't run up next to Suzaku and giggle like he did the other night. Today, there was to be an early morning court, and the Rapunzel got up extraordinarily early. She ordered a set of black official clothes to be given to Qin Ming right after her breakfast. Qin Ming changed his clothes. Suzum brushed his hair in a bun. The whole thing was in high spirits. She had just gone out the door when eldest Princess Han Yueshi stood on the snowy ground in the courtyard with one hand behind her back. She spat out the word faintly. Go! After saying that, the moon shadow soared underneath the Rapunzel's feet, trembled with blue light and rose up into the sky. The budding rabbit on the roof gave a cheeky, gentle smile. Eldest Princess, Qin Ming hasn't reached the passage realm and can't fly. If you can't fly, go ride a snow pony by yourself. As the words fell, the Rapunzel rose up with her sword and rushed into the roiling snowflakes. Captain Mo Rabbit jumped off the roof. A white snow-cold horse was brought to Qin Ming. Xiao Qin Zi. Follow this official road all the way to the end. Then turn west and you'll reach the Palm Fire Hall. Remember, it's a turn to the west. Never go to the east. The east is the forbidden place of the entire imperial city, the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Long Yuan Shrine? These 4 words caused several question marks to arise in Qin Ming's head. Really weird. He used to read novels about many royal family shrines, either called Royal Shrine or Ancestor Shrine. How come there's still a Long Yuan Shrine? However, Qin Ming didn't ask much. He jumped on his white pony and gave Suzaku and the Zodiac girls a goodbye. Little Qinzi, have a safe trip. Little Qinzi, official luck. Qin Ming slightly exerted both of his legs, and the white colt horse quickly began to gallop. The imperial palace of the Great Diffusion Kingdom was particularly large, so officials are allowed to ride horses, but never fly in the palace. Rapunzel was the exception, because the Empress can't control her. For the first time, Qin Ming came into contact with the center of power in the Great Diffusion Kingdom, and the further he walked towards the Palm Flame Hall, the more shocked he felt in his heart. The place is exquisite, with a tall building at 3 steps, a corner pavilion at 5 steps and a garden at 10 steps. He looked to the east through the roiling snowflakes and saw only the direction of the Long Yuan Shrine. A huge black dragon statue hovered and shot straight up into the sky. That height was at least 500 or 600 meters. The black dragon is molded perfectly. That in the wind and snow, standing up with a huge dragon head, face full of majesty, as if a glance at it can make people live up to endless fear. What exactly is this Long Yuan Shrine? Just thought of that. Suddenly, there was a chortle from behind him. What man? How dare you ride a horse and look around recklessly? Qin Ming turned back. 6 white feather guards appeared in front of him, wearing white armor and holding long swords in their hands, and all of a sudden, they surrounded Qin Ming's horse. I am Captain Wang Shan of the White Feather Guards. Who exactly are you? Report your name. My name is Qin Ming, and I am the new lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guards. Ha ha ha. The white feathered guard next to Wang Shan suddenly laughed. He pointed at Qin Ming and laughed. Lieutenant of the Devil Suppressing Guards? Don't bluff. I know you. You're the eunuch Xiao Qinzi who works at the Taiyin Palace. Wang Shan came to the front with arrogance and contempt in his eyes. Eunuchs are rootless people by nature, with no hands, and they dare to pretend to be lieutenants. What a joke. Qin Ming was fast approaching the breaking point. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, and once again spoke softly. I am indeed the new captain of the Devil Suppressing Guards, and I am now going to the Palm Fire Shop, so I would like to ask Captain Wang to be accommodating. Accommodate my ass. You eunuch, take it down for me. I've just never heard of any eunuch in the palace who could be a lieutenant. It's still not a laughing matter. The 5 people around them laughed again. Qin Ming jumped down from his horse. Since Captain Wang thinks that his hands are powerless, why don't you try it? Qin Ming could already tell that Wang Shan's cultivation level was the 3rd level of body tempering, the other white feathered guards quenching the 2nd level of the body. You see, the eunuchs of this Taiyin palace are not to be outdone, challenging the lieutenants of my white feather guards. Today, I'll let you see what is called the majesty of the white feather guards. As soon as Wang Shan's words fell, he clenched his fist and slammed it towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't panic. As he was almost close, his right hand suddenly raised. The ice fist impacted out. The ice fog concluded on his fist directly exploded. The shock caused Lieutenant Wang Shan to fly out backwards and fall 5 meters away. He groaned in pain, feeling humiliated and furious. Kill him for me. Kill him. In an instant, the other 5 white feather guards rushed in with their swords drawn. Qin Ming's talent for concealment and the turtle breath spirit skill allowed him to be extremely perceptive and fast. 5 swords stabbed back and forth at his side. However, Qin Ming dodged them all with ease. He looked for an opportunity for Ice Fist to be cast quickly. Snap! All 5 white feather guardsmen were knocked to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths. Wang Shan, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. How can a new eunuch be so strong? Qin Ming's face grew colder and colder as he once again stepped forward and raised his foot. Bang! A foot stomped on Wang Shan's chest, sending him flying a dozen meters away once again. Just then, two officials passed by on the road in front of them, wearing azure robes that were also embroidered with patterns of foreign beasts. They happened to see the scene of Qin Ming beating up someone. Stop! Young man, this official sees that you are wearing the official uniform of the Demon Guard. How can you feel free to beat up the White Feather Guards here? When did you become a lieutenant? Why are you hurting people recklessly? Qin Ming arched his hand and said, Your Excellencies, I am Lieutenant Qin Ming. I was just passing by here when this Captain Wang Shan with his guards blocked me and verbally abused me. I have no choice but to strike. Had to make a move? Do you have any proof? Yeah, well, do you have any proof that someone else started it? This Lord Qin, this is around His Majesty's Palm Fire Hall. Causing trouble at will is very serious. Since you don't have any evidence that's private injury, this official will definitely report it to His Majesty. Qin Ming could already tell that these two dressed officials were stirrers. He was thinking about how to respond when a purple and black figure walked in the distance. It was the Rapunzel whose face was as cold and frosty as the mighty and domineering. Chapter 51, Barbecue. Meeting the greedy Taoist in the Palace of Palm and Fire. The two officers were the first to greet the evil one. Eldest Princess, we just saw Qin Ming beating up the White Feather Guard. Qin Ming beat 6 White Feather Guards to the point of fainting. I asked him if he had any evidence to prove that someone else provoked him first, and he had no evidence. That means he took the initiative to cause trouble. Qin Ming followed, bowing to the eldest princess in passing. He felt that he had caused trouble near the Palm Fire Hall just in time to be seen by these boring civil officials, and the eldest princess was sure to reprimand him. Qin Ming even explained, Elder Princess, this Captain Wang Shan has provoked successive provocations. Who knows? Qin Ming had only said one sentence when the eldest princess waved her sleeve. There's no need to say more. Little Qinzi, come here. Qin Ming walked over to the Rapunzel and bowed again. You have just become an official today. This palace teaches you some rules of conduct. The subordinate is all ears. Remember, if someone in this world suspects you of doing something, don't try to figure out how to prove it. It's pointless. You'll have to crush his eyes and tell him to grow them brighter in his next life. In her next breath, the Rapunzel suddenly raised her sleeve. The snowflakes in the air coalesced into a short ice crystal sword. Phew pff. The eyes of the two officials in front of me were cut directly to the point of blood. Eyeballs shattered. They clutched their eyes in agony and cried their hearts out. Ah, my eyes. Ah. Qin Ming was shocked in his heart and his eyes went wide. For the first time he felt that Rapunzel was so cool. The Rapunzel turned around and walked towards the Palm Fire Hall. Qin Ming hurriedly followed behind him. The cold, chilly wind blew her dress. The black hair cascaded over her shoulders and was truly beautiful. What Qin Ming did not understand in his heart was that the eldest princess had chosen to believe unconditionally without even listening to his explanation. Why does it feel like she's a little different than she used to be? The Empress's Hall of Palm and Fire was circular in shape and stood 100 feet tall. At the very top of the Palm Fire Hall, a huge red phoenix sculpted in firefly stone. From time to time, the phoenix emitted a dazzling, eye-catching light that illuminated the dim cloudy mists. There were also many glowstones set into the walls around the Palm Fire Hall. The world is shrouded in darkness and people live by fire and light, so firefly stone decoration to show richness and majesty. At the entrance of the Palm Fire Hall stood a green-clothed eunuch with a white face, a pair of eagle eyes, and an obese figure. Qin Ming recognized at a glance that this eunuch was none other than Wang Jin, who had initially given their group of eunuchs purification and training. Why is he running here from the honoring room? Qin Ming was apprehensive in his heart. He was worried that this guy would recognize him as fake Xiao Qinzi. He wasn't sure if this Wang Jin had seen his face when he purified Xiao Qinzi, but at that time, Xiao Qinzi had a big scar on his face. This eunuch Wang Jin should not be able to discern so clearly. When Wang Jin saw the Rapunzel he immediately shouted to the Palm Fire Hall, "The Rapunzel has arrived." After Rapunzel walked past him, it was only then that Wang Jin raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Ming with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Qin Ming also nodded with a smile. "Xiao Qinzi, when I purified you, you had scars on your face and were still masked. I didn't expect you to be so handsome after the scars healed." Eunuch Wang receives an award. Congratulations to Eunuch Wang on his promotion to the Sifu. Congratulations to you as well. To be able to serve as a school lieutenant, your future is unlimited. Qin Ming once again slightly saluted and hurriedly followed the eldest princess inside. It looked like this Wang Jin didn't recognize it. Or maybe he recognizes it but he's super duplicitous. But the probability of this is small. As soon as he stepped into the Palm Flame Hall, the majestic aura shook Qin Ming. He had been to the palace of Taiji in the Forbidden City when he was on the Blue Planet. It was incomparable to the Palm Fire Hall in front of him. This circular lobby can reach 100 meters in diameter. Fluorite lamps hang from the top of 18 golden pillars in the center carved with phoenixes. There were densely packed civil and military officials standing on either side of the perimeter. Qin Ming only slightly sensed, and realized that the cultivation level of each of these military officials and generals was above the level of Tongling. It's really strong as hell. No wonder the traveler community has been fighting a tough fight. Originally, when the 100 officials heard the eldest princess come in, they all slightly bowed their heads and did not dare to look directly at her. As a result, he saw Qin Ming again, who was carrying behind the eldest princess. They couldn't help but look up in surprise. Why haven't I seen this handsome young man before? I heard it was a eunuch, and the princess made him a lieutenant. What? When did my great diffusion kingdom allow eunuchs to be officials? Sure, you're looking for death. The princess can beat your brains out on the spot if she hears you. Qin Ming bowed his head slightly, not being humble. He followed the Rapunzel all the way to the left side at the very front of the hall. Rapunzel sat down on a large alabaster chair. Qin Ming stood behind her. His eyes peeked left and right with his afterglow. It is surprising that women make up more than half of the officials in the Daeyeon kingdom, and there are quite a lot of female military generals. Just then, a tall, thin eunuch on the left shouted, "Your Majesty arrives." The ministers and generals knelt down. Only the Rapunzel remained seated on the alabaster chair, her face unchanged. Suddenly, Qin Ming felt several light shadows fly past. His eyes lifted slightly, but it was the legendary phoenix. There were a dozen of them, each about 2 feet long, with golden, shiny feathers. Good guy. Are all the phoenixes in this world kept as pets? Right at this moment, a scorching aura came from within the palm flame hall. Qin Ming's skin was hot and dry, and his heart seemed to be ablaze with flames. The foreheads of the many officials kneeling in the hall of the palm fire hall began to sweat, but none of them dared to raise their heads. All the ministers are excused. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qin Ming looked up. At a glance, he saw the Empress seated on the throne of the high platform. She exuded a hot, flaming aura. The golden black dragon robe wrapped around the proud and seductive body. That stunning beauty was not unlike her sister, the eldest princess. There was just more of an imperial dominance about her. The dozen or so golden-colored phoenixes that had just taken flight had landed around the Empress dragon chair. The Empress' domineering gaze swept around and landed on her younger sister, Rapunzel. Immediately afterward, her eyes lifted to glare at Qin Ming again. Warning, danger level increased 200 times. Lucky points increased 200 times during danger. Nice guy. Just by staring, the danger level is increased 200 times. It's too perverted. The eyes of the eldest princess sitting on the white jade chair snapped up, and a stern, chilling aura was suddenly released. In a split second, it forced the Empress's killing aura back. The pressure on Qin Ming's body suddenly disappeared. The Empress did not move, her gaze sweeping over the ministers. 2 days ago, I asked the elders of the Tian Dao cult to be interrogated to find out where the explosives were placed in Fluorite City. Has there been any progress? The group of ministers below were deathly silent. 3 breaths later, a short general stepped forward. Your Majesty, I will lock them up in purgatory and interrogate them continuously for a day and a night, but they have not yet been interrogated. Empress Han Yuli's cold brows moved slightly, and the firelight of the fluorite lamp trembled. It's a waste. What else can you do if you can't interrogate 3 travelers? The Empress raised her right hand. There was a whirring sound. A deep blue flame suddenly ignited. In a flash, the entire palm flame hall was scorching hot. The general trembled and fell to his knees with a thud. Your Majesty, spare me. I will go back and conduct the interrogation again. Your Majesty, spare me. Boom! That dark blue flame smashed straight into that general, burned to ashes amidst his cries of agony. The whole hall was dead silent. Let the smell of burning human flesh fill the air. Qin Ming secretly marveled in his heart. It's super crazy. It's even crazier than the princess. Her blue flames were really ridiculously strong. Empress Han Yuli once again said in a cold voice, "Bring those 3 traveler elders up to me. I won't believe I can't be tried." Less than half a quarter of an hour. The 3 elders of the Heavenly Tao sect were then escorted up. Greedy Taoist, Ghost Elder, Cursed Taoist. Their hands were tied behind their backs and a very large iron hook hung from their loot bones. Qin Ming was nervous in his heart. He didn't expect to run into Taoist greed in the Palm Fire Hall. That's really bad luck too. Chapter 52 from me. Han Yueshi, eunuchs are officials. Who's against it? Qin Ming hurriedly and quietly stood to the left of the eldest princess. Make sure that the Rapunzel's body is just enough to block that greedy Taoist's gaze. The 3 traveler elders' cultivation levels were all at the Tongling realm, but in front of the Empress, they could barely even breathe. Fearfully, he fell to his knees. The Empress said in a cold voice, I've heard that the Traveler's Heavenly Tao cult has laid an explosive in my imperial city. Name the location and I'll let you die a painful death. The 3 greedy Taoists were cloaked. Their clothes were torn, and they were covered in wounds. They kept their heads down and remained silent. The Empress turned her head to the right corner of the palm fire hall. Bring those 3 alchemy furnaces over to me. Since the 3 of them won't speak, tie them to the boiling hot furnace and beat them to death for me. Not a moment too soon. The 3 flaming alchemy furnaces were then moved to the center of the palm fire point. Taoist Greed, Elder Ghost, and Taoist Curse were tied to the 3 alchemy furnaces respectively. Zip, 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 zip. They were almost toasted behind them. Ah, your majesty, spare your life. Ah. 3 generals with long whips in their hands came to the bagua furnace and began to fling their whips. Snap, pop. Each time a whip went down, it hit the 3 of them with their skin cracking and blood soaring. They hissed in agony for help, but as if the 3 had conspired in advance, they just wouldn't answer where the bomb site was. Might want to use it as a handle to live longer. The Empress gently rested her white chin on her right arm and crossed her legs. Qin Ming glanced at the princess with his afterglow. The Rapunzel's eyes were equally cold and terrifying. These 2 sisters are really a perfect match. 10 breaths later, a general reported. Your Majesty, the greedy Taoist has been killed. Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be dead. It's really good to be dead. The greedy Taoist is dead, and his identity won't be exposed. Who knows? The Mad Batch Empress suddenly made a move with her jade hand. The Sage of National Medicine. I am here. Bring him back to me, and keep fighting when he's alive. Nah, Qin Ming. It can really only be described by the words deranged. He could hardly imagine how miserable he would be if he were to fall into the hands of this crazy batch of female emperors one day when his identity was exposed. The national medical saint quickly stuck a dozen stitches down. That greedy Taoist did live. Still spitting blood from his mouth, he writhed and cried out in agony. The Empress' eyes glared at the general. The general immediately gagged the 3 men with balls of paper and began another frenzied whipping. The Empress sat up straight on the throne and looked at the many courtiers. Something is playing. The short officer standing in the 3rd row stepped forward. Your Majesty, Cold Night City has been attacked by snow beasts, and more than 100,000 soldiers and people defending the city have been killed or injured. The Empress' eyes suddenly blazed to the extreme. What is Blue Sword Heart doing? A mere snow beast was able to beat Cold Night City like this. What a waste. Where are the 30,000 White Feather Guards I sent? Your Majesty, according to the news that came back, the White Feather Guards lost everything. The Empress slapped the table next to her into smithereens. She stood up with a huff, her body once again ablaze with blue flames. Wastes, all a bunch of wastes. Tell Lan Jianxin that I'll send more people and tell her to guard Cold Night City for me. If similar casualties occur again, I'll chop off her head. Nah, Your Majesty, I have this to report. The concubine of Yang Fan, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, has been found to be a traveler and has been put to death. But before the concubine was killed, Left Minister Yang Fan shed tears. I thought that the Left Minister's action was inappropriate, and that he should think about it behind closed doors as a warning. Behind closed doors? The Empress once again sat down on the throne and pointed her jade finger at a general next to her. A hallowed left chamberlain who feels sympathy for a traveler and sheds tears? It's simply insane. Go! Execute Yang Fan, the left chamberlain, by lynching, and drag his family over to watch. But anyone who dares to shed a tear will be executed as well. Nah! Qin Ming was shocked to hear it. If the Rapunzel was a crazy batch, then this Empress was truly a devil. Just then, that cursed Taoist who was tied to the Dan furnace just couldn't hold back the pain. He used all of his life's energy to break the chain that was binding him. The first time, he threw a white elixir into his mouth. Qin Ming had just seen that the cursed Taoist's breath was growing rapidly. Suddenly, the Rapunzel and the Empress raised their hands at the same time. The Rapunzel's sword of ice and cold directly pierced through the cursed Taoist's heart, revealing a huge bloody hole, and a ball of blue flame fire from the Empress smashed directly onto the cursed Taoist's head. Just under 3 breaths, that head was burned to a pile of ashes. The entire civil and military officials of the Palm Fire Hall had their heads bowed. Qin Ming also saw it for the first time. How awesome are the 2 super bosses off the aboriginals? At this time the eunuch in charge of the seal shouted, "Retreat, dynasty!" Civilian and military officials turned around and retreated outside. The Rapunzel, however, remained still. Qin Ming couldn't move either. The greedy Taoist and the ghost elder who were tied to the bagua furnace in the middle of the Palm Fire Hall were still grimacing in pain. They looked around in agony. It just so happened that the officials next to Qin Ming retreated. The greedy Taoist saw Qin Ming at a glance. He could not see very clearly with his hair strewn in front of his eyes, and was in the process of carefully recognizing it. Qin Ming had already found out. He had the bright idea to immediately lower his head and approach the Rapunzel. Rapunzel, that greedy Taoist is looking at your legs with lustful eyes. The Rapunzel froze, then raised her left hand. Swoosh, a cold ice sword flew over. The greedy Taoist was still recognizing Qin Ming with wide eyes. The cold ice sword poof sound cut his two eyes bloody. The eyeballs burst open. The greedy Taoist was in pain and his face was covered in blood. Qin Ming was glad in his heart. Luckily, I reacted smartly. Otherwise I would have been identified by the greedy Taoist. Then it's not barbecue. With the two great devils pinned down, there was no way to live. The Empress pointed at the two traveler prisoners with a buoyant heart. Take him down. Take me down. Nah. The eldest princess got up and looked up at Empress Han Yuli. The palace brought him here to show you. And from this day forward, he is the lieutenant of the Jin Demon Guard. How dare you, Han Yueshi, without my imperial edict and official seal, you dare to appoint officials privately? What can you do when I'm in office? Cold Yueshi, you are reckless. I turned a blind eye to your previous zodiac appointment, but you brought a eunuch over as a lieutenant today. You're crazy, aren't you? What about eunuchs? Since the founding of my great diffusion kingdom, when has there ever been a eunuch as a court official? Then let's start with me. Cold Yueshi. Chapter 53, Sisters Battle. You're just looking for death. You. The Empress was so angry that her full chest rose and fell. I've already given you face by bringing him here to show you. Don't you give face. What did you say? The Empress swished and stood up, her body once again overflowing with blue flames that were terrifying to the extreme. The Rapunzel wasn't the least bit afraid, and also stared at the Empress with a stern gaze. The two sisters are once again at sword point. Qin Ming felt the heat coming from his body one moment, and the cold coming from his body the next. Two major crazy batches. Simply awesome. 5 breaths later, the Empress' expression seemed to have eased. She said in a cold voice, "It's not impossible to make him a lieutenant. My great diffusion kingdom has always valued talent. Not just any cat or dog can be a lieutenant." Her eyes suddenly looked toward Qin Ming. "If you, Xiao Qinzi, want to be a school lieutenant, you will interrogate these two traveler elders for me. I want to know where the point of explosion is. Do you dare to take it?" The Rapunzel hadn't even waited for Qin Ming to speak, and directly waved her sleeve in rejection. "You can't interrogate yourself, White Feather Guard. Is it good enough for you to let a man who just became a lieutenant go to trial? If he doesn't agree, then he won't be able to get the official seal from me." Cold Yuli, you won't give the official seal a try? How unbridled. Han Yueshi, could it be that you still want to fight me? Just fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In a split second, the Empress condensed 2 pure blue flames in her 2 hands, which were frighteningly powerful. Qin Ming had a vague feeling that the Empress realm was much higher than the princess. The Rapunzel's hand also condensed cold sword chi. Qin Ming didn't want the Rapunzel to get hurt because she fought with the Empress. The Rapunzel's injury is not good for Taiyin Palace. Besides, for interrogating prisoners, he remembered some cases he'd read about on the Blue Planet, so he should be able to give it a try. It would be unwise to retreat instead. In the nick of time, Qin Ming immediately stepped forward. "Your Majesty, you and the eldest princess calm down. The last general is willing to give it a try." When these words came out, the eldest princess and the Empress all froze. The Empress' eyes looked toward Qin Ming, a hint of appreciation in her murderous aura. "Good. There is ambition. Then escort the 2 traveler elders into the devil-suppressing tower. I'll give you 1 day, and there will be a reward for interrogating them. If you can't be tried, not only will you not be a lieutenant, you'll have to watch your head. My lord will obey." The eldest princess grabbed the official seal and glared at Qin Ming with a puff of anger, wanting to curse but never did. The Empress on the high platform turned away with one hand behind her back. The eldest princess also glared angrily at Qin Ming and huffed as she walked towards the outside of the fire hall. Qin Ming hurriedly and quickly followed behind. The snow was heavy outside the palm fire hall. The snow on the ground was almost a foot deep. The weather was bitterly cold with a howling north wind. It was a stark contrast to the sizzling palm fire hall. The Rapunzel did not fly with her sword. Instead, "You keep going down that straightaway." Qin Ming followed behind. 2 long footprints were left on the snow-filled ground. A quarter of an hour later, the Rapunzel wearing a black brocade velvet coat suddenly turned around, her eyes glaring at Qin Ming. "You say, are you a cutie?" "No. You are. The palace said you can't take this job." "Who told you to take it? Do you know that you will lose your head if you can't finish this job?" "No. You know that and you still answer it? You cutie." The eldest princess took 2 steps in front of Qin Ming, and her eyes were filled with a chilling sword aura that drove Qin Ming's entire body into bone-chilling coldness. "You tell this palace, do you want to be an official so badly that you won't even give up your life for the sake of being an official? Here, this palace will give you this official seal, so you can be a good one. I'll see how many days you can be." The Rapunzel threw the lieutenant's official seal into Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming caught up with the eldest princess and shook his head. "I'm not trying to be an officer." He put the official seal back into the Rapunzel's hands. "I told the princess long ago that I was content to come to court and have food and drink." The Rapunzel froze in her tracks, and with her hands on her hips, she chided aggressively. Then why did you take on this impossible task? Why? Because you're wounded. What does having a wound on my palace have to do with this? You're injured. You can't fight the Empress anymore. Rapunzel suddenly froze. The original cold, stern killing aura in his eyes instantly dissipated a lot. She was silent for a full 10 breaths and looked into Qin Ming's eyes and said, "What a little cutie. What does it matter to you if this palace is hurt?" After saying these words, eldest Princess Han Yueshi turned around with a swish. She raised her jade hand lightly, and the moon shadow sword floated at her feet with a clang sound. She didn't look at Qin Ming again, but directly charged up into the sky with her sword. The moment Rapunzel flew into the roiling snow, she suddenly felt her heart sour again and her eyes a little uncomfortable. This damn snowflake, it had to drift into my palace's eyes. Rapunzel disappeared into the distant sky. Qin Ming also didn't return to the Palm Flame Hall to lead his horse. He then headed down this long snowy road. He saw the long Yuan shrine that pierced into the clouds again. There is something so inexplicably powerful and oppressive about that tall, spectacular carving of a giant dragon rising out of the sky. People are as small as ants in front of him, and I wonder if such a behemoth of a world exists. If it really existed, how powerful a cultivator would have to be to fight against it. A cold wind blew, and Qin Ming wrapped his clothes tightly. It's been so hard to cross over into this world, every step of the way. The road is long and thorny. Qin Ming rubbed his hands together and muttered with a hot breath. It's like walking on thin ice, but I should be able to make it to the other side. A pile of firewood had been set up in the courtyard of Taiyin Palace and hot water was being boiled. Suzaku and Zodiac sat around the fireplace, roasting and getting high. The Munchkin rabbit had a tiny mouth and two little tiger teeth knocking around very quickly. In a moment's time, he finished a handful of melons and grabbed another. After another handful of knocks, she reached out to still grab it. Suzum hurriedly yanked the melon bag back and cradled it in her arms. You are not allowed to kowtow anymore. Your little mouth kowtows too fast. Keep this for Xiao Qinzi. TSK. Suzum, you didn't used to be like this, putting your sisters first in everything. Now I can't believe we're putting Xiao Qinzi ahead of us. Yeah. Suzum, you don't have any ideas, do you? With a flirtatious glance of her eyes, Captain Mei Yang came to Suzum's ear and whispered, Sister told you that eunuchs can't be that, so don't mispay your heart. At those words, Suzum's entire face turned red. She clenched her little fist and slapped the wintry goat, getting up and running towards the house. Not with you. The 12 lieutenants laughed at Suzaku's amusement. Just then, above the sky the Rapunzel dressed in black descended from the sky. She landed on the ground, shaking up the snow. The Zodiac, originally high on melon, hurriedly stopped, because they realized that their master's face was cold, as if he was angry. Chapter 54, The Great Beauty of Yun Shui Ro. Drink one with Grandpa. The eldest princess walked towards the upper hall with one hand behind her back, all the way to the door of the Bagua Shinmen on the 11th floor. She turned around and said coldly, Mo Rabbit, Winky Goat, the end of the line. At night, bring that unknowing little Qin Zi to the devil-suppressing tower to interrogate Taoist Greed and Elder Ghost. Pull back if you can't get out of the trial. Let him go to the Hall of Palm Fire himself to find the Empress to lead him to his death. With that said, Rapunzel took a step into the room and the door snapped shut. The following 12 zodiac signs looked at each other in disbelief, none of them knowing what was happening. But apparently this seems to be no small matter. Suzum heard it from her room as well and ran out with an anxious look. Interrogate what prisoner? What the hell is going on? The Zodiac was also confused and shaking his head. They waited at the door after half an hour. Qin Ming finally returned, and snow fell all over him. Mo Rabbit, Mei Sheep and the others all gathered around, patting the snow on his clothes for him while hurriedly inquiring about the situation. Qin Ming gave a brief overview. The crowd was all confused. So the eldest princess was right. Little Qinzi is really looking for death. It seems that Her Majesty the Empress really wants to execute him. Little Qinzi, the greedy Taoist and the Ghost Elder were beaten by the White Feather Guards for a whole day and night without giving an account. Do you think you can interrogate them? That's right, Xiao Qinzi. These two people must have put life and death aside. How can they be interrogated? How did you take this job? Qin Ming smiled at the crowd, a relaxed look on his face. It's okay. How do you know unless you try? With that, he hugged his clothes and headed for his room. Yell at me when we eat dinner, and afterward we'll go to the Devil Suppressor Tower. Qin Ming's lightheartedness had caused Zodiac and Suzaku to be somewhat confused. What the hell is this guy selling in his gourd? Qin Ming changed his clothes and sat on the edge of the bed. On the way back he thought this whole interrogation thing over. He didn't think these two put life and death at risk. Since they are the Tian Tao religion, the purpose of the Tian Tao religion is to honor the self and kill anyone who stands in the way of benefits. This is a group of selfish people. How can they put life and death at risk? The reason they are keeping their mouths shut is because they are aware of it. Once you speak it loses its value and will be killed. You can live for a while without telling the opposite. With this precondition in place, Qin Ming had a way to be able to make them talk. It's been a day and a half since the raffle. Qin Ming's mind probed into the heaven locking gourd. Current lucky points, 40. Consume 40 lucky points. Successful extraction. Obtained the closed breath pill, closed air pill, 2nd grade. After taking it, the whole body will close its breath and enter the state of fake death. Maintenance time, 2 hours. What can the closed air pill be used for? Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Is it possible to receive the opportunity to be interrogated by the Jinmu Tower today? Is it possible to get Senior Uncle Mu Sizhe out? Either way, Moose had done him the favor of showing him the way. Qin Ming thought for a while and had an idea. Suzume received her meal from the Imperial Kitchen early today. She knew that Qin Ming had something important to do at night. When he ate, Qin Ming still looked lighthearted and continuously ate 2 large bowls. Startled, Suzaku, Mo Rabbit, and Mei Sheep all thought to themselves, this guy really isn't afraid of death at all. But just because Qin Ming wasn't afraid of death didn't mean that others weren't worried. Suzume was so worried that she didn't even eat half her bowl of rice. It is not easy to stay together with Qin Ming and the body's strange beams of light can be suppressed. In case Qin Ming accident, what can be done? Mo Rabbit and Mei Sheep also ate a little and put their bowls down. After all, they had gotten along well during the time Xiao Qinzi had come to Taiyin Palace. Suddenly faced with such a daunting task, and to be executed by His Majesty, no one's heart could feel good. The Rapunzel on the 11th floor of the upper hall didn't even eat a grain of rice. She carried a jug of wine in her hand and took a big gulp, let the clear liquor flow down the corners of his mouth and into his chest, and she didn't care all that much. The night was darker. Qin Ming Meng Rabbit Mei Sheep set off towards the devil-subduing tower with 200 devil-subduing guards. 2 sisters. Later on we'll walk from Xuanwu Street and go to Drunken Immortal House to buy 3 jars of Drunken Immortal Brew to take with us. Little Qinzi, what time is it that you still have the heart to drink? Of course I have a heart. If I can get out of the trial, I'll drink a celebratory wine. If I can't, I'll drink a severed head. Ha ha. Qin Ming let out a laugh and rode the snow pony horse to run ahead. Mo Bunny whined softly. What madness! And a guillotine. Drunken Immortal House. Full of guests. There are many lanterns hanging from the pillars in the building. The owner of the tavern was sitting at the front of the tavern tapping an abacus and calculating his accounts. There was a bit of sadness on her demure, quiet face. In her heart, she had been worried about the safety of her disciple Qin Ming. He was worried that this greedy Taoist entering the palace would get him into trouble. Hey, boss! The green-clothed boy sitting at the large table in the middle of the first floor suddenly stood up. Shopkeeper, you're so pretty. My son asked if you're married. Yun Shuiyao raised her eyelids to look at it. There were a total of 8 people seated at that table. The highest cultivation level was the white man in the center, the 3rd level of body tempering. Yun Shuiyao didn't bother and continued to bury her head in her accounts. Boss, my son asked you to come over and have a drink with us, so we can pack the place tonight. Yun Shuiyao said calmly without even lifting her head. Drink if you want to. If you don't, please leave and don't delay our business. Ha ha ha. The white-clothed male smiled and stood up. The folding fan in his hand swished open. You're not even willing to let your shopkeeper come over to have a drink with you. I think you really don't want to do this business. After saying that, the white-clothed male stared up and down the restaurant and swept around shouting, Everyone! My name is Xue Huai, and my family's father is Xue Pan, the general of the White Feather Guards. This shopkeeper woman doesn't know what she's doing, and everyone is forbidden to buy any more wine tonight. I'll see how she can still do business. In the blink of an eye, the people upstairs and downstairs were all talking quietly. I didn't expect the Xue Huai to be Xue Pan's son. No wonder he's so flighty. It's not going to be easy for the boss of this drunken immortal house tonight. Say, this lady was born beautiful. Sure enough, no one from the guests up and down the street came over to buy another drink. That Xue Huai then brought his 7 subordinates to playfully look at Yun Shuiyao. Yun Shuiyao's eyes were like autumn water. Her face was indifferent, and she still had her head down knocking on the abacus, not even caring about them. Just then, Qin Ming walked in from the doorway. He caught a glimpse of the master at the counter, who was scowling and counting. Boss, 3 jars of Drunken Immortal Brew. Yun Shuiyao didn't raise her head and just said blandly, no more wine tonight. She didn't want to cause trouble for other customers. The white-clothed male Xue Huai immediately laughed out loud. See, the shopkeeper was too scared to sell alcohol. This brother is a demon guard, right? I'm sorry to tell you that no alcohol will be sold here tonight. So hurry up and leave. My master is the general of the White Feather Guards. It's not something you can afford to offend a small-town devil guard. Boss, little lady, come and drink with me. Hearing that his master had been insulted, Qin Ming said with a slightly angry face as he continued to walk towards the counter. Boss, 3 jars of Drunken Immortal Brew. Shuai and the boy on the first floor were instantly angry. Yun Shuai, who was knocking her head down on the abacus, suddenly noticed, "That's a familiar voice." Yun Shuai looked up and was instantly shocked. Surprisingly, it was his own disciple Qin Ming. Not only had Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, but he had also become a Jin demon guard. What an effort it must have taken to get that devil, the Rapunzel, to trust her. Yun Shui's face remained unchanged despite the 1,000 words in her heart. She swung her white sleeve gently. "This customer, tonight's drunken immortal brew is not for sale, and you don't want to cause any trouble. Let's go." Yun Shuai didn't want the disciple to mess with the white feather guards right after he became a demon suppressor guard. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming turned around and looked at Shui's few people and laughed. "I'm also going to buy this drunken immortal brew today. Seek death." Shuai swished up from the table. The 7 boys also stood up and drew their swords. Chapter 55 Prisoner's Dilemma. Interrogation. Shuai got up and opened his folding fan and laughed. A small town magic guard dares to cause trouble here and is not afraid of losing his job. "Let me tell you, my father is the general of the White Feather Guards. If you offend me, you'll be finished." Yun Shui's eyes revealed worry. At the railing on the 5th floor of the drunken immortal building, Qing Xian and Ma Chang's faces were eager. They had long wanted to bring their swords down to hack the Shuai to death. Nay, Master Yun Shuai kept shaking his head at them. After all, the identity of a traveler is sensitive, and the lower the profile, the better. Yuzhen Demon Guard are really looking for death. "Haven't you heard of General Shui Pan of the White Feather Guard?" Qin Ming smiled calmly and said, "Never heard of it." "You haven't heard of it because you're a minion. How could you possibly have heard of the general's name? Go, get this brat and beat him to death. Beat him to death." A few of the boys were just about ready to make their move. Qin Ming shouted towards the outside of the drunken immortal building. "Come on, man." In an instant, nearly 100 of the demon suppressor guards ran in with swords and knives. Each of them was in cultivation and had a domineering and majestic aura. Shuai, who had just been flying around and making trouble, instantly wimped out. He hurriedly wiped his eyes to look at Qin Ming's clothes. His cuffs are actually embroidered with cloud patterns. He's the lieutenant of the demon suppression guards." The words came out. It left Yun Shuiao at the front desk and Qing Xian Ma Chang standing on the 5th floor, all shocked. "It was only a few days ago that I met a male. How come you've become a captain of the demon guard today?" It is important to know that there is no general in the Jin demon guards other than the princess, and the following officials are the school lieutenants. Shuai immediately realized that he had kicked a hard ballast, but he didn't admit defeat either, because his father is the White Feather Guard general. Even if he doesn't offend the lieutenant of the Jin demon guard, at least he can't lose face. "Since you're the lieutenant of the demon suppression guards, then today was all a misunderstanding. Let's both of us just forget about it." "Misunderstanding? Nah, I don't think it's a misunderstanding at all." Qin Ming turned around with cold eyes and said loudly, "Jin demon guards, listen to the order. Someone here is openly stirring up hatred between the Jin demon guards and the White Feather Guards. His sinister intent is to stir up conflict between His Majesty and the eldest princess. Such a treacherous person should be executed immediately." Clang clang clang, all of the Jin demon guards drew their swords and rushed forward. That Shuai was so frightened that he cried loudly, but then came the sound of a head being split off. In less than 10 breaths, the 8 people who had just picked a fight were all beheaded. The whole restaurant looked up and down in horror. Qin Ming once again walked towards the counter and said softly and gently, "Boss, 3 jars of drunken immortal brew." Yun Shuiao pretended to be flustered and brought over 3 jars of wine to the disciple. "This wine is free of charge and is given to the soldiers. It's not easy for the shopkeeper to do business. How can he not want money?" Qin Ming placed the 3 taels of silver that he had prepared in advance on the table. He picked up 3 jars of wine and turned around. The 100 demon suppression guards behind them quickly followed. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Ming threw a jar of wine each to the Mo Rabbit and Mei Yang on his horse. Mo Rabbit said excitedly, "Xiao Qin Zi, it seems that you really do have a few General Shui temperament. It was so cool just now." Mei Yang took a sip of wine and also flirted. "How can a non-banded one be so manly and virile?" Qin Ming took a sip of wine and was speechless. "Sooner or later I'm going to show you what it means to be truly majestic." Qing Xian and Ma Chang ran down the stairs and got behind Master. The 2 men looked surprised. "Master, how did Qin Ming he become a captain of the devil suppressing guards?" "Right, Master, this senior brother is too powerful, becoming a lieutenant of the demon suppressing guards so quickly." Qing Xian frowned as he clutched the Yujin sword. "Then will he still remember his identity when he's an official in the Jin demon guards? Will he disown us in the future?" Yun Shuiao waved her sleeve. "What nonsense! Once a teacher, always a teacher. He's my disciple. Always. Master is right. Senior brother Qin Ming has a steady character, yet he openly killed someone this time. It must be because those people spoke ill of Master." Yun Shuei-ro nodded to gather the silver. She pinched the 3 taels of silver given by Qin Ming and felt that something was wrong. The silver seems to be engraved. Yun Shuei-yao turned the silver over to take a look. I only saw that it read, "Mass grave to save Master's uncle." Yun Shuei-yao was shocked in her heart. Could it be that Qin Ming was going to find a way to get his senior brother out? Tell him to go ahead and wait at the mass grave. That's too much of a risk, isn't it? People are followed by so many demonic guards. 2 other female lieutenants followed. Although Yun Shuei-yao also wished to save her senior brother, but she thought it was too difficult. How was it possible to rescue someone from the Devil's Tower? As soon as he reached the interior of the Devil Suppressor Tower, Qin Ming said to Mo Rabbit and Mei Yang, "The 2 sisters will drink and rest for a while. We wait for the interrogation late at night when these 2 are most sleepy and tired." Saying that, Qin Ming went directly to the place where the traveler's books were kept. Tonight he planned to use the prisoner's dilemma gambit on these 2, but prevent the follow-up of this ploy from being pursued. That's why Qin Ming came here in advance to make preparations. He found on the bookshelf that there was a police crossing written by a police crossing. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Qin Ming imitated this traveler's handwriting to describe the prisoner's dilemma in brief words inside. This way if the subsequent princess and others asked, he would also have an excuse. Qin Ming came to the depths of the purgatory and gave an explanation to Mo Rabbit and Mei Yang, then put them in charge of interrogating the ghost elders. Qin Ming dealt with the greedy Taoist. He took the greedy Taoist alone to a confinement cell. It's not far from Muschamp's cell. At this very moment, the greedy Taoist was exhausted and miserable to the core. He couldn't see anything after his eyes were cut off by the Rapunzel. Qin Ming walked in and sat down. The greedy Taoist then let out a cold laugh. "Kill or die as you wish. What's the point of interrogating and interrogating? This Taoist is not going to say anything." Qin Ming drank a mouthful of tea and deliberately laughed his voice hoarse. "It's fine. I'm just going through the routine here. If you don't say anything, the ghost elders next door will surely talk. You think the ghost elders will believe you aborigines? Of course he won't trust me, but he'll trust you even less." The greedy Taoist frowned. "What do you mean?" "Because the explosives were at stake. His Majesty compromised. You and the ghost elder will be questioned separately at the same time, and whoever points out where the explosion point is will be released, while the other will be executed by a single stabbing. If neither one says anything, then they will remain here in captivity to die." Qin Ming turned around and sat down on the chair again after he finished speaking. "The prisoner's dilemma is heavy on the psychological game. Are you finished?" Greedy Road Hostage asked. "You think I'm going to believe you guys? No way. Absolutely impossible. It doesn't matter. Taoist Greedy. You'll just tough it out. I just don't know if Elder Ghost will betray you. If he says you carry it, he gets his release and you will be lynched with a single knife." The greedy Taoist clenched his teeth and frowned tightly. "I don't believe the Empress would be so kind as to set us free. Then we'll wait and see." A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour passed. Captain Mo Rabbit arranged in advance for the good man to deliberately shout out, "Send paper and pen to Elder Ghost." "No!" The voice shouted loudly. Taoist Greed and Qin Ming all heard it. The greedy Taoist raised his head slightly. 2 eyes that had been blinded were still bleeding. "You heard it, didn't you? Paper and pen have been sent from the ghost elders. Time is running out." Greedy Taoist. Qin Ming got up from his chair and patted his sleeve. "If you don't speak up, we're going to give up on you completely, and you'll be waiting to be lynched with a knife." Chapter 56, Serial. Mo Bunny was shocked. Qin Ming turned around and walked towards the outside of the prison. Just before reaching the doorway, greedy Taoist immediately said in a deep voice, "Wait." Qin Ming turned around with a slight joy in his heart. "Greedy Taoist, you have a new idea?" "I do have new ideas." Qin Ming returned 2 steps. "And where exactly would you say the dynamite site is?" "Ha!" A cold smile appeared on the greedy Taoist's face. "You aborigines have always been stupid. I didn't think you could use the prisoner's dilemma." Qin Ming's heart thumped violently. "You guys used the prisoner's dilemma to separate me from the ghost elder. Do you think I'll fall for it? This greedy Taoist can do it. What did you do before you crossed over that your brain reacted so quickly?" However, Taoist Greed reacted quickly, but Qin Ming was even faster than him. "Since you guys know so much about the prisoner's dilemma, let's implement the second set of options." "Good. Very good." Qin Ming beckoned to the 2 distant demon suppression guards. As the 2 of them walked towards this place, they deliberately said, "My lord, the ghost elder over there has already confessed, and Captain Moongrabbit has asked that the greedy Taoist be lynched now." But in reality the 2 demon suppressor guards shook their hands at Qin Ming. "It means that there was no interrogation at all." The greedy Taoist cursed indignantly. "Elder Ghost couldn't have recruited. It's impossible." Qin Ming walked next to the 2 demon suppressor guards and suddenly raised his palm. Bang bang. 2 sounds. The 2 Jin demon guards were knocked unconscious. The Jin demon guard was indeed knocked out, and the sound of falling to the ground was audible. The greedy Taoist was sitting in the middle of his prison cell a little confused. He had no idea what was really going on. Qin Ming ran forward in 3 steps. Listen, greedy Taoist, you recognize the prisoner's dilemma. So it must be from the modern era of Blue Star, right? What are you asking for? You just did a great job of finding like-minded modern people at last. The greedy Taoist human being asked in facial shock. You are? I'm the programmer ape who got screwed over by 99.6 and traveled to this place. Really? The greedy Taoist was surprised to the core. Then tell me who Einstein is? Einstein was a Jewish scientist. Where's Zhao Gao? Who is Zhao Gao? Zhao Gao is the eunuch of Qin, the one who calls a deer a horse. Once this was answered, the greedy Taoist was completely convinced. The Aborigines could not have been so familiar with it, even if they had read books about it. Brother, I didn't expect you to be lurking inside the devil suppressor guards. Taoist greed. There is a win-win path before you now. I'll tell you clearly, I'm competing for the position of lieutenant with the demon guard who is now interrogating Elder Ghost, and Elder Ghost has already given an account, and he's taken his men to the bombing point. I need to know the location and I need the credit. Also in return, I will give you a power pill and release you late this night. Are you serious? Qin Ming immediately took out one of the remaining power pills from before. The greedy Taoist's right arm was gone. His eyes were blind, and his whole body was seriously injured. Even if you take the power pill, it's also very easy for Mo Rabbit and Winky Go to clean him up. Qin Ming placed the power pill in front of the greedy Taoist's nose. The greedy Taoist sniffed. And it was true. A single power pill could restore a lot of spiritual energy in his body. Qin Ming immediately broke off half of it and fed it directly into the mouth of the greedy Taoist. Hurry up! If he discovers me too early, this credit of mine will be useless. The greedy Taoist was still hesitant. Anyone who wants to live. Anyone who wants to crave power. I want to advance. You want to live. Your only chance now is to trust me. The greedy Taoist chewed on the power pill as his body recovered its spiritual energy and fell into deep thought. He was already completely sexually certain. The person in front of him was definitely a traveler. And from Blue Star Modern. Trusting the travelers is much more reliable than trusting the natives. Wait, what if you get the message and then turn around and don't save me? This greedy Taoist has quite a brain. Put yourself in my shoes. I am a traveler after all. I'm apprehensive all day long, and I'd love to seek out an organization to protect me. After I release you, I hope you'll introduce me to the Heavenly Tao sect. Please. So that's how it is. The greedy Taoist was much relieved in his heart. What traveler doesn't panic when they are mixed in with the natives? Alright, greedy Taoist, will take a gamble. At the West City Lantern Bridge, I was going to wait for the Spring Festival Lantern Festival to explode and blow up these aboriginal beastfolk. Good. Thanks. Qin Ming didn't hesitate to pass the other half of the power pill back into his mouth. Now the greedy Taoist was convinced. He had said the news himself, and the other party also gave him the power pill, so it was evident that he really wanted to save him. Taoist greedy. Later on, you should meditate here and not make any noise. I'll come over and take you away when the night gets deeper. Good. Young man, greedy Taoist, will definitely repay you. Qin Ming quickly came out outside from the inside prison. It coincided with Mo Rabbit and Winky Goat looking sad at the table. They shook their heads. It means that this ghost elder still hasn't been interrogated. Xiao Qinzi, we tried our best, but he's too tight-lipped. Qin Ming saw that there was no one else beside him. He leaned in close to the wintry rabbit and the budding goat and whispered, Sister May Bunny, you immediately lead a search at the West City Lantern Bridge now. Mo Rabbit and May Sheep's eyes widened in instant shock. You interrogated him? I heard that greedy Taoist is even tougher than the ghost elder. And you managed to interrogate him. Mo Bunny, go and search it. Say it's ready to be detonated at the Chinese New Year Lantern Festival. Okay. Mo Rabbit gave Qin Ming 2 thumbs up. Quickly, he led the dozen or so demon suppressor guards out of the tower and left. A bright light shone in the soft eyes of the charming goat. Little Qinzi, you have really impressed Sister. Sister used to look at your appearance, but it seems that in the future, I'll have to strip off my clothes and take a closer look. Qin Ming. With this dilemma of separate interrogations, it's a psychological game where no one wants to be betrayed by the other. Little Qinzi, Sister will drink with you. Since the news is out, Elder Ghost doesn't need to be tried anymore. Trial. Of course we're going to trial. Qin Ming grabbed the poisonous compass blade and said seriously, the Ghost Elder will be able to ensure the accuracy of the message by interrogating him once more. Qin Ming walked into Elder Ghost's prison cell. The charming goat followed behind. The stooped elder was tied to a stool, spitting blood from his mouth. Don't try to get anything out of me. Oh yeah? Qin Ming smiled. That's not what the greedy Taoist thought. He confessed when he heard the news that whoever confessed first would live. He told us not to tell you, and that it would be best to lynch you. What are you babbling about? The greedy Taoist wouldn't renege on his word. Never. When the greedy Taoist says location, I'll say 2 words, lanterns. That ghost elder's eyes instantly widened, and his entire demeanor was off. How could he? We made a pact to keep this information to ourselves. Make sure you have something in your hand to live on. How could he betray me? Qin Ming stood up and raised his hand. Men, pull Elder Ghost out and lynch him with a knife. Tonight is just the night to see how many cuts one can lynch. The thinner you slice the better. I hear human flesh tastes pretty good. We can try it. Chapter 57 Rescue Plan. Bullying my master. I'll get you killed. Mei Yang's eyes went round. Why does this guy talk so tough? 3 breaths later, the originally stubborn and incomparable ghost elder compromised. Since the greedy Taoist had confessed, there was no point in him insisting. I still have use for it. I can tell you that. There are 3 whole carloads of that dynamite. When were the explosives set up? It would have been 3 months ago. I wasn't involved in the burial. I just know it was under the Lantern Bridge, and I'm telling the truth on that one. I'm not going to lie to you guys at this point. Please don't lynch me. Daoist greed is an animal. He betrayed his fellow disciples. Please execute Daoist greed by lynching. Are there any other bomb sites? No lynching if you tell me. Nope. It's that time of day. I'm not lying. It's really gone. Qin Ming saw that there was no more new news. He and Mei Yang arrived at the entrance of the demon suppression tower. Not a moment too soon. A devil suppressor guard came running in a hurry, reporting to Captain Qin and Captain Mei Yang. We've searched underneath the Lantern Bridge and checked the water. No explosives. As soon as those words fell, Qin Ming immediately frowned. Mei Yang was full of doubts. How is that possible? Xiao Qinzi, could it be that the 2 of them lied? Qin Ming shook his head. 2 people confirming the news at the same time shouldn't be false. Qin Ming asked as he looked up at the devil suppressor guard. Has this bridge been repaired in the last 3 months? It seems. Repaired. Fixed where? It seems to be repairing the bridge columns. Qin Ming came to a sudden realization. Go! Split the pillars of the newly rebuilt bridge. There are 3 carts of explosives. If you can't search them all, check the other bridge pillars and the bridge deck. Nah. Qin Ming turned around. Next to him, Mei Yang was staring at him, hooking her lips in a flirtatious smile. Sister Mei Yang, do I have something on my face? No. You're looking so hard. You have to pay to look at a handsome man. Cut. You stare at my boobs every day and I don't even charge you for it. Qin Ming. I said Xiao Qinzi, why are you so powerful? Originally I didn't understand it either. I was reading books written by travelers and I read from them. With that, he threw the policing fact book into Mei Yang's arms. There's one in the middle where he makes up a couple hundred words on the prisoner's dilemma. Mei Yang doesn't know many simplified Chinese characters, but he can recognize a general idea. Bull. It's too cow. Little Qinzi. Qin Ming took advantage of the fact that Mo Bunny hadn't returned yet and quietly came to the door of Mu Size's prison cell. Mu Size's 2 eyes revealed surprise when he saw Qin Ming. He looked around vigilantly and realized that there were no demon suppressor guards following. He crept over the ground. Qin Ming squatted down and whispered a few words in his ear. With that, he shoved the chi-closing pill into Mu Size's hand. The closed breath pill can stop one's breathing and heartbeat altogether for 2 hours. It's no different than when you're dead. Qin Ming once again came to the greedy Taoist's cell. Started a streak of making saves. Taoist greed. How are you? Did you recover a lot of your spiritual energy after taking the power pill? Thanks. I've recovered a lot. It's just that this chest knife wound is still in severe pain. That brat from the 5 Elements Alliance. I don't know what kind of knife he used to stab me. I will definitely take revenge. A smile appeared on Qin Ming's face. There's more to make you hurt more later. Taoist greed. There are fewer and fewer people in the tower. Later on, you just need to hear me coughing in the distance. You just get up and kick in the cell door. Brother, won't you take me with you? I've heard that there are organs in this magic tower. I'll have to lure all the other guards away from the outside. But I've got an idea. After you get out of the cell, there's a middle-aged man locked up in the 7th cell on your left. This man was a very well-established traveler, and the Rapunzel was quite polite to him. As long as you hold him hostage, the other Jin demon guards will definitely not dare to use their organs on you. Is that true? It's that time. What's in it for me to lie to you? But you have to remember, that man you can only hold hostage, not kill him. He's a very powerful traveler, and he's in the same boat as us. I don't want to make enemies in the traveler organization. Good. I got it. Half an hour later, Qin Ming waited at the entrance of the devil-suppressing tower for the returning Mo Rabbit. Mo Rabbit jumped off the snow pony and rubbed his 2 small, frozen red hands. She appeared to be very happy. Xiao Qinzi, Sister Rabbit is back, and you don't hurry to pat the snow for me. Well, did you find the dynamite yet? Found it. Little Qinzi, You've gotten great credit. Lieutenant Mei Yang took a look at the explosives piled up on the 3 wagons behind him and lamented. These heartless guys, hiding so much explosives. Xiao Qinzi, you guessed correctly. After we smashed open the newly built bridge pier, it was hollow inside and full of piles of explosives. These travelers are beasts. I don't know how many people will be on this bridge at the time of the Lantern Festival. If there's an explosion, it'll be a big problem. Little Qinzi, do we lock up that ghost elder and the greedy Taoist door? Qin Ming had to kill them to prevent the news from leaking. Such damn travelers must be killed for sure, and there are reasons why we have to kill them. He looked over to Winky Goat and Mo Rabbit. Is the method of this interrogation something you two will be able to do? Mo Rabbit and Phantom Goat nodded. If these two are not killed, the Empress will absolutely have to bring them up when she learns of the news. Ask how exactly they were tried out. Our unique method of the demon suppression guards won't be leaked. Good point. Sister is really liking you more and more. Qin Ming first came to the ghost Taoist's room with Mo Rabbit Mei Sheep. The charming and seductive-looking Mei Sheep is no slouch when it comes to killing people. Her slender goat's intestinal sword directly stabbed the ghost elder dozens of times before stopping. Qin Ming deliberately coughed loudly several times in succession. Of course, his cough was a signal to the greedy Taoist. The greedy Taoist heard the sound and immediately began to move. The chains tied to his feet shook gently and they broke. The legs had just regained some of their psychic power and were moving much better than before. He kicked in the cell door. Following what Qin Ming had said, he touched towards the 7th prison cell on the left. Qin Ming and Mei Yang and Mo Rabbit joked and laughed as they came inside. Just halfway there, they actually saw that greedy Taoist man walk out with his left arm strangling Mush's neck. Taoist greed. How dare you? The greedy Taoist was in a hurry. Thinking to himself that's not how the script works. He was tense and his head was in turmoil. The person who saved him just now clearly spoke that he would lure the demon suppressor guards away. How come there are so many more at this time of year? You let me go or I'll kill the man in my hand. Mo Rabbit and Phantom Goat simply ignored so and continued on with their swords. The greedy Taoist nervously took several steps back in succession. It turned out to be just that. The masseur he was holding hostage unexpectedly fell straight to the ground with a roll of his eyelids. The greedy Taoist was confused. He's not even pushing it. This guy is playing dead on the ground? Not good. The greedy Taoist has strangled Mousetrap. What a death wish. Mo Bunny jumped up in a flash. Behind her the figure of a 3-eyed spirit rabbit suddenly appeared, her muddy aura increasing her combat power several times. The greedy Taoist had already lost his right arm holding the sword, and his body was seriously injured and blinded. He had only made 2 moves before he was kicked by Mo Bunny and spat out blood, flying backwards. He just tried to get up. Qin Ming rushed in holding the poisonous compass blade and jumped on his back in one go. The poisonous compulsion blade slashed through his neck in one swift motion. Blood soared out in a poof. The greedy Taoist trembled. Ouch! Ouch! It hurt so much. He suddenly felt a déjà vu of the pain from the knife that had cut his neck. It was as if a realization had dawned on him. Just about to shout it out, Qin Ming's hand poisoned the compulsion blade once again made a strong effort to cut his neck completely. He whispered quietly in the greedy Taoist's ear. Let you bully my master. I said I would kill you myself. The greedy Taoist's eyes instantly widened and blood spurted out of his neck as he died. Chapter 58. The Empress is shocked. This eunuch is somewhat capable. Qin Ming had just gotten up when Mo Rabbit and Mei Yang walked over. We've looked at it, and that Mauser was indeed strangled to death by him. Breathing is gone and the heart has stopped. Qin Ming pretended to be full of concern. Dead is dead, and the Rapunzel won't care about a dead traveler. Send someone to throw the body to a mass grave. Sisters, we should go back too. It's exhausting. I have to go back to eat Suzum-san's late-night snack. The charming sheep stretches daintily. I'm going back for a nice soak, and then a nice nap. Mei Yang's sister, I also want to take a bath. Considering that it's not easy for Suzum-san to boil water, why don't we save it and soak together? Miship, oh, you think beautifully. Aren't you afraid of having your head chopped off by the princess? The Rapunzel knows that I am a eunuch. What bad thoughts can a eunuch have? Winky Sheep and Mo Bunny were both amused. This guy is really quite good when he's got a straight face. What a livewire when you're not in shape. The 11th floor of the upper hall of the Tai-In Palace. It was bitterly cold. It was late at night, and it was quiet all around. One could only hear the hovering soul-devouring birds in the air emitting low, hoarse cries as if they were ghosts. At this moment, eldest Princess Han Yueshi's heart was in turmoil. She paced the room in her armor holding her moonshadow sword. I don't know how the interrogation at the Devil's Tower went. Ugh, what else? Cold. Can't you still have hope for Xiao Qinzi? Something that even those white feather guards who specialize in using torture can't handle. How could Xiao Qinzi, a first-time lieutenant in government? One thought to this. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi gripped the moon shadow sword in her hand even tighter. She had made plans. If the trial doesn't happen tonight, she then went to find Han Yu Li overnight. Find a way to beg a way out for Xiao Qinzi. The west wing of the Tai Yin Palace. Su Zhu, in a pale yellow brocade dress, was curled up on the bed in a quiet daze, her face full of worry. Originally, this morning Qin Ming was going to go to the Palm Fire Hall to receive his official seal. She was so excited she bounced around all day. But who would have thought? I came back this afternoon with such an impossibly difficult task, and according to the Rapunzel, if the trial doesn't produce results, the Empress would definitely find a reason to get rid of Qin Ming. What to do? Just then, the hooves of a snow pony came from outside the courtyard. Su Zhu hurriedly opened the door. The Rapunzel also immediately pushed open the 8 trigrams and basilica window on the 11th floor of the upper hall. Captain Red Snake came running from outside. She immediately knelt down when she saw the Rapunzel. Enlighten the eldest princess. The Jinmu Tower there. Captain Red Snake was panting from the rush. What happened to the Jinmu Tower? Speak quickly. Rapunzel flew out of the window with her moon shadow sword. She was afraid that crazy sister would make a move on Qin Ming in advance and prepare to go to her in advance. Captain Red Snake patted his chest in excitement. Rapunzel. The trial. Came out. Rapunzel had just flown halfway into the air when she heard this and suddenly froze. What? Eldest princess. News has come from the devil-suppressing tower that Xiao Qinzi has scrutinized the location of the bomb site, and someone has been sent to pick up the explosives as well, right at the Lantern Bridge. The Rapunzel was instantly thrilled and surprised inside. How the hell did Xiao Qinzi interrogate you? It's still a real talent. Su Zhu came running over, carrying her skirt. Red Snake, are you serious? Did you really find out? Really? There were a total of 3 carts of explosives taken out of the Lantern Bridge there. If we don't get a trial this time, the consequences at the Lantern Festival will be unimaginable. The Rapunzel landed on the ground with a wave of her purple sleeve. Quickly tell this court how he was tried out? Rapunzel, you're asking me a question. Exactly how Xiao Qinzi was interrogated. The last general is not clear. You'd better come back and ask him. But I went down to the Lantern Bridge, and at first we turned it over, even looked in the water, and we just couldn't find the dynamite. Then later Xiao Qinzi reminded the bridge is not repaired, and not surprisingly really found explosives in the newly repaired bridge pillars. 3 whole carloads of explosives. These travelers are heartless. Good. Rapunzel slapped her hand on the stone table. It's good to be tried out. This little Qinzi really impresses this palace. Suzaku was also ecstatic. She looked at the Rapunzel's departing back and shouted, Eldest princess, you haven't eaten dinner yet. Su Zhu will heat up the dishes for you. Yes, the Great Diffusion Kingdom, the inner hall of the fire hall. Empress Han Yuli was half lying on a jade chair wearing a red robe. Next to her, the personal guard Shangwan Qinger held the Zhang folders in her hand and read them softly. Your Majesty, this is a report from Blue Jianxin, the Lord of Cold Night City. Your Majesty, the last general is terrified to report that recently 200,000 snow beasts raided Cold Night City, and the defending army of 30,000 fought with blood and suffered heavy casualties, all due to the lack of weapons and equipment and food. I hope that Your Majesty will be able to replenish it as soon as possible. Your Majesty, the other Zhengbiao is from General Bai Qi of the White Feather Guard. Your Majesty, the last general has submitted that it is close to the end of the year, and the people are making frequent purchases and loitering, but there is still no news of the explosives planted by the Heavenly Dao cult traversers until now. The last general is worried that there will be heavy losses in case of an explosion. The female proctor finished reading the zigzag. The Empress did not speak. Both of her jade hands lifted up to gently press her temples. After 10 breaths of silence, she asked, looking up suddenly, Qinger, do you think that little Qinzi that my sister chose will be able to interrogate the news? Your Majesty, Qinger doesn't think it's possible. The White Feather Guards have been interrogating for so long in a row and there's no news. That greedy Taoist and Ghost Elder have a tough mouth. It looks as if my sister values this little Qinzi, but if she can't interrogate him, I'll chop off his head all the same. Just then, in the outer hall of the Palm Fire Hall, the pink and white-faced eunuch Wang Jin ran in and knelt down. Your Majesty, news has come from outside the palace. Xiao Qinzi from Taiyin Palace has scrutinized the information and has found the explosives. What did you say? The Empress swished and sat up from her alabaster chair. Your Majesty, Xiao Qinzi has found the explosives. 3 whole carts. The Empress looked surprised. Chapter 59, Qing Xian enters the palace. Yun Shui Ro was shocked, really saved. And how was he tried? This subordinate does not know. And I heard that little Qinzi also judged that the explosives were hidden in the stone pillars of the Lantern Bridge. The Empress pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, according to this he seems to be a talented person. How could such a person run away to my sister? He should just serve my Great Diffusion Kingdom. Decree, Xiao Qinzi is rewarded with 500 taels of grain silver and a copy of the Xian rank Gongfa for his merit in finding out the explosives. Let him pick it out himself at the Tianyi Academy. Nah. The mass grave is located on the eastern outskirts of the Great Diffusion Kingdom. Most of the bodies thrown around here are nameless, faceless stragglers or just travelers. The cries of the lonely souls were heard. The people of the Great Difficulty Kingdom, the monks, rarely come here. The yin qi is too heavy. But here and now. Instead, Yun Shuiyao brought 2 disciples, Qing Xian and Ma Chang, up the hillock. Master, Ma Chang said softly, I just made a point of asking around. The East City Gate doesn't seem to send any corpses over at night. Just because we didn't deliver it earlier doesn't mean we won't deliver it later. We're on guard here. Qing Xian, who was dressed in green, clutched the Yujin sword in his hand. The high bun on her head was up and her face was calm. The white shadowed remnants of the surrounding paths let out ghostly shouts and screams. She doesn't even care at all. Master. Qing Xian came next to Master Yin Shuiyao. It's not that I don't believe in Qin Ming. It's simply too difficult to save Master Uncle. The Devil Suppressor Tower is filled with Devil Suppressor Guards. Each of the 12 zodiac signs has a high cultivation level and is ruthless and poisonous. How can he Qin Ming? Ma Chang picked up behind and said, Master, I also think it's impossible. After all, he is now a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Guards. How could he risk his life for us to save people? What are you saying? Yun Shuiyao suddenly got angry. Her originally stunningly white face carried a slight anger. Ma Chang, it's just that your senior sister Qing Xian doesn't know any better than to talk about Qin Ming in one breath. How can you, as the eldest senior brother, talk about your own senior brother like that? Not to mention the fact that Qin Ming even saved you guys in the spirit realm. Take his behavior at the restaurant today. Where did he forget his roots? Even if he is a demon suppression bit lieutenant, he is still a disciple of mine. Yun Shui Ro. The rite of worship is complete and unchanged for the rest of his life. Master, I'm not doubting senior brother Qin Ming's character. No, he's very good. The main thing is that it's too hard to save people. How is it possible to save senior uncle from the demon guard's men? Ma Chang's words also landed deep in Yun Shui Ro's heart. Her pretty eyebrows furrowed lightly. Yeah, disciple Ma Chang is right. What's that place? The Devil's Tower? It was a place that the aboriginal second boss, Rapunzel, had built for hundreds of years, as strong as a tower of iron. Those Shin demon guards were like a cat seeing a mouse when they mentioned the traveler. And they were eager to rush up and chop the traveler into mush. How could it be possible for senior brother Musur to return safely? Yun Shui Ro just thought of this. Suddenly, Qing Xian gently tapped her shoulder. Master, there are a few demon suppression guards coming over there. Sure enough, through the snow-covered surrounding, they vaguely saw several Jin demon guards driving a corpse-dragging carriage, wobbling towards the mass grave. Perhaps the sound of the ghosts and wolves around them was too frightening. The 4 devil suppressor guards did not go deeper. Directly dragged the 3 bodies off the wagon and threw them to the hillock. With that they pulled away in a hurry. Yun Shuiyao did not get up immediately. They stayed where they were for nearly 30 more breaths. Make sure those demonic guards leave completely. It was only then that Yun Shuiyao flew towards the 3 corpses. The first corpse turned out to be the greedy Taoist. He was wounded all over his body. Even his right arm was cut off. His fatal wound was the cut to the throat. Yun Shuiyao recognized almost instantly that the jagged lines on that wound were precisely those left by disciple Qin Ming's poisonous compulsion blade. Qin Ming killed Taoist greed? This disciple he had taken in was really something. Master, uncle is here. Yun Shuiyao rushed over and grabbed Mu Sizhe's pulse. There was no heartbeat, and there was no breathing when he touched his nose, and his forehead was cold. Master, Uncle Shifu is dead. Yun Shuiyao's right palm mind power surged. Talented sword heart cast. Her sword heart was not only a combat skill, but it could also probe into the opponent's meridians to sense the sword chi in the opponent's body. With this feeling, Yun Shuiyao let go of a hanging heart. If a person was truly dead, it wasn't just that he didn't breathe or have a heartbeat. The spiritual energy in the meridians in his body would also stop functioning. And at this moment, there was still breath surging in Mush's meridians. That proves he faked his death. Gotta wake him up immediately. Otherwise a prolonged stoppage of heartbeat and breathing is likely to be a total loss. Ma Chang, Qing Xian, support your senior uncle. Yun Shuiyao's white arms lucked out in the air as she birthed white sword chi in each of her hands. 5 breaths later, Yun Shuiyao suddenly exerted her strength. The surging spiritual energy in his body gushed out from his hand. 2 slaps. Yun Shuiyao slapped Moose on his back. Muschamp's head raised slightly, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. Put. Muschamp took a big intake of breath. Sheng Xian Ma Chan was shocked. Yun Shui Ro was also relieved. Master, it's amazing that it's really saved. Master, what on earth do you think my senior brother's brain is like? He can even come up with this kind of scheme. Awesome. Qing Xian also admired Qin Ming from the bottom of his heart, but she still had a bland expression and was not happy or angry. Mauser opened his eyes very gladly. Senior sister. Qing Xian. Ma Chang. Finally I see you again. How are you feeling? Senior uncle? I feel good. Ever since Qin Ming came to the Demon Suppression Tower, he often came over to see me. Food and drinks were delivered, and medicine was also delivered, so I recovered quickly from my injuries, but to my surprise, he actually got me out today. Mu Sizhe looked at Yun Shueiyao with an excited expression. Senior sister, you're so discerning to take him as a disciple. Yun Shueiyao was happy to hear Mu Sizhe praise Qin Ming. Whoever is a master doesn't want to see his disciple excel. They were on their way down. A red transmitting bird flew over in the distance. Yun Shueiyao stretched out her jade hand. The bird dropped down into her hand, leaving behind a bamboo note, and then flew away again. It seems that little Qin Zi that master asked the Five Elements Alliance headquarters to look into should have news. Yun Shueiro opened it and really guessed right. Xiao Qin Zi, a native of Luoshui Village, West County, Cold Night City. All of his family members died of illness and starvation. There were two people who came to Fluorite City with him. One is little sixth son of the House of Honor, who is currently dead. The other, Tang Wei, is working as a book boy at the entrance of Tianyi Academy. What? Tianyi Academy? Muschamp hurriedly picked up the note as soon as he heard it. If Tang Wei is at the entrance of Tianyi Academy, then Qin Ming is truly in danger. What do you mean by that? Senior brother? Qin Ming told me when he was in prison that he had been ordered by the Empress to interrogate the greedy Taoist, and judging by what happened just now, he should have succeeded in his interrogation. And this Empress of the Great Diffusion Kingdom gives rewards, most of which have merit martial arts from the Tianyi Academy. These feats and martial arts need to be collected by the winners themselves from the Tianyi Academy. Hear this. Anxious worry immediately surfaced on Yun Shueiao's stunning face. The fact that Qin Ming saved you out proves that he completed his mission and went back to deliver. Then it will soon be taken to the Tianyi Academy to select a technique. Yun Shueiyao bit her rosy lips. Xingxian Ma Chang, you guys send your senior uncle back first. Master will go to the palace. No. Xing Xian tugged at his master. Master, you were already poisoned by the greedy Taoist 7 Kuei snake poison, and you were injured by the eldest princess that day. It's too dangerous for you to enter the palace now, but Qin Ming's place must deliver the news as soon as possible. Xing Xian flung the braids that hung down to her ears behind her back and said with a stubborn face, I'll go. Chapter 60. The princess is a tigress. A woman's face can change at the drop of a hat. It was already late at night when Qin Ming, Mei Yang, and Mo Rabbit returned to Tai Yin Palace, but there were many people standing at the gate that should have been lonely and cold. The other 10 of the Zodiac and Suzaku were all there. They had greeted Qin Ming when they saw him return. Xiao Qinzi, how did you interrogate them? Little Qinzi, we all thought you were dead this time. I didn't expect you to turn good fortune into good fortune again. You are truly a blessing to the Tai Yin Palace. Suzum squeezed in from the crowd, holding a freshly peeled, warm egg and sticking it to Qin Ming's mouth. Eat up. You must be hungry. Without saying a word, Qin Ming swallowed the egg in one bite. The munchkin rabbit walking behind her pouted and teased. Yo, this night out action, and not only Xiao Qinzi, Mo Rabbit also went. This stomach can be really hungry. And me, I'm starving and skinny with this thin willow waist, and no one's peeled me an egg to eat. This amused all the 12 zodiacs. Suzum's face flushed at the telling as well. Go go go. I've boiled a dozen eggs in the yard. Go ahead and eat if you want. Mei Yang smirked and came up to Suzum, pretending to look horny and pouty. No, 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 no. I want to eat the eggs Suzum peeled and fed to my mouth. Heck, those kind of eggs just taste good. Mei Yang finished flirting and just turned her head. Days. The rest of the zodiac had already run out into the yard, grabbing an egg in each hand. She said anxiously, Gee, save some for me. Leave some. Don't take it all. I'm starving. Suzum also anxiously ran over with the hem of her skirt. You can just eat one each. Don't eat Qin Ming's. I cooked 2 more for him. Hey, Red Snake, you took 3 eggs. Give them back quickly. Mo Bunny, give me back my eggs. Looking at the empty pot, Suzum pouted and stomped her feet in anger. They're all hungry ghosts. Snatching up all of Qin Ming's, Qin Ming walked over from behind and softly said, Well, Suzum-san, I ate earlier, and besides, I'm not hungry. Suzum saw that the buttons on Qin Ming's chest were open and was about to reach out to help him fasten them. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the 8 trigrams basilica door of the upper hall being pushed open, frightening Suzaku to hastily retract her hand. The eldest princess, dressed in black and still wearing her armor, stood by the window and said in a deep voice, Little Qinzi, come here. Oh, Qin Ming ran down the stairs towards the 11th floor. He muttered inwardly, how come it's so late at night and this crazy criticized princess is still awake, wearing an armor in the middle of the night? Is it ready to go and kill a traveler at any time? LOL, Really battle-crazed. Crazy batch invincible. Qin Ming knocked on the door and closed it again after entering. Rapunzel was sitting in front of an alabaster table, which was lit with a fluorite lamp. Next to the fluorite lamp was the fiery flame grass that Qin Ming had given him. Tell this court how it was tried. Qin Ming gave the prisoner's dilemma interrogation process to the Rapunzel. Of course. The later episode where he reveals himself as a traveler and seduces the greedy Taoist into taking the bait is all but hidden. The more Rapunzel heard, the more surprised she felt. Your approach method doesn't sound amazing at first, but if you think about it, it really is. People are treacherous, and even if an alliance not to tell the truth is reached in advance, no one can be sure that they will not be betrayed by the other side when they are interrogated separately. Yes, Rapunzel. It is to utilize this gaming mentality to defeat them one by one. The Rapunzel smiled and grabbed the nearby drunken immortal brewing jug and was about to pour the wine. Qin Ming hurriedly picked it up obediently. I'll. Qin Ming poured a cup and put it in front of the elder princess. I didn't expect the Rapunzel to push the wine in front of him. The palace doesn't drink late at night, so this is for you. Qin Ming, a tigress is so kind? The sun has come out of the west. Thank you, Rapunzel. The Rapunzel suddenly said in a cold voice once again. This interrogation method you just described is very good, but it seems that we don't have one in the Great Diffusion Kingdom. How on earth did you know how to do it? Qin Ming had long known that this eldest princess had always been meticulous and suspicious, so he had long been prepared. He took out of his sleeve the police fact book, which was written in those simplified characters. He flipped to the prisoner's dilemma in the center, written in his own imitation handwriting. Eldest princess. That day when I was learning their simplified Chinese characters, I happened to turn up this story. I found it interesting, and I didn't expect to use it today. Rapunzel didn't know many simplified characters, but she could still probably understand the gaming interrogation that was being talked about here. She nodded, putting the book to the side. Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, I was smart enough to know to stay ahead of the game. The Rapunzel's words finished the question. It seemed like she was trying to find something to talk about in her mind, but she didn't know what to say. The two men fell into a brief silence. After 5 full breaths, Qin Ming took the lead in breaking the deadlock. Eldest princess, it's late at night then. You should rest first. Rapunzel's left arm raised to point at the meal placed on the table. What Suzung just brought over is still hot. This palace doesn't want to eat anything. You serve it away. Qin Ming looked at these dishes without even moving. Has this crazy batch of princesses not eaten dinner again? This Rapunzel. You'll have to eat some. This palace has no appetite. The Rapunzel's face was melancholic and gloomy. Qin Ming thought of the dream words the Rapunzel had said in her sleep that night. It says that she and the third princess helped the Empress kill her brother. And afterwards, the Empress turned her back on her, and even forced the third princess to become a nun. He hesitated for 3 breaths, whispering softly. There's something my subordinate doesn't know whether to say or not? Then don't tell. Qin Ming. How is this not following the rules? He had no choice but to carry 4 dishes and a soup on a plate and was about to retreat. The Rapunzel suddenly shouted again. Come back. You speak. Qin Ming was simply speechless. This crazy batch definitely has a nerve. A nervous woman like this must be caught and given a shot. 1 a day. To cure the disease. The palace asked you to speak the words you just spoke. So speak them. Rapunzel. My mother used to tell me a saying, don't punish yourself with other people's mistakes. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi suddenly raised her head, a cold gaze in her 2 eyes. What do you mean by that? What do you know? Qin Ming naturally reacted extremely quickly. He couldn't tell the dream he had heard the Rapunzel talking about. That's not far from death. Eldest Princess. My subordinate is thinking that your preoccupation must be due to the fact that you don't agree with His Majesty. I saw you guys fighting that day. I accompanied you to the Hall of Palm and Fire this morning, and it seems to me that His Majesty is being unreasonable. Whatever she's arguing with you is her fault. Don't punish yourself with her fault. It doesn't pay off. The Rapunzel's eyes were shocked. She took a few steps toward Qin Ming. Little Qin Zi, you have a lot of guts. You dare to curse the Emperor of the Great Diffusion Kingdom. Do you know that this is the sin of killing your head? My subordinate naturally knows that, but the eldest princess will certainly not denounce me. Oh, and why is that? It would seem too degrading to go and denounce me. What kind of person is the eldest princess of our Taiyin palace? Noble and dignified. How could you possibly bow down to an unreasonable Your Majesty? Rapunzel snorted a laugh. It was the first time she had ever heard someone dare to scold her sister. Eldest princess. Then you take an early rest. My subordinate will leave first. Qin Ming's stomach rumbled with hunger. The 4-course meal in front of me looked very tempting. He must hurry to his room and feast. Wait. Rapunzel came energized and beckoned. Bring the food over. The palace suddenly wants to eat again. Qin Ming. No. Big sister, it was you who said not to eat. I'm ready to eat. You want to eat again all of a sudden? People say that a woman's face is like the sky in June, changing at the drop of a hat. It's really fruity. Qin Ming set another 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table and handed the chopsticks to the eldest princess. Eldest princess, then you eat first, and my subordinate will leave first. Surrender? Who told you to leave? Sit down. Ha? The palace told you to sit down. Oh. Rapunzel gently took a sip of the soup. You seem to look unnatural. Does the Rapunzel want to hear the truth or a lie? What's the difference between a lie and a truth? If it were a lie, I would say that the princess is so beautiful that my subordinate is uncomfortable because she sits so close to me in fear and trepidation. What about the truth? The truth is, I'm a little scared. Put. The Rapunzel almost spat out the soup she had in her mouth. Chapter 61 Rewarding Feats and Martial Skills. Tianyi Academy. Rapunzel said breathlessly, is this palace that fierce? Qin Ming laughed in his heart. Fierce? Of course you're mean. It's dozens of times meaner than even that tigress. Of course. He wouldn't dare say that. The eldest princess isn't mean. It's just that my subordinate is ugly. And whenever I just appear in front of the eldest princess, I make you angry. You're going to cut me when you get angry. So I'm scared. The Rapunzel took a bite of the dish, didn't look at Qin Ming, and blandly said, you're not ugly. Qin Ming was slightly pleased in his heart. I thought to myself that I, Qin Ming, was already handsome, and you finally have the eyes to discover June. Little Qinzi, tell this palace about your hometown. Qin Ming had a big head all of a sudden. My hometown is in Blue Star WA, Fighting Screws County, Township 996, Village of Blessing. We've never been to the Cold Night City before. Alas, what can be said about it? However, Qin Ming immediately thought, Cold Night City since it's all dark and frozen all year round. Can't go wrong with leaning towards the ice then. It was unlikely that the Rapunzel would send the Jin Demon Guards to Cold Night City to investigate anyway. Qin Ming took out his ability to make things up. Rapunzel. There are a total of 6 brothers in my family, and I am 6th in line. Oh, old 6. Rapunzel. It's the 6th, not the oldest. The Rapunzel put her chopsticks down and said with interest, many of the rich and noble families in our fluorite imperial city wouldn't dare to have so many children. And your parents managed to have 6 sons in a place like Cold Night City? Why is this Rapunzel's angle so snarky? Just listen to the story properly. You say one thing and you say the opposite. So how can we tell this story? Eldest princess. There is actually a reason for this. As for my father, his health is better. Specifically, his waist is good. Plus, it's always dark where we are and we can't do anything else in the dark, so my dad often goes to bed earlier. Also it's cold on our side, so my dad and my mom usually go under the covers pretty early. Rapunzel snorted with amusement. You mean your dad and your mom just like? Rapunzel's words ended abruptly. She took out her handkerchief and wiped her red, oil-stained lips to cover her slight loss of composure earlier. Go on. Qin Ming had a nodding head. I say, Rapunzel, can't we sleep in the middle of the night? I can't make it up here anymore. No. I need to find a suitable excuse to bring this story to a screeching halt. At the same time there are reasons why it can't be told anymore. Qin Ming's face deliberately became sad, but the good times didn't last long. So the family ran out of food. A few of the children starved, and my father went out hunting and was bitten to death by a snow beast. My oldest brother, second and third brother teamed up to look for my dad and he went missing as well. Rapunzel frowned. And then what? Then the family was cut off from labor. And my mother fell ill and died not long after. My fourth and fifth brothers went out begging and their whereabouts are unknown. Rapunzel was surprised in her heart. She looked up to see Qin Ming looking sad. I didn't realize that Xiao Qinzi's life was so tragic. No wonder he cherished the opportunity to come to the Taiyin Palace so much. That's why he was able to be so loyal. And then what happened? Then I went out wandering and followed behind people and came to the fluorite imperial city. I didn't realize you had such a pitiful life. Rapunzel. So coming to the palace and seeing these dishes every day is like New Year's Eve. Rapunzel pointed to the meal on the table. Pick up your chopsticks and eat too. Eldest princess. My subordinate wouldn't dare. Eat when you're told to. And since you were so starved before, you won't be allowed to starve again now at least. Thank you, Rapunzel. Qin Ming took a bite of the tofu roasted fish. Holy, the chef of this imperial kitchen should really be dragged out and shot. How can you cook food so badly? Qin Ming took another bite of the sautéed mushrooms with bok choy. Tasteless. He tasted the other 2 dishes and they were so bad. There really isn't a dish that compares to Blue Stars. Qin Ming had originally been a bit hungry and had a great appetite. As a result, he was now instantly full. Eldest princess, you eat. My subordinate is not hungry. How can you not be hungry? You just said so many people at home are starving. Coming to the palace, these meals are like New Year's Eve to you. So eat well. The Rapunzel pushed all 4 plates of food in front of Qin Ming, and a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup. She said, pointing. Eat them all, bear. Don't be polite with this palace. You have behaved well today, and this palace allows you to eat them all. Qin Ming. LOL. Simply a big head. Early morning dawn. Qin Ming looked at the heaven-locking gourd's current lucky points of only 30, which wasn't enough to extract. He took the falling blood sword again and headed to the west courtyard to practice. Not a moment too soon. Suzaku Mo Bunny all ran to him in the west wing. Qin Ming, quickly. Eunuch Zhou Chang of the Minister of Ceremonies is looking for you. What does Zhou Chang want with me? Qin Ming put away the falling blood sword. Drape the long coat hanging from the maple tree over your body, buttoning it as you go. Mo Bunny smiled and said, what else can I look for you for? But to reward you. I heard that when you interrogated about the explosives yesterday, His Majesty's dragon face was so pleased that he specifically asked his inner eunuch Zhou Chang to come over. Qin Ming, this eunuch Zhou Chang is very powerful. Many people in the palace are afraid of him. Mo Bunny also nodded with a serious look on his face. I heard that it was originally eunuch Zhou Chang who scrubbed toilets and washed clothes in the raccoon wash supervisor. Later, by chance, he had an epiphany and his cultivation improved rapidly. Now that he has reached the 9th level of body hardening realm, he has been transferred by His Majesty to the Palace of Palmfire. Qin Ming nodded. He had just come out of the west courtyard, and from afar he saw the eunuch Zhou Chang standing under the red maple tree in the courtyard. The man was tall and gray at the temples. A powerful aura of the 9th level of body tempering overflowed from his body. He should be considered a master among eunuchs. Good morning, Eunuch Zhou. Good morning, Captain Qin. A smile spread across Zhou Chang's face. He took the royal decree from his sleeve and raised his voice. Captain Qin, I heard that you were attacked by a traveler a few days ago, and that His Majesty has granted permission to receive the decree without kneeling. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor's edict says, Taiyin Palace Shao Qin Z interrogation merit, cracked the explosives hidden trouble. I specially give 500 taels of silver. The Xian rank Gongfa book. Qin this. Qin Ming received the holy decree to be happy in his heart. Although he had Xian rank techniques, more was better. 500 taels of silver still had great purchasing power in this world. There is money in the heart. Go! Eunuch Zhou Chang made a gesture of invitation. Captain Qin, His Majesty has given you Xian rank techniques and told you to go to the Tianyi Academy and pick them out for yourself. And pick your own? That's for sure. Eunuch Zhou Chang said with a leathery smile. There are many feats and martial arts hidden in the Tianyi Academy, so you can pick one according to your interest and needs, but you can only pick one. Good. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank Eunuch Zhou. Qin Ming followed Zhou Chang as he headed to Tianyi Academy. Chapter 62 The world is like a spy war, killing people everywhere. Qin Ming followed eunuch Zhou Chang as he walked away. Rapunzel was still asleep from her beauty sleep and hadn't woken up. Mo Bunny and Suzaku started cleaning early in the yard. Suzu, why do you look so good lately? It's springy all day long. Ah, Mo Bunny, have you? Am I not the same as before? It's not the same, before. Although you smiled daily, your eyes had the sultry look of a woman in a deep court. But all this time that claustrophobia is gone and replaced with something like what? It's like a teenage girl getting pregnant. Suzu blushed prettily and clenched her small fists and tapped the mole rabbit on the shoulder. You're making fun of me again. I'll cackle at you. Where am I making fun of you? I'm telling the truth. Suzaku simply rolled up her sleeves and clucked at the Mo rabbit. Amused Mo Bunny escapes by spinning in circles in the snowy yard. Suzu, I have to remind you. You don't want to play with yourself like those courtesans in the palace. Be careful of playing with your body. Still? You still dare to talk nonsense. See, I won't spare you today. The sounds of playful teasing echoed from the Taiyin Palace. It adds a bit of fun to this dim, snowy morning. In the Imperial Garden, snow fell on the top of the green stone path. Qin Ming followed behind Zhou Chang, and the snow creaked as the two of them stepped on it. Captain Qin, you were rewarded by the elder princess at such a young age. This time, he was even rewarded by His Majesty. His future is unlimited. Eunuch Zhou is too kind. We are all just making a living in the palace. Our family has not been overpraised at all. Our eunuchs mingle and mingle and mingle. You were different in Taiyin Palace. The eldest princess even promoted you to be a lieutenant of the demon suppression guards. This is a step to heaven. You should know that there are no generals in the Jin demon guards, and the 12 zodiacs are lieutenants. So you're in the same position as them now. Qin Ming suddenly realized this. He had thought the lieutenant was a minor official, but it's still a really big official when you put it in the demon guard. Where is Captain Qin from? Cold Night City. I've never been to Cold Night City, but I've heard it's dark and cold. Yes, all year round. Qin Ming hurriedly led the topic to Zhou Chang. The Cold Night City said more than he would not make up. So where is eunuch Zhou from? Starlight City. Starlight City. I've heard people say it's a great place. I've never been there. Eunuch Zhou Chang smiled while softly saying, Starlight City is much brighter than Fluorite City. It can almost be said that there is no darkness, and the top of the sky is full of stars all year round. The brightness is very beautiful, but there was a lot of rainy season and a lot of flooding, so everyone lived in trees in the village where our family was at that time. Sounds pretty good. Qin Ming fell into deep thought. This great diffusion kingdom's 4 major cities were really a bit weird. How can it be so strange? The cold night city was dark, with no light at all. There is slightly more light as you reach Fluorite City to the north, but it's also dim all day. When they arrived at Starlight City but there was no night, the sky was full of stars. Aurora is then even more very bright and luminous in the polar day. The world really is full of mysteries. The two walked through the Imperial Gardens. Qin Ming saw a simplified monument with the words curved path. Next to the simple monument stood a green-clad eunuch. He was not tall, and with his head lowered, he immediately stepped forward when he saw Zhou Chang coming over. Eunuch Zhou, I have something to report. Eunuch Zhou Chang looked at Qin Ming and smiled. He pointed to a row of buildings in the distance amidst the clouds. Captain Qin, we won't see you off. You follow this road all the way and you'll arrive at the Tianyi Academy. You'll be greeted there and allowed to pick up your feats. Good. Then Eunuch Zhou, you are busy. I will take my leave. Qin Ming departed forward. His turtle breath spirit skill brought about an increase in perception, and he was able to vaguely hear the sounds of the Imperial Garden. That Zhou Chang's voice seemed to have gone a few degrees colder. What do you want with me this early in the morning? Brother Zhou. Of course it's a big deal. Didn't you say? If there is a traveler in the palace let the first report. What did you say? There are travelers? Yes, there is the traveler, and we can get the essence from her. Eunuch Zhou scanned the surroundings. His voice lowered. Where do ordinary travelers get essence on them? Eunuch Zhou doesn't know. The 5 Elements Alliance thinks it has a secret line of travelers in the palace, but we have long detected it and have been monitoring it. This female traveler is taking this dark route. As long as we capture her, we'll be able to exchange essence from the 5 Elements Alliance and we'll be able to upgrade our talents. Qin Ming, who was 100 meters away, had long since stopped in his tracks. He leaned behind a wigwam and exerted his turtle breath spirit technique and concealment talent to the maximum. The conversation between Zhou Chang and that little eunuch all fell on his ears. What a surprise! It's a world like ING espionage. There's killing everywhere. I didn't realize that the Empress's Palace of Palm and Fire had also been infiltrated by the travelers. But how did this Zhou Chang escape the bloodline test? Luckily, he didn't show signs of it in front of him, or else you'll have to encounter his backstabbing again, just like before. Qin Ming heard the 2 men's footsteps move forward. He also hurried forward in obedience. However, Qin Ming's breath was hidden and his pace was concealed, so even the 8th level body tempering Zhou Chang was unable to detect it. Little stool, where is that traveler you spoke of now? Eunuch Zhou, Dakue, Orchid, and I have forced her to the Qinchi Cold Palace. She's hiding in there supposedly waiting for nightfall. Well done. Who exactly is she from the 5 Elements Alliance? It hasn't checked out yet. She's wearing green clothes with long braids. Upon hearing these words, the first thing that popped into Qin Ming's mind was a silhouette. Qin Xian, green clothes and long braids, that should be right. But what was Qin Xian doing in the palace? Could it be to find yourself? Zhou Chang took the little stool eunuch away from the left lapis lazuli and turned right. 10 breaths later, Qin Ming came out and quietly followed. He's fast. Meanwhile breath and pace are hidden. Zhou Chang had been traveling ahead with the little stool, turning nearly a dozen turns in a row, arrive at a cold palace in the middle of nowhere. This place Qin Ming had never been here before. The surrounding area is also planted with red maple trees. Maple leaves knocked down by snowflakes littered the ground. Thick layers of leaves form when left unswept for years. Zhou Chang and the people he spoke of as Orchid and Daikyu assembled together. The 4 of them surrounded the Qinchi Palace from the east, west, south, north and south directions. With a wave of Zhou Chang's hand, the 4 of them attacked the interior of Qinchi Palace from 4 directions. Qin Ming could tell their cultivation levels at a glance. Zhou Chang hardened body 9 was an expert. Little Stool and Dakue were all at the 7th level of body tempering. That courtesan Orchid's cultivation wasn't weak either. Body tempering 8th level. Their stances quickly rushed into the interior of the Clear Pool Palace. Qin Ming quietly lay on the eaves of the house. Luckily, today, I am wearing white clothes, and the snow on the eaves of this house melted together, and it is really very secretive. Zhou Chang's 4 men approached the upper hall of Qinchi Palace step by step. That eunuch's small stool held a long sword and went forward, just pushing the upper hall door open. Suddenly, a cold blade light slashed straight at his face. Startled, the eunuch's little stool fell backward, his feet drawing an arc in the snow. Boom! The house cleaved the air with a large knife. A green figure rolled out instantly, long braids flying over her shoulders. Chapter 63, Siege, Cold Palace Ghost Bride. Qin Ming recognized it at a glance. Sure enough, it was senior sister Qing Xian. It looks like she's got some injuries on her. I think he was attacked after entering the palace. In the blink of an eye, the short and stocky Daikyu attacked from the left. He had no weapon in his hand and was clenching his fists. Seeing this, Qing Xian slashed to the left side with a smooth movement of the ebony blade in his hand. Daikyu clenches his fists and the Talon Iron Arm, sequence 135, is activated. All of a sudden his right fist arm became as hard as steel. Boom! Bang! Qing Xian's ebony blade was actually blocked alive. Qing Xian immediately stormed back to catch his breath. Who knows? The courtesan on the right, Orchid, killed once again. Orchid lifted her hands for luck, and all 10 orchid blossoms growing in the courtyard floated up into the sky. Talent, foil, sequence 201, suddenly activated. Using the flower as a sword, 40 or so orchid petals attacked Qing Xian at the same time. Qing Xian's body curled up and rose into the air. The ebony blade in her hand cut out 3 slashes from the front side of her body in a wide opening. Boom boom boom. Each slash carried the powerful aura of her Tongling first level. The blade deflected all of these concealed petals. Qin Ming saw that Qing Xian's face was a bit pale, so he should have been injured quite badly. He looked around, looking for the best rescue and escape route. Qing Xian once again flew into midair trying to catch his breath. Who expected? Eunuch Shou Chang, who was pinching his flickering fingers, suddenly attacked with a bizarre and extremely fast stance. Qing Xian's already injured spirit power was still recovering as she hurriedly shielded her ebon blade in front of her body. Bang! The flickering fingers shook the Yujin sword back and forth. Zhou Chang's talented inch strength, sequence 93, suddenly launched. 2 of his fingers stretched out and once again, he pointed hard at the blade's surface. Pa! The blade was instantly hit and rebounded backwards, slapping Qing Xian's abdomen viciously. Qing Xian fell straight down from the air. Zhou Chang, Dakiai, Little Stool, and Orchid jumped down from all sides. The 4 of them stood together, and Qin Ming waited for this opportunity. He covered his face with a black cloth and held the falling blood sword to kill. The concealment talent was exerted with a strangely swift speed. The 4 didn't feel anyone approaching at all, until Qin Ming's sword stabbed in front of him. That Zhou Changkai was shocked. What man? Zhou Chang hurriedly performed the flickering finger inch strength to block Qin Ming's falling blood sword. Bang! It was this moment. Qin Ming's left hand slapped out as his flame talent was unleashed. Boom! A red flame erupted, forcing all of Daikyu, Orchid, and Little Stool, who were standing together, to take 4 or 5 steps back. The red flame smoldered with thick black smoke, and they hurriedly dialed at it with their sleeves. When the smoke cleared, the 4 of them took a fixed look. Where was Qing Xian's shadow in front of him? It had long since been taken by Qin Ming and disappeared without a trace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Let them get away. They can't get away. Zhou Chang flew to the roof of the building at once with a flutter of his sleeve. He scanned the circle and pointed deep into the cold palace. They're in the depths of the clear pool palace. Chase after them. Daikue, Orchid, Little Stool, and Zhou Chang chased after each other inside the cold palace. Qin Ming hugged his senior sister Qing Xian and ran wildly inside. Put me down. Who are you? Who else could it be? Qin Ming glared at her blindfolded. Who else is willing to risk their lives to come and save your silly girl? Upon hearing the voice, Qing Xian recognized it. Qin Ming, how? Do you know I came? The heart is in the right place. Who has a heart-to-heart with you? Put me down now. Call Shifu. No screaming. Put me down now. Qin Ming sensed the 4 people chasing behind him. He scurried into a huge palace, kicked the door open, and barged in with Qing Xian. Qin Ming put Qing Xian down, and the 2 of them ran wildly deeper along the long corridor on the left. Qin Ming, where is this place? I haven't been here either. This place is a cold palace. No one usually comes here. Qin Ming brought Qing Xian to break into a deep mansion once again. The snow fell over a meter thick here. Oddly shaped weeds sprang out of the snow and swayed in the wind. The trees in the yard are strangely shaped and have no leaves. The blackened trunks were like ghostly claws. It looks like no one's been in this cold palace for a long time. However, when Qin Ming brought Qing Xian and stepped through a circular archway, the 2 were confused. There were many red lanterns hanging on the long corridors around the entire courtyard. The red light set off the trees and flowers of the yard blood red and eerie. Each window has a big happy note above it. What's going on here? Just as the 2 men sensed something was wrong and wanted to retreat, behind them, Zhou Chang's 4 men had already chased after him. They broke into the mansion and surrounded Qin Ming and Qing Xian. Remove the cloth from your face, Captain Qin. I'm familiar with this outfit of yours. I really didn't expect that Captain Qin, who just made a mark with His Majesty, is also a traveler. The 4 had their weapons drawn. The big battle is imminent. Just then, suddenly, a hip-shattering woman's voice surprisingly came from the corner of the empty courtyard. It was as if a dozen women were laughing and appeared to be having a good time. All 6 people present stared in shock. The yard was becoming dimmer and dimmer. It was dark except for the lighted lantern. 3 breaths later, suddenly, Laughing Corner walked out one courtesan after another. They were slender and delicate, delicious food plates in hand, one after the other twisting their hips. There were a whole 18 of them. Qin Xian tugged on Qin Ming's sleeve and softly said, "Qin Ming, look, all of these women have no feet." This reminded the crowd to look all over. It turned out that the 18 women were actually floating in the air. They were white with creepy smiles. The lanterns in the yard were brighter as they passed in front of them with their plates. All around the perimeter became brightly lit as well. The eaves of the trees and houses are all covered with red-colored cloth red lanterns, and happy words are posted everywhere. Qin Ming reacted. "If I'm not mistaken, we broke into the spirit realm by mistake." Spirit realm? The 4 Zhou Changs looked alarmed. "We've only heard of the spirit realm, but we've never been in it. Boss Zhou, I've heard that the spirit realm is the coalescence of the residual souls and grievances left behind by the conflicting hatred between the travelers and the aborigines. It's especially dangerous inside the spirit realm. If you're not careful, you'll die," Daikyu said indignantly. "The big deal is that we're all going to ride our swords together and smash this Thai place up." Qin Xian looked at it breathlessly. What a big brain stupidity. The most basic rule of the spirit realm is, never act recklessly. Once you mess around with it, you'll probably be trapped in it and never get out. Suddenly, the little stool male barked and pointed to the corner of the wall. There's someone there." The crowd looked for the sound. Only a woman in red stood in the right corner. She wore red embroidered shoes, a red cap on her head, and 2 ghastly white hands clasped together on her belly, with blood-red nails. She stood still for a moment. The figure is illusory and hidden. Warning, danger level increased 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Chapter 64, Little Sister is really good. Ghost Bride Underworld Marriage. The crowd was shocked, even though they are all cultivators. Still shuddering in the face of this, the burly Daikyu clenched his fists and asked loudly, "Who the hell are you? Speak! I'm asking you, who the hell are you? If you don't talk again, I'll blow your mouth off. Tell us what it takes to get out." Zhou Chang, the boss of the 4, immediately reached out to stop Daikyu. He calmly said, "You won't be able to hurt her. I've just tried. Through 3 cyclopean needles, all of which went through my body, but they didn't do any good at all." Qin Ming was surprised in his heart, thinking that this Zhou Chang's cultivation was indeed high. When did he put the needle? He didn't even notice. Qin Xian, who was standing on Qin Ming's left side, obediently took half a step forward. It seemed unintentional, but Qin Ming knew that Qin Xian must have felt that this Zhou Chang's concealed weapon was too powerful and blocked a large portion of his body for himself. "That's a nice little sister of mine. She's gone," the little stool exclaimed again, pointing to the corner. How did she suddenly disappear? Even the most powerful cultivator couldn't have done this. Qin Ming also realized the tricky nature of the spirit realm this time. It would be even more difficult if they were to face another backstab from the 4 Zhou Changs. One thought to this. He stared at the 4 people in front of him in a cold voice. "You all saw it. The one just now is not a human being. She is a ghost condensed by the residual soul's grievances. No matter how powerful your concealed fists are, they're of no use to her." Qin Ming raised his hand. Phew! The sound of a red flame suddenly appeared. "But this fire flame of mine is definitely useful against ghosts and monsters. I'm warning the 4 of you, don't make any small moves in the spirit realm. As long as my senior sister and I are somehow sneak attacked by anyone, then we'll all end up in the spirit realm together." Eunuch Zhou Chang immediately revealed a smile. "Captain Qin is overstating things. It's most important that we all break out together. Personal grudges are not important." "Not important." Qin Ming beckoned and led Qin Xian inside. Just as he stepped onto the steps, he felt an extremely cold aura coming from the right side of where the ghost girl had just stood. Qin Ming hesitantly walked to the right. The little stool was beside himself with surprise. "Boss Zhou, that guy is really bold. He dares to go where ghosts have stood. What do you know about hammers? This guy is gifted with flames and has the highest yang energy. He's definitely not afraid." In fact, Qin Ming was scared to death in his heart. He assessed it just now. With that ghost bride's rank, he was just letting out flames and it was probably useless. It was true that the flames hadn't been of much use to that scholar when he was in the glowing stone tribute before. Qin Ming came to where the ghost bride stood. So cold. Compared to the cold on the Rapunzel, this place was even more of a een. It was as if it was a een from hell, piercing one's soul. Qin Ming flicked his hand. A gentle flame illuminated the place. Only a line of writing was carved into the pillar where the ghost bride stood. "Dynamite blew up the graves. Perfume turned into poison. My eyes that red. My mouth that eats. Negative. I just want to get married." The crowd froze in place, their heads echoing the words. "We're all travelers, and we're no strangers to perfume and explosives. It looks like that ghost bride just now had quite a grudge against perfume and explosives. Could it be that she's being punked by the traveler? Definitely. The travelers bullied the aborigines, and the remnants of their grievances formed the spirit realm. The crowd was pondering. Suddenly, out of the darkness of the front doorway floated 6 red cards. 6 people picked up one each. On it, in big, bright letters, were the words, Wedding Invitation. Qin Ming turned over the wedding invitation, and the top line read, Ghost Lady Underworld Marriage. Please ask the groom to register his information. The groom of your choice will be selected from among all of you. At the bottom of the wedding invitation hung a tiny quill, long ago dipped in ink. The 4 Zhou Chang people looked at each other. What about Boss Chow? Fill out the top of the wedding invitation with personal information since they let you fill it out. Whatever she chooses. Qin Ming picked up his pen. Name, Qin Ming. Sex, male. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Xian beside him. Qin Xian had also written his name down, and his pen had just landed on the gender column. She was about to write female when Qin Ming tugged on her arm. He pointed to the word male that he had written down. Although Qin Xian didn't understand why, she felt that Qin Ming had always been powerful. She registered her gender as male according to Qin Ming. After filling out the registration information, a line appears at the bottom of the wedding invitation. Please give the bride an unforgettable wedding. You will get the unexpected. At once, 6 wedding invitations flew into the darkness of the inner courtyard. 10 breaths later, the inner courtyard in front of him suddenly lit up all over. Each lantern was red and bright. While in the courtyard just behind Qin Ming and the others, the lanterns that were lit up went out one by one. It was as if they were being urged to head for the inner courtyard. Eunuch Zhou Chang was the first to step into the inner courtyard. The crowd behind him followed. A table covered with a red cloth was set in the middle of the courtyard. There were several plates of various fruits and snacks on the table. The promenade on either side was illuminated in a red haze by lanterns. Every now and then there was some weird giggling noise. Qin Xian tugged on Qin Ming's sleeve to raise his hand and point in midair. Only then did Qin Ming see 4 lanterns with words written all over them floating slowly down in the sky. It looks like it's written like a lampoon puzzle. Eunuch Zhou Chang took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice, Orchid, you work as an errand boy in the palace embroidery workshop. You should be most familiar with this kind of lantern riddle. Go and take a look. Orchid didn't respond. Orchid? Where's Orchid? The crowd swished their heads around. The palace maid Orchid, who had been following behind just a moment ago, had unexpectedly disappeared. Qin Ming felt a chilly aura blowing from his left side. He obediently flared a flame in his hand and threw it to the left. The glowing flames illuminated that corner completely. The crowd gasped at the sight, only to see that the palace maid Orchid had been hanged on the door at some point. Her tongue lolled out a foot or so. Her hair was cloaked. Both eyes were bloodshot, and drops of blood fell from her nostrils to the floor. She's dead. Why is she suddenly dead? The little stool went pale with fear. She was at least an expert of the body-tempering 8th realm. How did she die so silently? Daikyu trembled in shock. I've heard people say that these remnant souls inside the spirit realm are extremely powerful, not to mention the body-tempering realm. Even if someone from the passing spirit realm comes in, they'll have to die even if they deserve to die. Forget about it for now and head inside. One step is one step. Qin Ming came to Orchid's side and looked at the wedding invitation she had just filled out thrown at her feet. Qin Ming picked it up and looked at it, and Orchid filled in the column for gender as female. Male filled by Qin Xian. Alive. The female that Orchid filled in died. It was evident that he had just guessed correctly. Qin Xian also saw the difference next to Qin Ming. She took advantage of Zhou Chang's trio walking away to whisper from the side. What's this about? How did you just know to let me fill in the male? I'm guessing from intuition. Since this ghost bride is meditating, she must be marrying a man. If you put your gender as female, you're likely to die outright. I was right. Orchid did die. Qin Xian's eyes showed a hint of grateful admiration. Her master was right. Qin Ming was really calm and smart. Follow him and feel safe, even in such a dangerous environment. Chapter 65 The Higher Gift. Welcoming the Bride. Orchid was originally an expert of the 8th level of body hardening, and without saying a word and without making a single move, he was hanged on the beam. This made Zhou Chang's 3 faces worried and more cautious. The first thing they did was to run to the place where the 4 lantern riddles were. Qin Ming Qin Xian also walked over. On the back of all 4 riddle lanterns is written a uniform word, bride price. Since the ghost bride is getting married, the bride price is easy to understand. Just what is a bride price? Qin Ming said as he stared at the riddle on the lantern. It should be the answer to these 4 riddles. The first lantern was bent and twisted with a riddle written on it. Whitehead to old age. Daikyu looked confused and patted his head. I didn't have much culture when I was on the blue planet, and now I'm being asked to guess a lantern riddle. Guess what the hell? Eunuch Zhou Chang also looked confused. His eyes looked toward Qin Ming. Captain Qin, Everyone here knows you're smart, and as you just said, we're all a group. The only way to get out of the spirit realm is to complete the ghost bride underworld wedding. So don't hide it. Guess what these 4 lantern riddles actually are? Qin Xian gently stroked his chin, still thinking. Qin Ming had already guessed it, and it wasn't really hard to guess. He had a general understanding of ancient matrimonial matters. What the bride price probably consisted of was known to him. This first bride price, whitehead to old age, should refer to the comb. A comb? Qin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Quite right. The whitehead to old age should refer to the comb indeed. Second lampoon. A little iron and a little copper. A little wood and a little rope. What is this again? Daikyu was flabbergasted. The eyes of the little stool next to him were round and wide. This I know. I worked as an official inside the Imperial Pharmacy of the Imperial Palace. This little bit of copper, little bit of iron, little bit of wood, little bit of rope, should refer to the scale. Qin Ming nodded. Scales, that's right. Scales were often called Rui scales inside ancient bride price. The third riddle is thin in summer, fat in winter. Qin Xian guessed the answer to the riddle the first time. This one is a quilt. Skinny in the summer, fat in the winter. Qin Ming nodded and threw Qin Xian an appreciative glance. Elder sister guessed correctly. It is indeed a quilt. This 4th lantern riddles look so difficult in a roundabout way. Sitting in the south, facing the north. The bishop is sad and also sad. And the bishop is happy and also happy. That's a rather roundabout way of reading it. However, Qin Ming still knew the meaning at first glance. He'd seen that line before, in the dream of the Red Chamber. It's a lampshade riddle that Lin Daiyu once came up with. This one isn't too hard, referring to the mirror. Mirrors? Right. Oh. Eunuch Zhou Chang came to a realization and gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Captain Qin is really smart. Indeed it is a mirror. Daikyu asked anxiously from the side. We guessed the 4 items of the bride price. The mirror, the comb, the Rui scale, and the wedding quilt. And then what? What's going to happen then? I see the door in front of me is closed too. There's no way out. Eunuch Zhou Chang scanned the circle. I'm also considered an old man in the palace, and I've been exposed to the marriage ceremony. Now that we know what the bride price is, we have to look for it in this circle of rooms, and once we find it, we will naturally be able to pass through that gate with it. But there are only 4 pieces of the bride price, and we have 5 here. The little stool makes a fatal point. One thought rises in almost everyone's mind. There are only 4 pieces of the bride price and 5 people. That means at least one must die at this level. No one wants to be that first to die. So everyone had a clear understanding and immediately dispersed in all directions, hurrying to find the bride price. Qin Ming was the first to come to the left side compartment. In the ancient courtyard of the rich, the young lady must have lived in the upper compartment on the left side. The right side is usually for maids. In the ladies' room mirror, comb, quilt, one can always find the same. A gold brass lock hangs on the door. Qin Ming clenched his fist and slammed it down with a bang. Click, the lock snapped off. The door opened in the same way. An eerie chill came over him. It seemed to penetrate to the depths of the soul and send shivers down one's spine. The room was dark. Qin Ming's right hand lifted, and the flame of talent was released. A red flame rose from his right hand, illuminating the room. Qin Ming hadn't guessed wrong. This is indeed the ladies' room. In the center is a screen of mandarin ducks playing in the water. The table shelves are all topped with blue and white porcelain vases. The patterns on them are almost always in pairs, either magpies or mandarin ducks. Qin Ming stepped forward and flicked the middle finger of his right hand. A flame ran up and lit the candlestick on the table with a clatter. The candles were about 2 feet tall, and the red burning candle water slid down in drops as if it were blood. Qin Ming didn't dare to delay. He scanned the room without seeing a mirror comb, and then immediately looking toward the inner bed again. There was a quilt on the bed, but it was green. This ghost bride is bent on getting married, and it's obviously unlucky for the happy quilt to take a green quilt. Qin Ming turned around and headed out again. He landed a glance on the drawer under the desk. Qin Ming made an effort to open the drawer. The drawer actually did have a red mirror in the middle of it, but it's buckled back. Qin Ming hurriedly took it out and looked at it in reverse. The mirror was copper, but extremely bright. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Swish, a figure could be seen on the mirror flashing behind him. What is it? Qin Ming hurriedly turned around. It turned out to be empty behind him. His eyes came back to look in the mirror one more time. This time that ghost bride who was wearing a red head just now was actually standing 1 meter behind him. An endless cold and chilly air came over the face. Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The hairs on his entire body stood up in sweat. He immediately turned around with a flame burning in his hand. As it turned out, there was still nothing behind him, but he looked sideways at the mirror, which clearly showed that behind him stood the ghost bride, and that ghost bride is removing the red head a little bit. Qin Ming's heart was thumping wildly. What's under this red head? It's the face of a skeleton. Or the face of a dead man about to rot? She didn't seem to be afraid of the flames at all. The powerful yin qi in her body was such that even those in the psychic realm were probably powerless. Finally her red head was pulled up to her chin position. Qin Ming saw a bright red mole on the left side of this ghost bride's neck through the mirror. The red cover was still pulled upwards, revealing a red-lipped cherry mouth. Her small mouth slowly grinned, the right corner of her mouth tinged with the slightest hint of a smile. Qin Ming was abruptly shaken. Never want to hang around here again. He snapped the mirror up, put it in his palm, turned and ran. As soon as he pushed the door open, it was as if a great force was trying to grab him back. Qin Ming raised his right hand back. Boom! A flame thumped up. That tremendous claw force instantly disappeared, and Qin Ming rushed out. Chapter 66, Those who copy the text will die. Qin Ming, you're going to write a poem? 4 red plates were set up in the yard at some point. It looks like it was used to hold the bride price. Qin Ming quickly rushed to the first plate and placed the mirror in his hand. In a blink of an eye, the yin qi enveloping him steeply dispersed. It looks like this bride price is the right one. Just then, the door to a room on the right slammed open. Qing Xian's green-colored figure swirled in the air and came flying. Behind her followed 3 disembodied ghostly figures, the very women who had come out of the wall on their previous visit. They giggled and chased after Qing Xian with handkerchiefs in their hands. Qin Ming hurriedly stepped forward to unleash the flames in his right hand. Boom! A red flame spewed out, and all of those playful ghosts and shadows dispersed. Qing Xian ran over to him gasping for air. She was holding none other than a wedding quilt, red in color. It is embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water. A big happy word in the center. Qing Xian placed the happy quilt on the second plate. 15 breaths later, behind him in the room Zhou Chang ran out. He appeared to be in a sorry state, with a rip in his clothes and blood coming from his face. He was holding none other than a comb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the is all this? My flickering finger-inch strength strikes out like it's hitting cotton. It's not useful at all. He came over and put the comb on the third plate. Just then, the door to the front right side of the room was pushed open. Daikyu and Little Stool both rushed out from inside at the same time. Little Stool grasps his Rui scale in his hand, and Daikyu is chasing him hard behind him. The scale is mine. I found it first. The Little Stool yelled. Whoever gets it first gets it. Daikyu seemed shaken. He put his foot on the ground. Shasta leaped up. The Little Stool was just about to rush in when Daikyu punched him in the temple of the head, splattering blood. Asterisk 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 Q. Daikyu flies out with another kick, sending the small stool flying into the corner tree. He walked over with the Rui scale and headed for the fourth plate. Sure enough, the next breath, a 5-meter-high red door opened with a rumble right in front of him. The bride price placed in the 4 plates unexpectedly flew up automatically towards the inside. Qin Ming walked towards the door. The 4 had just stepped through the lower door. He saw the small stool that had just fallen in the corner, but he desperately grabbed the dirt on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Handful after handful. Is this guy crazy? Eunuch Zhou Chang scolded. Are you sick? What are you doing eating dirt? The little stools don't even stop. Still digging and eating dirt. Digging and eating dirt. Until his hands were a bloody mess. His whole mouth and throat were full of dirt. Eventually, he fell headfirst into the dirt and suffocated. Qin Ming glanced at Qing Xian. Looks like we guessed right. 4 pieces of bride price, and those who don't get it will definitely die. Just then, 2 paper dolls floating in the air appear in the front yard. A man and a woman with blush on both sides of their faces. The mouth was red and moist in a blood-like way. Their 2 hands were limp and swaying in the air with the wind. But those eyes were like human eyes, turning from side to side. Those damn things. Daikyu clenched his fists. Zhou Chang stopped Daikyu as soon as he could. Don't be impulsive. These 2 paper dolls are supposed to show the way. Sure enough, the next breath, the limp right arms of the 2 paper dolls lifted. Point to the left front lobby. There seemed to be a lot of lanterns lit up in there. The crowd followed the paper doll into the lobby. There was a desk in the middle of the lobby. On top of it rested a blank character sheet and a pen, ink, and paper. A wedding invitation right above the table had a few large gold letters written on it. Please ask the groom to inscribe the wedding poem. This kind of inscription poem test is the smoothest of all if you put it in a normal traveled world. The literary copyist is the smoothest of all. But this is a world where copywriting means death. If they were asked to write a wedding poem for no reason, that would be even harder. Qin Ming doesn't have that kind of talent either. A cold wind blew in the room. The lanterns hanging around the lobby swayed. Dappled light illuminated the perimeter of the lobby. Qin Ming saw several paintings hanging in the air on the left side. The first painting depicts a woman in a yellow brocade dress teaching soldiers to make explosives. The dynamite blast was so effective that it was unanimously applauded and cheered by the generals next to it. In the second panel, a woman in a yellow brocade dress teaches many girls how to make perfume. and they apply the perfume to their arms and smell it, laughing and happy. The third painting is a picture of the emperor marrying his wife. There was a young girl dressed in red with a smile on her face, holding hands with the emperor as she walked into the sedan chair. Many of the officials nearby applauded happily. However, at the back of the crowd there was a woman in a green dress with a face full of tears and a look of exasperation and sorrow. Seeing this, that Daikyu steeply tapped his head. I see. I've heard that a lot of spirit realms are where the travelers run over and bully the natives, causing them to hate them. This spirit realm must be because this traveling woman made explosives and perfume again and then won the emperor's heart to marry him. So this woman crying next to her must be one of the emperor's other concubines. Out of favor. That's why she has a grudge against the crossing woman. This spirit realm is the result of the resentment of this disgraced woman. Eunuch Zhou Chang stroked his chin and agreed. I think so. So surely there can be no literary copying here now. And whoever copies down the poems, this ghostly bride who resents the traveler will absolutely strangle him to death. Qin Xian frowned as he thought about it. She felt that Daikyu and Eunuch Zhou Chang had a point. Thinking of this, Qin Xian turned his head to look at Qin Ming. Only the slightest hint of doubt was seen on Qin Ming's handsome face. Qin Ming, what do you think? Daikyu let out a chuckle next to him. What, how do you look at it? This place is a scam, deliberately luring you, the copyist, into revealing your identity so as to get you killed. Qin Xian gently tugged on Qin Ming's sleeve. Qin Ming, the two of them have gone over the top. This hint should be a trap. As soon as you copied the verse you knew you were a traveler. Not right. Qin Ming shook his head. Do you remember the words left by the ghost bride at the very beginning? Dynamite blows up graves. Perfume turns to poison. My eyes that red. My mouth that eats. Negative. I just want a marriage. I've thought about this sentence as well. Qin Xian said softly. Wasn't it the ghost bride who blamed the traveler for blowing up her own grave with the traveler's explosives? That her perfume was her own poison? Qin Ming shook his head. That's not how the phrase should be interpreted. Qin Ming had just thought of this, only to see the 5 big and 3 thick Daikyu, both hands grasping the big red door in the back and pushing the door hard. This level is supposed to be a trick. No poetry. We push the door open and go through. To copy and write, that's death. However, the words had just fallen. Suddenly there was a creaking sound above the red door. Immediately after that a 2-meter-long, brightly shining gate knife slashed straight down from above. Daikyu was startled, but after all, he was a cultivator. He immediately used his spiritual energy to try to jump away from here, which is not to be expected. At the 4 feet of the door 4 ghastly white arms suddenly stretched out, gripping Daikyu's hands and feet tightly. No matter how much he used his spiritual power it did nothing. Boss, help me. There was a click. The gate knife cut straight down, cut Daikyu in half from his head to the middle of his legs. Blood spilled in all directions. Eunuch Zhou Chang was taken aback and once again honestly retreated. What's going on here? Do we still have to go to the Mandarin to get into the trap? Qin Xian held the Yujin sword in his hand, his eyes dead set on the back door. Where did those 4 little hands just come from? She was a little flustered. In that case, how was this going to pass? She anxiously turned her head to look at Qin Ming. Seeing that Qin Ming didn't even have a hint of panic, he was still observing the 3 pictures very calmly. Qin Xian couldn't help but be impressed. Qin Ming is really something. He can still be so calm at a time like this. Qin Ming once again placed his gaze on the first painting. The traveler yellow woman was squaring her face as if smiling at him. Qin Ming looked carefully and suddenly, he was surprised to see what appeared to be a red mole on the neck of the woman in yellow. Qin Ming turned to the second painting. The woman in the yellow dress of the traveler still has a mole on her neck. That means these two are the same person. There is also a third painting of the weeping woman in green with the same red mole on her neck. Qin Ming was shocked in his heart. He remembered the red mole on the neck of the ghostly bride in red when he fetched the mirror just now. That proves that this ghost bride is not an aborigine. And travelers, the aggrieved in this spirit realm are not the aborigines at all, but the travelers. Qin Xian, study the ink. What? Qin Ming, you're going to write poetry? You copying poetry here means you're a traveler. You'll die. Ink. Trust me. Oh. Qin Ming grabbed the brush and gently tapped the ink. Despite his ugly handwriting, he still wrote a short verse on white paper. It is appropriate to say drink wine and grow old with your son. There is nothing more peaceful than a zither in the royal court. Chapter 67. Qin Ming had just finished writing the verse. The paper flew up with a wow and burned vividly in mid-air. With that, all that could be heard was a rumble, and the big red door in the back opened. Guess right. Qin Ming took a long breath of relief in his heart. I didn't realize that this spirit realm was generated by the grievances of the travelers. Qin Xian and Zhou Chang were both filled with doubt. Zhou Chang's face was grim in his heart, but he was secretly happy. It's a good thing I didn't sneak up on this brat just now. I didn't realize his brain worked so well. Qin Ming led Qin Xian to be the first to walk out through the red door. Zhou Chang followed them. 3 houses appeared before his eyes. Identical. The windows and doors of each house were all plastered with happy characters, and in the middle of the beams were written 2 big red words, cave. All 3 took a deep breath. It looks like this is the final step in the cave of the Ghost Bride spirit realm. The 3 understood almost immediately. The 3 rooms were for the 3 of them to have 1 room each for the final pass. Qin Xian nodded towards Qin Ming. The first one headed for the middle house. The eunuch Zhou Chang also gritted his teeth and walked towards the leftmost room. The third remaining room. Qin Ming also pushed open the door and entered. The room was decorated in antique colors, and the landscape screen was embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in the water above. There were many melons and nuts next to the red candlesticks. He pushed open the door in the room, and a wedding bed made of mahogany appeared in front of him, with a joyful quilt, red pillows, and red curtains that were delicate and beautiful. Qin Ming came to the bedside and sat down. Suddenly, he heard eunuch Chao Chong's screams. What happened? You die right after you start your wedding? Qin Ming suddenly remembered that eunuch Zhou Chang was a eunuch. He went into the bridal chamber no differently than the woman who filled in the gender on that name tag just now. At that thought, Qin Ming immediately realized that Qin Xian was in danger. He had to go to his senior sister Qin Xian. If not with Qin Xian is a female, and must die in the cave. She had come to the palace to deliver a message for herself. You can't just die in confusion. How can we explain to master then? Qin Ming had just run to the entrance of Qin Xian's cave when he felt a shadowy aura behind him. Warning, danger level increased 200 times. Lucky points increased 200 times during danger. He turned around and saw the ghostly bride standing in the doorway of that first room. She stood there quietly in her red wedding dress and red head. His hands on his abdomen were covered in blood, and a drop fell to the ground. So TM bizarre to the extreme. The ghost bride moved to walk towards the second cave room. Specifically, she floats. Her legs didn't move at all. Qin Ming hurriedly stepped over the threshold and ran towards the room. At this very moment, Qin Xian in the second cavernous room also thought of this. When eunuch Zhou Chang died, she knew that she was bound to die. This ghost bride spirit realm should be a sure death for a woman to enter. What she regretted most was not dying now. Rather, she had not yet told Qin Ming the important news. What can we do about this? Master, Qin Xian has failed you. Footsteps came from outside the door, seemingly in a hurry. Qin Xian's hand gently rested on his grip on the Yujin sword. In any case, even if these grievances are invincible, I will fight her. Swish! A figure flashed out. Qin Xian immediately drew his sword when he was about to slash. Qin Ming was super fast as he grabbed the hilt of her blade. Qin Ming? What are you doing here with me? Qin Ming did not say a word. Pushing Qin Xian into the bed, he jumped up himself and sat outside of her, holding Qin Xian back. Qin Ming, shhhhhh. Don't talk. She's coming. Qin Xian was suddenly moved to the core. The room was getting cold. The red candle flame on the table flickered. Finally, Qin Ming's remaining light saw a pair of red embroidered shoes step in. The ghostly bride in red slowly floated to the window. She wore a red head. Both hands were washed clean at some point. Only these nails were blood red. Warning, danger level increased 300 times. Lucky points increased 300 times during the period of danger. Qin Xian, who was sitting behind Qin Ming, had his heart thumping. She was afraid in her heart, and her ebon blade was gripped tightly. Suddenly, that ghost bride's right hand raised and pointed to the red cover on her head. Qin Ming's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He knows the ghost bride told him to uncover his head. Qin Ming picked up the Rui scale sitting next to the bed and slowly reached over. Uncover the red head little by little. Qin Xian, who was hiding behind him, his eyes went wide and he curled his body tightly with the covers. Slowly, the ghostly bride's white neck was revealed. There's that bright red mole again. However, when Qin Ming uncovered the cover all the way, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul, only to see that the ghost bride had no head. No head. Just then, suddenly, the scene shifts. Many images from back then appeared in front of Qin Ming and Qin Xian. The image shows a young, youthful-looking girl in a yellow dress. She had a beautiful smile and a bright red mole on her neck. She is a traveler. After coming to this world, she then used her knowledge of her abilities for the benefit of the people. She makes soap. She also opened the first bookstore in the imperial city. Her talent caught the attention of the fourth prince. The fourth prince is suave and promises to marry her and make her his future queen. She made explosives and helped the fourth prince with his plans to take the throne for him. Help him raise money by selling perfumes and books and establishing a business house. Being his armorer for 8 whole years. However, wait until the day the fourth prince ascends to the throne. The queen, however, is not her at all. It turned out that the Empress Dowager and the fourth princess had been using her all along. They always think that a woman who can invent all sorts of things and think rebelliously is a demoness. This kind of demoness must never become a queen. That day, it was snowing heavily. the Emperor is married to another woman. Instead, she was executed by the Empress Dowager as a demoness. The Emperor thought she acted oddly and thought strangely, like an extraterrestrial demon. To destroy her completely, we'd have to cut off her head for all eternity. The scene comes to a screeching halt here. Chapter 68, What did you do in the cave? Brother Shifu, Qing Xian, who was under the comforter, looked saddened, as if the red-robed ghostly lady in her dowry without a head wasn't so scary now. A muffled sob rang through the room. That ghost bride slowly raised her right hand and placed it on Qin Ming's face. Her hands were icy and cold, as if they touched her soul. Swish! Qin Ming winced with a comfortable cold shiver. It was as if the lake had exploded before his eyes. The entire spirit realm gradually twisted and laxed. He and Qing Xian once again appeared at the Clear Pool Palace. There are no bones left in the bodies of Daikyu Cho Chang and the others. Just then, 3 shiny pieces of essence spirit appeared in Qin Ming's hand. 2 pieces appeared in Qing Xian's hand. Qin Ming put the essence spirit into his sleeve. He was surprised to find a red ring up his sleeve. 3 words on it, the Langford ring. Ring of the groom, given by the ghost bride. One-time consumable, can invite the ghost bride to make a move once? That's not bad. Just now, the ghost bride was obviously in a high realm, and those below the level of psychic were almost impossible to block. If one had her out for once, one's own safety was again guaranteed. Qin Xian was still gasping for breath with his heart in his mouth. Qin Ming, it's over? It's over. This spirit realm is so scary. I want to ask you, what did you end up doing with her? What for? Just now, the last level was clearly a cave-in. Did you and that headless ghost bride? Weren't you watching at the time? What could I do? But that Zhou Chang is a eunuch. Obviously died in the cave. How do you live? Ask master about that when you get back. Tell me first, what did you come to the palace to see me for? I almost forgot about the main event. Qing Xian hurriedly said with a calm demeanor. Master told me to tell you that your information checks out. Your family's Cold Night City, Snow Peach Village. Your family has all died. There were 2 people who came with you to Fluorite City. One Xiao Luzi who died, and one Tang Wei who was working as a book boy at the entrance of Tianyi Academy. Qin Ming immediately felt grateful beyond measure. Senior sister, you've come at the perfect time. I was supposed to go to the Tianyi Academy. If you don't tell me, I'm sure I'll go in through the front door and get run over. Qin Xian saw that it was getting late. The word has gotten around, so I'll go first. As soon as he tugged on her sleeve, Qin Ming took out one of his essence spirits. This one's for you. Do what for me? Last time master took your essence and gave it to me. This time I'll give it back to you. I don't want it. What do you take me, Qing Xian? Besides, you just saved me just now. After saying that, Qing Xian turned around and ran towards the small door. How are you going to get out? We have secret routes in the 5 Elements Alliance. Be safe, little sister. Got it. Shifu. Yo, little girl. Finally you're willing to call me senior. Qin Ming smiled and shook his head slightly to straighten his clothes as he hurriedly headed towards the Tianyi Academy. Walking down the road, Qin Ming reviewed the spirit realm again just now. This spiritual realm was completely different from the first. The first time the travelers had no virtue in bullying the aborigines, causing that white scholar to become resentful. And this time, the spirit realm turned out to be the crosswalker who did that much for the emperor, only to end up with a murderous grudge and a grudge. Many such similar things are estimated to have happened over the course of 1,000 years. Are all these hateful resentments piled up together the origin of the conflict between the travelers and the aborigines? But Qin Ming vaguely felt that it definitely wouldn't be so simple. Travelers come to this world with limited influence. After all, at most, it interferes with the joys and sorrows of a few or even hundreds or thousands of people around. Never as it is now. The whole of the entire Great Diffusion Nation up and down all hated the travelers. Just want to kill it. This situation is not simply a personal vendetta. And what exactly is the truth? Qin Ming probed his mind into the heaven locking gourd. Now there are 3 essence pieces. His first choice was to upgrade his talent replication. Talent copy upgrade successful. Sequence 9. Number of reproducible talents, 3. Current remaining reproducible talents 1. Gourd. Isn't it true that the further ahead in the sequence the stronger the talent? This is true in principle. But people are different. And gifts are exercised differently. Then tell me where the top talent is, and I'll go and wait for a chance to copy it. Actually, masters must be good. It's just that master doesn't operate well when he's not bleeding. Locked Skygourd friendly reminder, the top 10 talents have self-protection mechanisms. It is difficult to copy them. You may try to upgrade your copy talent to level 5 or above to explore yourself. You mean, my copying talent can only copy the top 10 in the sequence if I get to level 5 or higher? Indeed. And where exactly do these gifts come from? Who bestowed them on the traveler? The problem is beyond the cognitive scope of the heaven locking gourd, so please explore on your own. One more question. What is the relationship between the Aborigines and the beasts? Beyond the cognitive range of the locked heavenly gourd, please explore on your own. What's the use of your gourd? Qin Ming thought about walking to the side door of Tianyi Academy. He made a point of looking for it quietly. Sure enough, there was a book boy standing at the main entrance of Tianyi Academy. His face was clear and seemed somewhat familiar. The face should have been seen unintentionally during the assembly the night of the crossing. Then there was no doubt that the book boy was definitely Tang Wei. This soup guard is a major liability. But there were a lot of strong people standing around him. Qin Ming had no reason or opportunity to eliminate the hidden danger now. He turned around to avoid Tang Wei and walked inside the Tianyi Academy. What comes into view is a tall platform for inscribing poems. Looking at the description on the side, it seems that any good poem could be inscribed on it for the crowd's appreciation. But the fact is that the inscription table is empty. If it was an ordinary traveled world, a random mention by the traveler's scribe would have shocked the crowd. But in this world now, if you write a poem out, you're probably going to get chopped to pieces. Walking further, Qin Ming saw that there were many alien beast skeletons next to the classroom. Those skeletons are over 5 meters. Some even reach a staggering 30 meters. Some of the scholars and students were pointing around the skeleton, seemingly learning something. Qin Ming was curious to understand the relationship between the Aborigines and the beasts, but it was as if there was a strong prohibition next to these classrooms. He was blocked every time he approached, and the words spoken by those schoolchildren don't float. Chapter 69, Rapunzel Massage. Master is so great. Further on, Qin Ming finally heard the husbandman giving the young scholars an outdoor lesson. Anyone who randomly copies a poem shall be killed without pardon. This is the most basic principle for recognizing travelers. Nearly half of the travelers we've killed over the millennia have been exposed for copying books and memorizing poems. Qin Ming. Anyone who uses malignant thinking to get rich in business and monopolize and starve their peers has a high probability of being a traveler. Anyone who wants to give the people a share of the land, promotes gender equality and monogamy. Most of them are crossbreeders and kill on sight without pardon. Any woman who doesn't follow the way of women, blackmails people for dowry, scratches her head, and calls herself a little fairy, will be chopped directly into mush. It's right. Qin Ming is a bit speechless. With such horrible principles of killing, most travelers are bound to die within a month before they come over. Qin Ming quickly found the book pavilion of the Tianyi Academy. This is the center of the Diana Kingdom's book collection. There are a total of 6 floors above and below. However, Qin Ming could only pick from the first and second levels. He chose and found a copy of the middle grade Xian ranked Tendon Shattering Hand. Inside this gonfu was a detailed record of the essentials of crushing each of the 108 bones in the human body. He had the speed of the hidden talent now, and it would definitely get faster and faster in the future. And with the Tendon Shattering Hand, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Just then, a sudden cry came from behind him. Captain Qin. What a coincidence! Qin Ming turned around to see eunuch Wang Jin, who was slightly hunched over and holding a duster in his hand. He's now a messenger eunuch for the Secret Service. It was also the same person who had given them a lecture when Qin Ming had first arrived earlier. Eunuch Wang, I've come here on His Majesty's orders to select a merit technique. We know. Congratulations, Captain Qin. You are indeed the best mixed up of the batch of our family's purification. Qin Ming hurriedly pulled the topic away. Eunuch Wang is here? I've come to find a book for His Majesty. Eunuch Wang is really powerful. This Tianyi book pavilion has a total of 6 floors, and I can only take a look at the first and second floors. But Eunuch Wang was able to get up there. It's no big deal to get up there. You'll be able to visit them all when you mix it up 3, 4 or 5 more times. It's just that the 6th floor of this Tianyi Academy is absolutely off limits. Qin Ming's face was puzzled and he pretended to be innocent and stupid again. I've only been in the capital for a short while after all, and no one has really mentioned any of this to me yet. Not really. Eunuch Wang tugged on Qin Ming's sleeve and led him away from Tianyi Academy together. On the way, he warned kindly, Captain Qin. You are my purifier. You are destined to be with me. Now that I am in the Sealy eunuch and you are in the Jin Demon Guards, you should help out more in the future. Eunuch Wang, as it should be. Seeing as your brat is resourceful and understanding, I'll remind you that there are 3 places in our great Diffusion Kingdom's Imperial City that you should never go. The first one you should have seen is the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Qin Ming was thoughtful. The second one is the 15th to 18th floors above the Devil Suppressing Tower. Qin Ming kept thinking in his head. He had turned around the first and second floors of the Jinmu Tower, except that he didn't have a key for the 3rd floor and above. And the 3rd one is the 6th floor of this Tianyi Academy. Qin Ming nodded. That's remembered. Thank you, Eunuch Wang. Qin Ming didn't dare to ask too much. A lot of things will arouse suspicion if you break the mold, so you can only take one step at a time. The 3 forbidden places. What exactly is in them? Returning to the Tai-In Palace, Qin Ming began cultivating at the first opportunity. He felt like he was about to break through the 5th level of body tempering. Gotta put a little more effort into it. He arrived at the western hall of Tai-In Palace, where there was a large open space. The snow was 3 feet thick. Qin Ming first punched the icy fist for a while, and after his body burned, he took out the tendon-shattering hand. He practiced extra hard. In 2 hours' time, he had mastered all 108 moves. Qin Ming also purposely searched for a dozen or so books in the Tai-In Palace book pavilion, such as the footwork fist technique and sword technique. These feats are quite low grade. Qin Ming put it here to cover his tracks, preventing him from being suspected when he practiced the sky-splitting technique, blistering wind sword technique, and turtle-breathing spirit technique. Qin Ming continued to cultivate until the evening. The entire person's meridians were smooth and incomparable, and his body was hot and rolling. Finally, he broke through to the body-tempering 5th realm. The entire aura on his body changed. If anything, before he would feel tired after fighting enemies for a quarter of an hour at most, and now fighting continuously for an hour is not a problem. Drunken Immortal House, Room 1 of the Heavenly Character. Yun Shuiyao was wearing a long robe of radiant moon, sitting in a high chair with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Her disciple Qing Xian stood in front of her with his hands clasped around his sword, reporting the events of the spirit realm one by one. Qing Xian didn't add fuel to the fire. She then told all she had seen and thought. Yun Shuiyao was silent for 10 breaths after hearing this. Master had once traveled to a total of 3 spirit realms, but they were not at all as dangerous as the ones you went to. If Qin Ming hadn't been so calm and quick thinking from start to finish, it would have been hard for you guys to get out. Qing Xian nodded in recognition. Master, Shifu saved me at least twice in there, and both times I would have been certain death. Once has just started wedding invitation, my gender is ready to fill female. If fill female in the ghost bride spirit realm will be killed directly. And then there's the cave-in. How can I, a woman, cave-in with a ghost bride? And then Shifu runs to me from the side, and he's not afraid of being killed for breaking the rules. Yun Shuiyao took a sip of the clear tea and smiled. Why are you calling for Shifu now? I am master. Disciple is telling you something important. Why are you still focusing on this? Yun Shuiyao smiled. This is the reason why master and your senior uncle value Qin Ming. Not only is he smart, he also has a kind and affectionate heart. He knows that if he doesn't come into your cave room, you will definitely die. He also knew that there was a good chance he would die if he broke the rules and came out of the room. But he went to you anyway. Qing Xian's expression froze and he nodded. Master, there's another problem. That Zhou Chang was a eunuch who died when he caved. My senior brother is also a eunuch yet he didn't die. And I even saw him shiver. Yun Shui Ro, _ cold shivers? Yeah. For what? Yun Shui Ro suddenly thought of the disciple and the ghost bride wincing and was a bit embarrassed. That's a question for later. Later? After the spirit realm was over. He wanted to give me back my essence, and I didn't ask for it. Good. He's at a time when he needs the essence the most. Master, the news sent in this time was too timely. When I ran into him, he actually just happened to be going to Tianyi Academy. If I hadn't warned him, he would have been exposed for sure. Master, can you tell the 5 Elements Alliance to finish off that Tangwei? No way. Yun Shuiyao waved her sleeve. This is something that Master has long thought about. There are strong prohibitions around the Tianyi Academy. It's hard to kill someone inside. Just then, Ma Chang walked through the doorway. Master, senior uncle said that he received a message from the 5 Elements Alliance headquarters asking you to head to Starlight City to attend the meeting. Qin Ming cultivated until midnight, and his body was rolling. He simply chiseled the glacier next to him and jumped in. The cold water drilled into the pores and the rolling heat in the body hit each other. It's a really awesome feeling. Qin Ming just looked up from the icy water. Just saw the Rapunzel on the 11th floor of the hall on the west side of the 8 trigrams of the basilica window opened. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi was leaning against the window in a half-reclining position, carrying a jar of drunken immortal wine in her left hand, her eyes looking straight at him. Cultivate as well as you can. Why did you jump into the icy water? Eldest Princess, the last general is hot and dry. This ice water is only comfortable. How can your body be hot and dry as a rootless person? What technique did you go to the Tianyi Academy to get today? Rapunzel. Take the cramp hand, play it again for the palace to see. Qin Ming swished and jumped out of the icy water. The 108 moves of the tendon-shattering hand were fought from beginning to end, with a strong and natural aura. Qin Ming used his concealment talent to control his cultivation at the 3rd level of body tempering. That's not a bad-looking punch. Come here, eldest princess. My subordinates' clothes are all wet. Go back and change before coming back. Who knows? The Rapunzel suddenly raised her right hand and gently shook it. In a flash, all the water traces in Qin Ming's clothes were drawn out, condensing in the air into roiling snowflakes that drifted down. Qin Ming couldn't help but be greatly impressed. This crazy batch of cultivation is really high. Now that the clothes are dry, come here. Qin Ming came to the Rapunzel's room and pushed the door in. A shadowstone lamp hung in the room. A waning flame grew in the fireplace in the west corner. At this moment, the Rapunzel was lying on her back on the jade bed covered with a velvet blanket. The black robe wrapped around her body accentuating her perfect and tantalizing curves. Little Qin Zi, the cramp bone-breaking hands you practiced just now is good. Come over here to perform it and give this palace a massage. Qin Ming. Qin Ming's head was big and speechless. This cramp hand of mine is a practiced killing technique. And you're letting it give you a massage? Where? Aren't you afraid you'll burst? Chapter 70 Eunuchs Like Women Too? Rapunzel beckoned. Xiao Qinzi, what are you waiting for? Qin Ming quickly ran over. A faintly tantalizing aroma came to his nose. It doesn't seem to be a flower or plant. It should be innate to Rapunzel. Qin Ming gently pressed up the Rapunzel's shoulders. I didn't realize that the Rapunzel who fought ferociously. This skin could be really smooth and soft. Little Qin Zi, use your cramp bone breaker. Qin Ming transported his spiritual energy into his palms and brought the moves out gradually. He gave the bones of Rapunzel's shoulder a gentle squeeze. I had expected to pinch her painfully. As a result, Rapunzel actually moaned in comfort. You've learned this Kung Fu quite well today. Continue. Qin Ming finished pinching his shoulders and squeezing his back. He had sensed that the sinews of this woman's seemingly soft body were actually particularly hard. He couldn't help but think again about the connection between the aborigines and the beasts. Little Qinzi, whack a hammer on the leg too. Nah. Qin Ming turned his head to look at the pair of slender, alabaster-like legs, snow white and shiny in the light. Qin Ming made use of his tendon-shattering hand, pinching and pounding the two jade legs, even to the base of the thighs. His heart beat several times faster. The Rapunzel leaned her back against the edge of the bed and closed her eyes as she softly said, Little Qinzi, are you a eunuch and you like women's legs so much? Qin Ming, your heartbeat was normal when you were just pinching your back, but this leg pinching makes it flutter and flutter? Qin Ming's heart instantly tensed. He adjusted the position of his legs for fear of exposure. The Rapunzel opened her eyes and a hint of flirtation appeared at the corner of her mouth. Tianyi Shuyuan once said such a quote from a traveler, saying that men are horny all their lives, unless it's hanging on the wall someday. This palace didn't believe it before, but now I do. Even you, a eunuch, are like this? Not to mention normal men. Qin Ming, Little Qinzi, is that not so? I wouldn't dare. You are fortunate to be a eunuch so that this palace can keep you around. Otherwise the ancestors of the Long Yuan Shrine would have jumped out long ago and ripped me, Han Yueshi, to shreds. Does the eldest princess mean that the old ancestors of the imperial city won't allow marriages? Ever since the incident with my older brother, my crazy sister won't allow my third sister and I to touch men anymore. Qin Ming mulled over the elder brother incident in his mind. Could it be that the eldest princess and his third sister killed his elder brother together? His eyes couldn't help but rest on the painting above the bed. At the mention of her elder brother, eldest Princess Han Yueshi's expression abruptly turned sad and depressed. Her eyes were on the painting as well. The handsome young man sitting next to mother is my royal brother. How about it? Isn't he handsome? Qin Ming nodded. Yes, but I killed him with my third sister. The eldest princess suddenly whispered in a self-deprecating manner. This palace still remembers the moment when my moon shadow sword pierced his heart. His haunted eyes. I couldn't forget it. And still can't. He torments me all the time. The eldest princess saw that Qin Ming didn't speak, and she turned her head to look at him. This palace told you that I killed my elder brother. Why didn't you react at all? Do you think that this palace is heartless? Qin Ming shook his head. He put Rapunzel's legs on his knees and gently squeezed her feet. Rapunzel, I still have the truth and the lie on this one. Which do you want to hear? Listen to the truth. You don't scold me if you listen to the truth. Say, actually, you were talking in your sleep the other night when you passed out. And the only reason I'm not surprised is because I heard you. The Rapunzel looked slightly surprised. She then pinched her temples in some pain. I didn't want to kill him originally. I really didn't. Rapunzel suddenly put her legs back together. Her face became cold again, and her eyes were glazed over. I killed him not only because of my sister Cole Julie's order, but also because he had to die. The Rapunzel suddenly turned her head to stare at Qin Ming. That imperial brother of this palace, Han Yulong, is talented, bold, and capable. If he becomes emperor, he will definitely be able to do a good job. But he fell in love with a traveler. Qin Ming's mind buzzed. He looked at the Rapunzel with shocked eyes. He's in love with a crossdresser, and he's going to marry her, and he's going to be queen. How can this work? The ancestors of the Diana kingdom won't forgive him. Mother won't forgive him, so I killed him with my third sister. How could we allow a traveler to be queen? The Rapunzel suddenly looked extremely sad. She turned her head slightly to look out the window, as if remembering the past. You know what? Xiao Qin Zi. That day when you brought back the red bean lanterns with injuries on your body and made me stab you in the heart with my sword, I thought of my elder brother. At that time, third sister and I went to kill him, and when he saw the two of us with our swords, he instantly stopped resisting, allowing our swords to pierce through his heart. This palace really doesn't understand why he, a proper heir to an emperor, would like a traveler woman. What the hell is this for? Why? The Rapunzel's expression became icy once again. Seeing that the situation was not right, Qin Ming got up and took a few steps back. 10 breaths later, Rapunzel raised her hand and gently waved her sleeve. You stand down. This palace wants some quiet time. Nah. Qin Ming couldn't wait to leave immediately. Sure is a crazy batch of women. 1 minute he was talking softly, smiling and flirting. The next moment it's a sudden mad batch to kill someone. Get the hell out of Dodge. Qin Ming came out of the upper hall. It was late at night. The lights had long since gone out in the surrounding zodiac rooms. Only the west side Suzaku's light was still on. As Qin Ming descended the steps to the upper hall, the lights in Suzaku's room suddenly went out. Qin Ming walked along the verdant stone path toward his room. As he passed Suzaku's window, he heard 2 soft knocks on the window as he thumped inside. Qin Ming circled around and came to the back window of Suzaku's room and knocked gently. Suzume-san. Suzume hurriedly got up from the bed and opened the back window. Qin Ming saw that no one was around and quietly drilled up. Suzume-san, why haven't you rested until now? It's so late. I have insomnia. Have you been watching the Rapunzel's room for fear that something might happen to me? Suzume slightly lowered her head, but Qin Ming could feel that her face was slightly red. Probably got himself talked into a heart attack. She wore thin clothes, only a green belly band and white blasphemous pants. Get under the covers. Don't freeze. Qin Ming pulled back the covers and lay down next to Suzume. Suzaku hesitated a little and turned her body to curl up and burrow into Qin Ming's arms. Qin Ming, keep your hands still. I want to talk to you. Yes. Don't you ever even go to the Dragon Abyss shrine in the palace. Don't go near it. Sister Suzume, what exactly is there? Today, eunuch Wang Jin told me that it's a forbidden place, so naturally I won't go there. I don't know what's there, but it's so scary anyway that no one in the palace dares to go near it. Just then, Suzume suddenly felt her hands rolling. She knew the eerie beam of light was about to shine out again. She hurriedly clenched her small fists. How can it work at this time? Qin Ming is in the room. What if he's found out? She couldn't explain it at all. She also didn't know what the beam of light actually was. Suzume-san, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Qin Ming, don't move. I'll burrow under the covers to help you. You're not allowed to come in. Aha! Good. Remember, you're not allowed in here. Yes. Qin Ming nodded. Suzume obediently clenched her fists and got under the covers. Chapter 71, Empress, did you kill Zhou Chang? It was not until dawn that Qin Ming returned to his room. He cultivated the cycle of the lesser and greater circumstances for a while, completely stabilizing the 5th level of body tempering. Qin Ming checked the heaven locking gourd and now had 43 lucky points. Enough for 1 extraction. Consume 40 lucky points and get the bone elixir. Qi bone pill. 2nd order elixir. After taking it, it can effectively quench the sinews and bones to replenish the spiritual energy, and can make all parts of the body more hard and powerful. That sounds great. As long as there were pills that could strengthen the body's muscles and bones, Qin Ming would not refuse them. He directly threw the Qi bone pill into his mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth, and a cool sensation crawled all over his body. It was as if he could feel the sinews being hardened, creaking inside. The whole person is also refreshed. The energy expended in Suzume's room last night was now thoroughly replenished. Really cool. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps of soldiers in armor came from outside the eldest Princess Taiyin palace. Qin Ming just jumped off the bed. Suzume then came running in a panic. Qin Ming, eunuch Wang Jin from the Hall of Firepalm is here, saying that His Majesty has declared you to go to the Hall of Firepalm. Qin Ming came out of his room fully dressed. Eunuch Wang Jin, who had a slightly hunched figure in the courtyard, was wearing a smile on his face. Captain Qin, we meet again. Good morning, Eunuch Wang. His Majesty has ordered to declare Captain Qin into the Hall of Palmfire. Eunuch Wang, isn't today a day off from work? His Majesty declared me to be? This old slave doesn't know. When Captain Qin arrives, His Majesty will speak for himself. Qin Ming had no choice. The biggest boss of this great diffusion country. He has to go. Qin Ming looked up at the eldest princess upper hall house. The doors and windows still closed. The Rapunzel should have slept late last night and is still up. Qin Ming clasped his fist and arched his hand. Then I would appreciate it if Eunuch Wang would lead me forward. Qin Ming was almost close to the entrance of the Palm Flame Hall. Eunuch Wang Jin suddenly whispered softly. Captain Qin, yesterday Eunuch Zhou Chang went over to announce the decree, saying that he would take you to Tianyi Academy, and then never returned. Qin Ming's heart trembled steeply. Did the perverted empress seek me out because of this? What's the explanation for that? Eunuch Wang. I don't know what you mean. Yesterday, Eunuch Zhou Chang took me halfway there, pointed out the direction and then left himself. Wang Jin smiled and pointed at the interior of the palm fire shop with his duster. I'm just mentioning one more thing. Captain Qin, don't take it personally. His Majesty is inside the palm fire point hall, so go in. Qin Ming began to feel a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, he knew in his heart how Zhou Chang died. Wang Jin can be easily concealed there. But what is the Empress? Her perverted and vicious eyes and aura made the average person not even dare to lie in front of her. Qin Ming adjusted his mindset as he walked inside. Calm down, calm down. Be sure to calm down. The more you panic, the faster you die. Qin Ming immediately thought of 2 points. First, that eunuch Zhou Chang was at the 9th level of body tempering realm, and he himself concealed his cultivation to the 3rd level of body tempering. Even if the Empress was able to discover that it quenched the 5th level of the body, then it was impossible for him to kill the body tempering 9. Secondly, Qin Ming had the talent of concealing his bloodline, so he wasn't afraid. Thinking of this, Qin Ming lifted his head and took large strides towards the inner hall. After Qin Ming was taken away by Wang Jin, Suzaku wandered from side to side in the courtyard. She cleared the snow for a while and felt something was wrong. Obviously, it's a holiday. What is His Majesty looking for Qin Ming for? After all, there is a grudge between His Majesty and the Rapunzel. The whole palace knows this. For the sake of Qin Ming's safety, Suzume gave up her life. She threw the broom in her hand to the ground, turned her head and ran to the 11th floor of the Rapunzel's with the hem of her skirt. Bang bang bang. There was no answer in the room. Bang bang bang. The eldest princess seemed to be very impatient with a cold sentence. What is it, eldest princess? Suzume has something to report. Say. Just now, eunuch Wang Jin of the Palm Flame Hall came over and took Qin Ming away. What? Less than a breath. The door to the room snapped open as Rapunzel pushed it open. The speedy Suzaku was startled. The Rapunzel's entire body was only wrapped in a thin purple gauze dress, revealing her delicate figure and snow-white chest. What did you say? Han Yuli took Xiao Qinzi away? Yes. Suzume couldn't figure out exactly what to do, so she came to report it. The Rapunzel's gaze went cold. She reached out with her hand. Swish! The purple and black robe sitting on the bed was suddenly pulled over his body. She grabbed the moon shadow sword and rushed up into the sky. Suzume was finally a little more relieved. As long as the eldest princess goes, Qin Ming should be fine. The inner sanctum of the Hall of Palm Fire. The Empress had a red robe wrapped around her delicate body. The smooth jade feet were wearing long black boots. Her personal female guard, Shangguan Qinger, stood next to her. Qinger, what do you think about this matter of Zhou Chang's inexplicable disappearance? Your Majesty is suspecting that little Qinzi? Zhou Chang was the one who brought him to Tianyi Academy, and should be one of the last people to see him, so of course I am suspicious. But Your Majesty, that little Qinzi's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of body tempering. It shouldn't be enough to be able to deal with Zhou Chang. I am only suspicious. Not that Xiao Qinzi is a problem, but he had some skill in interrogating the greedy Taoist. How can such a capable person stay with my sister? Your Majesty means to kill him? Can't kill. Look at the way Han Yueshi looks. If I kill this little Qinzi, she would have to be immortal with me. But I've thought of a way to make him have to jump in and die 9 deaths. And my sister has nothing to say about it. Just then, a palace maid knelt down outside the inner temple door. Your Majesty, Captain Qin is here. Tell him to come in. No. This was the first time Qin Ming had entered the inner hall of the Empress Palm Flame Hall. He was hot and dry just as he stepped in, and sweat oozed from his forehead. The whole room sizzled. Many glowstones are placed around the perimeter to charge the fire energy. The Empress Han Yuli sat on the topmost dragon-shaped chair with a stunning face and a faint blue flame radiating from her body. Several golden phoenixes fluttered around her. Qin Ming stepped forward and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Warning, danger level increased 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming was speechless. He had just come in and the Empress had murderous intent. Sick. Xiao Qinzi, did you kill that eunuch Zhou Chang? Qin Ming's heart almost jumped out of his chest all of a sudden. He deliberately pretended to look confused. Your Majesty, where does this come from? Yesterday Zhou Chang sent you to Tianyi Academy and never returned. The palace has searched all over and there is no sign of him. Your Majesty, yesterday, eunuch Zhou took me to the garden of curved paths and separated. He pointed out the direction to me, and then said he had something to do, and that the end of the line really didn't know. Swish! A powerful pressure rose throughout the room, forcing Qin Ming to almost gasp for air. Warning, danger level increased 150 times. Lucky points increase 150 times during the period of danger. The female emperor's face became cold and domineering. Little Chinzi, tell the truth. Your Majesty, the last general is telling the truth. Besides, the last general only has shallow cultivation, and Eunuch Joe has already hardened his body to the 9th level. I don't know which rumor monger is talking nonsense in front of His Majesty. The last general is unjustly accused. Warning, danger level increased 200 times. Lucky points increased 200 times during danger. Chapter 72, The Princess, if you dare to touch the people of my Taiyin Palace, I will not rest in peace with you. The Empress' eyes radiated blue flames. She stared at Qin Ming. A full 10 breaths later, her expression eased and her arm flicked up. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just then, 2 female personal guards came hurrying through the doorway to kneel. Your Majesty, the Rapunzel is here. What's she doing here? The Empress's brows grew angry. Block it for me. Tell her that if she dares to barge in and come in, I will kill this little Chinzi. The Rapunzel had already broken outside the hall. Cold Yuli, if you dare to touch my Taiyin Palace's people, I won't rest with you. Han Yuli, you shameless shrew. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. The eldest princess is overbearing. Han Yuli, can't my Taiyin Palace have talents? You have to kill everyone? Then the fish will die. The Empress' eyes were full of anger. She was so angry that her proud chest rose and fell. Xing the end of the line. You go and tell her to stop shouting and stay obediently outside the temple. I won't hurt Xiao Qinzi. If she curses me again, I'll chop everyone in Taiyin Palace into mush and burn them to ashes. Nah. Shangguan Qinger had just gone out the door when the Empress snapped her fingers. A ball of flame then rumbled the red door shut. Only Qin Ming and Empress Han Yuli remained in the room. Little Chinzi, your family is from Cold Night City? Yes. So you know Cold Night City well? Qin Ming froze and replied. My humble servant's home is in the western county of Cold Night City, and that area is relatively well known, while the rest of the country is not. I am referring to the dark and icy environment of the Cold Night City, which you should be familiar with. Yes. The snow beasts of Cold Night City are in rebellion, and the people are in dire straits. Recently the Crossers Green Dragon Guild, the Heavenly Tao Cult, and the 5 Elements Alliance have had a large number of Crossers go over to Cold Night City for some unknown reason, causing Cold Night City's Lord, Blue Sword Heart, to be under quite a bit of pressure. Qin Ming slightly lowered his head and muttered in his heart, what's the Empress giving him this for? I'll consider, since you're a lieutenant of the Demon Guard, helping the court send a batch of supplies and glowstones to Cold Night City. How? Qin Ming's head was already running fast. Why did the Empress let herself bet on something? There are so many people in the White Feather Guards. The possibilities are just 2. First, he, Qin Ming, was now following the eldest princess, and the Empress was using this matter to weaken the eldest princess and get herself killed. It's not like the Empress can get herself in the open. So send yourself to the Cold Night City. The journey is full of hardships and difficulties, and you may lose your life. The second point was that there were not many White Feather Guard generals who were familiar with Cold Night City. Knowing it was a trap, could he, Qin Ming, refuse? Of course it's impossible. In front of the Emperor, especially in front of such a perverted Emperor, don't you dare say a word. Don't talk about being an official. Your life is at stake. Moreover, Qin Ming learned that the 5 Elements Alliance and other travelers had gone to Cold Night City. Maybe there's something special and good there. Besides, it's so dangerous in the palace right now. Going out is relatively free. I am a lieutenant of the Great Diffusion Kingdom, so naturally I will act according to your Majesty's orders. Good, young and promising. My heart is very pleased. The Empress rose from her golden dragon chair. Several golden phoenixes next to them also flapped their wings and flew. The Great Diffusion Kingdom is in trouble both internally and externally, with the snow beast demon causing chaos outside. Inside there are these damn travelers wreaking havoc everywhere. The people do not want to live. I am very worried. If you can get this errand done and smoothly deliver the supplies to Lan Jianxin, I will have a heavy reward. Nah, do you have any more requests? Your Majesty, I have an unforgiving request. The demon suppression guards have not been paid for 2 months. It is hard for them to behead the travelers and maintain the security of the capital city. But please ask your Majesty. The Empress took 2 steps forward, her eyes showing faint anger as she looked at Qin Ming. You're quite good at doing my sister's bidding. That's all. You have a point. Catching travelers to maintain the security of the capital is indeed hard work. I will send the military pay, but not until the moment you depart. My lord thanks your Majesty. There are 2,000 taels of silver bills on the table. Take them with you as payment for this errand. Nuwa. The last general thanks your Majesty for his Majesty's imperial grace. Go back and get ready to leave in 2 days. Qin Ming took a deep breath and nodded. Nah. Qin Ming came out of the palm fire hall. Rapunzel was standing outside in the snow and wind. Her long black coat fluttered in the wind. Ice and snow fell from a head of dark hair. As soon as she saw Qin Ming come out, The eldest princess turned around smoothly and walked towards the distance with one hand behind her back. Qin Ming hurriedly followed behind. While walking up a bluestone path with snow falling on it, the Rapunzel suddenly stopped and turned her head in a cold voice. What did she say? Eldest princess. His Majesty asked me to escort a batch of supplies to Cold Night City. What did you say? The Rapunzel's face suddenly became shocked. His Majesty has asked the last general to escort a shipment of supplies to Cold Night City. You refused? I promise. The eldest princess took 2 steps forward in sudden anger. Are you stupid? Who told you to go? Rapunzel. The last general in that situation can't help but agree. Cold Yueshi was so angry that her feet shook on the ground. Snap. The snow on the road was shaken by her. This Cold Moonly bullies people too much. This palace is going to go and settle the score with her. She took 1 step just before she stepped out. Qin Ming instantly spread his arms to block in front of her. Don't go, Rapunzel. The Empress is too cultivated. What do you mean? Are you thinking that this palace can't beat her? That's not what I meant. It's just that the eldest princess is injured. So it's better not to fight her. Get out of the way. No. Get out of the way. The eldest princess pushed Qin Ming to the side as she aggressively walked towards the Palmfire Hall. Qin Ming couldn't think of any way to stop her for a moment. He saw that the ground was all snow-covered. Suddenly, Qin Ming was struck by an idea. He grabbed a handful of snow and kneaded a tiny snowball. The Rapunzel was moving forward with an aggressive air. A snowball was suddenly thrown behind him. Bang! Hit her in the head. The snowball scattered and white snowflakes flew all over her jade-like face. Rapunzel froze. Her eyes stared straight at Qin Ming. You dare to hit this palace with a snowball? Try hitting it again. Qin Ming pinched another ball of snow and threw it over. Rapunzel doesn't duck either, letting the snowflakes fall on his head hair again. This time, the Rapunzel was enraged. She lifted her hand. A large area of snow flew gathered and was cupped in her hands. Little Qinzi, this palace will beat you to death. Boom! A large mass of snow pounced towards Qin Ming, who hurriedly ran forward. Pa! The snowball hit Qin Ming's back, and the snowflakes scattered into his clothes, cooling him. He instantly picked up another ball of snow and crushed it into a snowball, and once again threw it at the Rapunzel. Pa! This time it actually hit Rapunzel's chest. Qin Ming watched as the snowflakes slid in through her belly pocket. Oops! It's over! Run! Rapunzel furiously pinched 2 balls of snow and chased after them. You stand still for this palace. Xiao Qinzi. You stop for this palace. Qin Ming didn't dare to use his concealment talent. He just quickly ran along the snow. Half a quarter of an hour later, there was no movement behind him. Qin Ming turned his head in confusion and saw that the eldest princess was standing in front of him. She held a huge snowball with a diameter of 1 meter in each hand and threw it towards Qin Ming's face at once. Bang! The large mass of snow knocked Qin Ming to the ground. Even the head is covered. Rapunzel stood in the snow with her hands on her hips, giggling. Qin Ming's sneaky hand rubbed a ball of snow on the ground. As Rapunzel laughed, he threw it at once, and the snowball hit Rapunzel right on her mouth without missing a beat. Rapunzel froze for a moment. Little Qinzi, this palace will beat you to death. Qin Ming jumped up from the ground with a carp and frantically ran forward. Rapunzel held up 2 clumps of snow in hot pursuit behind her. You stand still for this palace. Stop. Heavy snowfall. The red maple leaves on either side were falling in sheets. This quiet and peaceful snowy road left 2 sets of crooked footprints leading off into the distance. Chapter 73. There are so many travelers. Sci-fi capture is so perverted. It was dark that night. Qin Ming quietly sat on the bed to luckily cultivate. Suddenly, there was a thump on the door from outside the room. Qin Ming thought it was either Suzaku or Mei Yang. He joked, "Come in, sister." As a result, when the door was pushed open, the Rapunzel, who was dressed in purple and black robes, was standing in the doorway. She had a regal, icy aura about her that made the temperature of the entire room seem to drop by more than 5 degrees. Qin Ming was shaken and hurriedly jumped down from his bed. Rapunzel. The Rapunzel glared at him and said in a cold voice, "Who are you calling sister?" Rapunzel. The last general shouted wrongly. Standing behind the Rapunzel, Mei Sheep and Mo Rabbit covered their mouths with their sleeves and snickered. The eldest princess beckoned to Qin Ming. Little Qinzi, this palace will take you to the devil-suppressing tower to pick a weapon. No, thank you, Rapunzel. Qin Ming jumped out of the room by putting his robes back on. Rapunzel walked on the front side with one hand behind her back. Qin Ming followed on the back side. What made him strange was that none of the winking goat moon rabbits had followed him. Suzaku, Red Snake, and the others stood whispering in the snowy yard. I heard that little Qinzi took over the errand of delivering supplies to Cold Night City from His Majesty. No wonder the Rapunzel wanted to take him to pick out weapons. Our master is really good, to shout Qinzi. Suzum was on duty in the Imperial Catering Room today and had only just returned to Taiyin Palace. Upon hearing that Qin Ming was going to Cold Night City to deliver supplies, he was filled with worry. She knew better than everyone what Cold Night City was like. Mo rabbit may sheep. Are you guys telling the truth? Qin Ming is really going to Cold Night City? Of course it's true. His Majesty's order. Qin Ming took the holy decree. Suzum was instantly filled with worry. It's like a new daughter-in-law who has just been given something to fall back on and suddenly learns that her husband is going off to war. The already dimly lit fluorite Imperial City looked even darker at night. Surplus fluorite lamps hung on both sides of the wide streets of the Imperial City. The old snow on the road hadn't melted yet, and the snowflakes in the sky were drifting down again. Qin Ming drove the carriage. In the car sat the Rapunzel. There were no other guards or demonic guards following. Rapunzel sat inside the car without speaking. Qin Ming, however, had a lot of thoughts. He didn't even think that the Rapunzel would bring him to the Devil Suppressing Tower to pick a weapon. I also wonder how many floors the weapons of the Devil Suppressor Tower are hidden on. The carriage had just stopped in front of the towering Jinmu Tower. The town guards then all turned around attracted by the carriage. Qin Ming jumped down from the front driver's seat and lifted the curtain. A purple and black velvet-clad Rapunzel took a leg out of the carriage. In a split second, more than 5,000 demon suppression guards knelt on the ground. Greetings, Rapunzel. The Rapunzel's face was cold and indifferent, and her body radiated an icy cold aura that made the Menesian demon guards not dare to raise their heads. She walked into the Jinmu Tower. Qin Ming followed behind. Wait until they didn't go into the darkness of the Jinmu Tower. It was only then that the Menesian demon guards raised their heads, their hearts shocked beyond measure. Captain Qin is truly honored by the princess. I just saw Captain Qin actually holding the hand of the eldest princess as she came down from the carriage. My God. Anyone else who looks at the Rapunzel more than once will have their eyes gouged out. He can even hold his arm. The Devil Suppressor Tower had a total of 18 floors. Qin Ming had been to the first and second levels before. Most of the people locked up down here are travelers who have been captured not long ago. Cultivation is also relatively low. When many of the travelers on the first level saw the Rapunzel, they all trembled and shrank back into the corner again, their heads pressed against the ground, not even daring to look at them. Qin Ming could imagine that Rapunzel was really a super demon in the traveler's mind. Finally reached the bottom of the second level. There is a spiral staircase leading to the third level. Qin Ming had followed Mei Yang here once before, but none of them had permission to go up there. It was because this staircase was arranged with a very strong prohibition. Rapunzel took out a black token from her sleeve. A purple phoenix was engraved on the front of the token, and the three words Demon Suppression Order were engraved on the back. The Rapunzel's sleeve swung, and the black Demon Suppression Order floated out at once. The originally empty staircase suddenly displayed a forbidden door that floated in midair as if it were flowing water. The Demon Suppressor Order rotated at high speed to tear a crack in the prohibition. Rapunzel only stepped inside. Qin Ming followed behind and walked in as well. A strong corrosive smell of blood hit his nose. The third level of this Devil Suppressing Tower was completely different from the first two levels. There were many bizarre talismanic prohibitions carved into the surrounding walls. Restraints connected each cell. The first person to catch Qin Ming's eye was a skinny scholar. His blue coat was torn and he was cowering in the corner, his eyes lifeless. Qin Ming saw that he was wearing a pair of Nike sneakers on his feet. It's a traveler, no doubt. Further along, there were surprisingly close to 100 scribes. There are men and women, but they all have very distinctive traverseware characteristics on them. Each of them looked at the Rapunzel with hollow eyes in great fear. After Rapunzel passed in front of the prison cell, their gazes were all on Qin Ming again. It seemed to be sizing up the stranger who had never been in before. Just then, Rapunzel suddenly stopped in her tracks. Qin Ming was looking intently at the sight and thought. He was so inattentive that he actually hit his head on the Rapunzel's back. Qin Ming jumped in shock and hurriedly took 2 steps back. The eldest princess forgives me. The scene shocked many of the travelers, all sweating for the young man. Anyone who knows this ruthless and incomparable Rapunzel would next slap this man into mush. That's how they were captured back in the day, and whoever resisted would die. But no one expected it. Not only did the Rapunzel not get angry, she instead said softly, "Little Qinzi, there are a total of 140 travelers locked up on the third level here." In the year 1623 of the Great Diffusion, the capital city organized an imperial examination, and that time, there were poems, arithmetic, cultivation, and national policies, and after collecting the papers, all the candidates didn't leave. Instead, the travelers were judged on the spot based on the rolls, and 140 travelers were caught in one exam room, all of them locked up here. Qin Ming, the heart was shocked. The year 1623 of the Great Diffusion, isn't that 100 years ago? How come there are so many travelers all running for the Kodak? Qin Ming suddenly thought. If he himself had traveled outside and heard about the capital city's imperial examinations, odds were that he would have signed up for them as well. After all, most travelers can't learn the truth about the world that quickly. All of them will be thinking about copying the text and doing math to fly the coop. I am not sure that this world is such a place to catch crossers on the spot in the examination hall. It's really sick. Qin Ming didn't dare to ask about the details of the specific catch, but there was one question he could have asked. He caught up with Rapunzel whispering beside him. Eldest princess, the last general doesn't understand. It's been 100 years. How come all these travelers are still alive? This palace doesn't understand either. We aborigines need to cultivate and practice our bodies in order to gradually increase our lifespan. And these travelers have a special physique that can live for 200 years or more. So that's one of the reasons for locking them up for research. Qin Ming was confused by what he heard. Gourd. What's wrong? Beyond the cognitive range of the locked heavenly gourd. Please explore on your own. What do I need you for? Chapter 74, Is the Princess Moist? What a death wish. Come to the 4th floor. There's a lot of minjok here. They wear clothes that are very unique and obvious. There were also many women wearing those blue knee-length dresses. It looked thin and plain, and was bruised and battered. The number of people here is small. About 50. Qin Ming thought that he would have to talk to these travelers if he had the chance in the future. The next 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, all of which required the Rapunzel to use a correct prohibition to enter. These 4 levels hold people who have traveled through ancient times. All of them were starving and bony, their hands trembling as they cupped their books. When they saw the Rapunzel, each of them knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. The scars on his body showed that he had been beaten a lot. However, the one thing these people had in common was that their cultivation levels were not high. Most of them were below the 4th level of body tempering. The 9th layer of the ban was opened. The Rapunzel gave Qin Ming a reminder. Starting from this side and going up, the traveler's cultivation will increase, and you'll have to walk in the middle to prevent being hurt by them. Nah, most of the cultivation levels of the travelers held at the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors were between the 5th level of body tempering and the Tongling realm. They are no longer as religious as the travelers in the following pass. When the eldest princess walked through the center with Qin Ming, many of the travelers' eyes revealed hatred, but no one dared to curse out. Perhaps it is clear in everyone's mind. Messing with the Rapunzel is asking for death. Qin Ming also learned from the mouth of the princess that the total number of travelers held at these 3 levels was less than 200, but did a lot of wrongdoing in the world. He has been bullying Aboriginal women, monopolizing business and causing other people to lose their money, and is ruthless and full of evil. Qin Ming was secretly shocked. There really are all types of travelers out there. When the door to the 13th floor opened, the thick scent of blood was unusually unpleasant. There was blood in those weird forbidden streaks on the walls. The blood is filled with spiritual energy. The travelers in the cage each had a very bizarre talismanic thread attached to their heads. That talisman line was drawing spiritual blood from their bodies all the time. Qin Ming was shocked. What the hell is this for? Why are so many travelers' heads held by talismanic threads? His heart pounded. This is too sick. Did the Aborigines catch the travelers sucking blood and spiritual energy to nourish themselves? It was as if the eldest princess had sensed that Qin Ming's face was not right. Little Qinzi, do you think it's strange? Eldest princess, the last general stepped into cultivation not long ago, so he is very confused. Don't say you're confused about this. This palace is confused too. Qin Ming. The 13th floor is the little hell of the devil-suppressing tower, and all those imprisoned inside are travelers above the passing spirit realm. The talisman threads on their heads would lead to the 18th floor. As to why they did it, and what was on that 18th floor, this palace is not sure. Qin Ming nodded, simply bewildered. No wonder eunuch Wang Jin said that the 15th floor or higher of the devil-suppressing tower was forbidden land. Rapunzel. Then won't the traveler die quickly if he is sucked like this? Not that fast. They have something called a gift in them that draws in spiritual energy very quickly. Those above the psychic realm can't die in 50 years of extraction. Qin Ming was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. None of the following travelers had their cultivation wasted. Dare I say they were waiting for them to cultivate to the psychic realm and then pull them up to be used as sustenance? What the hell is this 18th floor? Is it a horrible beast? The kind that specializes in sucking the blood of travelers? There were about 50 travelers on the 13th floor, about the same number of men and women. As soon as they saw the eldest princess and Qin Ming coming over, they were all as mad as hell, using their hands to smash the prison's metaphysical iron door with a thud. Cold Yueshi, release us. Rapunzel, please release us. I'll be your little brother. I'll be an aborigine from now on. Cold Yueshi, you're really getting more and more beautiful. The Rapunzel had one hand behind her back, striding, her face cold as if she wanted to kill someone. They targeted their flirting at Qin Ming again. It seems that the Rapunzel is also short of men. Little eunuch, are you a bed companion? Little eunuch, is the Rapunzel moist? Haha, laughter was heard everywhere throughout the 14th floor. The Rapunzel suddenly became furious as she turned around and raised her right hand. Boom! A cold and icy sword, she rushed straight at the runic prohibition on the wall. Shasta. Those bizarre runes of blood and light were in a big formation, and the cold air penetrated into the head of each traverser through the forbidden system. Slap. 50 times in a row. Each of the travelers was beaten so hard that their heads froze. Their 7 orifices bled, and they were torn apart by the pain. Really looking for death. The Rapunzel scolded in a cold voice. If you speak out of turn again, this palace will crush your heads. Qin Ming suddenly felt as if the Rapunzel was much stronger than usual in the demon suppression tower. It was as if these talismanic prohibitions were completely under her control. When Qin Ming's eyes looked at a female traveler next to him, the woman suddenly took off her blouse, revealing a large area of proud snow white. Qin Ming was stunned for a moment. Strange images suddenly came to his mind. It was as if he saw his parents on the blue planet. It was as if he had a vision of struggling in the 996 blessings. It was like he was seeing the 108 ladies on his hard drive again. It's not right. Something's wrong. Qin Ming instantly came back to his senses to probe his thoughts into the heaven-locking gourd. The chaotic visionary images from earlier all disappeared. He was panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his eyes fixed on the female traveler again, only to realize that her clothes hadn't changed at all. The woman traveler was reaching out to grab Qin Ming. Swoosh, a cold and icy sword she suddenly killed. The woman's palm was directly cut off and blood splattered. She tore herself away and thrashed around in her cell. A drop of blood flew onto Qin Ming's arm. Traveler's talent found. Confusion. Sequence 69 can cause an opponent's mind to fall into brief confusion, lasting between half a breath and 10 breaths depending on cultivation level. Do you want to copy it? The current number of remaining copyable talents is 1. That's a pretty good talent. Copy. Talents copied successfully. Current number of remaining talents to be copied 0. Current duplication talent level 3. Stealth talent level 2. Flame level 1. Chaos level 1. Little Chinsey, come here. Qin Ming came back to his senses all of a sudden. Rapunzel glared at the female traveler with her eyes, letting her roll around in the corner in pain. This has a knack for creating confusion in people's minds, so be careful when you walk here in the future. Nah. Qin Ming was happy in his heart. I didn't expect to pick up an unexpected talent. Rapunzel opened the 14th floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower. What met his eyes were many magic weapons, most of which were graded at the yellow rank. Without stopping, the Rapunzel brought Qin Ming to the 15th floor. The level of mana weapons placed on the 15th floor is significantly higher. Basically all of them were above the Xian rank. Little Chinsey, there are many weapons over here, so pick your favorite one. That falling blood sword is no longer suitable for this trip to Cold Night City. Qin Ming nodded his head in delight and said, Last general thanks the eldest princess. Qin Ming spun around. Most of them were Xian rank swords, guns, pitchforks, arrows, and so on. Just then, a long sword glowing with black light came into view in the right corner. This sword is strange. It looked like a sword from the outside, but if one looked closely, one could see that there was also a short sword embedded in the center of this long sword. In a fight, if the two swords are suddenly separated, it will have an unexpected stabbing effect. Qin Ming reached out and just gripped the sword. Dots of words immediately popped up from the heaven-locking gourd in his mind. Twin sword, middle grade of the Earth Order. Left on the battlefield during the Aboriginal Traveler War 1,000 years ago. Later obtained by the Traveler. Baptized by blood for 1,000 years. Extremely heavy in fury. The eldest princess had been watching Qin Ming from afar. When he saw Qin Ming holding the twin swords in his hands, his eyes revealed surprise. Little Chinsey, you like this sword? Rapunzel, how is this sword? I can't see the rank, but it feels comfortable to touch. You can pinch it in your hand even if you don't see the product order. So it seems to be really close to you. This sword is very good. It was kept by a Zongshe realm crosser who was killed by this palace back then. Qin Ming. Chapter 75, Carrying Rapunzel on Your Back. Let's go. Jinmu Tower Mystic. My god. Isn't the Rapunzel's cultivation level the first level of Zongshe? A Zongshe realm traveler couldn't even beat her. The traveler that this palace killed. The first level of the sovereign. Originally chopped him to death easily. It was because he took this twin sword that caused this palace to spend an extra 20 moves. In my palace's opinion, that traveler didn't even utilize 10% of this sword's power. If you really choose the twin swords, speculate well. Thank you, elder princess. The last general will choose this sword. Rapunzel nodded and turned to the side again. Her hand pressed gently against the wall. Those complicated forbidden patterns suddenly began to tremble rapidly. 10 breaths later, a dark compartment appeared on the wall. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi took out a black armor from inside. Little Chinsey, come here. This armor is called the Underworld Bone Armor. A middle-grade Earth-ranked armor. Left to me by my mother back then. But this palace doesn't like it. It belongs to you from now on. Thank you, Rapunzel. Qin Ming had just received the Underworld Bone Armor when dots of writing appeared on the Heaven Locking Gourd. Underworld Bone Armor, Earth Rank Medium Grade. Blocks physical attacks by 20%. Resists spell attacks by 20%. Increases body speed by 10%. It really is a godsend. Rapunzel, I really love you. Just then, a warning message suddenly popped up in Qin Ming's mind. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 300 times. Lucky points increase 300 times during danger. Qin Ming's heart thumped. He immediately turned around and saw a thick darkness creeping up the far wall. Rapunzel, watch out. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi immediately turned around. Her complexion instantly became serious. She raised her arms and quickly began to make seals with her cold sword chi in front of her body. Xiao Qinzi, move back. In a split second, that terrifying black gas converged into a ball in the air. It attacked straight towards the Rapunzel. The Rapunzel quickly struck the cold ice rune seal formed in her hand forward. Boom! Boom! The cold rune mark exploded in midair, but the black gas rushed straight over with undiminished force. Rapunzel pulled out her moon shadow sword with a clang and kept waving it around. Swoosh! That terrifying black aura was like a crack, shattering several of the princess's sword chi into smithereens. Rapunzel also fell backward from the blow in the same direction. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Qin Ming had already run quickly from the distance. Rapunzel's sleeve swung. Go away! In a flash, the Rapunzel flew up once again as if she were in a frenzy and she took out the Black Demon Suppression Order in her bosom. Bastard! Dare to spread wildness in the Devil Suppressor Tower. Looking for death. She shot 2 chilling breaths into the Demon Suppression Order. The Nining Cold Chi was greatly shaken. All at once, the entire 15th floor wall runes were all activated. Rumble! The black breath finally couldn't take it and exploded. Qin Ming originally thought that the danger was lifted, but the warning in his head surprisingly popped up once more. Warning, danger level increased 500 times. Lucky points increase 500 times during the period of danger. Next breath, the entire prison began to shake with a roar up and down. Rumble! Bang bang bang! Creepy laughter came from the upper floors of the Demon Town Tower. Jia jia jia! Cold Yueshi, let me out! Let me out! I'm going to get you all killed! Bang bang bang! Snap snap! It was as if he was constantly colliding on top of the devil-suppressing tower, and the entire tower shook violently. Let me out! I'm going to kill all of you! All of you! Jia jia jia! Bang bang bang! Rapunzel stood in the air, her face growing white. She almost infused her entire body's Nining Cold Ice Sword Chi into the Demon Suppression Order, but the vibrations were getting more and more terrifying, more and more violent. Qin Ming observed from a distance that the black aura was most likely coming from the 18th floor at the top. Who exactly is the speaker? Is it a very powerful crossover? But in the next breath, Qin Ming's perception was turned upside down. It was only seen from the place where the doorway to the 15th floor of the ban was. A huge shadow of a foreign beast rushed towards the Rapunzel like the sky was crashing into the earth. It is shaped like a large wriggling worm, but covered in red hair. The head was topped with long horns that reached over 10 meters in length. Qin Ming simply couldn't call out the name of this foreign beast. Xiao Qinzi, run! Rapunzel shouted out, holding her sword, and flew up, quickly slashing out several sword chi. Shoo shoo shoo! The xenomorph was hit with a splattering of hair and blood. The Rapunzel fell from mid-air, spitting blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face was white as a sheet. Qin Ming rushed over to support her. The Rapunzel said with a weak body, Little Qinzi, ask it aloud who it really is. Qin Ming shouted loudly towards the top of the tower. Who the hell are you? Who am I? Who am I? Am I a man? Am I a bug? Am I a traveler? No, I'm an aboriginal. Who the hell am I? Who the hell am I? Rumble once again. The tower began to tremble violently. A black chi that was even more terrifying than earlier rushed in again. The Rapunzel held Qin Ming behind her with a swing of her sleeve. She gripped the moon shadow sword and rushed up to the sky once again. Rapunzel waved her arms quickly to form a seal. The moon shadow sword rotated at high speed and buzzed loudly. It made the entire 15th floor extremely cold. However, that black creepy chi was truly terrifying. It kept coalescing to form a round black mist. No matter how many chilling sword chi the Rapunzel slashed out, they were all swallowed up by it. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi was getting more and more tired from the fight, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Suddenly, the moon shadow sword was shaken out of his hand. As Rapunzel reached out to grab the sword, she was slapped in the abdomen by the black breath and flew backwards. She saw it in her afterglow as she fell from midair. The sword, which was condensed by the weird black chi, was stabbing towards her heart. Rapunzel knew she was going to die. It was a moment. She thought a lot. She thought of her siblings rejoicing when she was a child. She thought of killing her royal brother with her third sister. She thought about how Xiao Qinzi had been so kind to her and hadn't had a chance to repay her. The black sword was getting closer and closer. Rapunzel knew that this time it was in the bag. Just then, she suddenly saw that Qin Ming was frantically running towards her. The Rapunzel really wanted to shout a rebuke, tell him to hurry up, but his throat was completely blocked with blood, and he couldn't even make a sound. A close call. Qin Ming unexpectedly blocked in front of the eldest princess. Shoo! The terrifying black longsword pierced through Qin Ming's abdomen. Rapunzel nearly choked when she saw it. Rumble! The violent shaking sound shook all the weapons on the 15th floor. The Rapunzel also fainted as her qi and blood attacked her heart at the loud shaking sound. The black qi sword stabbed through Qin Ming's abdomen. It was as if it was tearing his entire body, flesh and blood apart. The laughter above the top tower was even more insanely bizarre. Just then, the heaven-locking gourd in Qin Ming's mind moved and began to spin violently. The heaven-locking gourd became blood red. The countless bizarre black qi that had originally intruded into Qin Ming's body were all converging towards the heaven-locking gourd. The heaven-locking gourd kept devouring. It seemed to look extraordinarily excited when it came into contact with the bizarre black gas. Even the shape is more than twice as big. Just 3 breaths. The black sword that had just stabbed Qin Ming had unexpectedly disappeared completely. The puncture wound in his abdomen didn't hurt at all and the bleeding stopped. Qin Ming was panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. The mysterious man at the top of the tower seemed shocked. Who are you, young man? Who the hell are you? And who are you? Is it a traveler? Travelers? What's a traveler? Who the hell am I? Who the hell is it? Ah! A frantic vibration followed. The maniacal screaming came to an abrupt end. The 15th floor completely restored calm. Qin Ming had no time to think and hurriedly ran towards the eldest princess. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi was leaning tightly against the corner of the wall, her face pale and the corners of her mouth stained with blood. Even the purple-black robe on his body was torn much by the attack just now. Qin Ming embraced her in his arms and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Qin Ming was afraid that the mysterious man would strike again. He removed his robe jacket and wrapped it around Rapunzel, then put her on her back. The Rapunzel's legs were covered in wounds, so Qin Ming could only drag her by the soft part of her buttocks. Rapunzel, let's go! Chapter 76 Blow Up. The Rapunzel is going to the drunken immortal house for a drink. Qin Ming was truly shocked today, his head confused. Who is this 18th floor? Could it be a giant scary bug? It's so terribly strong. And the weirdest thing is why the gourd sucks up black gas. Gourd, how do you suck up black gas? Don't be surprised. It's normal for the gourd to absorb the power of heaven and earth. What's that thing on the 18th floor? Beyond the cognizance of Hulk of Heaven. Please explore on your own. Qin Ming was simply speechless. Play button, reverse button. Qin Ming carried the Rapunzel on his back to the 13th floor. What had been a noisy clutter inside became silent all of a sudden. Numerous travelers' eyes fell out in shock. What? That man actually carried the Rapunzel on his back. It looks like that weirdness hurt the Rapunzel. Good injury. I'm so envious of this man. Even a great beauty like the princess. He can touch her. And that hand is touching his buttocks. TSK. Strange. That 18th floor terror just now. We all felt scared on the 13th floor. This young man whose cultivation is only the 3rd level of body tempering is not even a bit of trouble? Qin Ming didn't say a word and walked out along the stairs as quickly as possible. Almost all of the travelers on the following levels were shocked beyond belief. The eldest princess, whom they were scared to death, was actually being carried on Qin Ming's back, and the position of his hand hold. TSK. Qin Ming was carrying the eldest princess on his back when he came out of the devil-suppressing tower. A lieutenant outside saw it from a distance. He hurriedly commanded the more than 5,000 demon suppression guards to turn around one after another. No one dares to look here anymore. Qin Ming exited the devil-suppressing tower. It's dark outside. Only a scattering of fluorite lamps hanging from the trees along the roadside illuminated the snow-covered path. The snow was heavy and the cold wind was howling. Just then, Rapunzel woke up. Her eyes opened and she immediately asked anxiously, "Xiao Qinzi, how are you?" "It's okay." The eldest princess looked down and saw the penetrating wound in Qin Ming's abdomen, and was instantly extremely sore in her heart. "Why don't you put me down and I'll check to see if you've hurt your meridians or not?" Qin Ming smiled. "Not yet. Maybe he thinks I'm too much of a rookie to be worthy of his hand. That sword pierced me, but it didn't hurt enough to be painful." Then he continuously laughed and disappeared. Qin Ming replied easily, but the elder princess sounded even more heartbroken. What kind of puncture wound doesn't hurt? Just know how to talk nonsense. Rapunzel wanted to get off Qin Ming's back. The result was a continuous coughing fit and weakness as soon as my feet hit the ground. Qin Ming once again pulled her onto his back. "I have a wound in my abdomen, but it doesn't bleed. And to a monk, a wound that doesn't bleed is not considered a wound. And I'm strong enough to carry you now." "No way. You put this palace down." "No release. Drop it. If I say I won't release it, I won't release it." The Rapunzel couldn't argue and grabbed Qin Ming's shoulder with her hand and tried to jump down. Who expected? Qin Ming's two arms held her tighter. Rapunzel! Rapunzel! Can I ask you something? Are you asking about that mysterious being up there? Qin Ming nodded. Yes. It was so horrible. I thought I was going to die. Why did you have to get in my way if you knew it was so horrible? I don't know. Maybe instinct. Rapunzel took a deep breath. Instinct? What kind of instinct is there to get killed for someone else? What a little cutie. This mysterious being, I have no idea what it is. Still less do I know whether it is on the 16th or 17th or 18th floor. He used to awaken only once a year. But I didn't expect him to wake up today. I had no problem suppressing it before. The body has suffered some injuries in recent days and has not been well. Qin Ming carried the Rapunzel on his back as he stepped on the snow and continued to walk forward. Are those traverser extractions on the 13th floor supplying that creepy one? I used to have that guess, but couldn't verify it because I couldn't open the 16th through 18th floors either. Qin Ming was even more puzzled in his heart. Rapunzel, as the boss of the Jinmu Tower, couldn't even open the door above. Little Qin Z. In the future, you must pay attention to safety when you go to the devil-suppressing tower, and try not to use your cultivation to prevent awakening it. Of course I won't go to the 15th floor. I can't open those forbidden doors. The Rapunzel was silent for 2 breaths and said softly, I took you from the 2nd floor all the way to the 15th floor today, and you walked through all the prohibitions. The forbidden talisman recognizes the owner and knows the person, so you'll be able to pass straight through in the future. Qin Ming was instantly ecstatic within his heart. He had planned to find a chance to quietly communicate with the travelers and get some useful information. I didn't expect the Rapunzel to give him permission to climb the tower. That's fantastic. It seemed that eldest Princess Han Yueshi was now trusting him more and more. Qin Ming carried the eldest princess onto the carriage. He would have been driving the horse in front, but she was forcibly called inside the carriage by the eldest princess. The white snow colt was so agile that he ran towards the palace on his own without even having to drive. After Qin Ming came in, the space in the carriage became even more crowded. He was less than half a meter away from Rapunzel. Lift up your clothes and the palace will look at the wounds on your body. It's fine. I've already stopped the bleeding with my spiritual power. The palace takes a look. Rapunzel. This. Take off. Rapunzel suddenly glared. Okay. Take off your clothes. Like anyone would dare to undress in front of a beautiful woman. Qin Ming unbuttoned the buttons. Although the outside of the wound looks bloody. But in fact, when the black chi was sucked up by the heaven locking gourd, all the internal injuries in the body seemed to have recovered. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. Rapunzel took out a roll of white cloth from the corner of the carriage. Here, bandage the abdomen. I'll do it myself. Rapunzel, are you that afraid of the palace? I'm not afraid. I don't want to bother you. What's the trouble? This injury of yours is also due to this palace. If you hadn't blocked that sword, this palace might have died. Qin Ming allowed the elder princess to take that white gauze and wrap it around his abdomen twice, tightly bandaging the wound. There. Thank you, Rapunzel. This next bag is so sturdy, I won't leak out even if I drink. This comment made the Rapunzel's mouth poof. Nonsense again. If drinking can leak out, so much the better. Speaking of drinking, Rapunzel was suddenly struck by a whim. She looked out at the heavy snow outside the carriage and pointed to the drunken immortal house, which was lit up with fluorite lamps in the darkness in the distance. Let's go get drunk on fairy brew. Rapunzel, going at this hour? Why not? It's very sensual to get drunk on fairy wine when it's snowing. Then you'll be at the door later, and I'll go in and get it for you. No way. Let's go to the store and drink. Qin Ming, it's over. It's over. Barbecue. If you take the princess into the master's territory, you won't all be exposed. When Master and the others saw that the aboriginal second boss was injured, they were afraid that they would immediately draw their swords and kill. If you, Rapunzel, knew that my master was a traveler, you would surely draw your sword and slice me again. It's like a two-way running split. Little Chinzi, this palace orders you to go to drunken immortal house immediately. No, but Rapunzel, why don't I give you a disguise? Why the disguise? Rapunzel, in case you run into a traveler. When you run into a traveler, this princess is one by one with a sword, and they are not that horrible existence on the 18th floor. So what does the palace have to be afraid of? Rapunzel, what I mean is, if that wouldn't be disturbing the pleasure of drinking. Besides, your Rapunzel went to a tavern in the middle of the night to drink with me. A man. In case word gets out. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi thought about it. Good. Then the palace will comply with you and disguise herself. Qin Ming put a long black robe on the Rapunzel and covered her face with a hood. Qin Ming himself wore a black face cloth, in case carrying the Rapunzel into the drunken immortal house was recognized by the Five Elements Alliance shouting. Then Qin Ming's identity was completely blown up. Die without knowing how. Chapter 77. Are you teaching this palace how to do things? Qing Xian, Shifu playing with women under his nose? Although it was late at night, business was good at the drunken immortal house. The comings and goings of merchants and chivalrous travelers filled the upper and lower floors. Yun Shuiyun, who was dressed in white and as stunning as a fairy, was currently sitting at the counter and playing with an abacus. Qing Xian, on the other hand, clasped his hands in front of his chest and stood behind his master. Every now and then her eyes swept up and down the tavern to see if there were any safety hazards. Master, why have you been looking so sad this night? Yun Shuiyao sighed. Today, we received a secret report from the Five Elements Alliance that 3 more travelers outside the city have been captured by the demon suppression guards. This Shin demon guard's eldest princess is truly a heartless demon. How many of us have been captured so far? And many of them have had their heads cut off by her. Qing Xian cursed indignantly. Master, why don't we just take our men and fight the Rapunzel? What nonsense is being said? The Rapunzel can't even get close in Tai Yin Palace. Besides, that demon of hers, even if you stood in front of her, you wouldn't be able to cut her. Just then, Qin Ming came in through the doorway with the eldest princess on his back. Originally, the restaurant was up and down hot and heavy with talk. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures covered in snowfall, both of which were shaken. What is this man and woman in the middle of the night? The man covers his face. The woman covers her face. It's still not clear. It must be which family's male son abducted which family's daughter to sneak out and want to get a room in the restaurant to get away with it. As soon as these words came out, the Rapunzel on Qin Ming's back immediately became enraged. She raised her hand and was just about to kill someone when Qin Ming hurriedly grabbed it with his right hand. Fade, fade, fade. Rapunzel. Qin Ming had already seen Master Yin Shuiyao and senior sister Qing Xian at the counter, their eyes looking straight ahead. His heart fluttered already on the verge of beating out of his chest. He hurriedly carried Rapunzel towards the stairs. The second and third floors were still full of guests drinking and laughing loudly. I'm telling you guys, judging by her figure, this woman is absolutely superb. She's got better body proportions, and that guy is going to have a blast tonight. Rapunzel instantly couldn't help herself again. Her left hand lifted again. Qin Ming hurriedly and anxiously grabbed her hand quickly. Rapunzel, obey, obey. Qin Ming was out of options. If the Rapunzel made a move and things got out of hand, this evening would be completely immortal. Qin Ming could feel that the Rapunzel on his back was already extremely impatient. She was at the end of her patience. Qin Ming hurriedly held her tightly with both hands behind him, gripping her to death. He ran as fast as he could on 2 legs, run across the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and all the way to the 7th floor. Qin Ming saw a junior carrying a kettle. He asked aloud, "Is there any room over here?" Guest, room number 1 of the Earth character is empty. Good. I'll come down later to pay and send us 2 jars of drunken immortal brew. The Rapunzel on her back huffed and turned her head. 2 altars are not enough. Give me 8. Qin Ming. He kicked the door open, hurrying to burrow in with Rapunzel on his back. Qin Ming let out a long breath. But who expected it? Rapunzel went to open the window instead. A cold breath in her hand had already condensed. This palace will cut down those who speak. Qin Ming was so anxious that he ran over and grabbed Rapunzel's hands from behind. My lord, can we have a drink here tonight in peace and quiet? Can we not cause trouble? Rapunzel suddenly turned her head. Are you thinking that the palace is afraid of things? That's not what my subordinate meant. So what do you mean? You're teaching the palace how to do things? Qin Ming froze and hurriedly said, Look, eldest princess. Qin Ming lifted up his clothes. My subordinate still has such a heavy knife wound on his stomach. I carried you over just now, and now the wound is cracked again, and the pain is excruciating. Let's sit quietly and have a drink and talk. So let's not bother with those vulgar people of theirs, or else the drinking atmosphere will be disturbed. The Rapunzel froze for 3 breaths, and her purple-black sleeve swung. Count them lucky today. Next time this palace encounters them, I'll have to hang their heads on the city gates. Qin Ming took a deep breath. Bang bang bang. A junior delivered the wine. Qin Ming had just opened the door. As a result, a cold wind blew across his face outside. The face cloth, which was already a bit loose, fell right off. The junior in front of him looked directly dumbfounded. Qin Ming he certainly recognized. He was so excited that he just wanted to shout out. A close call. Qin Ming hurriedly unleashed his talent, Chaos, Xiao Air, whose mouth had just opened. Remembered many unusual past events as if his head had been thrown into chaos. He even forgot that he was dealing with Qin Ming, as if he was seeing a stranger. Qin Ming hurriedly took the drunken immortal brew from him to close the door. The gift of chaos has a very limited impact on an acolyte's sanity. However, to such ordinary people with no cultivation, the influence was still extremely strong. It was really close. Yun Shuiyun and Qing Xian stood at the counter on the 1st floor and had been watching Qin Ming carry the eldest princess into the room. Next to him, Ma Chang whispered, Master sister, do you feel that these two are strange? Qin Xian muttered as he clutched his ebon blade. Strange is strange, but even stranger, why do I feel like this guy's eyes look a bit like? Yun Shuiyao looked up at disciple Qin Xian. Kind of like what? Why does it look a bit like my senior brother Qin Ming? Ma Chang laughed at once. I say Qin Xian, what's been going on with you these past 2 days? You've been acting like you've lost your mind since you came out of the palace. Tian, your senior brother Qin Ming. You can recognize people from their eyes when they're just random people. Besides, if it was Qin Ming, could he not greet us? Of course he couldn't have said hello. Qin Xian retorted. Can't you see that he's carrying a big beautiful woman with a big ass and long legs on his back? People have just told the guests that he's doing bad things tonight. Yun Shui rhythm. Chang Ma. At that exact moment, the junior who had delivered the wine to Qin Ming came down. Qin Xian hurriedly beckoned. Let me ask you, did you just see that man's face? Junior looked up with a dull gaze and whispered. My mother died a horrible death. Qin Xian. What does answering my question have to do with the fact that your mother died a horrible death? Did you see that man? My dad died a horrible death too. Qin Xian was completely confused. What's going on here? I'm asking if you've seen that guy or not. My sister died a horrible death too. Qin Xian. Go. Nuts. Right. Can't. I've got to see for myself. Ma Chang teased. If it's really senior brother Qin Ming, what do you have to bother him for? What do you mean I'm bothering him? Qin Xian crossed her arms. He came to our tavern in the middle of the night with a woman and got a room to do bad things. Aha! Marjan nodded. And then what? What does this have to do with you? It has nothing to do with me. With me naturally, but doesn't this pollute the environment of our restaurant? Ma Chang shook his head slightly. It also pollutes the environment. There are a total of more than 100 rooms in the tavern. And there are more than 90 rooms where men and women live together every night, with all sorts of shouting, and I didn't hear you say that it pollutes the environment. You, Qin Xian pouted in anger. No more talking to you, eldest brother. It's boring to talk to you. Qin Xian took 2 small dishes from Xiao'er, running straight toward the 7th floor. Chapter 78, Master, lend me a bib. It's over. I'm dead. Rapunzel drank quickly. She picked up the altar and put it to her rosy mouth, gurgling straight down. The clear liquor slid down her pale neck. Drink slowly. It's not like anyone's taking it from you. The Rapunzel put the wine jar down and bit her rosy lips to stare at Qin Ming. Unbridled. You dare to speak of this palace now? Who gave you the guts? Qin Ming didn't answer. He pushed all 6 unopened jars of wine in front of the eldest princess. Drink. Drink all you want. With that, he took his own jar of wine and got up to stand at the window. Rapunzel realized that she had spoken a bit heavily. She looked toward Qin Ming and said softly, Little Qinzi? Qin Ming doesn't speak. Little Qinzi, you gave me so much, you're not going to drink it? No more drinking. I've been stabbed in the stomach and when I drink, I leak. The Rapunzel suddenly recalled the scene just now where Qin Ming risked his life to save her again. Think of the sword stabbing him through the body. Although it was said that people of the cultivation were able to repair the injuries in their bodies, but that pain was inevitable. She carried the wine altar to Qin Ming's side. Well, the palace is just used to talking that way. It's nothing personal. You are the high and mighty eldest princess. There is no need to speak to me in such a tone of voice. I am just a small eunuch of the Taiyin palace. Where did you get that from? The Rapunzel grabbed Qin Ming by the shoulders and pulled him around, her eyes glaring at him. A little stage eunuch can become my Jin Devil's lieutenant? A little eunuch can this palace take him to the 15th floor of the Devil Suppressing Tower? You have to realize that even the Zodiacs have only been to the 8th floor with me, and none of them up there have ever seen it. Qin Ming had just poured a large mouthful of wine into his mouth. Suddenly, he saw the shadow coming through the doorway window, the blurred curves of a beautiful woman with high braids swinging. Qin Ming reacted almost immediately. This was his senior sister Qin Xian coming, reclining against. Qin Xian, what are you doing here at this hour? Qin Ming immediately pulled Rapunzel to the window to look at the distant snowy scenery. I'm not upset. I'm just fascinated by the distance. Look how beautiful the fluorite lights are near the Imperial City. The Rapunzel followed Qin Ming's gesture and looked toward the distance. Under the blanket of night, the Imperial City was covered in snow white, which was really spectacular and beautiful. At the same time, Qin Ming immediately flashed toward the door. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Xian knocked the door down. A creak. She pushed the door open. At a glance, she saw her senior brother Qin Ming who was walking towards her. She also saw a woman standing at the window behind Qin Ming. Although it was only the back, that slender form had already killed thousands of women. Good for you, Shifu. How dare you steal a woman right under the nose of your master and sister? She was just about to speak. Qin Ming instantly raised his hand and pointed at Qin Xian, angrily scolding him. I told you to serve 2 dishes. Why didn't you come until now? If you offend this lord, I'll have to make you look good. Xing Xian. Qin Ming snatched the plate over with one hand. Me what me? You guys are slow in delivering the food. Today's drinks are bland and tasteless, so you've got a point. Get the hell out of here. Qin Ming snapped, slammed the door shut. Xing Xian, who was standing in the doorway, was confused. She was puffed up inside. Good for you, Qin Ming, taking a woman for a cheat in front of me in master's eyes, and justifiably scolded his senior sister. Humph, I'm going to tell my master. Qin Ming had just turned around with the dishes. The Rapunzel at the window was looking at him with clear eyes and a hint of doubt on her face. Qin Ming thought that the eldest princess had discovered something, and sheepishly walked over with the dishes and placed them on the table. Eat some food, while it's hot. Xiao Qinzi, are you in such a big hurry? Qin Ming didn't know how to answer. This palace has never seen you so mean to someone, especially if the other party is a little girl. Haven't you always loved women? Qin Ming, Rapunzel I see that you are getting along well with our Tyene Palace's bellows and 12 zodiac signs. This palace didn't expect you to be so mean to this little girl who delivers wine. Qin Ming immediately borrowed the pole and climbed up. He sat down at the table and took a long drink. Like is like. There are principles to liking. Like this kind of tavern maid sends a dish all slow. Nothing city, nothing temperament. Who will like? When the eldest princess heard Qin Ming's words, her heart thumped. She was able to detect it delicately. From the time Qin Ming entered the Tyene Palace until now, he always had a look of adoration in his eyes for himself. Whether you're doing something or talking, you're always the first to go, and you're not afraid to do it. Did his heart. Thinking of this, the Rapunzel's heart suddenly panicked, but the next breath, she jolted awake. Han Yueshi, you have to calm down quickly. You are the first princess of the Great Diffusion. You made a pact with your sister and third sister not to touch a man in your life. He is bent on killing only the travelers and stabilizing the imperial dynasty. Rapunzel took a deep breath and once again returned to the table to sit down. Qin Ming picked up the wine jar. Eldest princess, the last general toasts you. Qin Ming took a large sip and put the altar just down. Rapunzel hugged the wine jar but couldn't stop drinking. This crazy batch of princess, why is she so addicted to alcohol? It's only been a short while. She finished both altars. Have some food. The drunken peanuts from this drunken immortal house are extremely good. The Rapunzel raised her eyebrows slightly. You came to eat? Qin Ming nodded. The last time I came over to get you a drunken brew, I was so hungry that I ordered a plate of drunken peanuts and a bowl of noodles. Then why didn't you order 2 more dishes last time you were out? Eating so plain. Qin Ming hadn't thought about how to answer. The Rapunzel continued. Is it because you spend all your money for this palace? You're a eunuch, and you only get 51 per month. How dare you credit 430 taels at the Jade Maiden Pavilion? Qin Ming's heart jumped violently. This Rapunzel has gone so far as to investigate privately. It's a good thing the blazing herb bought on credit was for her, or she would have been barbecue long ago. The Rapunzel picked up the wine altar to clink it with Qin Ming again and took a large sip. Your Jade Pavilion credit was paid for you by this palace. Now you should treat me to a nice meal. This palace also knows that you received 2,000 taels of silver from my sister. Qin Ming listened to his heart. This crazy batch of Rapunzel really knows everything. My lord's treat. I'll make sure the eldest princess eats and drinks well. Qin Ming said and hurriedly got up and prepared to order food. Wait. This palace's belly band is torn and covered in blood. Go buy a new one. Ha? Qin Ming was dumbfounded. Eldest princess. It's so late. Where would the last general go to buy it? Why don't we go back? No return. This palace is going to rest here tonight watching the snow. Go borrow it if you can't find it. Qin Ming had a nodding head. This bib can still be borrowed? What good girl would borrow a belly band? The palace has just seen the clean and pretty tavern keeper. Similar in stature to me. So you ask her to borrow it. And get a new quilt. With a softer bed. Qin Ming, oh, it's over. It's over. I asked my master to borrow a bib? Rapunzel, why don't you just kill me? What are you waiting for? Go, Rapunzel. This is not good. Are you going or not? If you don't go, this palace will go by itself. Go. I'll go. You rest. Qin Ming opened the door and came outside. At a glance, he saw Master Yin Shuiyao talking to Qin Xian at the counter below. What a big head. What should I do? If you ask for it directly in person, you'll run into someone you know on the way. And if you say hello, you'll be in trouble. Besides, how can I talk in front of my master? Forget it. Simply be straight and loud. Master is so smart. He should be able to react. She won't blame me. At this point, Qin Xian's eyes happened to lift up, and with a glance, he saw Qin Ming on the 7th floor. Master, my senior brother has come out. Yin Shuiyao raised her head obediently, her eyes like autumn water, as quiet as a fairy. Your senior brother is a decent man. How could he cheat with that woman? He's not coming out here. Next breath. Qin Ming directly shouted at the master at the counter. Boss, bring up the good food from the tavern. And bring a new quilt. Also take a set of your bibs. Hurry up. Qing Xian, oh. Yun Shui Ro? Yun Shui's gentle face suddenly turned cold. Qin Ming secretly screamed. It's over. I'm dead. A horrible death. Chapter 79, Shifu. He's crazy. I'm going to cut him. After saying that, Qin Ming hurried back inside. God forbid. My master must understand me. Disciple really didn't mean to ask for your belly button. At this very moment, Yun Shuiyao and Qing Xian below the restaurant were both frozen. The entire restaurant was also in a noisy haze. Qing Xian pouted and stomped her foot. Master, Shifu, he's crazy. I'll help you to cut him. Master, I'm going to cut him too. Shitty the brat. Stop. Yun Shuiyao's face reddened slightly. Ma Chang, send someone to guard the stairway on the 5th floor. Don't let outsiders go over and disturb them. Yes, master. Qing Xian, come with me. Yun Shuiyao turned around and entered the house. Her face was flushed and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She remembered that the scene just now was just too out of character. Disciple Qin Ming would not be the one who acted epileptically. The only possibility is that he can't be exposed and has no way out. Master, my senior brother wants your belly band. It's too much. Yun Shuiyao immediately took a white belly band from the cabinet. Qing Xian, take this belly band with you, and carry a new quilt. Cyan. Also as per Qin Ming's request, deliver the food for him as soon as possible. And remember, you must act as if you don't recognize him. The woman inside with him must be a Jin demon guard. Don't expose his identity. Yes, master. Qing Xian immediately reacted. Senior brother Qin Ming might have had bitter feelings, but when he thought about the flirting of those people just now, he said that the woman had a nice body and a big ass, and that she wanted to make love to Shifu. For some reason, she got a little angry when she heard it. Not a moment too soon, a table full of dishes was set up in the room, along with a large bowl of nourishing pearl soup. Qing Xian came over with the belly band and dumped it directly into his arms. The shopkeeper said it was clean, but don't borrow a belly band in public in the future. She's a disgrace. Qing Xian did it on purpose. It would be unusual to be at peace with being borrowed a belly band. I was forced to borrow it today, so I'll make amends to the shopkeeper some other time. Qin Ming closed the door and came in, letting out a long breath. Today's day was a thrill. The corners of the eldest princess' mouth rose slightly as she looked at Qin Ming's embarrassed appearance. Little Qinzi, borrowing a belly band makes you nervous like this. Qin Ming hurriedly picked up. Since childhood have not seen girls this clothes, which is too good to find people to borrow in public. Rapunzel was amused. Qin Ming walked over and handed the belly band to the eldest princess. The palace suddenly doesn't want to wear it. You keep it. Qin Ming. Rapunzel. This. Rapunzel grasped the wine altar and laughed extraordinarily happily. You're not going to wear it and let me borrow it? How embarrassing. The Rapunzel pretended to be reserved and complained in a low voice. How can the palace wear it when it was almost thrown in your face? If you complain again, the palace will let you borrow another one. Holy, it's insane. Don't. Rapunzel. I won't even dare to come to this drunken immortal mansion after borrowing it again. I'm afraid to come to the drunken immortal again. Rapunzel let out a laugh as she sipped her wine. Rapunzel, eat your vegetables and eat your vegetables. It's snowing harder outside. The eldest princess and Qin Ming sat at the table, laughing as they drank and ate. Qin Ming was always able to make a small matter very interesting for the Rapunzel to listen to. She had never had that night to laugh as much as she did this night. Rapunzel, that's how it works. We sprinkle grain under that dustpan, and then we hold it up with a stick. And when the birds get close, we pull the stick away with a rope. And we can catch several birds at once. And the birds caught in the cage? Of course not. We eat so little there that we catch birds and eat them. Qin Ming told the way he made the called chicken in the countryside. We cleaned the bird, put some herbs into it and sprinkled some salt on it. Wrap the bird all over with mud and bury it in the dirt for the fire. When it's almost done roasting, knock the mud off the top. The hairs on the bird are all plucked bare. That smells delicious. Rapunzel propped her chin on her hands like a little fangirl. Autumn water-like eyes looked at Qin Ming. She listened as if she was moved. There are so many of you brothers. It must be very fun to make bird meat together. In the end, I guess there won't even be any crumbs left to eat. That's for sure. My second brother even eats birds' asses. Rapunzel snorted and laughed in a flowery manner. Then the next time this palace goes to Cold Night City as well, you go catch birds for this palace to roast and eat. Qin Ming, that's a lot of bragging. It's not clear if there are any birds in Cold Night City. Rapunzel listened and remembered her own three sisters laughing and joking with their elder brother. She was a little depressed inside. Pick up the wine jar and take sip after sip. After drinking 5 whole jars, she slumped drunkenly on the table. Xin Ming picked up Rapunzel and placed her on the bed to cover her up. The Rapunzel was drunk, and her eyebrows were filled with sadness. She muttered dreamy words in her mouth. Her voice was small, but Xin Ming could hear it clearly. Cold Yuli, where have you thrown? You thrown your royal brother's child? Xin Ming? Han Yuli, third sister and I have already helped you kill your royal brother, and you promised not to kill the child. She's so young, did you kill her too? Xin Ming sat in front of the Rapunzel's bed for a while. He got the message from the dream words. The Rapunzel's royal brother, Han Yulong, married a wife who was a traveler, and he had a child with his crossdresser wife. It's just that the boy's whereabouts are unknown. However, Xin Ming thought to himself that according to the Empress Vicious character, odds are the kid has been killed. She wasn't even allowed to exist as a traveler. How could a traveler be allowed to have a child with her royal brother? Xin Ming used his sleeve to wipe the wine stains on the Rapunzel's mouth and lowered the bed curtain. He quickly slipped out of the room. After coming outside to the long corridor, Xin Ming did not immediately leave. He watched quietly from a distance for a quarter of an hour or so, convinced that the Rapunzel was really asleep. It was only then that Xin Ming quickly jumped to the 6th floor. Tianzi no. One room. It was the room of his master, Yun Shui Rou. At this very moment, Yun Shuiyao held a teacup in her hand as she sat on the large mahogany chair, her eyes heavy. Next to him sat Mousy, who had just recovered from a serious injury. In front stood 2 core disciples, Ma Chang and Qing Xian. Qing Xian's eyes stared at the ceiling. Master, why is there no movement? What kind of movement do you want? Master, people say bedpans rattle. Yun Shuiyao said with slight anger. Don't be ridiculous. No nonsense. He's just making love to that female town demon guard. What happened to me and the female town guard? Xin Ming cackled and pushed the door open and walked in. He was dressed in white, well-groomed with his belt tightly buckled. Qing Xian jumped in shock and gambled. I thought you were playing with her. Why are you here? Xin Ming made a shoe gesture with a grave expression. Keep your voice down. That one up there is the town demon guard. I was trying to set up information so I brought her here for a drink. Don't spook her. So it is. Yun Shuiyao blared at the disciple. Qing Xian is the one with a broken mouth. Your senior brother is a decent man, not close to women. How can you be like this? Then he asked you to borrow a bib. Xin Ming had wanted to return it to his master, but he was afraid that the princess would ask about it, and he didn't mention it because he felt embarrassed in front of her. Xin Ming looked at Mu Sizhe next to him who was much better from his injuries. How's it going, Uncle Shifu? Xin Ming, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Muschamp stood up and immediately saluted. Your saving grace. Senior uncle keeps it in mind. You're welcome, senior uncle. Muschamp clutched his left arm in indignation. The bones in his left arm are broken. Beaten by that demon, the Rapunzel. One of these days I'm going to smash her arm off too, so she can feel that pain. Xin Ming thought to himself that it was fortunate that they didn't know that it was the eldest princess up there, or else they would have to blow up. Yun Shuiyao took a sip of tea and gently covered her chest to cough violently. Xin Ming was a bit puzzled. Master, are you hurt? Qing Xian picked up the conversation from behind. Master killed the greedy Taoist that day by the Rapunzel's sword energy. That demon Rapunzel is really poisonous. I'll surpass her in cultivation one day and hack her to pieces. Xin Ming. Chapter 80, A Crossed Person Can't Procreate? The white-haired witch is so perverted. By the way, Master, I came to Drunken Immortal House for another important matter. Yun Shuiyao and Qing Xian all looked over with serious expressions. Something that could make Qin Ming look serious must be very important. Yun Shuiyao immediately gave Ma Chang a wink. Eldest brother Ma Chang hurriedly pushed open the door and ran out, putting up a guard outside. Master, I will depart for Cold Night City early in the morning of the day after tomorrow. What? Yun Shuiyao was shocked in her heart. You've never been to Cold Night City. It's a very dangerous place. Why would you want to go there? Master, His Majesty asked me to escort a shipment of supplies to Cold Night City. Yun Shuiyao's face was filled with sorrow. According to my master's understanding, Cold Night City is not only facing attacks from snow demonic beasts right now. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao sect and the Green Dragon Guild had also sent a large number of travelers there. Something important is definitely happening there. It would be dangerous for you to go. Qin Ming spread his hands helplessly. They say that accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. But the Rapunzel Empress I'm accompanying is 100 times more demonic than a tiger. If she lets go, there's nothing disciples can do. Qing Xian instantly felt that it was quite difficult for senior brother to be in the palace and hurriedly handed him a cup of hot tea. Yun Shuiyao frowned slightly and said to Qing Xian, "Get a pen and paper." Qing Xian spread a piece of rice paper on the table and inked his master next to him. Yun Shuiyao's right hand held the brush and gently began to outline on the rice paper. "Master, what are you?" Yun Shuiyao softly said as she drew. "You come from Cold Night City, so I'm afraid it's not a good idea to ask for the map again. Master had been to Cold Night City once 5 years ago. I'll draw the route and buildings along the way for you from memory. So memorize it all and have a rough impression in your mind to prevent any wear and tear. Yes, Master. Qin Ming nodded happily. Master Yun Shuai-ro really did think of him in every way. His heart was so delicate. Yun Shuai-yao said seriously as she painted. In addition, the city lord of Cold Night City, Lan Jianxin, is an extremely ruthless character. Her methods are no less than those of the Empress. She is absolutely loyal to the Empress. And rumor has it that the Empress once adopted her as her goddaughter in Cold Night City. When you go, this person must be careful to avoid her. Blue Heart of the Sword. Mauser chimed in. This woman, Blue Kenshin, has a head of white hair, and I've heard that she's cursed. The reason for the curse is because she ate the Snow Demon's female Lord Commander alive during the battle. Qin Ming was shocked to hear this. What a crazy lot. Ah, the white-haired witch. Definitely avoid it. The name Blue Kenshin doesn't even sound like something to mess with. Ugh, why are there so many perverted women in this world? The map was drawn quickly. Qin Ming memorized all of this abbreviated map under the oil lamp. It is then placed on the flame and burned to ashes. Yun Shuai-ya once again took out 2,000 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Ming. Next to him, Mousetrap smiled and shook his head slightly. Senior sister, you're too biased. Our restaurant's monthly revenue is only 300 taels, and you're giving your disciple 2,000 taels as soon as you're ready. That's right, master. Qin Xian pouted and teased from the side. I follow you around every day wanting to buy a rouge and you won't even give it to me. You gave Shifu 2,000 in one shot. What do you know? Yun Shuai-yao placed the silver in Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming, remember, when you're in the Fey Beast's den, what you can settle with silver, never settle with fighting. Be sure to ensure your own safety. Qin Ming held the silver and was slightly moved in his heart. Thank you, master. Disciple has remembered. By the way, Disciple has another question? Is a child born to an aborigine and a traveler ever born a man or a beast? Mu Sizhe immediately picked up and laughed. The situation you're asking about doesn't exist. Aborigines and travelers get pregnant when they get married, but they are all stillborn. I've never heard of a child being born. Qin Ming, _? Then is it true what the princess said about her royal brother having a child? Not only that, Yun Shuai-ro continued, but travelers and crossers don't have children either. They're all stillborn. Qin Ming, it's outrageous. It's too shocking. Why on earth? The prevailing theory among travelers is that it is the originals who occupy the heavens in this world, and that we travelers are cursed with fertility. Qin Ming was confused by what he heard. It's so weird. Master, it's getting late. I have to take that demon suppressor back. Qin Ming came out of his room and quickly jumped to the 7th floor. He pushed the door in and saw the princess still sleeping peacefully in her bed. The bed curtains were drawn up in exactly the same shape as they had been when he had just left. This was a detail that Qin Ming had deliberately left in place. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at this Rapunzel whose face was slightly red. If he told master and uncle now, Rapunzel was asleep right here and still had serious injuries. It is expected that soon the Rapunzel will be killed. After all, the hatred between her and the traveler was not mutual. But Qin Ming didn't do that. His heart told him that he could not be so ungrateful. The first chirp of the rooster came from outside. It's getting late. Qin Ming picked up the eldest princess from the bed. Rapunzel, I'll take you back to the palace. Rapunzel was dazed and confused as he pulled both of her arms and placed them on her back. Qin Ming threw back his long black robe again, wrapping the Rapunzel's face and body tightly. Instead of going through the front door, he leapt down the window. After running about 300 meters, Qin Ming was shocked to find that the carriage that was originally parked on the road had been stolen. Ugh! This weird and bad world. Qin Ming could only carry the Rapunzel on his back as he stepped through the snow step by step toward the palace. The snow was heavy and he didn't walk fast with each step. This, coupled with the original body cold icy cold from the Rapunzel's body, caused Qin Ming's back to chill. Is this woman made of ice or not? How come it's so cold? In the gazebo on the top floor of the 8th floor of the Drunken Immortal building, Yun Shuai-ro, Mu Sizhe, Qin Xian, and Ma Chang looked at Qin Ming's back in the distance. Master, who exactly is it that Shifu is carrying? I'm guessing it might be a female lieutenant. Master, could it be the Zodiac? No way. Muschamp shook his head outright. The 12 Zodiacs have been conditioned to be more ruthless than one another following the elder princess. If Qin Ming dared to carry them on his back, he wouldn't be chopped into several pieces. Mauser stroked his short beard and laughed. But in all sincerity, the crowd in the tavern made a good point. What's a good point? Judging from this woman's back rotunda, she really is a superb one. Cloudwater Ballad. Qin Xian turned his head and glared at Musashi. Senior uncle, you're still so horny at your age? Ha ha ha. Food for thought. Muschamp looked at Ma Chang. Right? Ma Strong. Ma Chang nodded nervously. As a result, when Qing Xian glared at him, he hurriedly shook his head again. Uncle Shifu, don't ask me. I don't know anything. It caused Moose to let out another hearty laugh. 3 breaths later, Yun Shuiyao suddenly turned around as if she had made up her mind. Senior brother, the Hallmasters meeting organized by Starlight City. You go unattended on my behalf. Ha? Elder sister. Then you? Yun Shuiyao bit her rosy thin lips. I'm determined to make a trip to Cold Night City. I'm not sure about Qin Ming. I have to follow behind. Senior sister. This is too dangerous. Why don't I arrange for someone from the Five Elements Alliance to accompany us? No way. My injuries have almost healed, and I'm also vaguely on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of Tongling, and there are no disciples in the Fluorite Imperial City that can keep up with my speed, so I'll only be a liability. Master, but it's dangerous for you to go to Cold Night City. If I'm dangerous, then that proves that Qin Ming is even more dangerous. As I said, Qin Ming is likely to be the breaker between the Aborigines and the Crossing. The Heavenly Dao Sect and the Green Dragon Guild have all gone to Cold Night City. Something big is definitely going to happen there. I can't not follow. Master, let there be no more talk of this matter. My mind is made up. Yun Shuiyao swung her sleeves and headed downstairs. Great Diffusion Kingdom. Palm Fire Hall. The Empress used blue arcane fire to charge all the surrounding glowstones with fire energy. The personal guard Shangguan Qing'er ran in from outside and whispered something in her ear. The Empress suddenly became extremely shaken. Is this news true? True. As told by those of us who are mixed in with the demon guards of the town. What audacity! Snap! The Empress slapped the Xianwood table next to her directly into smithereens. Chapter 81 Suzaku Wit. Danger! The Empress checks Qin Ming. The Empress was furious. Cold Yueshi. Are you crazy? Cold Yueshi? Mother once said that outsiders are not allowed to enter above the 3rd floor of the devil-suppressing tower. You brought the Zodiac into the 8th floor before, and I've already turned a blind eye. How dare you bring that little Qinzi into the 15th floor this time and cause a tremor inside? Your Majesty, I heard that yesterday's devil-suppressing tower shook so strongly that many of the devil-suppressing guards outside suffered damage to their heart veins. Even I don't dare to easily mess with that being at the top. What a nerve! Empress Han Yuli had her hands behind her back, pacing continuously at the palm fire point. She was raging, her body ablaze with blue blazing flames, as if she had been shaken to the core. Mother once forbade any outsider to go above the 3rd floor, let alone the 15th, and it was a man who went in with her, a man with no blood ties to the royal family. Breaking the rules of the royal family means shaking the foundation of the Great Diffusion Kingdom. The Empress swished around, her eyes fixed on Shangguan Qing'er. I asked you to check on Qin Ming. How did it go? Your Majesty, I have already checked it out. This little Qin Zi used the Traveler's Prison Dilemma method when he was interrogated in the Demon Town Tower. Little Qin Zi comes from the western county of Cold Night City, and several people related to him have died since he entered the palace. His old countryman Xiao Lu Zi was inexplicably killed by a foreign beast. Wang Yu, the eunuch who sent Xiao Qinzi to Taiyin Palace, died at the hands of Jing Xiang, a palace mate of Taiyin Palace. Jing Xiang died again at the hands of Qin Ming. Eunuch Li Shan of Taiyin Palace also died indirectly because of him. Plus 2 days ago, Eunuch Zhou Chang sent him to Tani Academy and also disappeared inexplicably. It's really too suspicious. Anger showed in the Empress' eyes. I am getting more and more suspicious of him. If he is a traveler who mixed into my palace, my stupid sister bringing him to the 15th floor of the devil-suppressing tower will cause a great disaster. Everything in there is a secret. How did she, Han Yueshi, dare? The Empress swished around and once again spoke in a cold voice. Who else came from Cold Night City with that little Qinzi? Your Majesty, there is also one called Tang Wei who works as a scholar at the Tianyi Academy. Go! Bring him back to me. I want him to identify himself. But Your Majesty, the eldest princess has tested the bloodline of that little Qinzi, and he is indeed an aborigine. The Empress' white golden sleeves waved. The so-called blood test that we aboriginal powerhouses do is just to draw out the other person's blood to see if it fits with the gong methods that the aboriginal people are practicing. This is accurate for the most part. But I have long heard that the travelers have made rare pills and feats to cope with bloodline testing. What if this little Qin Zi has some special secret method to be able to hide his bloodline? Won't both me and my sister be fooled by him? The Empress was shaken to the core at this point. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. If it was just an unusual palace eunuch, there would be no need to be so serious. As long as a bloodline test would suffice. But he had actually followed Cold Yueshi to the 15th floor of the devil-suppressing tower. This is forbidden land for the royal family. I must investigate him properly. Send someone to bring Tang Wei here. If he has no problem identifying him, I will also bring Xiao Qinzi to the Long Yuan Shrine. Upon hearing about the Long Yuan Shrine, Shangguan Qing'er was startled. Your Majesty, to test the bloodline at the Dragon Abyss Shrine? Naturally. The Dragon Abyss Shrine is the totem ancestor of my great diffusion kingdom. No matter what secret method the traveler used, no matter what elixir he ate, he would not be able to escape the detection of the Dragon Abyss Shrine. If he is a traveler, I will cut him to pieces immediately. Throw his brains in my stupid sister's face. Tai-In Palace. Suzaku watched as eldest princess took Qin Ming to the devil suppressing tower and was late in returning. She thought it would be good for them to have some hot soup when they returned since the weather was so bitterly cold. Suzume braved the snow to get to the imperial kitchen. It was cold and quiet, and no eunuchs or courtesans had woken up yet. Suzume then took matters into her own hands. She had just finished washing the vegetables when she heard footsteps coming from outside the imperial dining room. Suzume uncovered the door curtain to see that it was eunuch Wang Jin, who was in charge of the fire palace. He was slightly hunched and chubby, and didn't walk fast. Eunuch Wang. So early. Suzume girl is ahead of me. Why are you stewing early in the morning? Stew some vegetable soup for the master to drink. Eunuch Wan licked his lips. We'd really like to stay and have a bowl, but we're too busy and have errands to run. Eunuch Wang can wait here for a moment. I will soon make the soup and serve you a bowl. No. Wang Jin waved the duster in his hand. I have to go to the Tianyi Academy as soon as possible. And His Majesty summoned that scribe Tangwei from the Tianyi Academy. Suzume hadn't taken it seriously. As a result, that Wang Jin suddenly added. Interestingly enough, it is said that Tangwei came from Cold Night City together with Xiaoqin Zi. In a split second, one of Suzume's hearts suddenly lifted, but she put on a calm smile on the surface. Then eunuch Wang, take your time. Suzume's mind was in turmoil. She knew that if His Majesty was looking for Tangwei, it meant that he was suspicious of Qin Ming's birth. She didn't even want to make soup. Hurry and quickly run along the long corridor towards the Tai-In Palace. When Qin Ming carried the eldest princess into the palace, he covered her up tightly. He had the demon-suppressing guard lieutenant's token and passed all the way through. Quickly arriving at the Tai-In Palace, he pushed the door to Rapunzel's room open and placed her on the bed, removing her shoes and tucking in the covers, drinking the whole 5 jars. That's a real cow. Why do you think your belly is still so flat after all that drinking? Once we men drink, that belly gets a big belly. Qin Ming settled the Rapunzel out the door. Then he saw Suzaku, who was hurrying back from the yard. Suzaku gave him a quick wave. Not knowing what was going on, Qin Ming flew down from the 11th floor with a vertical leap. What's wrong? Suzume-san. Suzume changed her anxious face from earlier and wore a light smile. It's nothing major. Just good news I wanted to share with you. What good news? Suzaku said with a smile. I ran into eunuch Wang Jin just now, and he said he went to the Tianyi Academy to look for that scribe Tangwei, saying that he was your hometown boy and that His Majesty wanted to summon him. Qin Ming swished his heart in shock. His heart was pounding. It's over. It's over. This empress is insane. What do you want with Tangwei? Is there any doubt about your identity? No way. We mustn't let Tangwei see the empress. Qin Ming? Suzaku patted him on the shoulder. Oh, Suzume-san, I was just having a moment of pleasure. Yes, I'm also happy for you. You can also go and have fun with the old folks when you find some time. After all, we don't have many people in Cold Night City. Good. Qin Ming's heart was in turmoil as he walked towards his room. He saw Suzume go back to her room and the door close. Qin Ming jumped out of the back window with a single leap. He unfolded his stealth talent to move extremely fast and swept in the direction of the Imperial Garden. Eunuch Wang Jin is going to take Tangwei to Tianyi Academy. He must have passed through the Imperial Garden on his way back. Qin Ming almost immediately made up his mind to remove Tangwei. If you don't kill Tangwei, you will die. If you kill him, there is still a chance of survival. Chapter 82, Killing the Old Country. The bizarre Long Yuan Shrine. Time passes by. Qin Ming stood behind the wigwam with his heart pounding wildly. His eyes were like eagle eyes on the green stone path under the roiling snow. This bizarre world is truly a daily thrill. Can't we have a good time anymore? Finally, Qin Ming saw Tangwei and eunuch Wang Jin coming down the Imperial Garden path. But just as he wanted to act, he was shocked to find that Wang Jin was followed by 50 white feather guards. That white feather guard General Iron Tiger was also among them. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of body tempering. If Qin Ming wanted to unknowingly kill Tangwei and retreat in one piece, it would be too difficult. What to do? Suddenly, he remembered the Lang Jun ring he had gotten in the Ghost Bride spirit realm last time. Can invite the Ghost Bride to strike once. I don't know if it's true or not, but now I have no choice but to try it. Qin Ming retreated from behind the wigwam and fled until he was 300 meters away. He took out his Langren ring and chanted silently. Shasta. A red silhouette flew out from inside the ring of the long gun. Eerie and bizarre. Eunuch Wang Jin walked on the front side with Tangwei. Tangwei. His Majesty heard that you're Captain Qin's hometown, and specially asked you to come over for a chat. Tangwei was shocked in his heart and his eyes showed a hint of contempt. Little Qin Zi can be Captain Qin? It turned out that when he was in Cold Night City, he was a prodigal son, uneducated and incapable. How can someone like him be a lieutenant? General Iron Tiger also laughed behind him. This little eunuch Qin Zi of the Taiyin Palace has been rumored in the palace for his quick promotion. Wasn't he also very good when he was in your Cold Night City? Oh, Tom Wei said with a grin on his face. It's not really that good. He didn't do a lot of stealing. Eunuch Wang Jin's face did not move and smiled. Iron Tiger, however, was full of doubts. Then in that case, you will make a good deal of Captain Qin's chicken stealing in front of His Majesty. That's natural. Tang Wei was filled with jealousy, thinking, how come someone as lousy as you, Xiao Qinzi, can be a lieutenant? I, Tang Wei, am much more capable than you. I could at least be a general. Just when I thought of this, suddenly the cloudy wind shook and the surroundings were unusually cold. The many white feather guards were obscured from view by the swirling snowflakes. General Iron Tiger hurriedly pulled out his long sword and chided. Lang Lang, what kind of demon? Eunuch Wang Jin waved the duster in his hand in front of his body. Vaguely he saw a woman in a red dress, eerily passing in front of him. Her long hair covered her face, showing only one eye. Wang Jin was shocked. There's an assassin. Catch the assassin. The white-feathered guard had just stepped forward when he was knocked out by the snowflakes blown up by the cloudy wind. 2 breaths later, the surrounding inchi suddenly dispersed, and the flying snow and wind stopped. What shocked Wang Jin and Jin who was, the Tang Wei who was standing in front of them a moment ago is dead. He died an extremely gruesome death. Bleeding from his 7 orifices and his eyes were gouged out. Tang Wei is dead. How did he die? What about this? How can we explain to His Majesty? Who killed him? Who killed them? General Tiehu quickly searched the surrounding area. We'll go back and report to His Majesty immediately. While the white feather guards were in chaos in the Imperial Gardens, Qin Ming had returned to the room. The Langjun ring in his hand had shattered into smoke and dissipated with the wind. With Tang Wei dead, the Empress will definitely suspect him, because 2 of his homeboys, Kuroku and Tang Wei, are dead. But Qin Ming had the gift of concealing his bloodline in place, so he is not false. Big deal. Have your Empress take another bloodline test. What did you say? The Empress snapped and shattered a nearby red maple tree into smithereens. Her eyes were dead set on Wang Jin. You piece of... How the hell did Tang Wei die? Your Majesty. At that time, the slave was with General Iron Tiger and 50 white feather guards with the Tang Wei. When halfway there was a sudden wind and a red shadow killed the Tang Wei. Red void? Blue flames showed in the Empress' eyes. Almost murderous. There can still be ghosts haunting the palace of the Great Diffusion Kingdom? The Empress raised her arm. Boom! She slapped Eunuch Wang Jin and sent him rolling a dozen meters away in the snow. Spitting blood. Your Majesty! Spare your life. The Empress had her hands behind her back, staring in the direction of the Taiyin Palace in the distance. Tang Wei died sooner or later. I was looking for you to come over to check on Xiao Qinzi's life, but he died. Then doesn't this prove even more that Xiao Qinzi has problems? The Empress turned around and pointed sternly at Wang Jin. Go and bring Xiao Qinzi to me. Your Majesty. Is it brought to the Palm Fire Hall for the bloodline test? The Palm Flame Hall bloodline test Cold Yueshi has already done. It's useless. I will take him to the Dragon Abyss Shrine. This person involves a great deal of importance, so let the ancestors of my Great Diffusion Kingdom give him a real test. No matter what kung fu talent, no matter what secret arts and elixirs, they all fail in front of the Dragon Abyss Shrine. If it is found out that he is a traveler, let's see how I will skin him. Nah. Suzume sweeps the snow outside Taiyin Palace. Her little hands were red from the cold, and she stomped her feet and returned the heat to them. Not a moment too soon. She then heard the white feather guards in the palace spreading the word that Tang Wei was dead. It was as if Suzume was relieved. Just then, she saw Wang Jin in the distance walking once again, and in the direction of that Dragon Abyss Shrine. There seemed to be a black light rising. Suzume had been in the palace for a long time, so she naturally knew what this meant. The Empress had gone to the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Suzume girl is still plowing snow. Eunuch Wang is so busy this morning. What is he doing in my Taiyin Palace again? His Majesty ordered us to take Captain Qin to the Long Yuan Shrine. Ha! Suzume exclaimed. Going to the Dragon Abyss Shrine? Aren't outsiders not allowed to approach there? We don't understand it either. His Majesty had to let him be brought there, and he specifically ordered not to disturb the eldest princess. Suzume bit her lip just in time to see Qin Ming come out of his room. Wang Jin stepped forward and explained the situation. 10,000 question marks floated up in Qin Ming's mind. He vaguely felt that going to the Dragon Origin Shrine to test his bloodline might expose him. His current concealment talent to hide his bloodline wouldn't necessarily work. What to do? What to do? Immediately run away now? However, there were already nearly 500 white feather guards standing densely outside the Taiyin Palace. The road to escape is blocked. How about getting help from the princess? Qin Ming glanced back at the 11th floor of the upper hall. Eunuch Wang Jin reminded gently from the side. Captain Qin, His Majesty has special orders not to disturb the eldest princess. Please follow his orders. Qin Ming took a deep breath. It's a hell of a day. Just then, Suzum, who was next to her, closed the door of the Taiyin palace behind her and said softly and gently, Eunuch Wang, no matter what you guys are going for. Qin Ming, he went on duty last night and didn't even eat. Let him have a bowl of hot soup before he leaves. Eunuch Wang can have a bowl as well. Wang Jin was hesitating. Suzum continued, Eunuch Wang, it's not easy for any of us to serve in the palace. If you let him go to the Long Yuan Ancestral Hall with His Majesty on a hungry stomach, in case he's shocked by the dragon's might, he'll even have to take his life. Okay, Suzaku girl, let him have a bowl of soup then, and we'll leave after that. Chapter 83, Empress Crazy. Over. Barbecue is up. Qin Ming's heart was as messed up as a jumble. He was still pondering what to do in response. Suzaku quickly entered the room. He ladled 2 bowls of soup. Then he picked up the small scissors next to him and gently poked at his middle finger. It hurts. Suzum bit her lip in pain. 3 drops of bright red blood landed in the left bowl. Suzum covered the blood with a soupy vegetable leaf. He brought over 2 bowls of soup. The bowl on the right was handed to Eunuch Wang. The bowl dripping with blood on the left was handed to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, drink some hot soup before you go. Whatever His Majesty asks you, don't be nervous. We're not bad people. His Majesty doesn't bully good people. Qin Ming nodded and picked up the bowl of soup and drank it in one go. Eunuch Wang Jin also smiled and drank a bowl. Suzum girl made this soup really well, so we'll leave first. Remember not to disturb the eldest princess? As His Majesty has specially explained. Qin Ming followed Wang Jin and the 500 white feather guards by to the Long Yuan Ancestral Hall. From afar, he looked at the black dragon that rose up into the sky above the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Its red eyes seemed to roll slightly. It seemed to have breath coming out of its mouth, which made it look extra scary. This kind of behemoth makes you feel unconsciously small. The closer Qin Ming got, the more powerful he felt the dragon's might, pressing down on his bones. Even the spiritual energy in his body had almost stopped functioning. Gourd. Warning, danger level increased 500 times. Lucky points increase 500 times during danger. Crap, not such a high risk factor so far. What the hell? Qin Ming continued forward, and the dragon's might grew stronger and stronger. Warning, danger level increased 800 times. Lucky points increase 800 times during the period of danger. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Qin Ming had already sensed that the heaven-locking gourd that was originally slowly rotating in his mind had unexpectedly stopped. It didn't even dare to move as if it was very fearful. What the hell is this? Righteous Father, aren't you the system? Isn't the system invincible in one side of the world? Why don't you move a muscle at this hour? Is this funny? Gourd. Gourd. The heavenly gourd senses a deadly threat and is about to shut down. You're sick, aren't you? Does that concealment talent still work? Talents are functional. Gourd. You can absorb all the black chi in the devil suppressing tower. You can do it here too. Don't close it. The mysterious existence held in the Devil's Pagoda is of a different nature from the Dragon Abyss Shrine, and the heaven-locking gourd feels fatally threatened and is about to be shut down. Qin Ming, it's outrageous. You mean this world traveler will be killed even if he carries the system? Answer correctly. So I haven't heard about it? That's if you haven't met yet. Hulu close. The red heaven-locking gourd in his mind unexpectedly really didn't move at all. This is so pitiful. The terrifying existence held in the Devil's Tower should be on the same level as the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Right? Then you can absorb the black aura on the side of the heaven-locking gourd. But not here. And talk about the risk of being erased? What's this all about? It's over. It's over. It seems that today is really bad luck. Empress Han Yuli stood at the front side of the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Her long yellow robe moved with the wind. The crown on top of his head burned with pale blue flames and was imposing. Those eyes looked as if they wanted to kill. Qin Ming knew that this was definitely not an ordinary bloodline test. If it was ordinary, the Empress could have done it anywhere, such as the Hall of Palm and Fire. The reason why she had brought Qin Ming to this Dragon Abyss Shrine was definitely a stricter and more terrifying testing method. Qin Ming came before the Empress. Only 50 meters remain from the Long Yuan Shrine. My lord pays his respects to your majesty. Mo Rabbit, Main Yang and the other 12 signs of the zodiac are out on a mission these 2 days. They had wiped out nearly 13 travelers on the outskirts of the imperial city of Fluorite. The moral character is corrupted by direct execution outside. The travelers who hadn't done anything bad were all locked up in the Devil's Tower. Mo Rabbit Main Yang jumped off her horse outside the Taiyin Palace. Little Qin Zi, your sister has returned and you still don't come out to greet her. You really have a lot of guts. Mo Rabbit Red Snake and others followed. Mei Yang, you should have said sisters. There are obviously 12 sisters. You had to say you won. Mei Yang smiled and ran to the door of Qin Ming's room. She lifted her long legs and kicked the door open with a thud. Little Qinzi, if you don't come out, sister will stuff this stocking foot in your mouth. Result: the room is empty. Suzune came out of her room with a basin of hot water with a lot of eggs boiled inside. Come on, it's time for eggs. It's ready for you. Where's little Qinzi? Oh, Qin Ming was just brought to the Long Yuan Ancestral Hall by eunuch Wang. What? Mei Yang was instantly shocked upon hearing this. Behind him, the red snake mole rabbit's eyes also widened in surprise. The Dragon Abyss Shrine, that's where the bloodline is deeply tested. I heard that a third of the human body's blood has to be extracted. How can your majesty be like this? Suzune, does the Rapunzel know? Suzaka shook her head. The Rapunzel was resting after drinking too much yesterday. His Majesty specifically ordered that the Rapunzel not be notified. The charming sheep braked both ears up. Suzune, I didn't hear what you just said about His Majesty's orders, so I don't have to follow them. After saying that, her two long legs stomped on the snow and immediately flew up. Once on the 11th floor, Mei Yang went along to knock on the 8 trigrams of the basilica door. Rapunzel, what is it? Eldest princess, our 12 zodiacs have returned from their mission outside, capturing a total of 13 travelers and killing 5. Got it. This palace is a bit sleepy and wants to rest today, so you guys should not disturb anymore. Nuwa. But eldest princess, there is something. Little Qinzi has been taken to the Long Yuan Shrine by His Majesty. The charming goat finished the sentence. There was no response from the room. She thought to herself, could it be that the Rapunzel knew about this? Or maybe the eldest princess didn't care about Xiao Qinzi being taken there? Result. Next breath. That octagonal basilica window snapped into place. The Rapunzel's purple-black figure stepped on the moon shadow sword and rushed up into the sky. The direction he flew to was precisely the Long Yuan Shrine. The 12 zodiac signs also jumped to the roof of the Tai-Yin Palace. There goes the Rapunzel. The eldest princess has gone to look for Xiao Qinzi. The front side of the Long Yuan Shrine was originally snow-covered, but all the snow in the square melted because of the Empress's arrival. Even some of the standing water was vaporized by the flames. Shangguan Qinger and General Jin Hu and the others brought the white feather bit to guard the surrounding area, not allowing anyone to approach. The Empress led Qin Ming towards the Dragon Abyss Shrine. There is a black dragon head on the door of the Long Yuan Shrine. Little Qinzi, go! Shove your hand into the dragon's mouth in front of you. Your Majesty, what is this? I have received news today that another of your old countrymen, Tang Wei, has suddenly died a violent death. This has forced me to be wary. Don't you blame me. My crazy sister took you to the 15th floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower. This place is a forbidden secret of the Great Difficulty Kingdom. Since you're there, you'll have to undergo a bloodline test that's stricter than the others. Accept the bloodline test of the ancestors of my Great Diffusion Kingdom. Go! Put your hand in the dragon's mouth. Qin Ming was jittery in his heart, but he could only move forward now, and any hint of hesitation would cause the Empress to become suspicious. What to do? Crossing the line has been the biggest and hardest crisis so far. Qin Ming extended his hand out and slowly approached the dragon head. It was scorching hot in the faucet. Ancient chanting sounds emanated from within the shrine. It's shocking and frightening to hear. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 1,000 times. Lucky points increase by 1,000 times during the period of danger. My mom. It's really going to be barbecue this time. Chapter 84, Sisters Battle. This palace will fight you to the death. Qin Ming's hand had just touched the dragon's mouth position. Suddenly, only an explosive roar could be heard from the sky. Cold Yuli, you bully people too much. Only to see that a black cloud shrouding the sky was split apart by Rapunzel's sword. Boom. In an instant, the 10-meter-long cold sword chi killed towards the Empress. She stood in the air in a purple-black battle armor, holding the moon shadow sword in her hand, her black hair like a waterfall, as if she were a deity. The Empress had just caught that cold sword chi. The Rapunzel's right hand suddenly raised. The moon shadow sword's light shook loudly, rolling up all the surrounding wind and snow. As the moon shadow sword stabbed towards the Empress, the Empress had one hand behind her back. She stood in the square with a gaze so cold it was scary. Han Yueshi, you are really looking for death. How dare you strike out at me in the Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall? With a wave of her right hand, she heard a dragon roar. A blue fire dragon sprang out of the Empress's hand. The power was overbearing and incomparable, and it shot straight up to the sky. The several chilly sword chi that the Rapunzel killed all exploded into smithereens in the air. Pa pa pa. Even the moon shadow sword was stopped alive by the blue fire dragon. Enough! Cold Yueshi! You stop it! Cold Yuli! You bully me too much! Are you going to kill everyone around me? Han Yueshi, you are reckless. I am the emperor of this world. I don't have to tell you what I'm going to do. You release Xiao Qinzi. No release. Today his bloodline test was measured. This is a rule set by the ancestors of the Dragon Origin Shrine. You, Han Yueshi, have no qualifications to interfere. Then you will see if this palace is qualified or not. Having said this, only to see the Rapunzel break out that purple demon suppression order from her sleeve, she threw herself into the air and merged her hands. In an instant, a hexagonal purple Bagua pattern appeared behind her. The Bagua pattern was running at high speed. The Jin demon order flew into the air and shot out a cold white light towards the distant Jin demon tower. In an instant, it was as if the prohibition of the Devil Suppressor Tower had been activated. The prohibitions on the first layer, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, and all the way up to the 15th layer all shot up into the sky. The prohibitions converged in the air, forming an exceptionally terrifying 8 trigrams talisman that killed towards the Empress. Rumble. The 8 trigrams talisman was as powerful as a bamboo, covering the sky and the sun. The Empress was furious, her eyes almost spitting fire. She flew into midair with her arms spread out. Han Yueshi, how dare you mobilize the Jinmu Tower's prohibition against me? Are you out of your mind? This palace has long since endured enough of you. Han Yuli, you beast. Before Imperial Brother died, we promised to let his daughter live. But you actually killed her. You, Rumble. Huge rotating forbidden talismans came towards the Empress. The Empress immediately raised her hands, and a blazing blue arcane fire ignited behind her. The 3 blue fire dragons killed the distant 8 trigrams prohibition in a split second. Snap. Rumble. That forbidden and fire dragon exploded in the sky. The entire sky seemed to be illuminated. The imperial city of fluorite had never been this bright. Even Yin Shueyao, Qin Xian and the others who were eating were shocked. Qin Ming stood before the shrine, his heart unusually shaken. He didn't expect Rapunzel to be so powerful when she went out on a limb. The prohibition of the Devil Suppressing Tower was surprisingly capable of outwardly transferring battles. The Rapunzel activated the forbidden seals once again. In her haste and anger, the Empress swung her sleeve towards Qin Ming. A terrifying blue fire suddenly propelled Qin Ming to reach his hand inside the dragon head. Warning, danger level increased by 1200 times. Lucky points increased by 200 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming subconsciously wanted to pull it out in a hurry. Result, it was as if it was sucked tightly by a powerful force. He couldn't move at all. He could feel the blood being sucked out like crazy. He clenched his right fist so tightly that his bones were nearly shattered. The Rapunzel, who was in the process of forming a seal, flew to the ground and ran towards Qin Ming. Little Qinzi, little Qinzi. The huge black dragon's mouth in the midair of the Dragon Abyss Shrine radiated dots of red breath. Its 2 palpitating red eyes seemed to move. It struck fear into the hearts of all who stood below. The Empress obediently knelt down in front of the Long Yuan Shrine with her hands in front of her. Han Yueshi, the royal ancestors have manifested. How dare you stand? The Rapunzel froze and helplessly knelt down behind her as well. She had already used her cold breath to try to suck Qin Ming out of it, but to no avail. She could feel that Qin Ming was continuously losing blood. Han Yuli, I've already tested his bloodline. Why are you still doing this? You still have the face to ask. Who told you to take him to the upper levels of the Demon Suppression Tower? Above the 15th floor you must be verified by the Dragon Abyss Shrine. What's the matter? You, cold Yueshi, have a weak heart? What does this palace have to be ashamed of? Then I'll remind you again that if he's a traveler, he doesn't want to rely on any elixir talent to muddle through. He'll be beaten to dust by the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Qin Ming, who heard these words, was already prepared to die. In the face of absolute power suppression, he was clueless. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Sister Qingxian. Goodbye, Suzum-san. Tigress Rapunzel. Goodbye. Qin Ming closed his eyes. Just then, suddenly, the giant black dragon that originally had bloodshot eyes unexpectedly stopped vibrating. Qin Ming also felt the suction inside the dragon head gradually weakening, until it disappears. What's going on here? He passed the bloodline verification, but the concealment talent just now obviously didn't help at all. Why? Qin Ming took his hand out of the dragon's mouth. He collapsed weakly to the ground, gasping for air. The Empress standing in the distance was shocked and puzzled. I suspect wrong? Shangwan Qinger and eunuch Wang Jin's eyes were wide with incredulity. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi ran over at the first opportunity. She held Qin Ming's arm up. Are you alright, little Qinzi? Qin Ming nodded weakly. It's okay. The Rapunzel's eyes glared viciously at her sister. The Empress. You see now, you crazy woman. Even the Dragon Abyss Shrine has verified that Xiao Qinzi is not a traveler. In the future, if you dare to doubt him again, this palace will give up its life to fight you to the death. Chapter 85. Qin Ming, you are the truest aborigine. Qin Ming was confused. The Empress' eyes looked toward Qin Ming. The original vicious anger had dissipated. She admitted that she did suspect Qin Ming before, but the Dragon Abyss Shrine verified it all. That proves there's nothing wrong. Xiao Qinzi, Don't blame me. I also have to abide by the laws of my ancestors. From today onwards, you are a real aboriginal, and I will no longer have any doubts about you. Somebody, Shangguan Qing'er ran quickly from a distance. Bestow upon Qin Ming a 4th-ranked elixir, the purple Qi Bloodborne elixir. Nah. Shangguan Qing'er immediately took out a red elixir from her sleeve. She walked over and placed the elixir into Qin Ming's hand. The Empress' eyes were filled with majestic dominance. Little Qin Zi, the Dragon Abyss Shrine sucked a third of your blood. This purple Qi blood breeding pill can make it up to you. Tomorrow, as planned, 100 carts of material fluorite will be sent to Cold Night City. After saying that, the Empress's sleeves floated, and in a flash, she rushed up to the sky. The eldest princess gripped the moon shadow sword and glared at her sisters disappearing back in anger. Crazy woman. Stupid. It's been 10 years since we've had the Long Yuan Shrine test our bloodline. This lunatic even pulled you over today. But after today, that madman will never suspect your bloodline again. And that's good for you. Qin Ming nodded. He was actually in over his head by now. He had no idea how he actually got through the test. He's an actual traveler himself. What a loyal employee of a 996 blessing. He passed the test just now? Amazing. Really amazing. Qin Ming couldn't figure it out until now. You didn't do anything before you came, did you? Just a bowl of Suzum-san's vegetable soup. 2. That soup is usually drunk. It's nothing special. Besides, it's useless for the Empress to say anything about the secret talent of pills. The gourd was scared to death like that. Qin Ming had reason to believe that the concealment talent was useless in front of the Dragon Abyss Shrine. It's really unbelievable. Little Qin Zi, hurry up and eat that purple Qi Bloodborne pill. That's a 4th-ranked pill. Normally that crazy person wouldn't even want to take it out. It's a bit of a conscience to give it to you today. Qin Ming threw the red purple Qi Bloodborne pill into his mouth. The abdomen instantly rolled. The originally weak blood vessels began to be wildly replenished. The pores of the body seemed to open wide, and a large amount of spiritual energy was sucked into the body. Qin Ming also felt his spirit getting better and better. Go, Xiao Qinzi, let's go back to the palace. Qin Ming traveled halfway. The heaven-locking gourd in his mind began to slowly rotate again. Gourd, what the hell just happened? Did I pass the bloodline test? Unable to perceive the real situation. Please explore on your own. Qin Ming shook his head. I would love to pull this gourd out and beat it violently. Rapunzel held Qin Ming by his right arm as he walked up a snow-covered path. From time to time, eunuchs and palace maids passed by the side. All of them were scared and dodged away. It's too shocking. The Rapunzel is actually holding up a eunuch. My god. Who on earth is that eunuch? Such a big rack. Even the eldest princess has to help him. The Rapunzel naturally heard the murmurings. Her face was cold and she was about to strike out to teach a lesson. Qin Ming shook his head at her. Forget it. What counting? If they dare to talk about this palace behind their backs, this palace will chop off their heads. Rapunzel's right arm raised. A cold aura surged out, but Qin Ming directly clutched his wrist. You just used so much strength to fight that female emperor. The cold air must be crashing around inside now. If we force the cold ice again, that won't add to the pain. To hell with you. The eldest princess raised her eyes and glared at Qin Ming. This palace looks at your injuries to help you a bit, and you're still getting an inch out of your way. If you dare to speak to this palace again without a big or small voice, see if this palace won't take you. Qin Ming immediately pretended that he had a stomachache. He crouched down slightly with his hand clutching his stomach. What's wrong? Rapunzel asked hurriedly. Little Qinzi, what's wrong with your stomach? Is it the injury you received yesterday? No. The wounds I received yesterday are almost healed. Did that just lose blood? No. The blood that was lost earlier was pretty much replaced. What was that about? It's like I've been pissed off at someone and suddenly it hurts. Rapunzel's eyes widened at once. Good you little Qinzi. You dare to play this palace. See me not. The words just came out. Qin Ming grabbed a ball of snow and threw it straight over, scattering it all over the Rapunzel's face. Rapunzel was so angry that she chased after her furiously. The cold breath on her hand was already breeding. A snowball that reached 3 feet in diameter quickly came together. Qin Ming exclaimed after seeing it. Ouch mama! Such a big snowball! With a quick turn of his gait, he leapt through the palace of Taiyin. Rapunzel threw the snowball forward as hard as she could. The round snowball spun quickly and scurried through the door of the Taiyin palace. Qin Ming immediately turned around and stuck to the wall next to him as soon as he came in. Result: the oncoming phantom goat just happened to get hit in the face by a snowball. The whole neck of the dress was all covered in snow. Who? Which ungrateful one dares to hit sister with snow? Mei Yang's eyes glared at Qin Ming. Qin Ming spread his hands and said helplessly, as you can see, I came in with nothing in my hand. Then who the hell is it? Who hit your Mei Yang sister? Report your name. The words just fell out. Outside the doorway, Rapunzel walked in with one hand behind her back. Her face was cold and indifferent, completely unlike the way she looked when she had a snowball fight with Qin Ming just now. Mei Yang hurriedly bowed towards the eldest princess. Eldest princess. Just now the last general was hit in the face by snow at the door. Oh, the Rapunzel said as if nothing had happened. The palace doesn't know. You can look outside. Mei Yang ran outside the Taiyin palace, which was empty, not even a person. Who the hell hit me? Who hit me? What's the point of hitting your sister me when you dare to do something you don't recognize? The words just fell out. Rapunzel, who had already stepped onto the stairs, suddenly raised her sleeve. A blast of muddy, cold air snapped, knocking the wintry goat into 3 consecutive tumbles in the snow, his mouth full of snow. It made the other zodiacs laugh. Qin Ming also leaned against the wall and snickered straight. Mei Yang looked back at Rapunzel on the stairs and then at the crowd. It dawned on her. Could it be that it was the Rapunzel who just hit me? Suzume covered her mouth with her sleeve and snickered straight out. You didn't react until now, and all of us saw it. Rapunzel still has a little snowball cupped in her hand. Jesus, is there a sun in this sky? Is there a star and a moon? It's so scary. Rapunzel actually hit a snowball. Mei Yang shook her head in shock. Rapunzel, who had already walked up to the 11th floor, suddenly stood against the rail and said to the crowd below, Winky Goat, Mo Rabbit at your service. The end of the line. Tomorrow Xiao Qinzi is escorting 100 wagons of material fluorite to Cold Night City. You two take 500 demon suppression guards with you and accompany him. I will obey. I will obey. Chapter 86, Suzaku, the body is safe tonight. As soon as Rapunzel entered inside the room, Zodiac and Suzaku have gathered around. Little Qinzi, you are so lucky. When I, Red Snake, went to Cold Night City 5 years ago, the eldest princess let me bring 10 demon suppressing guards. But you are good enough to bring the whole 500. Mei Sheep pushed her way through the crowd, patting her full, lusty chest. Little Qinzi, on the way, you'll hang out with the 2 sisters, and we'll make sure you get the supplies there safely and securely. Mo Rabbit also burrowed out and playfully said, going to Cold Night City with Little Qinzi. This will definitely be interesting along the way. Little Qinzi, don't worry, the 100 carts of supplies from His Majesty's place. My sister will help you load the car in the afternoon. You'll only be contributing people tomorrow. You don't have to put in any effort. Qin Ming hurriedly arched his hand in salute. Thank you, Sister Mo Rabbit, and thank you, Sister Mei Yang. The crowd dispersed in laughter. Qin Ming followed Suzume and came outside the door to sweep the snow. Suzume saw him take the broom as well and smiled as she snatched it off. You're a lieutenant now. You don't have to do this work. Seeing that he was leaving tomorrow, Qin Ming wanted to say something to cheer Suzume up. I don't think of myself as a lieutenant. I think of myself as your squire. The daughter-in-law is working here, so how can the Sangha watch? Suzume blushed and lowered her head slightly. All the blood you lost today is healed? Well, His Majesty gave the purple breath and blood pill, and it worked pretty well. It feels just like I didn't lose any blood. Qin Ming, you're so powerful that you've even experienced the verification of the Dragon Abyss Shrine. Other than you in the palace, I've only heard of Cold Night City Lord Lan Jianqing being dragged to the shrine by His Majesty for verification. Qin Ming thought about how he had somehow passed the test and was still confused to this day. He tried slightly. Suzume-san, that soup of yours today, what's wrong with the soup? Is it not good? No, it's delicious. Drinking it hot gave me the confidence to face the shrine. Suzume smiled and started sweeping the snow again. Qin Ming and her stood side by side and swept. The 2 of them swept with 1 broom for you and 1 for me. Suzume-san, I'm going to Cold Night City this time, so let's visit your home. Suzume's body shook slightly, shaking her head. Don't bother, my family is dead. Still, I'll go so I can burn incense for your parents and then kowtow to thank them for giving me a good daughter-in-law. Suzume's face was flushed with girlish shyness. Then, that's up to you. Our leaving Fire Village may not even be there anymore. The 2 men cleared the snow from the front door. Qin Ming saw that Suzaku looked slightly sad. I think it's because I'm upset that I'm leaving. Suzume-san, why don't I take you out for a stroll this afternoon? Nonsense. I'm a palace maid, how can I leave the palace? I'll be killed. Don't be afraid. I'll go find the princess now. Just say that I want to buy something and need someone to get it for me. Then the eldest princess will definitely let the demon suppression guards go. Then I'll say I want good-looking company. There are a lot of pretty ones in our Taiyin palace. Qin Ming moved closer to Suzaku and teased. Then I'll say I want one with a red mole on her chest. Suzume instantly blushed to the base of her neck. Don't talk nonsense. It'll be over if the eldest princess finds out. Qin Ming let out a laugh. Fooled you. He stamped his foot on the snow and flew up smoothly to the entrance of the 11th floor of the Rapunzel's building. Rapunzel. What is it? Eldest princess. I'm leaving tomorrow. I want to go outside to buy some things. Could I ask Sister Suzaku to join me? She has a fine heart. I'd like to give it to you. And the others buy something too. We have so much stuff in the palace. We still need to buy it outside? That's different. Didn't His Majesty give me silver taels? So I'll buy one for each of you as a remembrance. In case I don't make it back from my trip to Cold Night City this time. Nonsense. Why can't I come back after a trip to Cold Night City? Rapunzel raged from the room. If you want to buy it, then just buy it. You have to say such unlucky words. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take Suzume-san then? Go on. Suzume was so excited to hear the news that she almost jumped out of her skin. 8 whole years. She had never been outside the palace in the 8 years she had been there. Even back then when he came to Cold Night City, she hadn't played outside the palace either. And now she was surprised to be able to go out. Or Qin Ming took her. Suzume was thrilled inside. She ran into the room, carrying a large bag and a large basket in each of her left and right hands. Qin Ming couldn't hold back his laughter at the sight of it. Suzume-san, we're going to the market. You're making it look like we're going to sell vegetables. Go go go. This basket on the left is for the Rapunzel and you to put things in. This basket on the right is for the 12 zodiac signs to put things in. I'm going to buy something else for this bundle behind me. I've saved up some silver in the last 8 years. Qin Ming smiled. I'll buy everything you eat, drink, play, and use when you go out today. Feel free to spend as much as you like. Let's go. Let's go. This was Suzaku's first time shopping in the fluorite Imperial City. She looked at both sides of the street in new wonder. Qin Ming, how come the stools in their house are different from the ones in the palace? Suzume-san, the shopkeeper said that this is called a sofa, and it's said to have been brought by a traveler. It's so soft to the touch, and I'm sure the Rapunzel wouldn't be so cold if she sat on this. But she doesn't like all the things that travelers have. Qin Ming smelled an aroma. He pulled Suzaku and scurried into the side alley. Suzume-san, you come with me. I'll let you eat your fill this afternoon. This is the West City's snack street. Everything is available. The two scurried out of the mouth of the alley, and various food stalls came into view, cooking smoke and aroma. Wow, what a lot of delicious food. Qin Ming, it's so lively. Qin Ming, I haven't seen such a lively scene in a long time. Suzume-san, when I return from Cold Night City, I'll often bring you out to hang out. Suzaku turned her head to look at Qin Ming and said softly, you must promise me. Be safe over there and don't be a hero. Don't do anything we shouldn't do. And hurry back when the stuff is delivered. Obey, mistress. Suzume's teenage face reddened with shame. Who's your mama now? Qin Ming smiled gently. He came over and whispered in Suzaku's ear. That's not what you said under the covers. You kept calling out for your husband. Suzume held her small hand and gently patted on Qin Ming's wrist. My mother said you can only call your husband Sunga when you become a real woman. The two of us haven't done that kind of thing. It doesn't count yet. That's not because there's no way to do it in Taiyin Palace. And I'm afraid it'll be a problem if you get pregnant. Suzume reddened her pretty face and said in a soft voice, don't you keep asking me when my period is? My period came today. Is it a safe day for my body? You come up to my room tonight, and before you go, I want to give myself to you. No way. Qin Ming wrapped Suzaku's arms around her and leaned against his shoulder. Silly sister. I'm talking about after the menses. You can't do that during menstruation. You'll be struck by lightning. Chapter 87 Buying a Belly Band. Rapunzel, if this palace plays with this, I'll jump off the stairs. Qin Ming untied the black robe he was wearing. Wrap Suzaku tightly. Qin Ming, what are you doing? I'm not cold. You just said you were menstruating. And my mother said that daughters can't get cold when they are menstruating. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you out today, in case your body gets cold. Not at all. Suzaku gave a cheeky grin. I'm especially happy to be out today. Go. Qin Ming, you treat me to something to eat. Good. Eat from the east side of the street to the west. Boss, 2 bowls of doughua with spicy oil. Boss, 2 freshly baked twists. Boss, 4 pieces of cinnamon cake, with more cinnamon nectar. Boss, cut 2 pieces of that mirror cake, with lots of honey dates. Ma'am, 2 candy canes. Boss, put more chili on top of this lamb kebab. Boss lady, 2 jars of sweet-smelling osmanthus brew. A whole hour. It was only then that Suzaku and Qin Ming walked out from the end of the street. Suzume patted her slightly bulging stomach and smiled. Wow, today was the fullest I've ever eaten in my life. And the best tasting, too. Qin Ming, how much did we spend? It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have money now. Walk, let's go to Yushio Square to buy something. Come to Yushio Place. Qin Ming picked a box of rouge for each of the 12 zodiac signs. He saw extremely delicate belly buttons hanging on the walls of the inner room, colorful and shiny and soft. Qin Ming, what are you doing looking at the belly band? I'm looking for the right size for Suzume-sama. Ringtone. I don't want this. I have it. Can't you buy 2 more when you have them? The owner's wife of Yushu Square ran over in a smooth manner. Boss lady, please take my sister to pick out 2 bibs. The best material. The best looking ones. Okay, don't worry, sir. Qin Ming once again came to the shopkeeper of the Jade Lady Pavilion next door. Boss, have you paid back the silver I owed for buying flaming grass last time? And on and on and on. Little brother is such a preacher. Then in the future when I come to you to buy things you have to keep it a secret and don't say anything that you shouldn't. Understand? Understood. Anything good lately? The shopkeeper stroked his 8-pointed mustache. To say something good, there really is one. But it's too expensive. 3 customers have seen it recently, and all of them said they couldn't afford it. Why don't you show me what it is first? Come in with me. Little brother. Qin Ming followed the shopkeeper into the room on the left. Only a purple and black suede coat hung inside. A blast of heat hit me just as I entered the room. Qin Ming wanted to reach out and touch it, but the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped it. Little brother, this is not to be touched. I let no guest touch it. It was made especially for noble women. The embroidery is done by the embroiderer, not by a man's hand. What kind of fur is this? Why is it so hot? At a glance little brother is a connoisseur. To tell you the truth, this is made from the fur of the third-order spirit beast Firecloud Leopard. Third-order spirit beasts? Qin Ming knew that the realm of a third-stage spirit beast was usually above Tongling. Like this Firecloud Leopard fighting strength was already fierce. It could be comparable to human psychic 5th to 6th level or above. And it was very rare. Guessed, this Firecloud Leopard lives in Aurora City and its body is always hot. So its fur will automatically heat up. It's extremely comfortable to wear no matter how cold it gets. How much? Little brother. I'll give you a cheaper price. 2,400 taels. 2,400 taels. That's too expensive. Little brother. I can swear to you that this Firecloud velvet coat is the only one of its kind in our imperial city. And it just arrived 2 days ago. And it's already attracting a lot of people over to see it. If you don't want it, someone will have bought it this afternoon. Okay. It's cheaper. They're all familiar customers. Then the minimum price is 2,000 taels. Qin Ming endured the flesh pain. I'll take it. Wrap it up for me. Good. I'll ask my wife to wrap it for you. The guest must have given it to a woman. We men don't touch our hands. It's an industry rule. You're also a man of honor in your charge. Qin Ming gritted his teeth and took out all of the 2,000 taels of silver given by the Empress. But shopkeeper, if someone asks you again, don't tell them the real price of this. Just say it's cheap. 100 or 200 taels. From the owner. You're a funny little brother. You hate to talk up the price of something someone else is buying. And you had to say lower. Well. Qin Ming put away the Firecloud velvet clothes he had bought for the eldest princess, went back to the next store, Suzaku Bellybutt, and paid for it. Grab another 12 boxes of rouge and get ready to return in high spirits. It's already afternoon. Many of the people have started hanging red lanterns in front of their homes, and some of them even set off firecrackers. Suzume carried a basket and said quietly, Qin Ming, tomorrow is the little new year. It's a pity that you have to leave tomorrow. It was only then that Qin Ming reacted. The small year in this world means January 1st, which is the first day of the year 1724 in the Great Diffusion Kingdom. It's okay, Suzume-san, we can bring forward the new year. How do you get through early? I have an idea. We'll make a little New Year's Eve dinner at home this afternoon. Qin Ming once again returned to the bazaar with Suzaku, bought many snacks, vegetables and meat to hang on the snow pony. They ran to the place that sold Adzuki bean dumplings again, and rubbed shoulders with the owner for a long time, learning the art of making Adzuki bean dumplings from others. Also bought a lot of raw materials, hanging 2 horses full of them. Qin Ming also bought many fireworks on his way back. Fireworks of all kinds are especially abundant in this era because of the arrival of the travelers. Qin Ming specially spent nearly 50 taels of silver to buy a firework that would blow up in the air and make words appear. He decided to have a little early New Year's Eve by putting in at Tai-In Palace tonight. When Qin Ming and Suzaku returned to Tai-In Palace, the snow in the sky was even heavier. They set out all kinds of food in the yard and began to set up a pot to boil water. The 12 zodiacs were dragged by the eldest princess to practice in the backyard. The main thing was to hone the formation between the 12 of them. The Rapunzel was dressed in a purple and black robe, holding a 9-section whip with one hand behind her back. Moon grab it. You stand in the Kin position and block off the left Hue gate with the red rabbit blade. Na, Mei Young. You stand in the Chen position and strike several sword shadows with the goat intestine sword to guard the northwest Chengmen. No. Feast Mouse. You're fast. And while guarding the Kuling gate on the south side. Fortify the leaving gate on the southeast. Na. Zodiac signs take to the air in various positions. A circular 8 trigrams formation was formed in mid-air. All sorts of swords and shadows, as if they were broken. Rapunzel looked very satisfied. although most of the 12 zodiac signs were at the first level of Tongling. But as long as this formation was set up, it wouldn't have any problem dealing with even the 8th level of Tongling. After practicing for half an hour, the crowd rested. Tengu sniffed in surprise. Why do I smell an aroma? Nonsense. You can still smell the aroma of the palace's food? Munchkin Bunny went to sniff carefully too. It's a good smell. Mo Bunny jumped to the roof and shouted playfully. It's Suzume and Kotobuki-chan cooking. Wow. It smells so good. As soon as these words fell, the 12 zodiac signs flew up to the roof. Wow. Is there some kind of holiday today? Why is there so much food in the yard? What are Chin-chan and Suzume cooking themselves? The charming goat recognized it at once. It's Adzuki bean lanterns. Xiao Chinzi, how come you can make this now? This morning, I learned it from the shopkeeper's deadbeat. This is not. Even his dickishness was asked for back by me. The crowd all laughed out loud. Standing on the west side of the eaves of the Rapunzel with her hands behind her back, cold or else ventured a sentence. What a cheek! Qin Ming looked at the eldest princess and said loudly, Eldest princess, we went out today and found that every household is getting ready to hang lanterns, saying that it's the small new year tomorrow, but I'm leaving in the morning with Winky Goat Mo Bunny, so can we bring the new year forward tonight? Rapunzel suddenly froze. Neen? How many years had it been since the Taiyin Palace had celebrated the Lunar New Year? Before Xiao Qinzi came, every day was like a day, and it wasn't all like that. There's no such thing as a year. She turned her head to see each of the zodiacs looking at her hopefully. Rapunzel waved her sleeve. Do whatever you guys want. Qin Ming turned to look at the 12 long-legged beauties standing on the eaves and shouted, anyone who comes over to help tonight has a gift after the small New Year's Eve dinner. What? Xiao Qinzi, you even prepared a gift for us? That's for sure. I went out with Suzume-san to buy it today. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm here to help. I'm in. Mo Rabbit rolled up his sleeves and hopped down. Then the charming goat, the red snake, and the feast mouse all jumped down. For a while the yard looked lively. Some hang red lanterns, some set up tables, some poured wine and set out food. Others have already broken out the fireworks. Rapunzel, look, Xiao Qinzi even bought fireworks. Ha ha, this is so much fun. I've only played with them when I was a kid. The Rapunzel shook her head slightly and said in a cold voice, childish, this kind of thing is not something this palace will play with. Rapunzel, sure you don't want to play? No play. If this palace plays with this childish thing it will jump off the roof of the upper hall. Chapter 88, The Princess is Touched. And the fireworks are now words. Having said that, Rapunzel walked towards her room with one hand behind her back. Qin Ming ran to the fireworks and laughed. Sister Mo Rabbit May Sheep, do you believe that I can call the Rapunzel down to you? Xiao Qinzi, you're bragging you. The Rapunzel said the fireworks were childish. She's not going to watch them. Qin Ming thought in his heart, fireworks are more childish than a snowball fight? He took out a scampering monkey to ignite the fire and pointed it in the direction that Rapunzel had gone back. Chirp Scampering Monkey rushed up to the sky. Rapunzel just turned around with a shock in her heart. Scampering monkeys were seen exploding in the snow at their feet. Snap! Flying snowflakes splashed all over her. You, little Qinzi, you're reckless. The words just fell out. Here comes another scamper from Qin Ming. Rapunzel hurriedly stepped back, and in the process formed a cold ice shield with her hand to block the scampering monkey. Snap! It blew up again. The Rapunzel raised her sleeve in exasperation. Xiao Qinzi, don't let go. The Zodiac and Suzaku next to him were all amused and giggling. Result. Not only did Qin Ming not stop, he also took out a cylindrical firework about 2 meters tall from the bag. Rapunzel was shocked. Such a big one? Little Qinzi, if you dare to use this against this palace will have to cure you. You try it. Qin Ming set up the giant fireworks. Rapunzel, this firework is not aimed at you. Look to the sky. Qin Ming used the candle to light the twist below. Began to poof burning. Sparks splashed everywhere. The Zodiac and Suzaku were all drawn in. The Rapunzel was also puzzled as she looked towards the sky. Only the continuous sound of chirp 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 was heard. A full 11 fireworks were shot into mid-air, exploding one after the other. Snap! It's beautiful. It's like a sky full of stars. Wow! Is this what the legendary stars look like? I've never even seen one. It's so beautiful. *intersection *. He. What shocked the crowd was the writing displayed in the sky after the explosion. Rapunzel rubbed her eyes and muttered the reading under her breath. New year, new scene, smile and laugh. For a moment, she was suddenly and inexplicably a little moved. Surprisingly, I had a hot flash. She had been tormented by demons in her mind and rarely laughed. Xiao Qinzi's word for this firework is definitely for her. The Rapunzel turned around and looked at the Taiyin Palace with its lights and colors. What a hoot! It's been a long time since Mother died so lively. Thinking about the fact that Xiao Qinzi and the others will be leaving tomorrow, it is rare that they are gathered so well in Taiyin Palace tonight. Suddenly she was eager to get into the spirit of celebrating a small year. The Rapunzel's sleeve swung lightly down from the 11th floor. Xiao Qinzi, this palace is going to set off fireworks with you. Qin Ming snickered. Seems like I heard someone say that fireworks are so childish. If you touch them you have to jump. Mayhem Goat Suzaku poofed without straining. Little Qinzi, you are reckless. The eldest princess grabbed 10 scampering monkeys and lit them on fire, aiming them at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, crap. This crazy batch of Rapunzel is too ruthless. Little Qinzi, this palace orders you to stand in place. Chirp chirp. Qin Ming was simply speechless as he looked at the 10 fireworks that scurried over. God, kill me. The fireworks crackled and popped. Fluorite lamps hung around the perimeter of the yard. Tonight's dinner was especially rich. Qin Ming and Suzum had bought almost everything in the snack bar. The table was full of them all. Everyone had a steaming bowl of adzuki bean dumplings in front of them. Rapunzel ate happily. She drank 2 whole bowls of the adzuki bean snacks. And the slight smile that appeared at the corners of her mouth didn't stop for the rest of the night. It was entertaining until late at night. Qin Ming came to his room and took out the rouge he had prepared in advance. Give out New Year's gifts. Mo Rabbit, May Sheep, Red Snake and others ran over. They had long since seen the rouge in Qin Ming's hand. The rouge at Yushio Place is the best. And the quality is expensive. Yeah, I can't even afford to buy it usually. Sister Mo Bunny, this is yours. Sister Mei Young, this is yours. Sister Red Snake, this is yours. Each of them was overjoyed to get their rouge. Rapunzel stood at a distance. As a result, he saw that the rouge in Qin Ming's hand was finished. The Rapunzel's face instantly pulled down. She hummed softly and turned toward her room. Suzum gently poked Qin Ming with her finger behind her. Qin Ming, did you forget to buy something for Princess Zhang today? Of course I didn't forget. I bought it for her. Then you send it to her quickly. The Rapunzel is angry. Go! Qin Ming went to his room and hugged the purple and black fire cloud velvet coat and ran towards the 11th floor. Guess what Xiao Qinzi bought for the Rapunzel? I don't know. It looks like it's full in the bag. Why doesn't she buy rouge for the Rapunzel? Have you ever seen the Rapunzel use rouge? Right, oh. The Rapunzel never uses rouge. The only red she's ever gotten on her face is the blood of a traveler. Bang bang bang. Qin Ming knocked on the door, and no one in the room responded. Bang bang bang. Rapunzel? Sleeping. The Endbringer has something to say. The palace said it was asleep. Then I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning. Do you have anything to say? No. Then Xiao Qinzi asks you for one thing. What is it? If I die out there, remember to collect my body. The room fell silent. 3 breaths later, the door creaked open. Qin Ming jumped in with a happy look on his face. You little tigress. I'll make it easy for you. This Rapunzel is a typical arrogant. The Rapunzel glared without a good look and turned towards the bed once again. Rapunzel, your room is cold enough. If it's cold, it's cold. What's it to you? Of course it's my business. Qin Ming obediently took out the purple and black fire cloud velvet coat behind him. He stepped forward and quickly draped Rapunzel, wrapping her tightly. Rapunzel felt her body become very warm all of a sudden. She looked down in surprise. It is? I bought this for you today. Who wants you to buy me things? This palace still lacks things? It's not ordinary. It says it's made from the fur of the fire cloud leopard. It's warm to wear. Rapunzel felt something carefully. Warm and fuzzy indeed. She cultivated the 9 cold ice skill and her body was cold all year round. So if she had this dress, it would make her body much warmer. Fire cloud leopard, that's a 3rd order spirit beast. This won't be cheap, right? Cheap. I haggled with him about the price and ground my tongue. And in the end it only cost 100 taels. 100 taels? This palace doesn't believe it. That's 100 taels. Qin Ming walked to the front of the Rapunzel and looked at her face in all 4 directions. Rapunzel was a bit unnatural by his look. Her head slightly tilted to the right. Result. Qin Ming suddenly reached out his hand and pulled the strap on the fire cloud velvet clothes, gently tying it up. That's nice. Rapunzel's eyes lifted to stare at him. What looks good? Nice dress. What did you say? The Rapunzel's face went cold. Qin Ming continued. The person is even better than the clothes. You are unbridled. How can you speak to this palace like this? Chapter 89 Heavenly Battle. Lacking light, living by fire. The eldest princess was extremely unnatural in her heart as she was stared at by Qin Ming like this. She hurriedly sat down in the alabaster chair and adjusted her panic. Little Qinzi, come here. Qin Ming came over. You are leaving tomorrow, and this palace has 3 things to explain to you. First, your job is to deliver the supplies, return when you arrive, and stay out of their business. Nah. Secondly, everything is based on peace and security, and if there is any danger on the road, there is no need to follow the guideline of goods in the person and goods out of the person. Directly take the Jin demon guards to retreat things lost is lost. How big a matter. Thirdly, there are many snow demonic beasts in Cold Night City. And legend has it that the first Heaven's Path War took place in Cold Night City's underworld snow mountain. Qin Ming frowned slightly and nodded. My lord understands. Heavenly Dao War. This is something you definitely don't know. This palace read the information from the Tianyi Academy. The Heavenly Dao War has occurred a total of 3 times since the founding of the Great Diffusion Kingdom. It's a war between aborigines, travelers, and demonic beasts. The eldest princess saw that Qin Ming had been staring at her with a mildly hopeful gaze. What she said was originally top secret, but she still poured beans into Qin Ming. The first Heavenly Dao War took place 1,700 years ago in the Cold Night City of Spectral Snow Mountain. The travelers and the aborigines fought together against the demon beast race. Qin Ming. Seems like the aboriginals and the travelers used to have a pretty good relationship. The master mentioned that 1,600 years ago the two sides began to have conflicts. The second Heavenly Dao War took place 800 years ago in Starlight City, where the aborigines and the travelers were completely at war. You and I will die on both sides. Qin Ming was shocked to hear this. Master had said it seemed like this group of travelers from 800 years ago had acted tyrannically and started the fight. Is that really true? The third Heavenly War took place 500 years ago in the imperial city of Fluorite. The demon beast race and the aborigines came together to deal with the travelers. The fight broke the heavens and the earth. Qin Ming was shocked to hear that. The scene of a complete war like that would surely be littered with corpses and blood. Little Qinzi, you must cultivate well. According to the prediction of the Dragon Abyss Shrine, the fourth Heavenly Dao War is approaching. The aborigines have vowed to eradicate the travelers with no room for maneuver. Qin Ming, the fourth Heavenly War? How can this be? At that time, his identity will be exposed, and he will still be chopped to pieces. The Rapunzel leaned her back against the alabaster bed, crossing her long, white legs. Don't think about it. When the time comes, wherever this palace kills, you just follow. Anyway, this fourth Heavenly Dao War, the travelers will all have to die. Qin Ming. LOL. The head is going bald. This thrilling world. Xiao Qinzi, take out the cramp and bonebreaker and press the legs for this palace. It lasted until the latter part of the night. Legs were pounded. Feet were pinched. Shoulders were squeezed. Stomachs were rubbed. The eldest princess saw that there was something wrong with the way Qin Ming was looking at her. She was also slightly flustered and her body felt extremely unnatural. Even breathing was a little less steady. Rapunzel hurriedly raised her arm to swing it gently. It's getting late, and you have an early start tomorrow. So go ahead. Yes, Rapunzel. Rapunzel suddenly said as Qin Ming walked to the door. Do you have any wishes of your own for your New Year's gift to everyone tonight? My heart's desire is naturally there. I just haven't figured out how to say it. If you don't know how to say it, write it down on a note and the palace will do its best to do it for you. Yes. That night the Zodiac took advantage of the fireworks and dinner to stay up late on the roof. Close to midnight, 500 more of the Jin demon guards were moved over to begin loading supplies to secure the vehicles. Qin Ming had also been unable to find an opportunity to go to Suzum's room. He simply smoked items to cultivate in his house. In less than 2 days, the number of lucky points had unexpectedly reached a staggering 80 points. It was evident how terrifying that Heavenly Dragon Abyss Shrine was. Lucky points are growing so fast. Consume 40 lucky points to draw Golden Soar Elixir. Middle grade of the Xian class. Essential ointment for traveling the world. Superb treatment for flesh wounds. Consumed 40 lucky points and successfully obtained. Tears of Legend has it that the tears have come from hell, and they can help you feel the spirits of the underworld better, so that you will be able to enjoy the spirit world like a fish in water. Not bad these 2 items. Qin Ming put them away in the space of the heaven locking gourd. Early in the morning, it was slightly light. Mo Rabbit May Sheep led all 500 Jin demon guards in formation. Further inspection of fluorite and supplies. Suzum was in Qin Ming's room combing his hair. I explained to Mo Bunny to have her brush your hair when you get out. Suzum-san, even though I'm also a lieutenant, it's been many years since Mo Bunny became a lieutenant. So how can I ask someone to help me with my hair? What's not to like? You call her sister. It's not right for her to brush your hair. Besides, she took your present last night, too. Qin Ming smiled. Fine. I'll listen to you. Hair bun combed and collected. Qin Ming tugged on Suzaku's arm and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. His face was pressed against Suzum's smooth white face and he whispered in her ear. Wait for me to come back. Aha! Qin Ming knew that time was running out. He lowered his head and gently kissed Suzaku on the forehead before taking a deep breath. I'll always remember this flavor. With those words, he turned and pushed the door open. Outside the Tai-In Palace, 500 Jin demon guards spread out to escort the 100 vehicles. Xiao Qinzi. The 50 carts in the front contain food and weapons. The 50 carts in the back contain fluorite. Qin Ming circled along the perimeter. He knew that in times of lack of light, people lived by fire, and fluorite was precious. Fluorite not only shines light, it can also emit flames to burn. These 50 cartloads of fluorite were full of fire energy, sealed by the Empress with a spell that would only begin to deplete when used. The budding rabbit Mei Yang and the 500 Jin demon guards shouted from afar toward the 11th floor of the Rapunzel's upper hall. Rapunzel, we are ready. Suzaku ran out of the yard. I just asked the Rapunzel, and she said she wouldn't come out, so you guys should just go. Yes. Qin Ming waved his hand. 2 sisters. The demon suppressor guards mount their horses and prepare to depart. Qin Ming wore a silver and green official armor, an azure belt, and wore his twin swords in a majestic manner. The eunuchs and court ladies on both sides kept their heads down and whispered, "That little Qin Zi came with me. I didn't realize that people are now lieutenants. It's awesome. I remember that many eunuchs in Taiyin Palace have been killed, but only others, Xiao Qin Zi, have mixed well with both the Zodiac and the Rapunzel. People are really angry compared to people." Qin Ming rode on his horse and looked back from time to time in the direction of the 11 floors of the eldest princess's upper hall. The 8 trigrams of the mysterious window never opened. Mo Bunny yodeled from the sidelines. "Xiao Qinzi, don't look. The master doesn't like parting or being a mother-in-law. She won't come out." Chapter 90, I want to hug you, princess. Qin Ming Meng Rabbit Mei Sheep led the army to escort 100 cars out of the palace and left. As he was exiting the Divine Martial Gate, Qin Ming happened to turn around and surprisingly saw that white weasel squatting at the top of the Divine Martial Gate. It appeared fat and stocky. 2 green eyes were not slinking straight. Qin Ming had wanted to give it a goodbye, but with so many demon guard next to him, think about it. After all, the aborigines don't seem to see it. On top of the 8th floor of the drunken immortal building, Yin Shuiyao and Qing Xian had been staring at Qin Ming's large group. "Master, my senior brother is actually walking in front of the demon suppressing guards now. It's really imposing. Have you packed your bags for master yet?" "It's packed and the horses are ready. After they leave the city, master will head north with Qin Ming. You go to Starlight City with your senior uncle Ma Chang and the 3 of you, and be safe along the way." "Yes, master." The upper hall of the Hall of Palm Fire. The Empress was sitting on the dragon chair. The folders on the table in front of her were piled up. The 4 major cities are full of trivial things. She was holding a vermilion pen in her hand, flipping through a zhangshur that had come from Bai Qi, the general of the White Feather Guard. "Your Majesty, Right General Fan Du's eldest son, who has been in a coma for many years, suddenly woke up yesterday and changed his attitude towards the maid, who he used to reprimand and scold, and was almost gentle and moved his hands. Under strict interrogation, I found that he is a traveler, and it's an extremely rare soul traveler. I have already cut off his head." The Empress frowned slightly. Soul-worn travelers merge memories and find it harder. Fortunately, the numbers are extremely rare. She picked up her vermilion pen and approved it. "Good. Chop its abdominal dantian into mush." Just then, the personal guard Shangguan Qinger came over and whispered, "Your Majesty, Colonel Qin Ming has departed with 500 demon suppressor guards to escort the supplies." The Empress stopped the pen in her hand. "This son is young, intelligent and promise-keeping, a rare talent. He passed the Long Yuan Shrine's test this time, and if he does well on this errand, I will reuse him in the future." "Your Majesty, you look tired. You have been up all last night. Why don't you rest now?" "How could I sleep last night? That crazy sister of mine was setting off fireworks in Taiyin Palace in the middle of the night. It's only New Year's. What was she putting on last night?" Shangguan Cheng smiled helplessly. "By the way, I promised little Qin Zi that the Jin Demon Guard's pay would be ready to be paid when he departs." "Nah." Suzum brought a long ladder from the backyard and set it up on the roof. She struggled up to stand on the roof. "The caravan out of the city is still faintly visible here." Her eyes were red, and she felt bad. "I wonder if Qin Ming will be in danger this time out. I don't know when we will meet again next." Suzum saw that the Rapunzel's gossipy basilica window was surprisingly open. The Rapunzel had stood on the highest tower of Taiyin Palace at an unknown time. She was wrapped in a purple and black flaming cloud of velvet. This should be Qin Ming's gift to the eldest princess. Oh, right. Suzum remembered that Qin Ming had explained that she would give a note to the eldest princess when he left. Rapunzel stood on a very high tower as snow filled the sky. Originally it would have been cloudy and dark on her in this weather. But today, she was wearing this fire cloud fleece cloth given by Qin Ming, and it was warm to the extreme. It was as if every cell of every skin in the body was warm to the touch. She had been watching Qin Ming's carriage leave the city gates and go. Qin Ming turned his head on his horse to look in the direction of Taiyin Palace. Rapunzel subconsciously and immediately took a few steps back. She didn't want Qin Ming to see her peeking in here. 2 breaths later, when Rapunzel stepped forward again, she realized the wagon train of 500 people surprisingly disappeared into the blanket of snow and wind. "This ing snow, why are you blocking the palace's view?" Just then, Red snake, dressed in red, flew up from below. She immediately knelt behind the eldest princess. Reporting to the eldest princess, the last general went and asked, "This dress you are wearing is a unique item from the Fluorite Imperial City and is of expensive value." Originally, that Jade Lady Pavilion shopkeeper refused to say it, and under the N General's 100 Xing punishments, only then did he say that Xiao Qinzi paid a total of 2,000 taels. What? Rapunzel turned around in surprise. He this errand 9 deaths. The palace that sister gave a total of 2,000 taels. He all used to buy clothes for me. What the hell was he thinking? Doesn't he know that money is precious on the road? Rapunzel took a deep breath. Little Qinzi, how dare you lie to this palace that there are only 100 taels? This palace knew that this kind of clothes with spiritual blaze would never be so cheap. Just then, a footstep sounded in the yard. General Iron Tiger of the Palmfire Palace led 10 white feather guards, carrying several boxes. Reporting to the eldest princess, His Majesty passed down the decree. That day, I promised Xiao Qinzi that he would pay the Jin Demon Guards 3 months of military pay when he left the city on an errand. Here is a total of 80,000 taels. Please check and receive it. Eldest princess, what did you say? Rapunzel questioned loudly. You're saying this is what little Qin asked my crazy sister for? Yes, eldest princess. That day His Majesty allowed Xiao Qinzi to make a request. Xiao Qinzi said that the Jin Demon Guards have worked really hard to catch the travelers, so they can't owe everyone their pay anymore, and I hope that your Majesty can pay them on time. The words came out. The other 10 men of the Zodiac standing on the roof of the building were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Little Qinzi is so nice. I told you, how could the Empress be so kind? Little Qin has only just left town, and I miss him a little. Yes, today is the real New Year, and I'd love to have it all over again just as it was last night. What joy! Rapunzel had some hard feelings in her heart. She also recalled the day Qin Ming had taken over the errand to Cold Night City. She thought Qin Ming was after silver. Turns out the guy didn't even have a word of defense or rebuttal at all. 2,000 taels of silver all bought clothes for her Rapunzel. He didn't keep a penny for himself. The only request made to the Empress was still to pay the Demon Guard's army. Rapunzel took a deep breath. The cold air penetrated deep into his lungs and stung a little in his heart. Rapunzel clutched her chest with her right hand and returned to her room. She had just sat down in her chair when Suzaku came in. She held a note in her hand. Eldest princess, this is what Qin Ming asked me to bring this note to you when he left. He said yesterday you asked him if he had any New Year's resolutions and asked him to write them down for you. Rapunzel obediently took it. A simple note that he actually folded into a heart shape. Rapunzel opened it little by little, seeing the crooked few traditional Chinese characters on it. My New Year's resolution is outrageous. Don't yell at me. Rapunzel turned the back of the paper over and looked at it. Tigress, I want to hug you. For a split second, the Rapunzel was almost as good as a broken defense. She gripped the alabaster chair tightly in her hand, controlling her emotions, but the heartache that came like a tidal wave simply couldn't be stopped. The Rapunzel stood up from the alabaster chair with 2 trembling legs. Suzum, you stand down. Nah. The moment Suzum closed the door behind her, the Rapunzel was instantly sour in her heart. Can't control it anyhow. She clutched at her chest, trying to quiet herself, but did not think. Crystallized tears at the corners of the eyes had already slipped down quietly. You little cutie, why didn't you speak last night? Are you afraid I'll hit you? I stopped being mean to you a long time ago. Small cute, little and big cuties. Chapter 91 Tears. How can my wife and children live without me? This was the first time Qin Ming had officially stepped into the barren wilderness. The heavens and the earth were dim, and the snow was a white blanket. Everywhere strange flowers and plants higher than 3 or 4 meters sprang out of the snow and swayed in the wind. Occasionally, I see a thick tree with all its leaves fallen and its branches like ghostly claws in the darkness. There's no sun, no moon, no stars. How do all these plants grow? The 3 of them, Qin Ming Meng Rabbit Mei Sheep, rode the snow pony horse on the front flank. 500 of the devil suppressor guards were scattered on both sides of the 100 carriages. Qin Ming specifically ordered a fluorite lamp to be hung on each carriage. This helps the wagon follow the procession in the dark. On top of the first wagon was a bronze pole raised high. At the top of the bronze pole is a statue of a phoenix. The phoenix had one wing curled up and the other pointed into the distance. Qin Ming realized that this was the north pointer of the Great Diffusion Kingdom. With it, it's all the way north to Cold Night City. The roars of demonic beasts kept coming from the vast darkness. A dozen or so soul-devouring birds still hovered in the sky, hoarse as if ghostly cries came from their mouths. Qin Ming recalled the markings on Master's map, calculated to arrange for the army to stop and rest at a suitable location. The Mei Yang on his left suddenly handed some meat patties in front of Qin Ming. Xiao Qinzi, eat. But don't say that your sister doesn't take care of you. It's the only piece of pie I have, and I'm splitting it between you and Mo Bunny. Qin Ming took a bite. This cake smells really good. It's still hot. Where did you hide it, Sister Mei Yang? The charming goat smiled at the corner of her mouth, her eyes showing temptation. Guess. I bet Sister Winky Goat is hiding in a warm place. Anyway, this pie tastes creamy and milky. Put. The budding rabbit next to him broke right into a defensive laugh. Instead of getting angry, Mei Yang further flirted. How about next time you eat anything? My sister hides it for you for a while so you can enjoy that creamy feeling. That's a wonderful sentiment, Sister Winky Goat. I'd like to hide myself in there. Pfft, cough. Mo Bunny laughed continuously and coughed continuously. Even the female Jin demon guards following the Mo Rabbit Mei sheep were amused and snickered. Just then, a red sonorous bird flew under a blanket of snow. Mo Rabbit galloped off quickly on his snow pony. The bird circled twice and landed in Mo Rabbit's hand. She removed the note inside the small bamboo tube on the bird's claw. Mei Yang also followed from the side. Mei Yang, this note is from the master to both of us. Just a few clean handwriting on it. Take care of him. Mo Rabbit and Winky Goat looked at each other in disbelief. This he definitely refers to Xiao Qinzi, but the princess specifically emphasized taking good care of him. What does that mean? Mei Yang gently stroked her chin. It's not, like, still asking me to warm his bed at night, is it? Mei Yang, what are you babbling about? Qin Ming is a eunuch. What's the point of warming the comforter? What's wrong with eunuchs? I've heard all about some eunuchs in the palace getting high with the palace maid. Mo Bunny's body shook. Oops, don't talk nonsense. I guessed what the master meant by that. What's the meaning? Don't beat around the bush. Mo Bunny. Mo Rabbit looked at Qin Ming's back at the front of the line. She drew in a cold breath and said firmly, what the master means is that we take care of his life when there is no danger. If in danger, even if we die, he must live. Mei Sheep. Outside the back door of the drunken immortal mansion, Yun Shui Ro was dressed in white, just like a fairy. She rode a snow colt with shiny fur, wore a Roa hat on her head, and held a dustless sword in her hand. Behind her, Mu Sizhe brought Qing Xian and Ma Chang. Master, it's too dangerous for you to go to Cold Night City along the way alone. I'm going to break through the 7th level of Tongling soon, and besides, Zhu Xianqing, the master of Lin Mu Hall, is also in Cold Night City, so it's not dangerous. Mu Sizhe bowed his hand towards Yun Shuiyao and saluted. Senior sister, ever since the day Qin Ming rescued me, I knew that he was extraordinary. It's remarkable that he even managed to pass the Empress Shrine test this time. One time's turning a danger into a success may be luck, but many times is transcendent ability. Yun Shuiyao nodded in relief. You go to the Starlight City to attend the meeting for me, and tell Alliance Master Jin Yangzi that I think Qin Ming is the key to breaking the game. So let him servant of fortune to see. Qing Xian came to his master with his bag in his hand. Master, these are the buns and 2 jars of drunken immortal brew I prepared for you. Take them. Good. You and Ma Chang both go with your senior uncle to Starlight City. Be careful along the way and remember not to be impulsive. When you encounter danger, think more about what your senior brother Qin Ming did. Qing Xian nodded as he clutched the Yujin sword. I know, Master. In addition, other than the Alliance Master, you must not reveal Qin Ming's identity to anyone. Yes, Master. Yun Shuiyao's legs moved gently. That white snow pony horse galloped forward in a split second and disappeared at the end of the street. Just then, Ma Chang received the news and hurriedly ran next to Muschamp. Senior uncle, it's not good. What's wrong? East, west, south, north and south gates, out of the city into the city are strictly checked, are not allowed to wear a face cloth. Your face is recognized how to do. Musur inhaled a deep breath of cold air. Whether he checks or not, I've been planning on it for a long time. Elder sister is so optimistic about Qin Ming. I can't drag my feet. I'm also a believer in fate. Strike that. Only to see Mu Size's right hand suddenly raise, a small knife about half a foot long spinning in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The short blade suddenly flew up and rotated at high speed on his face. Swoosh, blood splattered. By the time he turned around, the entire left and right side of his face had been disfigured by 10 stab wounds. Senior uncle, you this? Protect that brat. I also want him to solve the mystery of this world early enough to see if he can get me to travel back again. Mu Size's face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth were covered in a sprightly smile. I have been here in this world for exactly 50 years. Yet I think of my wife and daughter of the Blue Star all the time. My wife had cancer and my daughter was still in middle school. I've been delivering to make ends meet since I was laid off. But that day I had a car accident and crossed over. I want to go back so much. How can my wife and children live without me? Musa's eyes were tearful, sliding down his blood-covered face. Chapter 92, Black Silk Long Legs Don't Roll Me. Oh, man, I know what I'm talking about. Qin Ming Meng Rabbit Mei Yang marched with the demon suppressor guards for an entire day. Snowy and windy, every step of the way was extremely arduous. The more he walked, the stranger he felt. He remembered the map his master had drawn, and the route this took along the way. It seems as if the village towns are on this line running north-south. The map appears as a long strip. The east and west laterals are basically a blank slate. The world really is too weird. There is also, from north to south, the dark city of cold night, the dim city of glowstone, the starry city of starlight, and the bright city of aurora, where the light of the polar day shines. It doesn't matter if you muddle through without thinking about it, but these questions just need to be tangled up. You'll feel like something is controlling you in the underworld. In the evening, the convoy reached a village. This place is obviously long gone. The snow has collapsed the houses. Mei Yang came running from behind on her snow pony, her long black silk legs stepping on the stirrups, her full chest trembling. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh. Sister Mei Yang, aren't you cold in your stockings? Sister is not cold. Sister is wearing it because she's afraid you'll be cold. What does your wearing stockings have to do with me being cold? You see the light in your eyes and the warmth in your body when you see the stockings. And men, my sister understands. Qin Ming. He sometimes wondered if this charming goat could be a traveler, right? How could they be so horny in ancient times? But the truth was that she had already seen her one-horned magic goat's beast grid last time. Munchkin Bunny ran back from poking around out front as well, the two bunny ears on his hood swinging back and forth. Xiao Qin Zi, there's no one in the town ahead, and the houses have all been collapsed by the snow. How can we rest tonight? Qin Ming looked back to see that the army was indeed a bit tired, especially the snow ponies pulling the supplies, all drooping. I'm afraid they'll all die of exhaustion if they march any more forcibly. With a lift of his hand, the convoy of devil suppressor guards came to a halt. Qin Ming jumped down from his horse and stomped on the snow. This snow has accumulated over the years and is more than 5 meters thick. Xiao Qin Zi, I just tried it. It won't work if you pitch a tent in this kind of snow. The nails will be blown away by the cold wind. Then we'll stay at the snow house tonight. Snow house? The charming goat and budding rabbit were all confused. It's only in the last few years that the imperial city of fluorite has suddenly drifted snow. They had never seen any snow houses. Qin Ming laughed. My dad taught me to dig a snow house when I used to be in Cold Night City, and the snow here is thick and firm. Perfect for that. After saying that, Qin Ming took out his twin swords. He raised his hand and the twin swords snapped up. The majestic and powerful spiritual energy caused the sword to rotate at high speed. His strength was hidden to the 3rd level of body tempering. Many of the Jin demon guards saw Qin Ming strike for the first time, and all of them had surprised eyes. School Captain Qin has been cultivating for less than a month and he's already at the 3rd level of body tempering? Why do I feel that his body tempering triple is several times more powerful than me? As Qin Ming swung his hands, he controlled the twin swords to keep swinging and slashing at the snow, cleaving out a snow pit that was 2 meters deep. The twin swords started digging snow holes in the snow pit cliff walls again. This twin sword is awesome. He can control the little sword and the little sword to shovel snow together. Not a moment too soon. A perfect snow cave is dug. The budding rabbit and charming sheep's eyes showed delight. They both dug in at the same time. Little Qinzi, it's strange that a house made of snow is so warm inside. Little Qinzi, sister sees that this snow house of yours is quite big. Sister will stop digging at night and sleep with you. Qin Ming looked at Mei Yang happily. Naturally I'm happy to. It's warmer for two. Mei Sheep sneaked down on Mo Rabbit's ear and laughed quietly. Look, colorful, isn't it? Luckily it's a eunuch. If it was a real man, we'd both be in trouble. It made Mo Bunny giggle. She drew her red rabbit sword and shouted at the distant Jin demon guards. Everyone come over here and take a look at this snow cave that Captain Qin dug. This is how we rest tonight. Qin Ming also instructed the devil suppressor guards to dig deeper snow pits and park the carriage inside to avoid the wind. Mei Sheep commanded the men's demon guards to construct a snow cave. Mo Rabbit takes the women's town guards to cook and make soup. Qin Ming looked at the white snowy plains and felt refreshed. If one cultivated it, one would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. He shouted towards the wintry goat. Sister Mei Yang, I'm going over there to cultivate. Little Qinzi, should you be so diligent? Sister will practice with you tonight. I don't have the heart to practice when your long black silk legs roll me up. The charming sheep smiled flirtatiously. Go go go. Pay attention to safety. Come back early for dinner. Qin Ming ran against the wind and snow to 500 meters away. He was just worried that his blistering wind sword technique and heaven slashing sword would be detected. It's empty and deserted. Just right for practicing. The night was already completely dark. Qin Ming could sense the movements within 200 meters around him. He drew his twin swords and began to frantically cultivate the blistering wind sword technique. He tried to use his mind to control the second sword for a sneak attack when the first sword of the twin swords cut out. This twin sword is truly a compliment. Follow your heart. The sword moves with your mind. 2/4 of an hour later, Qin Ming put away the twin swords and began to cultivate the tendon-shattering hand again. Snap! Qin Ming's footsteps were quick and his moves were flowing. He could feel the spiritual energy in his body surging wildly. Guess it won't take long. It would be enough to break through the body-tempering sixth realm. An extremely icy wind blew by. Qin Ming fell from midair. He looked east and then west. That lingering question from a moment ago crept up once more. Why is Aurora, Starlight, Glowstone, and Cold Night all on a north-south line? And both east and west are virtually unexplored. What exactly is on the east and west sides? Qin Ming couldn't figure it out, so he simply went to check it out. He mentioned the concealment talent, turtle breath spirit technique to the highest speed, raising it nearly 3 times from the original. Qin Ming stepped on the snow and quickly ran wildly to the east. That speed was like the speed of the wind. The snowflakes from the footsteps roiled the sky. He ran wildly forward for nearly half an hour. Qin Ming suddenly felt a resistance. This resistance is invisible. If you perceive it carefully, you find nothing. But running like crazy is like having an invisible hand like pushing you away from it. Qin Ming persisted in running forward for another half hour. He realized that he really couldn't run this time. It's all misty up ahead. His current realm was blocked to death no matter how much he tried to move forward. It's a weird world. And it's so weird. Why can you only travel north and south? Just as Qin Ming wanted to return. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from under his feet. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 10 times. Lucky points increase by 10 times during the period of danger. He immediately turned his head to look, only to see a fire-red grass vine on the ground was rapidly crawling. It was different from the glowing corpse grass encountered earlier. The 5 vines had many weird red flowers on them. The flower actually had sharp teeth. Whoosh, a dozen vines of weird flowers rushed over. Qin Ming sheathed his twin swords and swung them out several times in succession, chopped the flowers' heads off. He just wanted to put away his sword. As a result, flowers unexpectedly grew from those bizarre vines once again, biting towards Qin Ming. The flowers shook and swung and gave an eerie laugh. The twin swords' blue light shook loudly. Sword skill of Jintian. Boom! A 5-meter-long sword she penetrated 20 meters deep under the snow, cutting off the roots of the fire-red vines. The roots of the severed vines continued to wriggle and bleed as if they were sarcomas. What had been a bizarre giggle turned into a whimpering cry. 3 breaths later, the vines instantly became withered and the eerie cries disappeared. Qin Ming retrieved the twin swords and prepared to return. It had only just gone less than 10 meters when the gourd suddenly jumped out of warning. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Next breath. A behemoth jumped up from behind the snowdrift directly in front of him. Roar! Its body was 8 meters tall and snow-white, and its mouth revealed blood-toothed fangs. Ice Beast Demon Bear. Second-order demonic beast. Its strength was comparable to the 7th level of body tempering, or even stronger. Rumble pop. That Ice Beast Demon Bear's huge claws slapped on the ground. It shook the snow with a rumble. Qin Ming hurriedly took half a step back to leap into the sky. The twin swords were sheathed to kill suddenly. The blast wind sword technique. Swoosh. 5 or 6 consecutive 5-meter sword she slashed at the back of the Ice Beast Demon Bear. However, the sword energy dissipated, and the Ice Beast Demon Bear was surprisingly not injured at all. What the hell? Is the fur that tough? In the blink of an eye, the Ice Beast Demon Bear had already rushed in front of Qin Ming. Its thick legs stomped on the snow, and it unexpectedly jumped up 7 or 8 meters high. The huge bear paw slapped towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming didn't fight it hard. His figure flickered, and his concealment talent was suddenly activated. In a flash, he reached behind the Ice Beast Demon Bear. He probed his hand to draw in a handful of its neck bones and squeezed them as hard as he could. A slight click. Looks like the cramp worked pretty well. The power pills he had been taking made his hands very strong. The Ice Beast Demon Bear turned around in shock and anger. Its huge bear paw smashed towards Qin Ming's face. Chapter 93, Dog Author Harms People. Traveler stabbed 18 times. Qin Ming hurriedly stepped back. Boom! The Ice Beast Demon Bear slammed its palm into the air, and the snowflakes on the ground were shaken and floated up in all directions. Qin Ming once again flew up from the ground, holding his sword with both hands as his aura surged and his sword light flashed. The sword of the chopper. Boom! The terrifying aura of the heaven-slashing sword cut through the neck of the Ice Beast Demon Bear, tearing its fur apart, revealing bright red wounds. The Ice Beast Demon Bear was enraged, revealing its bloody fangs. Qin Ming raised his twin swords and stabbed suddenly towards its mouth. At the same time he raised his left hand. Flame! Phew! The roaring flames burned on the face of the Ice Beast Demon Bear. Qin Ming's right-hand twin sword stabbed into its upper jaw at once. That Ice Beast Demon Bear painfully fell from the middle of the half. Qin Ming drew his sword in midair and stabbed again. The Ice Beast Demon Bear screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground, shaking the snowflakes. Qin Ming seized the moment and chopped off the head of the Ice Beast Demon Bear. From its abdominal dantian, it took out a second-stage demonic pills. Grade 2 demon pills mainly replenished chi and blood, and tempered sinews and bones, and their efficacy was similar to that of the power pill. Qin Ming couldn't drag his 8-meter-long body. He could only carry the head of the Ice Beast Demon Bear first and head towards the camp. The wind and snow were heavy, and the soldiers, who were not highly cultivated, had just dug snow caves to line up for the porridge. I'm so tired of digging. I wish I had a piece of meat to make up for it. What are you thinking? It's not easy enough to come out into the wilderness and have a mouthful of hot porridge. And you want meat? Mo Rabbit and Mei Sheep sat at the simple wooden table. The girls had already served Qin Ming's meal a long time ago. The two didn't eat either, staring blankly into the distance. This guy cultivates like an obsession and doesn't come back for meals. No way. I'd better go look for him. The charming goat stood up. The Rapunzel's note was so clear. If this little guy gets hurt or loses it, both of our lives will be on the line. Mayhem Sheep stood up and just took 2 steps. Suddenly, she saw a huge bear's head emerge from the darkness in the distance. The Menesian demon guards saw it as well. A second-rank spirit beast Ice Beast Demon Bear? The diameter of that head is reaching almost 2 meters. Not good. The Ice Beast Demon Bear is attacking. Mo Bunny has always had sharp eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked out loud. You blind people. That's not an Ice Beast Demon Bear. It's clearly someone carrying its head. Who slaughtered all the Ice Beast Demon Bears? That's awesome. It was only when the crowd cultivated closer that they could see it clearly. The one carrying the Ice Beast Demon Bear was surprisingly Qin Ming. School Captain Qin is only the 3rd level of body tempering. Can he kill a 2nd-stage ferocious beast? It's unbelievable. Qin Ming's clothes were stained with some blood. He walked over and threw the huge bear head to the ground. Brothers, found a badly wounded bear. I picked up a bargain. We have meat to eat. In a flash, the crowd of Jin demon guards cheered. School Captain Qin is fantastic. I just said I wanted to eat meat, and you brought it back. American Sheep and Mo Bunny had run over. The two looked up and down in concern to see if he was hurt. Qin Ming sat down at the table. Sister Mo Bunny, arrange for someone to follow my footprints over there and drag that meat back. Can 3 tow? I reckon it's hard enough. Qin Ming shook his head. That Ice Beast Demon Bear is an adult, reaching a length of more than 8 meters. More than 8 meters? Mei Yang was surprised. You can't act alone in the future. If you get hurt a little, me and Mo Bunny too which can afford it. I'm not hurt. Where did the blood come from on an uninjured body? I don't believe it. Later after dinner into your snow cave. You take off all your clothes. Sister carefully check. Qin Ming. Mo Rabbit arranged for nearly a dozen men to go over and haul the meat. The head of the Ice Beast Demon Bear had been split open. Boiling water was cooking on several large pots. Not a moment too soon. A large number of generals sat outside the snow hut drinking broth and eating meat, feasting on it. Qin Ming and Mo Bunny Mei Yang sat together. He was holding a bone of meat and gnawing on it. I didn't expect the meat of the Ice Beast Demon Bear to contain spiritual energy. That's for sure. All demonic beast meat has spiritual energy in it, and the higher the grade the more abundant the spiritual energy it contains. Little Qinzi, you guys are tenacious even when you're injured. How do you kill them? Qin Ming smiled and gnawed on a piece of meat. The Ice Beast Demon Bear was seriously injured, so I wore it out, and I was physically strong enough to wear it out. Mei Yang pursed her lips next to her and smiled, her eyes full of flavor. Physical strength? Sister doesn't believe it. If you don't believe me, Sister Mei Yang came to the snow house at night to feel it. Cut. How does a eunuch feel? Do you feel your weird perverted moves? I'm not going to do it. Besides, sister, I have such a good figure. I'm really afraid of smothering you. Cough cough cough. Qin Ming coughed continuously while holding the broth. Sister Mungrabbit, control Mei Yang. Why is she so colorful? Speaking of which, the charming goat said with a dripping color. My sister, who is 20 years older than me, taught me everything. She always reads books and talks about strange things, so I learned from her. One year my sister cultivated to the 9th level of body hardening, and the elders of the family gave her a beast grid summoning. When Qin Ming heard the topic of the beast grid, he immediately paid full attention. He wondered about the relationship between the aborigines and the beasts. Mei Yang took a sip of her soup and put the bowl down, continuing to smile. My sister's beast grid summoning lasted for 3 whole days and 3 nights, and it didn't help at all. And the high-level fey beasts that the old ancestor had found couldn't be awakened either. And then? Qin Ming asked. And then? Ah, easy. My dad made me stab my sister to death while she was sleeping. Qin Ming. Really stabbed? Of course it's true. If the beast grid can't be summoned and fused, then it's a traveler. So how can it not die? Qin Ming thought in his heart. What exactly was beast grid summoning? That's a tough one. This charming goat. Normally it looks drippy so soft. Once he realizes that his own sister is a traveler, he goes so far as to just stab her to death. Qin Ming ate all the meat in the bowl, just about to put the bowl down. As a result, the charming goat threw a large, cylindrical pile of meat into his bowl. This bear whip gives you a tonic, although there is no. Eat it to make up for the regret in your heart. Qin Ming, you Thai goat, I'll whip you sooner or later. Just then, in the distance a human-pulled cart came head-on in the wind and snow. An elderly couple pulls their son who seems to be sick. Snowflakes fell all over the old couple. As soon as they saw the army of devil-suppressing guards, they immediately stepped forward and knelt down. Sir, we are bringing our son to Fluorite City to see a doctor. Please do us a favor and give us some soup. We're starving to death. Qin Ming swept a glance. The old couple had no cultivation. The sick son in the car had a weak breath and was probably dying. Wintry Goat patted the snowflakes on his butt and stepped forward. What happened to your son? Ugh, took a fall and was in a coma for a month. Qin Ming had someone serve the old couple broth. He got up and stretched his arms, and was surprised to see the lean teenager in the car move. Qin Ming thought he had blurred his eyes. As a result, the next breath, he moved again. Cough cough cough. The teenager suddenly sat up from the car covering his head and kept coughing. The two old couples rushed around excitedly. The baby's awake? Great. This is? The skinny teenager looked confused. You are? Where is this? Qin Ming. It's over. It's over. The traveler is here. Or the soul. Soulware is heard to be rare in this world. I didn't expect to come across it. The old couple froze directly on the spot. Zeal, you don't recognize us? You are? The charming goat's eyes revealed flavor and a wicked smile. Sir, you're awake? I'm your maid. You woke up after you passed out. Don't you remember me? The skinny teenager looked at Mei Yang. First froze, then looked at Mei Yang's body looks, then rejoiced. Gongzi, I just want to stay in bed with you. Do you remember me? Remember. The skinny teenager was overjoyed. You're my maid. How could I forget you? So do you remember your slave's name? Name? Well, the skinny teenager held his head. I seem to have a bit of memory loss, but I can see by your face that we're definitely familiar. I remember you were my maid, but my lord, you used to treat your slave badly, always beating me. The lean teenager immediately came to life. Don't worry, I won't beat you in the future. Such a beautiful maid. How could I let go? The older couple sighed at the sight and shook their heads. Qin Ming saw them draw the knives under the mattress. The wintry goat grinned, her right hand touching the serrated knife on her black silk thigh. Qin Ming mourned in his heart. LOL. What a sad crossover. The next breath is seen. The old couple and Mei Yang simultaneously held down the skinny teenager and began stabbing him furiously with their knives. Snort! Snort! Throttle! The knife stabbed him in the abdomen, bloodying him. One cut after another. The skinny teenager in the car kept struggling, his head in a daze. You damned traveler! Where did you get my son's soul? The couple was furious. Where is my son? Where did you get my son? The skinny teenager was spitting blood from his mouth, struggling with his limbs, and his eyes were shocked. Ah, where are you guys? What are you doing? Have mercy. The charming sheep's face was smiling. She had just said she was someone's maid, and now she was the one stabbing the most, her hands covered in blood. The skinny teenager was stabbed alive. He didn't think it through until he died. He had obviously traveled over to face a broken home and a petite but bullied maid by the original owner. He himself could obviously give the maid warmth, give false parents expectations, and from then on, he could use his talent slightly and go to the peak of his life. How can you face being stabbed 18 times? That's not how it's written in the novel. Gouge writers harm people. Chapter 94, The Princess, Suzaku. What are you and Qin Ming doing under the covers? The first night Qin Ming left, Suzume then lost sleep. She curled up, her legs clenched under the covers. In his mind, he recalled the bits and pieces of Qin Ming's time in the Taiyin Palace. A knowing smile now and then. Bad guy, always bullying her under the covers. But it seems like it feels so boring if you don't get bullied by him. Qin Ming had only left for a day, and she was extremely uncomfortable. Once again, the palm of her right hand began to roll and become brighter and brighter. She held her own hand down firmly on the bed, afraid the light would shine out and that would be the end of it. Suzume wrapped herself tightly under the covers. Her forehead was all in a cold sweat. Growing up, she'd experienced the weirdness of beam flooding too many times. She had no idea what the beam of light in her hand actually was. She didn't dare tell anyone about it. The day Qin Ming arrived was when the beams of light erupted most violently. But that night, when she opened the door to introduce Qin Ming, who was standing in the snow, the first thing Suzume felt was the rolling sensation in her hand disappearing. She instantly took a liking to the handsome young man. Later on, in the midst of getting along, Suzume became more and more certain that Qin Ming's beams would be easy to control as long as she was by his side. She didn't know why, but she always felt that she should just follow Qin Ming. Just then, there was a knock on the door to Suzume's room. She asked, startled, hurriedly clenching her hands tightly, her head peeking out from under the covers. Who? Suzaku. LOL. Red Snake. It's dawn. Why aren't you up? I'm a little under the weather, so I'll sleep more. Suzu, come over earlier to check on the master. She won't eat the meals we brought her from the Imperial kitchen. She threw them all out. Okay, then I'll be right over. Suzu made a handshake and merged them to her mouth, whispering with her eyes closed. God forbid the beans should hurry up and disappear. Bless brother Qin Ming. The beam of light hurry up and disappear, resulting in the next breath. The hand surprisingly did return to normal. It's still strange and delightful. Suzu got dressed and came out into the yard. She didn't rush up to see the Rapunzel. Instead, they began to light a fire for the meal. That day she and Qin Ming were outside specializing in learning how to make adzuki bean dumplings. Qin Ming had told her, if the Rapunzel doesn't eat the meals in the palace, make her adzuki bean dumplings. Half an hour later, Suzu arrived at Rapunzel's door with a steaming bowl of adzuki bean snacks. Bang bang bang. Rapunzel, this is Suzaku. Don't make this palace eat. This palace doesn't want to eat anything. Eldest princess, I've made you adzuki bean curls. Adzuki bean dumplings? Eldest princess, Qin Ming had explained to me when he left, saying that if you don't eat properly, just let me make adzuki bean dumplings for you. Cackle. The door opened. Rapunzel stood in the doorway looking at Suzaku. Little Qin told you that when he left? Yes, or else you see all those raw equipment bought. He said that you yourself practiced ice kung fu and your body is cold. If you don't have hot food to supplement it, it will become a disease in the long run. Another wave of warmth slowly flowed through the Rapunzel's heart. She mentally chanted, this little Qinzi is really thoughtful. She immediately handed Suzu the adzuki bean snack she was holding. Suzaku let out a long breath. The zodiacs on top of the houses also breathed a sigh of relief. Still, Suzu has a way. I should say it's Xiao Qinzi who has a way. People are gone, and the way left behind still makes it easy to pin down our master. Suzu was ready to leave. The Rapunzel called her to a halt. The eldest princess asked absently as she ate her adzuki bean snacks. Suzu, what does Qinchan do when she's in your room? Rapunzel, he comes over sometimes to talk to me about things back home for a while. We didn't do much. Rapunzel took another big sip and seemed to be in a good mood. She looked at Suzaku and whispered, what the palace is asking you is what he was doing when he got under your covers? Suzaku, oh. She froze in place for a moment, her head pounding as if thunder had struck, her heart in a panic. Elder, princess, the slave girl knows her mistakes. The palace isn't blaming you. I'm just asking what you guys are doing. Is actually cold. Sometimes warming. Rapunzel finished the red bean snacks and put the bowl on the table, wiped her mouth with a white silk handkerchief. The palace eunuchs and palace maidens eat to each other, and this palace has heard a lot about it, so the two of you need to take control of the situation. Suzu kept her head down, blushing and not daring to speak, although Xiao Qinzi is a eunuch. After all, he is at the right age and his blood is fresh. What this palace wants to ask you is, since he is a rootless eunuch, was that a sick tactic with you? Ringing. Her face reddened even more. She couldn't wait to find a place to burrow in, not daring to say a word. The eldest princess didn't seem to blame Qin Ming at all. She waved her sleeve, signaling Suzaku to take the bowl away. You go back and think about it, and when you've thought it through give it to the palace face to face. What on earth is little Qinzi doing under your covers? No. Just then, the Rapunzel suddenly stared coldly at the red maple tree outside the window. Suzaku looked along. The snow-white weasel was at it again. It crouched in the tree, its green eyes fixed on the window. Suzu pretended to scan the circle with a blank stare. Rapunzel, there's nothing. What's wrong? This palace feels like something is staring at this place. The Rapunzel raised her sleeve, and a wave of muddy cold air rolled up the flying snow in the sky. It shook the entire courtyard stone table, the maple tree, and the roof all crackled. Suzu saw that the white weasel had disappeared. The eldest princess said in a cold voice, Xiao Luzi died some time ago, and the small table in the imperial kitchen said that he died at the hands of a white weasel, but the others couldn't see it at all. After severe torture, that little table turned out to be a traveler. Rapunzel turned and sat down. This palace is telling you that there must be some kind of living being in this world that the aborigines can't see, but the travelers can. You need to pay more attention to your words and behavior. No. Suzu nodded with a deliberate expression. Early the next morning, while the Mei Yang Meng rabbit and the Jin demon guards were still resting, Qin Ming was already holding the twin swords to go cultivate in the distance. He had swallowed the demonic pills of the ice beast demon bear that he had obtained yesterday in passing. This stuff is a real tonic. Simply spirited. Majestic. The Jin demon guard army set off once again. The further north we go, the more wind and snow we get. If it wasn't for the cultivators, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to open their eyes. The cute rabbit armor is wearing a one-piece hooded coat underneath, with 2 rabbit ears on the hood, but it's adorable. Mei Sheep still has black armor and black boots with black stockings. Sister Mei Yang. The temperature gets lower the further north you go. Don't frostbite such good 2 legs. Mei Yang's mouth smiled slightly. To tell you the truth, my sister's heart is on fire and her legs are not cold at all. I don't believe it. You let me touch it. Get out. Chapter 95, Yellow Poison is fiercer than a tiger. Testing the traveler with coke? Qin Ming and his group's march this time was in addition to 2 small breaks in the middle and 1 big break to eat. 2 whole days on the road. Finally, that evening, the army reached a deserted village. Half the houses in the village are buried in snow. Smoke curls from the pipes of many houses. It means that there are quite a few villagers living here. At the head of the village stands a 2-meter-high stone monument that reads, Falling Flower Village, founded in the 23rd year of the Dian dynasty. Qin Ming muttered in his heart. The 23rd year of the Great Diffusion was also 700 years ago. This village has a lot of history. That's when the sky gusted with a hoarse chirping sound. There were nearly 24 red soul-devouring birds, trailing long fiery red tails, flying around under a blanket of snow. Captain Mo Rabbit turned his head and shouted to the large force behind him. There are soul-devouring birds entrenched here, and there may be travelers out there, so everyone must be on their toes. Kill anyone found crossing the border. Nah! Mo Rabbit also involuntarily tightened his grip on the red rabbit's sword at his waist. On the outskirts of the village there is an empty courtyard named Falling Flower Pavilion. A crack in the door reveals that the inside is overgrown with weeds. It looks like it hasn't been lived in for years. Qin Ming pushed the door open. A cold, stenchy smell came over me. The grass on top of yards and houses, all sticking out of the snow, waving their yellow heads in the cold wind. There were 7 or 8 rooms and a large empty courtyard. It's perfect for so many town guards to rest together. Qin Ming looked around and said to Mei Yang and Mo Rabbit, What do you 2 sisters think of this place? Quite good. Much better than sleeping out in the wild. Qin Ming chose an upper room. There are 2 bunks inside. Mei Yang and Meng Bunny decided to stay here with Qin Ming tonight. Several other rooms were flooded with stagnant water and foul odors, and the soldiers stood in the courtyard clearing setting up their tents. Mo Bunny has always had a good nose. She sniffed around the yard and waved at Qin Ming. Go! Sister will take you to find a drink. Are you sure there's wine in a village that poor? The charming goat smiled. You can doubt your charming goat sister's body. Don't even doubt Mo Bunny's nose. It's very spiritual. Qin Ming gave a thumbs up in conviction. You make such a good point. The roads in this village are narrow. All of them are old green stone paths. Snow and frost covered the surface. Just then, 2 pieces of white paper money fell from the sky. Qin Ming reached out and caught it. This place looks like it's having a funeral. No, why do I feel like I'm at a wedding? Mei Yang cupped 2 pieces of red wedding invitations in her hands. That's strange. Is there any place where joyous funerals are held together? Sure enough, the next breath, a funeral procession came out of the alley on the left in front of them. About 20 men carried the coffin, scattering paper money and picking out various offerings made of papier-mâché. And a procession of 20 men came out of the alley on the right, dressed in festive clothes carrying large red sedan chairs. Qin Ming vaguely saw a middle-aged woman in a red wedding dress sitting in that wedding sedan chair, her face full of tears. The procession of joyous mourners meets in the middle, and there is no noise or complaint. Funerals and joys go side by side. Qin Ming found the scene strange. His hand gently stroked his chin as he was thinking. Winnie Goat came up and put a hand on his shoulder. What are you thinking, Shinzi? Is it because you're jealous of others marrying their wives? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. What do you mean? Sister Mei Yang is telling me about her daughter-in-law? No. Sister once heard of an immortal flower called the 9 continuing spirit grass that grows in Aurora City. You can grow it after you eat it. Qin Ming. What a capital BS. Who told me this was aboriginal? Yellow poison is fiercer than a tiger. Qin Ming looked at the direction the 2 teams had left. You guys didn't think that was a weird line just now? Weird? Nothing. First of all, there were all men in the procession on both sides except for the bride. Not a single female to be seen. Secondly, even if a wedding and a funeral happen to be together, usually either the funeral comes first or the wedding comes first. Where is the sense in going side by side? That's rather odd for you to say. Forget it. Mei Yang patted her high chest. Don't think about these unhappy things. Let's go drink. West side of the village head, far away from the smell of very strong wine. Written in bright red letters on the white cloth of the crossbeam of that wine store, Zhou's Wine Shop. The shopkeeper was an old man with white hair. He had crutches in his hand. Looking at the walking Qin Ming trio appeared enthusiastic, immediately wiping the table with a towel. The 3 guests have traveled a long way to get here. This restaurant offers 6 types of drinks. Choose yourselves and drink whatever you want. Qin Ming brought the 2 beauties to sit down at the table. Seeing that there were 6 male villagers sitting in the liquor store, They appeared to be drinking and their eyes were dripping over the Mei Yang Meng rabbit. Mei Yang was not angry. She thinks that when a woman looks beautiful, she's there for the taking. She snickered quietly next to Qin Ming. Look how attractive sister is. She attracts so many lustful gazes everywhere she goes. Qin Ming. Mo Bunny was uncomfortable by the gaze. She stood up and chided. What are you looking at? Never seen a woman before. The 6 villagers hurriedly lowered their heads. The white-haired old man laughed. Guest, calm down. Our Lak Fa village is located in a remote area, and the villagers are all those who have never seen the world. I am Zhao San Yuan, the mayor of this village, and also the shopkeeper of this wine shop. What would you like to drink? Qin Ming had wanted to go over and pick it out for himself. As a result, Mei Yang was the first to stand up. Sit down. Today your sister invites you. She walked up and looked at the 6 drinks sitting in front of her. Drinking wine, Gan's snow wine, rice wine, red bean soup, green bean soup, green ant wine. That's a lot of stuff you've got. Just what the hell is this drinking wine? The wintry goat picked up the ladle and scooped up a bit, putting it to her mouth for a taste. Yuck yuck yuck. It's hard to drink. It's black. In one smooth motion, she poured the remaining small half scoop onto the floor. Qin Ming took a look at the ground, which was still bubbling from the nuisance. He understood instantly. This turned out to be Coke. Testing travelers with Coke? He didn't move to look toward the shopkeeper. Only the shopkeeper stroked his white beard and nodded. The other villagers' looks of relief dawned on them as well. Holy, is this the means by which they identify travelers? Can you not be so sick? Can we get a breather? It's a good thing I didn't go earlier. Mei Yang brought over 3 jugs of Ganzi snow wine and placed them in front of Mo Rabbit and Qin Ming. Drink! This sister has tasted it, and it tastes good. Without medicine. The white-haired old man laughed from the side with his crutch. The 3 guests are so discerning. This Ganzi snow wine is the best wine in our store. A wine made exclusively from centuries-old ice and snow below 10 feet has a wonderful flavor. Just then, in the distance, in the snow, came a teenager with a thin face and a limp. He seemed tired, and the long green coat wrapped around his body was stained with blood. His lips were dry and cracked, and he looked pleased to see the liquor store. Guests have come a long way to work hard. Here are several drinks of your choice. The young man tasted the black cola first, as did the charming sheep. With this drink, he had a complicated expression on his face, as if he was thinking, but within 2 breaths he reacted and hurriedly emptied the bowl of Coke. It's not good. I'll switch to the next one. But, when his scoop had just reached inside the snowy wine, the white-haired old man swished his cane out to block him. What is your name? Young man? I'm Yushan. Why did you have a complicated expression when you drank the first drink just now? Did you drink it before? Chapter 96, The Princesses Undercover. Mourning and happiness together. The strange village of fallen flowers. Qin Ming's heart thumped. Sure enough, these guys are all about the micro-expressions that people make when they drink Coke. No. Yushan hurriedly laughed. I just thought it tasted a little strange. Is it just weird? Don't you find it hard to drink? The shopkeeper is right. It's hard to drink. I'd like some other wine right now. I'm going to die of thirst. Thanks. Who knew that the old man in charge suddenly exerted force in his hands, and the black staff in his hands shook Yushan back. Don't pretend. You're a traveler, aren't you? Only a traveler would have a complex nostalgic expression when confronted with Coke. The words fell. In a split second, those 6 villagers stood up with a slap on the table and rolled their sleeves up. Damn travelers, how dare they come to Falling Flower Village? No. Yushan hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not a traveler. Take it easy guys. I came to this place to find my sister. My sister's name is Yu Coriander, and she has long hair. Have you guys seen it? See, there's no such thing as a Yu Coriander flower in our village. You're clearly a traveler. Suffer. As he spoke, that old man holding the black staff had already smashed towards Yushan. Yushan took several steps back in fear, but still got smashed in the back. Boom pop! The sound of it made him fall to the outside. The moment Yushan fell to the ground, Qin Ming caught a glimpse of the tiny tattoo tattooed at the base of his wrist. The pattern is a small purple flower. He just said his sister's name. Yu Coriander. That tattoo would be the bush plant coriander. Needless to say, it's a traveler no doubt, but others don't seem to have noticed the tattoos yet. Yushan hurriedly got up from the ground and panicked, trying to escape. As a result, that was the white-haired old man's foot on the ground a little. In a flash, he leapt over and blocked Yushan. He yelled at the sky. A beastly shadow of a red-horned white ape sprang up behind the entire person all of a sudden. Frightened, Yushan fell straight to the ground, trembling. The white-haired old man blasted a punch forward. Raleigh, Yushan was sent flying. Yushan hit the pillar and fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Please, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to find my sister. I beg you not to kill me. I am really sensing that my sister is here. Please let me see her. Qin Ming immediately felt that this was bizarre. By the look of his boyishness he should have crossed over not long ago. So the sister he's looking for means the one on the blue star? How is it possible to cross over to the same world at the same time by such a coincidence? No way. You can't let go of this kind with a clue to the world. Qin Ming decided to save him. Boom! The white-haired old man punched Yushan again and fell at Qin Ming's feet. Qin Ming grabbed the back of his head with his left hand and held the short knife in his right hand. Since it's a traveler, the demon guard, will take care of it. Swoosh! Qin Ming stabbed a knife through his chest, but his spiritual power controlled the blade, and the blade that stuck into Yushan's body avoided the heart. His left cramp hand directly pinched Yushan's stunned past. At the same time, Qin Ming used his spiritual energy to briefly seal his pulse. Discovered the traveler's talent poetry and song, sequence 299. Can't forget poems and songs. Chanting poems and songs before each move can enhance the power. Copy or not. Current number of talents that can be copied is 0. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. Qin Ming decisively refused. In any other crossover world, such a talent might be awesome. But this weird Diana country, the better you are at poetry and song, the faster you die. Besides, every time you perform a move you have to chant a poem. Isn't that bumping into a gun? Yushan was lying motionless on the ground. It seemed like the breath was gone. To outsiders, Yushan couldn't be more dead. Throw the dead bodies of the travelers away. It interferes with the drinking. Qin Ming let fly with a leg kick. Bang! Kicked Yushan fell to a deserted and empty yard. The white-haired old man Zhao Sanyuan returned to his humanoid form. He leaned on his crutch and arched his hand at Qin Ming. Worthy of being a Jin demon guard. The strike is decisive and dry. I admire you. Mei Yang gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Little Qinzi is so great, getting more and more like a man. The three of them returned to the falling flower pavilion. Qin Ming gave an explanation and went out to find an open space to cultivate. Meng Rabbit and Mei Yang were used to Qin Ming's diligent cultivation as early as when they were in the Taiyin Palace. Go go go! Mei Yang lazily sprawled on Qin Ming's bed. There are just 2 beds in this room. Meng Bunny sleeps in one by herself. And sister squeezes one with you at night. Come back early yo! Qin Ming smiled and went out the door. He ran for a long time to make sure no one was behind him. He quickly turned his head to the empty courtyard where Yushan was. Great Diffusion Kingdom. Fluorite Imperial City. Heavy snowfall at night. Late at night, Taiyin Palace seemed particularly silent. The red maple tree in the yard was covered with snowflakes. A cold wind came up. The snow on the tree branches swished down. It spilled over the 2 men under the tree. Suzume rushed forward to help Rapunzel pat the snow on her shoulders, then pat the snow from his hair. Eldest Princess Han Yueshi leaned back in her bamboo chair and fumed quietly. Suzume brought out the warmed-up jar of drunken immortal brew. Eldest Princess, you drink this altar. The one in your hand is already cold. Slave girl will heat it up for you. No need. This palace just likes to drink ice. Eldest Princess, Qin Ming explained when he left that he asked me not to give you ice wine, saying that your body is cold. The wine altar that Rapunzel had put to her mouth suddenly stopped. She froze for 2 breaths. Handed Suzaku the iced wine. Give me the hot one then. Rapunzel. A red figure flashed across the roof. The Rapunzel didn't even lift her head. The red shadow curled its body in the air and knelt in front of the eldest princess. It is the red snake of the zodiac. Rapunzel, the last general is back. This palace asked you to check on the child my royal brother kept. Is there any news? Reporting to the eldest princess. The last general has inquired for a long time. When the king died, the child disappeared without a trace. The Rapunzel coldly said as she placed the wine altar in her hand towards the table. The Pavilion of Altered Immortality claims to know everything about the world. Is there no news at all? Rapunzel, the last general went and got a rumor. It says that back then, Wangfei Jian Qingshuang didn't die, but changed her name. That's bull ********. Rapunzel snapped the table and stood up. She, Jian Qingshan, is a crosser and seduced my royal brother? How could she not die? This palace saw with my own eyes that year when Cold Julie burned her to ashes with the Xiandi fire. Rapunzel took a large sip of wine and wandered back and forth across the snowy courtyard with one hand behind her back. 10 breaths later, she turned and asked again in a cold voice, and what exactly do the rumors say? Rumor has it that imperial concubine Jian Qingshuang didn't die, but only changed her name, and that the name was taken from each of her original name, Jian Qingshuang, and the name of her prince, Han Yulong. The rest is unknown. Taking a word from each? The Pavilion of Dissimilarities and Decay is now starting to talk nonsense as well, focusing on taking people's money, buying a message to cover up bull *********. Suzume heated up another jar of wine and walked over to the Rapunzel. Master, this altar is a bit hotter, so don't be angry. It's all hearsay and can't be taken seriously. Rapunzel nodded. Suzume is right. These hearsay messages can't be taken seriously at all. How could my crazy sister let a traveler consort live? Just then, a green sonorous bird fell from the air. Red Snake took the bamboo secret message from the feet of the sound spirit bird. Eldest princess. It's from Xian Pig. It should be news from Cold Night City. Suzu, who was pouring wine next to her, giggled in her heart. Xian Pig? Isn't the Xian Pig of the Zodiac always in the Taiyin Palace? How come you're sending messages back from Cold Night City? Could it be that the Xian Pig of Taiyin Palace is a fake? The real Genpu is in Cold Night City? Suzu's heart was pounding. Rapunzel infused the secret letter with cold sword chi and the words appeared. She glanced at it, and then with a gentle wave of her hand, the secret letter instantly turned into shreds under the chilling breath. Rapunzel turned toward the room. Red Snake was close behind. Suzu could only clear the yard table. And this situation was when Rapunzel had to make decisions. She was not qualified to listen as a maid. Once inside the 11th floor, Rapunzel took off the fire cloud velvet coat she was wearing, and Red Snake hurriedly took it and hung it up. Call in. Nah. Less than 5 breaths. 10 women's lieutenants stood in line in the room in unison. The Rapunzel had one hand behind her back. Her eyes glazed over in the excitement before killing hung on her face. The Xian Pig's secret message mentioned that a lot of people from the Traveler's Green Dragon Guild have come to the Fluorite Imperial City. Where has the population of the Imperial City changed? The Tengu schoolmistress had always had insight into the capital's population, and she immediately stepped forward. Eldest princess. The area around the devil-suppressing tower seems to have gotten a little more lively in the last 2 days. The Rapunzel sighed for a moment and smiled grimly. 2 days ago, this palace deliberately let Xian Pig spread the news of being injured by that weird one on the 18th floor of the devil-suppressing tower. I didn't expect them to really take the bait. So many travelers gathered around the devil-suppressing tower. Are they trying to stimulate that weirdness on the 18th floor with talismans to lure the palace to suppress the injuries and then ambush and kill me? Hey, is that how you want to kill this palace? The Rapunzel suddenly turned around. Murderous. Then the trick will be to cut out the hearts of all these travelers. Nah. The second thing, Xian Pig is in the top echelon of the 5 Elements Alliance. Tell her to give this palace good protection after little Qin Zi arrives in Cold Night City. Anything goes wrong, this palace skinned her. Chapter 97, Strange Lock Fa Village. Ritual Shrine. Qin Ming quietly sneaked into that empty courtyard. The scholar Yushan was still passed out in the grass, snowflakes falling on his thin clothes. Qin Ming immediately carried him into the room. The bed was tattered and dusty. Qin Ming put Yushan down and immediately took out the spirit-restoring violet pill for him to take. The spirit-restoring violet pill had a miraculous effect on restoring injuries and spiritual energy. Qin Ming then took out the golden sore elixir and sprinkled some on the wounds on his abdomen and chest to stop the bleeding. The scholar Yushan was wearing torn clothes and his shoes were worn so much that his toes were showing. I can see that this journey to find my sister has taken a lot of suffering. The restoring violet elixir works well with the golden sore elixir. Not a moment too soon. The wound on Yushan's abdomen had begun to heal. Qin Ming felt from his pulse that Yushan's cultivation level was roughly at the body-tempering triple realm. He didn't make a single move just now. Surely it was also because his talent was poetry and song. Just then, Qin Ming noticed that the coriander tattoo on his wrist flickered. What's going on here? Why is the coriander tattoo flashing? Finally, Yushan woke up half an hour later. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm here to find my sister. I don't have any bad intentions. Don't kill me. You're a traveler, aren't you? I am not. Don't kill me. Don't pretend. I recognize the tattoo on your wrist. Yushan's eyes went wide. What you say about tattoos? I'm not sure. Qin Ming turned his palm over. A stream of flames erupted. Yushan was shocked beyond words. You're a traveler? Do you think I would have any other reason to save you? Fair enough. Thanks. Thank you, big brother. Yushan immediately knelt down from the bed and continuously kowtowed to Qin Ming, thumping his head so loudly that it was bleeding. Okay. You said you came over to see your sister. What's going on? Your Honor, what is your name? My last name is Qin Fei. Brother Qin is so powerful to be in the Jin Demon Guard. You saved my Yushan's life. I will definitely return your favor. Don't talk like that. What are you doing looking for your sister? Qin Ming opened the door and looked outside, sensing that the surroundings were empty before letting Yushan start talking. Brother Qin, it's like this. Originally on the blue planet, my sister's mom and dad and I were a family of 4, poor but living happily. But one day mom and dad died in a car accident, and my sister and I were picked up by my uncle's family. But he took my parents' inheritance and treated us siblings particularly badly. In a fit of anger, I took my sister and ran away from home, and we wandered around dependent on each other for 3 whole years. But just 10 days ago, my sister was hit by a truck, and after that she disappeared. It struck me as particularly bizarre at the time, and when I thought about it the only thing that could explain it was the crossing. To find her. I also made up my mind 10 days later to get a truck and run myself over at that same intersection. And I came into this world. Qin Ming listened in confusion and shock. Crossing can still come after you in the same place? And how can you be sure your sister is in this world too? Look at this tattoo of mine. Yushan wiped his sleeve up. This flash of coriander is the name of my tattooed sister. And she's called you Coriander. After my sister disappeared, this tattoo of mine often flashed on and off. And when I came to Falling Flower Village, it flashed even more frequently. So I'm pretty sure that she's definitely here. Qin Ming was in deep thought. Honestly, it's really outrageous. But this world was already bizarre and outrageous, and Qin Ming had seen it all before. Yushan, I believe you, but let me tell you, there are no women or children in this village of fallen flowers, except the bride of that middle-aged woman. Your sister is probably not here. Yushan suddenly looked agitated and lowered his tone to say, Brother Qin, there's a shrine on the hill behind Falling Flower Village, and I've seen them send female brides in there. And there's more than one that came with me. Who else? Those people I don't recognize. Listen to them talk about what seems to be the heavenly way. And what the Green Dragon? The Heavenly Tao Cult? The Green Dragon Guild? Yes, it is. I came to the head of the village to drink water and they went to the mountain behind the village. Qin Ming immediately realized. There is a great probability that there is a spirit realm here. And this spirit realm is quite rewarding. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted people from the Heavenly Tao Cult and the Green Dragon Guild. He immediately intended to check it out. Master had said that the spirit realm could be encountered but not sought. For talent upgrades, you have to go. Yushan is a little better from his injuries. Go with Qin Ming to the back of Falling Flower Village. The further in you go the colder it feels. This feels like the Ghost Bride spirit realm. Qin Ming saw many of the villagers walking towards the mountain with their heads down. Without exception, the villagers were all men. No children or women. The lights in the room turned off after they left. Qin Ming purposely sneaked into a few houses to take a look. No sign of a woman-child. It's really weird. The two of them put on a set of villagers' clothes and mixed into the group of villagers, heading towards the back of the mountain. Halfway up the back of the mountain stands a shrine called Falling Flower Shrine. The shrine was built of red stone. The walls were damp as if they were blood, and the top of the shrine was covered in snow and coiled with many eerie soul-devouring birds. The village chief, Zhao Sanyuan, stood on a high platform, holding a black staff in his hand and chanting. All the other villagers bowed their heads and bowed with their hands. Qin Ming's turtle breath spiritual technique unfolded couldn't even hear what the village chief was actually reciting. Half an hour later, Zhao Sanyuan waved his cane in his hand and the villagers left again once more. The whole time they didn't say a word. Wait until all the villagers have dispersed. Surprisingly, 13 lurkers jumped out. They should be the Green Dragon Guild and the Tien Dao Cult. As if they had already stepped on the spot. They moved quickly and rushed into the shrine. Yushan was eager to save his sister. He ran after him despite the danger. Qin Ming followed suit and rushed into the shrine. Just stepped in. Everything in front of him then changed. As if the world had shattered and fallen into an abyss. Qin Ming knew that the spirit realm had triggered. The moment Qin Ming fell into the spirit realm, the snowflakes drifting down throughout Falling Flower Village turned a light red color. At this moment, 10 miles outside the village, a woman dressed in white, riding a white snow-cold horse, was galloping forward against the wind and snow. Snow ponies have hooves that are several times larger than normal horses, so even with the ice and snow, it can still run. Immediately the woman seemed to sense that the sky was not right. She stretched out her jade hand and knotted 2 petals of snowflakes and put them in front of her eyes to take a closer look. What's with the light red blood? Up ahead should be Falling Flower Village. Falling Flower Village has been here before, and nothing this bizarre has happened. What's going on here? The white-clothed woman shakily held the dustless sword in her hand. Her legs jolted slightly, and the white colt horse at her hip ran faster. She's no one else. It was none other than Qin Ming's master. Yun Shueyao. Cloud Water Ballad picks up speed. In a short while, he reached the head of the village of Falling Flowers. She saw smoke rising from a courtyard in the distance. There were at least a dozen large pots cooking. Yun Shueyao judged that disciple Qin Ming's demon suppression guards should be resting here. She led the snow stallion to a hidden corner. With that, he leapt up and scampered into the icy heights. She landed in a tall tree behind Falling Flower Court. It was a white-leaf tree with branches, trunks and leaves all white. Dressed in white, Yun Shueyao stood on the branches of the tree as if it was all natural. She watched carefully for a quarter of an hour, noticing that disciple Qin Ming was not there. Where did he go? Yun Shueyao saw a liquor store at the other end of the village from afar. She leapt forward. As if it were an arrow off the string, it flew out again. Chapter 98, The Princess. The palace will smash your heads. Women will all die in Falling Flower Village. At the entrance of Falling Flower Village, Zhao's wine shop, elderly man Zhao Sanyuan is chatting with a few villagers. Someone saw the white-clothed woman, Yun Shui Yao, walking. Several male villagers were all caught up in the attention. Their eyes looked up and down on Yun Shui Yao. Village chief, what's going on in our falling flower village today? We ran into 3 beautiful women in a row, one more stunning than the other. The old man, Zhao Sanyuan, leaned on his walking stick and greeted him with a smile. This is Zhao's liquor store. What would you like to drink? There are all kinds of drinks here. Take your pick. Yun Shuiyao walked into the liquor store and the first thing she saw was the cola in the altar. She immediately realized that this was a way to test the traveler. However, just in an instant, Yun Shuiyao's gifted sword heart suddenly trembled. She looked up in the direction of the fallen blossom shrine, her pretty brows furrowing lightly. Her sword heart talent was extraordinarily sensitive to changes in the surrounding aura. Just now, she perceived what seemed like a tremor of the spirit realm being triggered. Fairy, which drink did you actually choose? Yun Shuiao returned to his senses and pointed at snow wine, an altar of snow wine and a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Yun Shuiao had just turned around when a dark and skinny villager immediately blocked in front of her with a large sword. There's no snow wine or veggie noodles, but there are knives for you. Say, are you a traveler? What do you mean by this? You just hesitated for 3 breaths in front of that coke. The aborigines can't stand the smell. Yun Shuiao coldly looked at the villager and calmly waved her sleeve. I'm here to find people, not kill them. Don't mess with me. The dark, thin villager came to life. He laughed as he pointed to the 11 streaks of blood painted on the beams of the room. Big talk, look at these 11 bloodstains on the beams. That means 11 travelers have been hacked to death here. That makes 12 today with you. The words just fell. Yun Shuiao's dustless sword was suddenly sheathed. Clang! The sword was full of energy and overbearing. Swoosh snort, a thin wound appeared on the neck of that tall and thin villager. Instantly, that wound collapsed and blood sprayed out as if it were a fountain. Yun Shuiao said calmly, you've killed 11 travelers, so you're going to go along for the ride. The other 5 villagers and the old man Zhao Sanyuan immediately drew their swords and knives. And what a damn traveler! Arrest her and send her to the shrine. Elderly man Zhao Sanyuan is village head. The black staff in his hand swung. The 5 villagers rushed towards Yun Shuiao with their swords in their hands. The 7 viper poison that Yun Shuiao had been hit with had long since dissolved. The strength also reached the peak of the 6th level of Tongling. Her sleeve lifted and the dustless sword snapped up, its blue light shaking loudly. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of sword lights flashed in succession. The 5 villagers who rushed forward were all killed by having their throats slit. Damned traveler! How dare you kill so many of us? I'll fight you. That village head Zhao Sanyuan suddenly appeared behind his back with the beastly shadow of a 5-meter-tall red-horned white ape. He clenched his fist and slammed it towards Yun Shuiao. Yun Shuiao's foot lightly touched the ground and lightly leapt into the sky. In the air, her white body rolled, instantly arriving behind the red-horned white ape, and the dustless sword swung. Sword heart talent. Sword chi penetration re is as domineering as it is. Swoosh. 3 consecutive swords pierced through the back of Zhao Sanyuan's beast shadow. He screamed in pain. He himself was at the 2nd level of the Tongling realm, and even if the beast grid was activated, he was no match for Yun Shuiyun. Zhao Sanyuan fell to the ground in his human form in pain, spitting blood from his mouth. Spare me! Spare my life! Ma'am, my eyes were wrong. You sure as hell don't cross over. Have mercy. Yun Shuiao pointed the dustless sword at his neck in a cold voice. Have you ever seen a teenage demon guard? We have so many male town guards coming from here. Which one are you talking about? What are the characteristics? Characteristics? Yun Shuiao thought for a moment. Long and handsome. The especially handsome kind. Zhao Sanyuan remembered who it was. It must be the same Captain Qin who came in the evening. His eyes rolled slightly as he looked off into the darkness shrouding the shrine in the distance. Any woman who goes in there is dead. I have seen it. The man went to the shrine. You quickly go there to look for him. It is the Falling Flower Shrine. Fairy, spare my life. I've already told you. Spare my life. Yun Shuiao glanced at the 11 blood strips drawn in blood on the beams of the room. Why should I let you live when you have engineered the murder of so many travelers here? Swoosh, a sword slashed out. That old man Zhao Sanyuan's neck was bleeding like a river. He crumbled and struggled and trembled with his hands clutching his neck. You too, will die. Any woman will die in Falling Flower Village. Yun Shuiao looked toward the distant shrine under the heavy snow. The disciple must have gone into the shrine spirit realm, and must rush there immediately. The sky was as dark and depressing as if it had been covered with a black cloth just after nightfall. The street 400 meters in front of the main gate of the Jinmu Tower. There was a black carriage parked. In the carriage sat a man in green with gray temples and a pair of eagle eyes glowing with viciousness. A powerful aura of the sovereign realm emanated from his body. Beside the carriage stood 2 powerful travelers, Shangguan Chang and Lu Pinxian. Vice Hall Master Iron Fist, we've set up a whole 108 soul-corrupting talismans, flaming talismans, and bloodbane talismans around the devil-suppressing tower. When the talisman is activated late this night, all the evil chi rushes up to the sky and rushes straight to the 18th floor of the devil-suppressing tower. As long as that weird vibration of the devil-suppressing tower is there, the female demon head Rapunzel will have to come over to suppress it. She's no match for that creepy opponent, so when the fight is over we'll ambush and take her life. The side-burned, green-clothed man, Iron Fist, said in a cold voice, is the ambush on Jubilee Street ready yet? They have all been ambushed. 100 travelers have all arrived. This time, all of them have a blood feud with the demoness Rapunzel. They will definitely try their best to take her life. Yes. The carriage drove forward along the snow-covered streets. The corners of Tekken's mouth quirked up slightly with a smirk. As long as I kill the Rapunzel this time, the Green Dragon chairman should be giving me a one-level promotion. After all, the Green Dragon Guild is still lacking a vice president. The wagon got farther and farther away. The top of the Devil's Tower. In the wind and snow, eldest Princess Han Yueshi was clad in a purple and black fire cloud velvet cloak and stood at the highest point with the drunken immortal brew in her right hand. Her cold ice sword intent enveloped around her body, allowing herself to become one with the roiling snow and hide her movements. Her grim gaze took in the scene she had just witnessed. A bunch of fools. This palace will smash your heads. Chapter 99, I'll see who dares to touch him today. Don't turn around when it's dark. Xin Ming felt a sharp pain in his head. He woke up from the piercing cold and his eyes fluttered open. Just see the bright red snowflakes falling from the sky. The trees, the earth, and the houses all turned red, as if they were blood, and it was bizarre. Xin Ming got up and saw that there were 14 people standing around. The closest to him was the scholar Yushan. The crowd watched the bizarrely roiling red snow in a surprised trance. Yushan came over to Qin Ming and whispered, Brother Qin, the 8 people on the left side of the road are from the Heavenly Tao cult, and the leader is the Wolf Taoist, the Taoist priest with the scar on his face. The 5 people on the right side of that road are from the Green Dragon Guild, and the beautiful woman in the center is leading the way. Seems to be called something like Lady Xiling. Xin Ming didn't go over to deal with these people. He and Yushan went to the left. The Tian Taoists are ruthless and pretentious. As for the Green Dragon Guild, Xin Ming hadn't dealt with them and didn't recognize them. According to his guess, relationships between organizations should not be good. He as the 5 Elements Alliance of course stayed as far away as possible. Walk 100 meters. Xin Ming was instantly shocked beyond belief when he saw the village appear before him. Isn't this the village of falling flowers? Almost exactly the same. At the entrance of the village the same had a wine shop with smoke rising from it. It's just that this liquor store is slightly different from the outside. And the shopkeeper is an old woman. Taoist Wolf from the Heavenly Tao sect and Lady Xiling from the Green Dragon Guild led the way. The old woman had a head full of white hair, a bone cane in her left hand, and a broom in her right hand clearing away the red snowflakes. The old woman asked in a hoarse whisper as she worked, What are you doing in Falling Flower Village when it's snowing so heavily? Lady Xiling came forward with a graceful smile. This old woman. We are passing through this place and have no ill intentions. My name is Jiao Si Granny. I am the owner of this wine shop and the village chief of this La Cafe village. It's a guest from afar. We're organizing a festival in 3 days in Falling Flower Village. You're here to see the fun, right? Right. Taoist Wolf responded. Granny Zhao is right. We did come over to watch the fun and have no ill intentions. Watching the fun? Every year this place comes to watch the fun. There's a map of our Falling Flower Village on that wall. So don't get lost while you're watching the fun. The crowd looked up. A simple map was drawn on the wall in dark ink. There are 5 very prominent places marked on it. Tear Moon Lake, Buddha Heart Temple, Wind and Moon Lodge, Falling Flower Pavilion, and No Light Inn. Zhao Siwei slowly left on her crutches. The words still came out of her mouth. Those who come here to watch the festival can stay at the Inn of the Unlit Lantern. My wife lives at the Wind and Moon Lodge. People are old and don't like to be disturbed. Don't come to my place. Also we have rules in this La Cafe village. Don't light a lamp in the dark. Don't turn around when you walk. 1 person doesn't enter the temple. 2 people don't look at the well. Xin Ming heard that the 2 men were not looking at the well. A quick glance at the rest of his eyes showed him the end of the field, where there was a very large well. There were 6 simple water presses near the well, rusty and covered with red snow. Don't look, the old woman said in a hoarse voice. That's a dry well that's been dry for over 1,000 years. The crowd all froze in place, silently reciting the words spoken by Mrs. Zhao Si. The taller Li Yong of the Heavenly Tao cult looked at Zhao Siba's back in the distance. Don't listen to her. Alarmist. I broke through the spirit realm once last time, and it was easy. That's right. Each spirit realm is a condensation of the residual souls of the grievances of the travelers or aborigines. What the hell does it have to do with any rules? Xin Ming did not intend to stay here. He immediately gave Yushan a wink. The two left along the path to the right. It turned out to be just 2 steps. The wolf Taoist of the Heavenly Tao sect then turned his head and said in a cold voice, "What do you two do?" Lady Xiling of the Green Dragon Guild and a group of travelers turned their heads. Yushan had wanted to say that he had come to look for his sister. As a result, Qin Ming stopped him to steal a step ahead. "Everyone, we just happened to be passing through Falling Flower Village, and we didn't expect to intrude into the spirit realm by mistake." Tian Tao taught Li Yang to mock. One body tempering 3rd gravity. One body tempering 2nd gravity. With such a low cultivation level, why don't you just kill them? Don't. Qin Ming hurriedly waved his hand and laughed. "I've heard people say that it's dangerous inside the spirit realm, and we're sure to die without you guys doing anything. And even if we don't die, we get the essence with both hands." Warning, danger level increased 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming couldn't help but tighten his grip on the poisonous compass blade as a murderous aura surrounded him. "Ha ha ha ha," the wolf dog let out a laugh. "You're still quite understanding, but even if you two are so understanding, you still have to die." The wolf Taoist swung the blood demon sword in his hand. The two frontmost traversers of the Heavenly Tao sect flew over to block Qin Ming and Yushan. The wolf Taoist held the blood demon blade in his left palm and tapped it twice as he said in a cold voice, "Don't pretend, Qin Ming, I know you. That day when you helped the 5 Elements Alliance deal with Taoist greed at the Drunken Immortal Tower. I saw it. It was truly a narrow road between enemies. Since we have a grudge, then let's avenge it now." Qin Ming took a deep breath of cold air. It's true that danger is everywhere, and there's no defense against it. Fortunately, he should not have known that he was the demon suppressor captain. Otherwise he would have already revealed it in the capital. Clang clang clang, the 2 Heavenly Tao cult travelers drew their swords and knives. Their cultivation levels were all at the 7th level of body tempering. That wolf Taoist's cultivation was even as high as the 8th level of Tongling. The powerful aura on his body almost sealed all of Qin Ming's escape paths. Qin Ming gripped the poisonous compass blade tightly and pushed Yushan to the side. "He has nothing to do with me. Who knows?" Not only did Yushan not leave, he also took out a pen from his sleeve. Faint spiritual energy seeped out of the pen. "I, Yushan, know how to repay kindness. How could I possibly leave you behind at this time?" "Ha ha ha ha," laughed the wolf dog. "You think I'm one of those retarded villains who let you out to leak information? Kill them all." Li Yang and Wang Ning of the Heavenly Tao sect were the first to rush up. Li Yang clenched his fists and talented muscle, sequence 197, was unleashed. Instantly, his entire body seemed like a super saiyan as his muscles began to surge. Even the height is nearly half or more than what it was. Wang Ning swung his sleeve. Talent, Dust Toxin, sequence 312. Activated. In a split second, Yushan was surrounded by thick smoke and dust. "It's poisonous. Yushan, hold your breath." Li Yang made his feet on the ground and rushed forward with clenched fists. Qin Ming pushed Yushan to the side. He immediately unfolded his concealment talent speed to the extreme. Without a sound, swish, he disappeared from where he was. Same time, his right hand ignited flames and rushed towards Li Yang's backside. A hawk-nosed man with his hands clasped in his arms sneered from the crowd pile of the Heavenly Tao sect. "That kid is pretty fast and has reached your backside." Qin Ming was a ball of fire that smashed into Li Yang. Unexpectedly, Eagle Hook Nose's reminder allowed Li Yang to dodge the flames with a direct sidestep. Qin Ming clenched his fist and blasted out. Bang! The ice fist collided with Li Yang's fist. Qin Ming took 3 steps backward, and that Li Yang took 5 steps backward. He clasped his fists in shock. "My muscular talent has been refined to the 2nd level before such a powerful force erupted within my body. It's surprising that you can withstand it." Qin Ming didn't have the slightest pain in his arm and was full of strength. Taking so many power pills on your own is still quite empowering. Just then, Yushan had his face corrupted by Wang Ning's dust toxin, and slammed his fist on his abdomen again. He directly flew out backwards and fell at Qin Ming's feet. Wang Ning held his short sword and stabbed towards Yushan's neck. Qin Ming suddenly unleashed the chaotic talent. Wang Ning instantly froze with thoughts running through his mind. Qin Ming immediately dodged to the side, and the poison compass blade stabbed through his neck. Swoosh snort, blood sword. 5 times the pain caused Wang Ning to scream miserably. Traveler's talent found, Dust Toxin, sequence 312. When cast, you can cast Dust Toxin in a specific space to retard the opponent's movement. Do you want to copy it? The current number of copyable talents is 0. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. No copy. Brat. Quite impressive. The wolf Taoist was so angry that he just wanted to do it himself. Suddenly, a bright and dazzling dustless sword in the distance killed like the wind. Sword chi is like a rainbow. There was a loud buzzing sound. Then a domineering and cool voice came from the blood-colored clouds. I'll see who dares to touch him today. Chapter 100, Princess. Tonight's Vermilion Bird Street is your grave. Qin Ming's heart trembled slightly, and then he was overjoyed. It was a voice he knew all too well. As soon as he turned around, he saw his master, Yun Shuiyao, who was flying in quickly. She was dressed in white like snow and her long hair was like a waterfall. The slender jade shadow was like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. The master is here. It was as if there was suddenly great hope in a desperate situation. Qin Ming was filled with joy. The many travelers were still puzzled by the bright sword energy. The dustless sword had already pierced through the layers of wind and snow to fly in front of Qin Ming. Swoosh, the dustless sword light flashed. It was as domineering as it was. Li Yang instantly had his neck wiped by the dustless sword. Blood splattered onto Qin Ming's body. Discovered the traveler's talent muscle, sequence 197, which allows you to explode your entire body with muscles during battle, increasing your strength by 30%. Do you want to copy it? Current number of talents that can be copied is 0. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. Qin Ming weighed in. Muscle isn't as good as chaos talent, and it's decisively rejected. Yun Shuiyao had already flown in from the distance and stood next to Qin Ming. The bloodstained dustless sword floated in front of Yun Shuiyao, and the sword's light shook loudly. Taoist wolf of the heavenly Tao sect simply didn't expect how to suddenly kill a Yun Shuiyao. Cloudwater Rhythm Sword Heart is extremely gifted. Serial number 18. It's definitely not worth it to fight her now. Surprisingly, it's the famous 5 Elements Alliance Inferno Fire Hall Master. Why are you protecting him? Is this Qin Ming your disciple? Don't deny it. It must be. I was drinking at Drunken Immortal House the day Taoist Greedy came. Seeing that she couldn't hide it anymore, Yun Shuiyao directly said in a cold voice, "That's it. So if you touch him, I'll get you killed." Yun Shuiyao turned to look at Qin Ming. No injuries? No, master. The wolf Taoist was infuriated by Yun Shuiyao's dislike. He beckoned to the disciples. Break this spirit realm first, then deal with them. Go. Qin Ming was in an incredibly happy mood as he looked at Yun Shuiyao. Master, why are you here? I passed by Falling Flower Village and saw it. Yun Shuiyao didn't mention the Jin demon guards to prevent the identity of the undercover disciple from being leaked, and then it found the shrine. Qin Ming also reacted. Master, I thought you were going to Starlight City with senior uncle and the others. Yun Shuiyao didn't say that she had come to protect the disciples, but said softly, Master was temporarily tasked to go to Cold Night City for something. By the way, Master, this is Yushan. Yushan hurriedly arched his hand in salute. It's fine. Senior, you and Qin have a good chat. Just pretend I don't exist. I'm just an heir. Qin Ming told Master about Yushan's search for his sister. Yun Shuiyao said with a slight frown of doubt on her eyebrows. How can you be in the same place on the blue planet and still travel to the same world? It's also really strange. Qin Ming, Yun Shuiyao and Yushan arrived at the 3rd floor of the Unlit Inn. The Heavenly Tao Cult and the Green Dragon Guild lived on the 1st and 2nd floors. Qin Ming found a clean and spacious room. Master, this is a nice room. You'll stay here at night, and Yushan and I will stay across from you. As a result, Yun Shuiyao's face was bland and she directly retorted. You're staying with Master tonight. Qin Ming, this inn is extremely mean. It's too dangerous for you to live alone, and in the face of life and death, any rules must give way. The disciple obeys. That Yushan also immediately came forward with a smile. Elder, why don't I stay in your room as well? I'll bunk on the floor. Yun Shuiyao waved her sleeve. I have only enough energy to protect my disciples. Yushan gave a thumbs up. Brother Qin, you are so happy. I'll live across the street from you as a loner. Fluorite Imperial City, Palm Flame Palace Inner Hall. Empress Han Yuli was sitting in the middle of the many flames, and the red glowstones around her were being charged with fire energy. She had a golden-colored dragon robe covering her delicate body, and her right hand was holding a pen, flipping through military information from all over the world in front of the table. The Empress, who had just finished approving a piece of paperwork, raised her head and gently pressed her temples, saying in a cold voice, Where has little Qinzi gotten to? Shangguan Qinger said softly, Your Majesty, according to the feedback from the people we planted into the Jin Demon Guards, they have already arrived at La Cafe Village. Falling Flower Village? That's the village that's cursed with no women or children? Yes. I heard that Captain Qin still practiced hard and diligently along the way, practicing until late every time, and treating the generals very well, even killing a severely injured ice beast demon bear to give the generals extra food. Not bad. Has the potential of a general? Just then, the fire at the palm fire point quivered slightly. The Empress frowned lightly with her horizontal eyebrows, and a pair of stern and domineering kingly eyes stared deathly at the entrance of the inner hall. 5 breaths later, the Rapunzel, dressed in purple and black fire cloud velvet, walked over with one hand behind her back. Her breath was calm and steady, and she carried a cold, chilly sword aura. It made even the fire in the Empress Palace seem to fade a bit. What are you doing here? I'm ready to kill someone to inform you of something. The Empress seemed to be furious. Kill what? Green Dragon Guild travelers. About 100 of them. Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately rose from her dragon chair. Shangguan Qinger hurriedly retreated to the side. It was clear in her mind that the two sisters were extraordinarily unified on the matter of killing travelers. What do you want me to do? To strike out with you? I'm sick of striking out with you. You're reckless. The Empress bit her lip, anger in her brow. I need you to activate the Dragon Abyss Shrine to strike once. Han Yueshi, think clearly. The Dragon Abyss Ancestral Hall is related to the ancestors. It's not wise to expend energy like this. The Rapunzel's eyes were fixed on the Empress blandly. That weirdness on top of the Jinmu Tower has been active and frequent lately. Asking the Dragon Abyss Shrine to take action will not only get these travelers killed, but also make the weirdness subside. Two birds with one stone. The Empress stood at the window with her hands behind her back, looking out at the snowy sky and the Dragon Abyss Shrine that stood in the darkness. 5 breaths later, she nodded. I promise. The Rapunzel immediately turned around, as if staying in this Palm Fire Hall for even one more breath made her uncomfortable. It was dark in Glowstone City. The travelers posing as stalls around the Jinmu Tower were already scurrying in silhouette. They came to Jubilee Street stealthily and entered various places to cover their tracks. In the towering tea house on Vermilion Street, the Green Dragon Guild's White Tiger Hall's Vice Hall Master, Iron Fist, who was dressed in green, was staring at the distant Imperial City with a teacup in his hand. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he murmured in a deep voice. Han Yueshi, tonight's Vermilion Bird Street is your grave. It's about time for you to get what's coming to you for how many travelers you've killed. You devil! Chapter 101 Grabbing Master's Hand. The edge of the spooky mist. Qin Ming and Master Yun Shueyao entered the room. The room was simply furnished with a table and chairs and a bed. It was completely dark. Qin Ming pulled the curtains back. Red snowflakes were flying outside. A thick, eerie white fog hung in the distance. Qin Ming, you have to remember that you can't go to the mists in any spirit realm. Qin Ming nodded, his heart confused. You can think of the mists as the edge of the spirit realm. Disciple understands. Qin Ming took out the tears of the. This last draw was perfect for the spirit realm. He dripped tears in the corner of his eyes. Disposable consumable. 2 drops and you're out. Qin Ming blinked his eyes, just opened them. At a glance, he saw a monk in a robe walking past the window. He thumped away with a wooden fish. But what is shocking is this. The monk had a huge bloody hole in his heart. And the heart wasn't there at all. Yun Shueyao also had a bit of sadness on her face. This spirit realm is not simple. One must be 10,000 times more careful. Yes, Master. The night is getting darker. The weather was even more bitterly cold. Qin Ming carried the bed quilt at the foot of the bed to the master. Master, go rest on the bed for a while. The quilt is new. No, you go to bed. Disciple is a man with strong yang energy and is not afraid of the cold. I'll just cultivate on the stool. Master, go and rest. Yun Shueyao saw that he couldn't argue with the disciple. She sat on the edge of the bed and half leaned back, pulling a corner of the covers gently over her stomach. Right at this moment, a snapping sound of movement came from Yushan's room across the street. Qin Ming's heart trembled, hurriedly lying on the doorway to look out. Dark. Cannot see anything. Even perception is useless. Yushan is a man of righteousness. Especially today. When Qin Ming was facing a desperate situation, he was also willing to accompany him to his death. At this time, Qin Ming naturally couldn't abandon him. He gently opened the door and the hallway was dark and unusually cold. He saw that the door to Yushan's room was open, and so was the window, which was blown and snapped in the cold wind. Qin Ming looked around the room empty. Where is everybody? Has there been an accident? Qin Ming looked around carefully, and there were no signs of struggle. Instead, it was possible that Yushan had left on his own. Is this guy crazy for looking for his sister? How dangerous this darkened spirit realm is. Qin Ming. Master Yun Shueyao followed and said softly, there seems to be a brochure here. Qin Ming opened the pamphlet, and it turned out to be the genealogy of Falling Flower Village. The yellowing paper carried a bit of ink fragrance, and Qin Ming opened it. Zhao Shuezai, the first mayor of Lakhua Village. The Zhao granny seen today is a 10th generation Zhao family granddaughter. That Zhao Sanyuan that he met outside the Spirit Kingdom is the 16th generation descendant of the Zhao family. That means that the spirit realm stays in the 10th generation of the Zhao Siba era. The real world has come to Zhao Sanyuan. Qin Ming then flipped through the pages and was shocked to see a woman called Yu Coriander in the first generation of villagers. Isn't that the name of Yushan's sister? She had actually traveled to Falling Flower Village? But the village of Falling Flowers was founded at least 700 years ago. Didn't Yushan say that he crossed over 10 days after his sister did? How come there's such a big time difference in between? Qin Ming told his master about his doubts. Yun Shueyao thought about it and replied, maybe the space-time ratios are different. Just like the space-time ratios of both the spirit realm and the real world are randomly controlled by residual soul grievances, Qin Ming thought in his heart. If that was the case, then even if one stayed in this spirit realm for several days and went out for only a short period of time, one wouldn't arouse the suspicion of Mo Rabbit and Mei Yang and the girls, right? This genealogy should have been left behind by Yushan on his own initiative. He must have obtained it in Falling Flower Village before entering the spirit realm. Yun Shuiyao nodded in agreement. Since it had the latest village head, Zhao Sanyuan, on it, the genealogy must have come from the real world. Qin Ming didn't know where Yushan had gone. It was only possible to return to the room with the master first. The result was just reaching the promenade. They then heard rustling footsteps from behind them. Warning, danger level increased 500 times. Lucky points increase 500 times during the period of danger. A super cold, chilly aura came from behind him, sending shivers down one's spine, as if he was in the netherworld. This feeling Qin Ming had experienced in the Ghost Bride spirit realm. He knew something unclean was coming behind him. He was about to turn around and start the flames, but immediately thought of what Zhao Siwei mentioned. Don't light up when it's dark and don't look back when you walk. The cold breath was getting closer. Qin Ming and Master Yin Shuiya walked to the room with gentle steps. Neither turned around. Qin Ming pulled the door closed behind him, but the door creaked, but it just wouldn't close. He knew the creepy behind him was following. Yun Shuiya slowly prepared to draw her sword. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately reached out and grabbed Master's hand as he shook his head at her. It was dark without lights, and this dustless sword emitted a blue light that was no different from a lamp. It was getting colder and colder behind them, and you could even hear the eerie breathing. Qin Ming endured a single movement, and cold air blew behind him, causing chilling hairs to stand up. Yun Shuiao pushed away Qin Ming's hand that was grasping hers and composed herself. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the second floor. Someone seems to have lit a lamp down there. The eerie coldness behind them disappeared with a swish. There were heartbreaking screams from the second floor. Qin Ming and Master looked at each other. He went to the window and quietly looked down. Sure enough, a white figure floated by 3 houses down. Before he had a chance to look around, he was dragged inside by Yun Shuiao. Don't look. Wait until daylight. Master, what realm is this weird residual soul in? Every spirit realm is different. This spirit realm's weird. The realm is at least at the Zhongshe. Qin Ming sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The sovereign realm. It was simply impossible to fight against it head-on. The wind and snow are blowing in the village of falling flowers. Captain Meng Rabbit and Captain Mei Yang were already clad in armor and holding swords. They brought with them 200 devil-suppressing guards, with swords in their right hands and torches in their left. Mei Yang changed her usual flirtatious face. At this point it became serious and ruthless. Jin Demon guards, listen up. School Captain Qin has disappeared in this falling flower village. I don't need to tell you guys that you know the seriousness of this matter. 100 men followed the Mo Rabbit lieutenant to encircle all the intersections of Falling Flower Village, forbidding anyone to enter or leave. The other 100 follow this general in conducting a house-to-house search, and wherever any suspicious persons are found, they are immediately arrested and severely interrogated. Nah, report. A green-armored Jin Demon guard ran from the distance and knelt on the snowy ground, reporting to the 2 lieutenants. The village head Zhao Sanyuan and 5 villagers were killed in the wine shop, and the wounds were sword wounds. What? Who dares to kill here? Is it a traveler? In a flash, Mo Rabbit and Mei Sheep were like enemies. The 2 men's expressions became more serious. Xiao Qinzi is highly respected by the eldest princess and his majesty, and he killed several more travelers while in the capital. If a cultivated traveler appears here, would they come over to look for it? Mo Bunny nodded slightly. It's highly probable. Devil suppressor guards, listen to the order. All of you get in the spirit tonight, and once you find any travelers, immediately arrest them and interrogate them severely. If Captain Qin loses a single hair, the elder princess will skin us. Nah, it was dawn in the spirit realm, still shrouded in the color of blood. Qin Ming saw the master on the bed sitting with his legs crossed, meditating quietly. His thoughts probed into the heaven-locking gourd. It's been 3 days and 85 lucky points saved up. It can be drawn twice, consuming 40 lucky points. Successful extraction. Obtaining a top-grade hidden weapon of the Xian rank, soul-devouring poison crossbow, which can fire 6 soul-devouring arrows. 6 arrows are fired each time. The arrows are coated with soul-devouring poison, causing physical and mental damage to the target and slowing down the target's movement. Consuming 40 lucky points. Successful extraction. Obtaining the heart-protecting elixir, a 3rd-order elixir. It can heal injuries and protect the heart for a short period of time. It just so happens that this spirit realm is extremely dangerous. With the soul-devouring poison crossbow and the heart protector pill, the safety was greatly increased. Just then, Yun Shuiyao opened her eyes. The master and disciple went downstairs. The Heavenly Tao sect and the Green Dragon Guild all surrounded the entrance of room 106. There was blood all over the floor of the room. Dongfang Yu, a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, had his heart gouged out, his hair pulled out, and his scalp bloody. Chapter 102, Bullying Female President? Master Cao, Taoist wolf of the Heavenly Tao sect, held the blood demon sword in his hand. What a dumbass. Lighting candles in the middle of the night when it's clearly stated that there are no lights in the dark. Qin Ming saw that the candle on Dongfang Yu's desk seemed to be half burned. Taoist wolf closed the door to the room and beckoned to the other 4 disciples. Let's go. Breaking the spirit realm is important. He had just taken a few steps out. Lady Ziling smiled with style. Taoist wolf, don't be in such a hurry. I'm afraid that this spirit realm is extremely tricky. If we separate, we'll die faster. Why don't we all join together? The wolf Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly. I have no comment. Yun Shuiyao said in a cold voice. Together is fine with me. But whoever dares to sneak up behind me, don't blame me, Yun Shui Ro, for turning the other cheek. As he spoke, Yun Shuiyao's powerful sword heart talent was released. Taoist wolf and Lady Xiling were both shaken. Sequence 18 sword heart talent. Sword chi penetration really lived up to its name. Yun Shuiyao looked toward Qin Ming. Let's go. The crowd of wolf dogs followed behind. The first stop, the crowd unanimously chose the Falling Flower Pavilion. The Court of Falling Flowers exists out there in the real world, and it's easier to figure out the clues from there. The sky was still filled with red snowflakes. The crowd stepped on the snow to reach the door of the Falling Flower Pavilion. Wolf dog kicks the door in. The crowd was startled by an overcast wind that hit them. Qin Ming let his eyes look around. A bluestone path in the middle of the yard was covered with snow. The mottled and withered spirit grasses and flowers on both sides stuck their heads out of the red snow and swayed in the wind. A few dilapidated and vicissitudes of wooden houses are situated deep in the courtyard, though the courtyard has fallen into disrepair. But it was clear from the marvelous carvings on the pillars that the house had once been owned by a very refined person. Yun Shuiyao came next to Qin Ming and said softly, "This courtyard is inhabited by a traveler." Qin Ming was slightly surprised. "Master, how did you see that? Look at the dozen or so kinds of flowers planted in the front side flower garden. All of them are in accordance with the top light and the bottom heavy. Light colors on the top, dark colors on the bottom, sparse and dense, high and low. It's a principle of flower arranging for Blue Star flower arrangers. And it's obviously been used here." "I see. Master, what did you do before you crossed over?" "Didn't do much. My father has a public company and I'm helping out in it." Qin Ming. It turns out that Master is a super rich white beauty and a domineering female president. The crowd pushed through the first house. The roof of the house was covered with cobwebs and the inside was dusty. There was a wooden bed in the front left corner, and 4 basalt chains were tied to the 4 posts in the corner of the bunk bed. Taoist wolf picked at the Xian iron chain with his blood demon blade. This chain is hard enough that an unusual knife can't cut it off. It looks like this room used to be used for prisoners. Mrs. Ziring waved her sleeve. Nothing special in this first room. Go to the back. Yun Shuiyao had wanted to follow. As a result, he saw that Qin Ming had actually squatted down in front of the bed. Qin Ming felt that something was wrong. Since the tears of S tears were applied, he seems to be able to see where the een is extremely heavy. He poked his twin swords lightly in the middle crack of the bed. Results. A small plank in the center banged off. Qin Ming looked down along the gap in the wooden boards and was surprised to find 2 baby bodies thrown under the bed. The body was covered with dust and had become white bones. The white bones appeared to be attached to umbilical cords that had been air-dried. The baby's 2 eyes were empty and there were centipedes and spiders crawling around. An unpleasant corpse-like odor spilled out of the hole. Qin Ming hurriedly spewed out flames to force the corpse chi back. The Heavenly Tao sect disciple, Jing Zhang, immediately scurried in when she heard a commotion in the room. He didn't want to let any clues slip. It turned out to be just that. An eerie laugh rang through the room. Gay gay gi. The laughter seemed to penetrate into the bone marrow, creeping people out. Qin Ming detected that the 4 Xian iron chains on the bed seemed to have moved. Without saying a word, he hurriedly flashed next to his master. Together with Yun Shuiyao, they flew outside. Then Julia Chang saw an extra hole in the bed. It was thought that Qin Ming had discovered some extraordinary clue that he hadn't shared with the others. She padded over and looked down. Shasta. The 4 iron chains on the bedposts flew over with a whoosh. 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 Bind her hands and feet tightly. Julia Chang's talent is jumping, but his legs were tightly bound by the Xian iron chain, so he couldn't exert himself at all. She cried out for help. "Master, help!" Taoist wolf, who was already outside, had just run to the door with the crowd of the Heavenly Tao sect. It was seen that the Xian iron chain was crumbling tighter and tighter. The frightened woman's laughter grew louder as well. Gay gay gi. Zhang Jingjing was pulled by the Xian iron chain in agony. Wolf dog really wants to strike. But then I heard, pop, 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 pop. 4 times in a row. Julia Zhang's arms and legs were all pulled off by the chains, splattering blood. Her body died on the bed in an agonizing struggle. Both eyes were round and wide. This time, the crowd was completely scared. What the hell is this place? The 7th level of body tempering realm was killed without any resistance? Qin Ming saw an arcane iron chain pulling at Julia Zhang by the arm, slipping towards the back of the house. He unfolded his gift of stealth to follow behind. The others saw the scene. Thinking that Qin Ming had discovered something, they all followed in droves. There was a snap. The door to the leftmost room suddenly opened. The Xian iron chain pulled Zhang Jingjing's arm in. Qin Ming's scalp tingled when he took a look. The corners of the whole house were densely packed with armfuls of white bones. At once, the creepy woman's laughter resumed. The laughter was maniacal and terrifying, echoing throughout the entire falling flower pavilion. The Xian iron chain is killing us. I don't know who yelled out. The crowd looked around. Dense basalt chains scuttled out of almost every room. It was as if they had a consciousness. All of them came at the crowd. Qin Ming sheathed his twin swords. Yun Shuwei Ro's dustless sword kills out. Wolf Taoist clenched his hands and swung his blood demon sword. Lady Ziling's Rui duster flicked up quickly in her hand. Bang bang bang. Various weapons fought with the Xian iron chain. It took Qin Ming 3 consecutive swords to cut through a single Xian iron chain. However, what shocked him was that the originally severed Xian iron chain was once again seamlessly connected not 2 breaths later. The strength is harder than before the chopping. Qin Ming frowned as his eyes looked around. Master, this isn't right. Chopping the Xian iron chain like this isn't the way to go at all. Yes, Wolf Doyen also cursed. I chopped off 5 or 6 of them, and these chains are bonded together. How can I fight? Swish, swish, swish. An arcane iron chain scurried out above his head, blocked their retreat completely. What should I do if I can't even fly away? Do something, Qin Ming calmly observed. And he saw that there was a room on the right front side that was exceptionally delicate and elegant. There didn't seem to be a single basalt chain or broken arm in that room. That's probably the best place to be if you want to catch your breath. Qin Ming hurriedly waved towards Master Yun Shueyao. Master, here. Yun Shueyao decisively followed the disciple as he fought and retreated. Qin Ming unfolded his stealth talent and flew over to kick the window open and jumped in. Yun Shueyao jumped in right after him. Qin Ming gasped for air. The inside of this house was set up extraordinarily exquisitely, with the walls plastered with paintings and calligraphy, and the table holding the 4 treasures of literature. The soft red bed was dusty. Seeing this, Daoist Wolf and Lady Wisteria also ran towards this room. Lady Wisteria's disciple, Li Ru, ran at the end of the line. As soon as he stepped into the doorway, he was pierced through the heart by an arcane iron chain. Li Ru spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining his chest clothes red. Master, save me, Mrs. Ziring hadn't had a chance. Li Ru had already been pulled into midair by the Xian iron chain. Several black and red metaphysical iron chains tightly wrapped around Li Ru's limbs. It didn't take more than 2 breaths to completely split him up. Gay. You all must die. All must die. Chapter 103, The Princess is Dead. The dark moon and windy night of murder. The crowd was shocked to see this scene. What the is this? Yun Shuei-ro also had a sad face. Qin Ming scrutinized the room. There was soap in the drawer and a book of poems. There is also a mechanical drawing in the book of poems, signed by Drop Girl. It feels like the drawings are a bit like the kind of water press used in the countryside. It's easy to pressurize water up without electricity. All the clues from the village he had entered until now began to blend together in his mind. Qin Ming ruled out. This falling flower pavilion is most likely a condensation of the grievances of this traveler called Falling Woman. Originally, she lived in the very compartment she was standing in. She had a refined sense of life, wrote many poems and paintings, also invented the water press. But then something happened. Most likely the 4 chains on the bed in the room outside were used to imprison her. There were also holes dug in the center bedpan of the bed, presumably for defecation. There were also 2 babies with air-dried umbilical cords underneath the bedpan, which is proof enough that she suffered a lot of humiliating torture. To say that the biggest residue of resentment in the falling flower pavilion should be the 4 Xian iron chains used for imprisonment. The wolf dog rolled over and slammed his fist against the wall in his impatience. Didn't you say for us to come and see the sacrifice? How come the sacrifice is not seen and there are still killings everywhere? Right, where's the sacrifice? I feel like I've fallen for that Zhao Si woman. She didn't lie to us. Qin Ming turned to look at the crowd. If I'm not mistaken, the sacrifice has already begun. And we are the sacrifices. What? The crowd was in a state of shock. So how the hell do we get out of here? Totally trapped. Every place in every spirit realm is condensed from the grievous remnants of the travelers and the aborigines. If you want to crack this place, the main thing is to find the place where the grievances are the heaviest. Mrs. Ziring, who in the room doesn't know this that you speak of? Then tell me where the heaviest resentment is in this falling flower pavilion? The whole room all fell silent. Qin Ming looked at Yun Shuiyao and saw that she was holding the dustless sword tightly in her right hand, worry and concern surfacing on her stunningly cold face. Master. Qin Ming looked at Yun Shuiyao. I think I know where the point of the heaviest resentment in the falling flower pavilion is. In a split second, all of them looked over. Yun Shuiyao's eyes lit up, and a trace of undetectable delight passed through her brows. Taoist Wolf and Lady Xiling all stared at Qin Ming. Where is the point of greatest resentment? Qin Ming looked at the crowd. If you guys believe me, proceed to take cover while I go break up this grudge. The one who contributes the most in the spirit realm gets more essence spirit. So naturally Qin Ming won't tell anyone else about the clues. Zhou Tong, a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect, was the first to shake his head and refuse. Master, this kid can't be lying to us, right? The wolf Taoist's eyes rolled as he looked at Yun Shuiyao. It's fine for you to go. Your master must stay and deal with the Xian iron chain with us. Yun Shuiyao's face showed a slight anger. Wolf Taoist. You fool. What a time it is. You think everyone is as carefully calculated as your Heavenly Tao sect. Of course I have to be with my disciple. How else can I protect him? Mrs. Ziring waved her sleeve. Alright, there's nothing the others can do. So listen to this Qin Ming. I think the little guy has been cool since he came in. So maybe he really can. The operation started immediately. Taoist Wolf and Lady Xiling were the first to rush out. Several other disciples followed suit and offered their weapons. Start dealing with the basilisk chains. Qin Ming and Yun Shuiyao took the opportunity to run towards the first room. Yun Shuiyao waved her dustless sword to form a 2-meter square sword shield around Qin Ming, blocking the incoming Xian iron chains. Qin Ming took the opportunity to jump in through the window. He came to the bedside holding his twin swords. The creepy laugh sounded again, as if it was right behind him. Gay gay gyi. The voice was cold and eerie. Qin Ming had wanted to turn around and attack immediately, but the words "don't look back when you're walking" came back to mind. He gritted his teeth and gripped his twin swords as he began to slash at the bedside basalt chains. Gay gay gyi. The laughter behind him grew louder. He felt the figure approaching. The cold blew almost to his ears. Qin Ming went out on a limb, and the heaven-slashing sword technique was executed. Bang bang bang. Dozens of consecutive swords chopped down from the air. Master Yun Shuiyao blocked the doorway of the room, the dustless sword in his hand spinning rapidly, a sword chi forming a sword shield, blocking dozens of Xian iron chains. Ka-ching! Snap! Qin Ming cut off the first chain at the head of the bed. He started cutting a second one. Click, the second one broke. The third root breaks. By the time he cut down to the fourth basalt chain, Qin Ming felt that the white shadow behind him had already arrived behind him. Her icy exhale was on Qin Ming's neck. Lots of black damp hair slowly climbed up his shoulders. The sound of evil spirits grinding their teeth echoed in his ears. Qin Ming forced himself to not care about behind him as he gritted his teeth and chopped down a sword. Snap! The fourth basalt chain broke. In a flash, the icy shadow behind him disappeared. The arcane iron chains in the courtyard also turned into powder and disappeared into thin air. Qin Ming sat down on the bed tiredly. Master Yun Shuiyao did not care about his own tiredness and rushed over. Qin Ming, how are you? The crowd outside the courtyard collapsed straight to the ground in exhaustion. Crap! This falling flower pavilion is so damn menacing. It's scarier than the 3 spirit realms that Laozi had once visited. This kid Qin Ming can. He actually really cracked the source of the grievances. Yun Shuiyao supported Qin Ming. How did you find out about this? Qin Ming was just about to reply. Yun Shuiyao saw the wolf Taoist outside the house walking over. She waved her sleeve directly. Qin Ming, follow master to the next point. In the imperial city of Fluorite, the night was as dark as ink and the sky was snowy. Hundreds of red soul-devouring birds hissed over the capital. The Jinmu Tower was still defended by 1,000 Jinmu guards around it. They didn't know what was going to happen this night, and were no different as usual. Yet 4 major neighborhoods in the distance were packed with people. Iron Fist, the White Tiger Hall's vice-master who was dressed in green with gray sideburns, stood in the darkness and snapped his fingers. Action! In a split second, the 4 surrounding blocks of East, West, South, North, and South Rotting Soul Talisman, Blazing Flame Talisman, and Bloodbath Talisman were instantly triggered. Each talisman emitted a terrifying killing aura that shot straight up to the top 18 floors. The surrounding Jin demon guards instantly panicked, not knowing what had happened. Rumble! The 18th floor of the Jinmu Tower really began to tremble violently under the stimulation. Many of the people in the capital have also been awakened. A weird vibration has appeared in the devil-suppressing tower. Report it to the eldest princess. Vice Hall Master Iron Fist had an eerie smile on his face. Just by looking at their panicked looks, I knew that this time it would be 100% successful. Han Yueshi, you're dead. The top floor of the upper hall of the Tai-In Palace. The Rapunzel was dressed in a purple and black fire cloud velvet coat, with one hand behind her back. and her autumn water eyes were dead set on the distant devil-suppressing tower. Behind her 10 women lieutenants in armor, swords in hand, stood at attention. All set? Rapunzel. All are ready. Good. The Rapunzel raised her hand. Whoosh, the moon shadow sword flew out and was grasped in her hand. It's been a long time since this sword drank blood painfully. This night this palace will let you drink your fill. Chapter 104. My disciple is so great. The well can't be seen. The lake can't be visited. What should I do? The spirit realm Tier Moon Lake was at the bottom of a mountain cliff. The lake was deep and dark, with a strong fishy odor. Qin Ming and Yun Shueya walked on the front side. Daoist Wolf followed closely behind with 3 disciples. At the end was Lady Xiling and 3 disciples. There was a stone monument erected on the edge of the Tier Moon Lake, with some inscriptions carved on it. Daoist Wolf and Lady Xiling and the others all gathered around. How come this TND is in traditional Chinese? I don't recognize many traditional characters. Cloudwater Ballad can see a general idea. Mrs. Xiling can also read nearly 60% of the traditional Chinese characters, but Qin Ming recognized all of them. During this period of time, he had gone to the devil-suppressing tower for systematic study. He has memorized almost all of the commonly used traditional 1,000 characters. This stone tablet is inscribed. When there was a drought in the village of Loch Fa, Loch Maiden took the lead in digging an aqueduct and pumping water to irrigate the village. 3 years later, Loch Maiden went mad and tore out her hair to block the waterway, making it impossible to remove. Thousands of people died of starvation in Falling Flower Village. Qin Ming was puzzled. Falling Girl should be the creepy one from Falling Girl Court. Lu Kai of the Heavenly Tao cult beckoned to the crowd from a grassy area. Look, you guys, there's a well here. Lu Ya, a disciple of the Green Dragon Guild, ran forward obediently, but was yanked back by Lady Ziling. 2 men don't look at the well. Have you forgotten? Stupid. Master. Disciple. Disciple understands. Then Lu Kai stood at the edge of the well and gave a laugh. There is such a thing as 2 men not looking at the well, but I'm looking at it alone and it's safe. He turned his head to look at the wolf Taoist. Don't worry, Master. I'll observe if there are any clues here. The words just fell out of his mouth. Suddenly, Lu Kai felt a pungent aura float past him. He was abruptly startled when he heard a slight, eerie woman's voice in his ear. Who told you that you were watching alone? Lu Kai was startled as he swished his head around. A white female figure was seen standing next to it. The female figure was covered in blood, with long hair covering her face and only one blood red eye showing in the center. Lu Kai's heart instantly jumped out of his chest in fear. His gift is talismans. He hurriedly took out 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves. Result: Lu Kai hadn't had time to cast. It was then that the white-clad female figure curled her hair around her neck and pulled her straight into the deep well of stagnant water. Puff! The sound of Lu Kai falling into the water came. Not good. Lu Kai fell into the water. The crowd flew forward at the first opportunity. The water surface of this deep well is almost flush with the lake. The inside reeked with a strong stench tinged with blood. It's over. Senior brother Lu Kai is dead. Look at his arms all twisted off floating in the water. What the hell is that white shadow? Lu Kai was dragged in without any resistance. This spirit realm is too difficult. We can't find the source of the Tier Moon Lake's grievances. Crack it my ass. All of them fell silent. In my opinion, the source of the resentment here should be in the Tier Moon Lake. Lady Xiling's disciple, Zhao Wujiang, stepped forward. He was tall and muscular. Master, disciple requests to go into the water for a test. Mrs. Xiling nodded, seemingly not worried at all on her face. The crowd was amazed. Even if a cultivator is powerful, the amount of time they can enter the water and hold their breath is limited. And this Zhao Wujiang dares to go down to Tier Moon Lake. In a split second, only Zhao Wujiang raised his right hand and formed a transparent water shield around himself, straight down towards the bottom of the water. The transparent water shield protected Zhao Wujiang's surroundings, and the water currents couldn't get close at all. The crowd was amazed. Lady Xiling smiled faintly. This talent of my disciple is a rare sequence 77 of water avoidance. Qin Ming thought in his heart. The sequence of talents of the travelers is really strange. What kind of talents are there? The waters of Lake Tier Moon were dark and deep. Zhao Wujiang was never seen again after he went down to the bottom of the water. There were no ripples drifting across the lake either. 10 breaths, 50 breaths, exactly half a quarter of an hour passed. The lake remained motionless. Mrs. Xiling finally got a little anxious. She came to the lake and shouted, Zhao Wujiang, come out. The voice was extremely penetrating as if it was a sonic attack. 3 breaths later, suddenly, ripple after ripple appeared on the surface of the deep lake. A gurgling column of water bubbled up immediately afterward. Mrs. Xiling breathed a sigh of relief. My disciple has returned. Suddenly, Zhao Wujiang swished out an arm. Those arms were flapping and swaying from side to side on the lake. The crowd instantly became gloomy. The water avoidance circle around Zhao Wujiang had exploded. Lady Xiling had already flown up from the shore at the sight. Just then, Zhao Wujiang's head stuck out from the lake. He had a head full of hair wrapped in layer after layer. Both of his stubby arms kept flapping on the surface of the water. Lady Xiling immediately launched an attack with the Rui whisk in her hand. Several breaths smashed above the water as if they were gusts of wind blowing the hair off Zhao Wujiang's face. The crowd looked creeped out by this one. Only Zhao Wujiang's head had long since been twisted 180 degrees, and blood was pouring from his neck. Geizhai. Another horrible laugh came from the lake. Lady Xiling immediately retreated violently when she saw that the situation was not right. The chilling laughter grew louder. The crowd saw a dense mass of hair spreading out nonstop under the bottom of the lake. It's like it's going to cover the entire lake all over. Lady Xiling landed on the shore and gasped continuously. Disciple Luya rushed over and patted Master's back. It's over and done with. Li Jia, a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect, was a bit frantic. What the is this place? There's no way to crack it. You can't look at the well. And you can't go to the lake. This time, surprisingly, the eyes of the crowd all looked towards Qin Ming and Yun Shuiyao. Both of you, the Heavenly Dao sect, and the Green Dragon Duke have each lost a disciple. It's your turn to act next, isn't it? Yun Shuiyao held the dustless sword. I can go to the lake and explore again. My disciple is even. As the words fell, Qin Ming stepped forward. Master, I can see some of the doorway, but if I'm going to unravel it, I'm definitely not enough on my own. I need 3. 3 is 3. 1 disciple from each of our 2 families will follow you. The wolf Taoist asked sternly. Tell me quickly, how exactly are you going to break it? The stone tablet in front of me probably guessed that the original lake to irrigate the fields if up and down very inconvenient, resulting in frequent disasters. Then the fallen woman took the villagers to build a waterway. Qin Ming, are you kidding? This place is so low, and the village fields above are so high. What kind of waterway can be built to bring the water up? Unless an electric pump is used. But as far as I know, electricity wasn't invented in this day and age. Qin Ming continued. When we first came here, there was a very large field well in the field at the head of the village, as well as 6 water presses. If you dig waterways to divert the water to the field wells and pump it with multiple water presses. No, it dawned on the crowd. Qin Ming, do you mean there's a waterway here? And now the waterway is blocked, so the well over there is dry? Yes, it's written there that the fallen woman went crazy and tore all her hair out to block the waterway. That's why this is where the grievances are condensed. If we really want to break through the grievances, we have to unplug this waterway and let the water flow. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone is smart. Listening to Qin Ming speak like this did make sense. A refined light flashed in Yun Shuiao's eyes as she looked at her disciple Qin Ming appreciatively. While unclogging a waterway may seem logically simple, few people can think of it under high stress. Moreover, the disciple Qin Ming was able to contact the field wells at the head of the village and the stone monument by the lake, which is really not simple. The crowd looked unanimously at the well in front of them. Back in the day, a well must have been drilled here first, and then a waterway dug down towards tin wells. Finally, the lake is connected to the well in front of us, and the water from this waterway will flow smoothly to the field well. Qin Ming, do you mean you want us to follow you down the well? Don't forget, that white-clothed creepy with that horrible hair just now would strangle people alive. No matter what realm of cultivation you are, you must die. That's why it has to be 3 people, all of them together, to make the evacuation possible. The 3 parties endorsed the program. They started picking people. Qin Ming was pulled to the side by Yun Shuiyao. Qin Ming, don't go down later. Master will go for you. Master, how can that be? Taoist Wolf and Lady Xiling are outside. You have to guard outside. What if they don't follow the rules and do something bad? But Master is not at ease. Master, just don't worry. Qin Ming gently patted Yun Shuiao's wrist. What is your disciple? It must have turned out well. Chapter 105, Yun Shuiao, come at me. Don't harm my disciple. Yun Shuiao breathed a sigh of relief. The disciple chosen by the Tian Tao Church was Li Jia. Li Jia's talent is corrosion, generating corrosive gases in tight spaces. This will enable you to deal with your hair effectively. The Green Dragon Guild chose a female disciple. Luya. Luya's gift is night vision, can see as clearly as day in dark spaces. The 3 quickly set the order. Li Jia was in the front, Qin Ming in the center, and Luya in the back. As travelers, everyone knows that in their hearts, the only thing that comes out great is in cracking the spirit realm. It's the more essence that is rewarded at the end. So although Li Jia's heart was also weak, she still chose to be in the front. The 3 men jumped into the well. Near the water's surface, a waterway was found in the right well wall. Li Jia jumped into the waterway in a smooth manner. He carried a fluorite lamp in his hand. Qin Ming and Luya followed closely behind. The cave was extremely humid. The three could only crawl forward with their bodies slightly bowed. Qin Ming had made an early estimate based on the distance of the field's dry well. The waterway below should be at least 500 meters. At the rate they're going now, which is so slow, it definitely won't work. Speed up. It'll take 2 hours to climb over like this. And it'll be dark by then. Li Jia and Luya trembled slightly in their hearts, both knowing what darkness meant. According to Granny Zhaoxi, don't light a lamp in the dark and don't turn around when you walk. If it does go tonight, they will be completely trapped inside. Qin Ming's talent for concealment allowed him to travel forward with almost no movement at all. Luya, who was following behind, could not feel Qin Ming's breath and was surprised in her heart. This guy's cultivation level was only the 3rd level of body tempering. How did he look more powerful than his own 7th level of body tempering? It's easy to be fearful in dark, cramped spaces. Even acolytes still get scared. It was because they knew in their hearts that the weirdness they were facing was the most terrifying juggernaut in the spirit realm. A strong stench wafted from the front. Li Jia's hand felt something round. He took a look with his fluorite lamp. Surprisingly, it was a human head. Qin Ming saw that the human head wore earrings on its ears like modern craftsmanship. This waterway should have been visited by other travelers. Master said it before. All it takes is one spirit realm to be cracked. Then the spiritual realm disappears completely. But if it's not cracked, it will stay there. The smell of blood was getting stronger all around. Just then, the danger warning popped up. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 200 times. Lucky points increase 200 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming immediately concealed his breath and prepared for battle. Suddenly, Li Ye exclaimed, "There are actually 3 bodies here and none of them have hair on their heads? Look at their scalps. They should have had their hair ripped out alive." "Ha!" Li Jia in the front exclaimed, "Why is my hair getting smaller?" He was so scared that he rushed to spray corrosive gas in front of him with his palms raised. Luya, who was following at the end, touched her hair in fear. Luckily, my hair is fine. If the hair becomes less, does it mean that the fallen woman is beside herself? Nope. Luya suddenly giggled in her heart. Your own hair is not getting smaller. Instead, it's become more. I'm getting more hair. In a flash, her whole being was as if she had been frosted. Luya turned her head slightly to see the long hair on her shoulder crawling over as if it were a thin snake. Ah, she just cried out. A long strand of black hair went through her mouth in an instant. Luya stomped her leg and pulled out the short sword at her own waist and swung it from side to side. However, that hair was like a basaltic iron that couldn't be cut at all. Her night vision gift saw a figure just lying on its back, slowly approaching. Frightened, Luya was trembling, unable to shout or move. Weapon psychic power is simply useless. The hair burrowed more and more into her mouth. At the very front, Li Jia felt something was wrong. Throw the fluorite lamp behind you. Under the hidden light, only Luya had been completely rolled over by that white-clothed fallen woman. Long hair curled her neck tightly and tucked from her mouth all the way down to her stomach. Pa! Her head cracked open and blood splattered. Qin Ming touched the blood. Discovered the traveler's gift of night vision, sequence 154, with a visual range of 100 meters at night. Do you want to copy it? Currently, the number of talents that can be duplicated is 0. Duplicating a new talent will overwrite the old one. Replication. Replace chaos. At this point in time, night vision is much better than confusion. Night vision talent, sequence 154, replicated successfully. Everything around him became clear in Qin Ming's eyes. The hair of that fallen woman's entire body reached forward. Qin Ming raised his hand and unleashed the flames. Whoo! A ball of red flame went straight for the fallen woman's hair, stalling her movement. Lu Jia had long ago crawled forward to escape. Qin Ming saw the cave in front of him getting higher and higher into a slope. Nope. Previously analyzed, this is a horizontal waterway. This is so that the water can flow to the deep wells in the fields. This watercourse is upwards, obviously wrong. The water doesn't flow through at all. It was too late. Qin Ming spewed another flame backward. At the same time, the twin swords stabbed out miserably at the cave walls on either side. Sure enough, with a click, the thin layer of stone wall on the left was sliced by the twin swords. It was full of dense hair. This is a parallel waterway. He stomped his foot on the cave wall, scampered in all of a sudden. Fortunately, the fallen woman didn't come after him. After Qin Ming climbed in, there were long hairs scattered everywhere, and it unfolded its flaming talent to burn them a little bit. He cleared his hair as he moved forward. The waterway is getting wider. Qin Ming could stand up and run wildly forward. It turns out that uphill waterway came with Li Jia's heart-rending screams. It seems that the fallen woman had just gone after him. 10 breaths later, Qin Ming suddenly heard eerie laughter coming from behind him. Gay gi. You all have to die. All of you must die. Qin Ming ran faster. He was completely oblivious to all. Getting this waterway unclogged as soon as possible is the most important thing. Finally, Qin Ming ran under the field's deep well. There are 6 pressurizer hoses here. Every hose was clogged tight with hair. He hurriedly used his sword energy to clean the hair inside. The fallen woman in the cave was getting closer and closer. An eerie chill came over him. Warning, danger level increased 500 times. Lucky points increase 500 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming had even heard her footsteps. The first pressurizer hose is cleaned out. The second route cleaned up. The third route is cleaned up. Qin Ming had just touched the fourth one when long hair had already crawled out of the waterway. He immediately released the flames. Whew! These fires burned into the fallen woman's wet hair with surprisingly little effect. Next breath, the white-clothed fallen woman like Sadako climbed out of it, getting closer and closer to Qin Ming. She seemed extremely shaken. The hair on her face gradually spread out, only revealing a blood-red eye in the center, staring at Qin Ming in death. Qin Ming's heart was thumping. Instead, his hand never stopped and he kept unclogging the pipes. The fallen woman's black, eerie hair took over the bottom of the deep well completely. It lunged towards Qin Ming. In the nick of time, Qin Ming shouted out, "You're a traveler, right? I'm a traveler too, and I'm here to help you. Gay 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 eye. All of them, all of them." Blood flowed from that eye of the fallen woman. Warning, danger level increased 800 times. Lucky points increase 800 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming was alarmed. Why is her hair so long? Suddenly, Qin Ming thought of what Yushan had said. His sister Yu Coriander had very long hair. He had seen Yu Coriander's name on the family tree again. Could it be? The fallen woman is Yu Coriander. The fallen woman was getting closer and closer. Her body's terrifying yin chi radiated a powerful aura. Just when it was only half a foot away from Qin Ming suddenly shouted out, "Yu Coriander!" Swish! That fallen flower girl unexpectedly stopped. "Yu Coriander, your brother and I are good friends. I came with your brother. He's been looking for you. Your brother's name is Yushan. His name is Yushan, right?" In an instant, the countless hair that wrapped around Qin Ming began to sway in the air. The fallen woman's entire body trembled like mad. The entire cave rumbled and shook. The wolf Daoist, Lady Xiling, and Yun Shueyao, who were originally guarding beside the Tier Moon Lake, suddenly heard this violent vibration coming from Tianjing. They rushed to fly. Cloudflare flew the fastest. She would never allow anything to happen to her disciple. As soon as we reached the place of Tanyui, Yun Shueyao jumped from the well without saying a word, holding the dustless sword, while Daoist Wolf and Lady Xiling stood up there without coming down. Since it can cause vibrations, it seems that the grievances can really be lifted. It's worth it even if a few of them die. No wonder people say that Yun Shueyao is not suitable to be a hallmaster. Today's sight is very agreeable. It is difficult to accomplish great things when one is so sentimental and indecisive. Yun Shueyao landed on the ground and grabbed the rapt disciple as he drew his own sword to block in front of Qin Ming. "Come at me with what you have. Don't hurt my disciple." Chapter 106, The Princess. If you say you'll kill them all, you'll kill them all. Only to see the fallen woman standing in front of her with her hair flowing, her eyes streaming with blood and tears, not moving a muscle. My brother? It's your brother Yushan. He's been looking for you. I promise you, definitely bring him to you. I'll do what I say." Those words just fell. In a flash, an illusionary image appeared in front of Qin Ming and Yun Shueyao. It was as if it was a memory of what had been. A young girl in a white dress with long hair like a waterfall traveled to this village. Her name is Yu Coriander. She is youthful, beautiful and cheerful. She, who was already a schoolteacher, knew that she had traveled as soon as she saw the scene in front of her. She used her knowledge to build waterways for the village, make water presses and water the fields. She invented soap, perfume, and cut clothes. She runs a free schoolhouse for the village to teach children to read. She advocated for equality between men and women, for freedom of marriage and for widows to marry again. Her greatest wish was to get out of this village of fallen flowers to go to the imperial city and find her husband of her choice. But the village's young mayor, Zhao Xiezai, took a liking to her. She was delayed in giving her the road post that would allow her to leave the village. The village matchmaker has repeatedly approached Yu Coriander to propose marriage to Zhao Xiezai, but she has refused. She feels that as a modern woman, she has to make her own decisions about her marriage. The matchmaker reminds her to dress conservatively and plainly. Yu Coriander, however, felt that since she was a girl, she had to dress up beautifully. "Why are you wearing a long coat on such a hot day? It's not normal to show some arms and legs and wear dresses." Yet 6 months later, under the leadership of Zhao Xiezai, the men in the village began to gather soulfully in front of Yu Coriander's house, with all kinds of discussion and adoration. So the women of the village became jealous. One day she once again went to the village chief, Zhao Xiezai. "Hopefully, you'll be able to get out of the village to the imperial city of Fluorite." But not before that night became her nightmare. Zhao Xiezai tore her clothes and insulted her. Something like this happened. Zhao Xiakai was surprisingly the first to show off in the village. Said Yu Coriander seduced him and was a. It's been rumored ever since. It was useless for Yu Coriander to find anyone to complain to. She came to Ter Moon Lake to clean her body over and over again. Result: she didn't know that there were many male villagers hiding in the grass on both sides of the lake. They were salivating and talking. This was known to the women of the village. Not only did they not sympathize with Yu Coriander, instead, under the name of seducing their own men, a group of people came to Ter Moon Lake and brutally beat the naked Yu Coriander. Yanking. Yu Coriander grows her hair so long just to please men. Threatening. Yu Coriander is a and wants to force the widow to marry. Threatening. Yu Coriander advocates the freedom of marriage just to make it easier for herself to seduce men. Jiang said. Yu Coriander advocates equality between men and women. That is, he wants to be the village head to realize his ambition. Finally that day, Yu Coriander broke down. She tore out her long, full head of hair and threw it into the waterway, clogged the inside waterway to death. From then on the pressurized waterer for watering the crop fields never worked again. Yu Coriander shouted at the top of her voice. Is beauty a fault? Is it a fault to be free? After that day, she became delirious. The village chief, Zhao Shuezai, began spreading rumors. It says that Yu Coriander is crazy and has been cursed by the heavens for blocking waterways, inventing strange things, and making strange statements about freedom of marriage. She must be locked up. He used chains to fix Yu Coriander to death in the Falling Woman Pavilion house. From then on, Yu Coriander's nightmare really began. She was insulted over and over again by Zhao Shuezai. Other men in the village who adore her also sneak in at night to torment her. Her meltdown was not to be exchanged for any sympathy. Even when she got pregnant and gave birth to 2 stillborn babies, no one cared. No one knows that the traveler is cursed with a fertility curse. Just think of her as being cursed by the gods. Finally, Yu Coriander is dead. She died with tears of blood streaming from her eyes. She hissed indignantly to the sky. The village of Falling Flowers is not equipped with women. Doesn't come with kids. These demon men deserve to die. In her endless hissing roar of pain, splat, the illusionary image shattered precipitously. Qin Ming and Yun Shuiyao were awakened. It was only then that the two men saw that the waterway beneath their feet had somehow become completely open. The lake was crashing and flowing and the water was getting higher and higher. The white-clothed fallen woman had long since disappeared. Qin Ming hurriedly flew up from the well with Yun Shuiyao. The wolf Taoist and Lady Xiling who were guarding the outside originally thought that Qin Ming and Yun Shuiyao were dead, suddenly shocked to see them flying up from inside. How? Do you guys do it? Yun Shuiyao glared at the wolf Taoist and pulled her disciple to quickly fly away from the well. Thereupon the water from that stagnant well flowed out and began to water the fields. The water was blood red, getting redder as it flowed. The skeletons of many villagers emerged from the places where the water passes through. Wolf Dawnguard shouted in surprise. Surprisingly, you really found the source of the grievances here. Brat, you can it seems I was wise not to kill you the first time. Qin Ming stared at this wolf Taoist. His own disciples are dead inside, and he didn't even ask. Worthy of the heavenly Dao sect, he is heartless and uncaring. Clank Yun Shuiyao drew her dustless sword and pointed it at the wolf Taoist. Daoist wolf, try touching my disciple if you dare. Hall Master Yun rests his anger. I was just saying that for fun. Lady Xiling looked eager. Qin Ming, I wonder about my disciple Luya. Qin Ming glanced at her and shook his head. Mrs. Xiling understood immediately. She sighed and didn't speak again. Qin Ming said quietly, Master, now that we know the source of the grievances, the next step has to be to find Mount Yu first. Yun Shuiyao nodded gently. Then shall we go to the Wind and Moon Lodge first, or the Buddha Heart Temple? Feng Yuzhai. Right. Since the fallen woman's resentment is so heavy and killed so many people, but this falling flower village didn't die all the way and still exists for 1,000 years. It's likely to have something to do with that Jiaoxi granny of the Wind and Moon Lounge. Falling Flower Village. The real world. Mo Rabbit and Mei Sheep led 200 Jin demon guards to search all the houses in Falling Flower Village. There was just no sign of Qin Ming. Eventually they saw the Fallen Flower Shrine halfway up the mountain. However, at this very moment, a full 500 male villagers stood guard at the entrance to the shrine. You devil suppressor guards have not gone too far in bullying people. I don't allow outsiders to set foot in my Drop Flower Village Ancestral Hall. Open the door to the shrine. We're just looking for someone. We'll leave when we find them. No. The rules left by the ancestors. No outsiders are allowed in the shrine. This is outrageous. Clang. Mei Yang unsheathed her golem sword and pointed it at the villagers in front of her. Are you guys going to let me or not? 2 school captains, this is our Drop Flower Village Ancestral Hall, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The ancestors set the rules. Right. No outsiders are allowed to enter. This is a rule left by our ancestors. Well. A cold color appeared on Mei Yang's face. This is what you forced me to do. Demon suppressor guards at your service. Clang clang clang, all the Jin demon guards drew their swords. Open this shrine door for me, and kill anyone who dares to obstruct it. Nah, folks, ancestral rules. If we destroy the ancestral hall, none of us will survive either. Fight them. In a flash, these villagers also took out their weapons and fought with the demonic guards. The field is dazzling. Mo Rabbit and Winky Go try to take advantage of the chaos to fly to the entrance of the shrine. Result: there were 2 villagers of the psychic realm in front of him, who had already transformed into beast grids to block them. If you want to break into the shrine, step over our corpses. Really looking for death? Kill. Great Diffusion Kingdom. Fluorite Imperial City. Under the influence of the Traveler's Soul Corrupting Charm, the Flaming Charm, and the Bloodbath Charm, the vibrations of the Devil Suppressor Tower had been unusually intense. That 18th floor spooky started a ghostly roar. Let me out! Let me out! Bang! Bang! Bang, I'm going to kill you all! Let me out! The Devil Suppressor guards at the bottom looked panicked. They had already sent someone to report to the eldest princess, and right now, the eldest princess standing on the top floor of the upper hall of Tyene Palace was unusually calm. She couldn't strike too soon. She had to make everything seem extremely reasonable. Make those Green Dragon Guild travelers feel like they're about to succeed. Otherwise you can't do it all. If you say kill them all, then you have to kill them all. As the Lord Commander of the Devil's Guard, you have to keep your word. Chapter 107, A Traverser Wants to Play with My Palace? Oh, next life. Half a quarter of an hour later, the Rapunzel raised her jade hand to the 10 zodiacs behind her and said in a cold voice, "Kill." Rapunzel burst out of the penthouse in a flash. The snowflakes that were flying in the sky around her were shaken and scattered in all directions. From afar, her deafening chortle had come out. Sinful animal, wreaking havoc in the Devil Suppressor Tower again. Simply seeking death. Her lunar shadow sword spun in the air at high speed. Swish swish swish, the surrounding wind and snow were stirred up by her, instantly melting into countless ice swords killing towards the 18th floor. Rapunzel pretended that she had fought exceptionally hard. She floated in midair and quickly waved her arms as the 9 cold ice sword she was continuously executed. Half an hour later, Rapunzel pretended to be very tired and seriously injured and fell from the air. But the 18th floor of the Devil Suppressor Tower still vibrated non-stop, and the weirdness seemed to be getting more and more rampant, emitting crazy laughter. Han Yueshi, is that all you've got? I'm going to break out of the tower today. Bang 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 bang. Just then, suddenly, the Dragon Abyss Shrine inside the Imperial City emitted a deafening dragon roar. The black dragon spat out a red light from its mouth as if it were a sword rising against the wind. It melted all the snow in the air, and the chi was as domineering as a rainbow. The entire Imperial City's cultivators were shocked by this. That blood-colored longsword pierced straight into the interior of the 18th floor. An agonizing scream came out of that weird mouth. He broke down and yelled, "Let me out! Let me out! Who the hell am I? Who the hell am I? I can't tell. I can't tell. Ah, let me out." 5 breaths later, the Devil Suppressor Tower returned to calm. The many travelers hidden on Vermilion Bird Street were frightened by the scene. What to do? Hall Master Tai. Why is that Dragon Abyss Shrine so weird? What about what to do? Our goal is to kill the eldest princess. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Abyss Shrine. You didn't see that Cold Yueshi was seriously injured when she flew down from above. Tonight, this Hallmaster is going to chop off her head. Hallmaster Tai. The other 3 roads back to the palace have been destroyed, and now there is only the one on Vermilion Bird Street. Good. Inform down. All of you hide. Let the eldest princess's carriage get to the middle of the road before you make your move. Nah. The snow is falling extremely hard tonight and the cold wind is howling. Half a quarter of an hour later, eldest Princess Han Yueshi slowly traveled in a carriage. Jubilee Street is hung with dim fluorite lamps. In the darkness at the corner of the street, the Green Dragon Guild's White Tiger Hall deputy head, Iron Fist, stared at the carriage with cold eyes and a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Cold Yueshi, I'll see if you don't die tonight. Finally, Rapunzel's carriage traveled to the middle of the street. Iron Fist gave an order. Kill. In a flash, a dense mass of travelers poured out of the surrounding darkness. All of them rushed towards the Rapunzel. The Rapunzel sat quietly in the middle of the carriage. Her voice hushed. When the many travelers were 10 meters away, she suddenly shot up into the sky. A 50-meter-tall heavenly demon ice phoenix shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, the feast mouse, who was hiding at the top of the nearby tea house, scurried into midair in a smooth manner. She held a fiery bow in her hand. Whoosh! 10 rockets shot into the wagon. In a flash, the gunpowder in the wagon was ignited. Boom! Snap! The 3 carts of gunpowder obtained from the last lantern bridge were all placed in the wagon and detonated instantly. The dozen or so travelers who had just rushed to the side of the wagon were directly blown up in blood and flesh. Iron Fist roared. How did they get explosives? Kill it for me. She's hurt. Kill her. Numerous travelers held their swords and knives to slash at the Rapunzel. The heavenly demon Ice Phoenix's huge wings swung downward. Boom! A terrifying cold and ice breath surged up like a mountainous hurricane, smashing all the chi of swords into smithereens. The crowd was shocked. Didn't you say the princess was injured? Her battle power is still at the peak of the second level of the sovereign realm. The offensive momentum of many of the travelers was disrupted, and they began to panic in their minds. Some have even looked at the end of the street for a way out. And yet, suddenly, 30 meters of basalt gates were erected on each side of Vermilion Bird Street, east and west. All at once, rumble. The air is blocked by the Rapunzel Sky Demon Ice Phoenix. The left and right intersections are difficult to penetrate Shin Iron. The retreat of the travelers was all but blocked. Fooled, Iron Fist immediately realized as he shouted, "Don't be afraid. Break out to the sides for me. Hurry." Who knows? On the eaves of the houses on both sides of that Vermilion Bird Street, densely packed Shin demon guards suddenly sprang out. Iron Fist roared angrily, "How can a mere demon guard stop us travelers?" Next breath, 10 female Zodiac lieutenants poured out from all sides. Blood-hardened Red Snake, the Black Tiger of the Underworld, Gilt-Scale Dragon. Each one of them activated the Beast Grid. 10 people activated the 12 Zodiac Imprisonment Formation at different locations. The 12 Zodiac Imprisonment Grand Formations formation took on a circular shape, with runic symbols shooting out in circle after circle, completely encircling Vermilion Bird Street, while the 3 or so thousand Jin demon guards were holding bows and arrows, further encircling around the perimeter. This time, that Iron Fist Hall Master was completely anxious. Next to him, Vice General Shangwan Chang said anxiously, "When did they ambush them? When did these 10 lieutenants come? I've heard that each realm of the 12 Zodiacs is above psychic. Wouldn't the formation they formed be even more terrifying?" Iron Fist clenched his fists and roared, "Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me. Now let's screw together and protrude from this formation. Even if we can't kill that demon, Rapunzel, we can still escape. Give me a charge." 80 or so of the travelers flew vertically. Talent Split, Sequence 108, is activated. Gifted Blood Warrior, Sequence 107, is activated. Gifted Blast, Sequence 127, is activated. However, when the traveler's sword chi just killed out, but by the 12 Zodiac Confinement Array pop all beat back. The arrows shot around them were either poison or flamed, densely packed as if they were raining. All of a sudden, there was a lot of wailing. The Rapunzel standing in the air was like a deity. She was permeated with an icy cold aura. Under the roiling wind and snow, the heavenly demon Ice Phoenix behind her slowly flapped its wings. In the next breath, her moon shadow sword scurried up into the sky. 9 in cold ice sword technique, sword rain floating. In a flash, all of the surrounding wind and snow was gathered into the air above Vermilion Bird Street. The snow melts and condenses into ice swords. A full 300 ice-cold swords hanging in the air. Each cold ice sword carried a terrifying killing aura. The many travelers who were breaking out instantly despaired at the sight of this scene. Demons! Demons! We shouldn't have to fight demons. How is it possible to kill this demoness? Rapunzel stood in midair with a swing of her sleeve. Shoo shoo shoo. The sky was filled with killing cold and icy swords that descended from the sky. In a flash, many travelers were pierced through their stomachs and heads by the ice-cold swords, dead and wounded. Rivers of blood. Iron Fist, who had just entered the threshold of the clan, grabbed 2 of the travelers to block his head. He ran quickly, trying to find a gap to break out of. He had been injured by the ice sword and had completely panicked. Didn't the chairman say that the Rapunzel was already injured, and that she would be injured on top of that after dealing with the Jinmu Tower shenanigans? Why is that? The ice sword is so powerful. How could she be so terrifying after activating the Beast Grid and her strength skyrocketed? Talent, Instant Jump, Sequence 43, activates. Iron Fist swish rose up in the air, and had already reached 200 meters away. Finally escaped. Cold Ueshi, wait for me to bring people back to take revenge. Nah, he's only just turned around. The Rapunzel had blocked in front of him at some point. The heavenly demon Ice Phoenix that covered the sky swung its wings. Boom! One move sent Tekken flying. Boom! Rapunzel killed with another move. Iron Fist fell heavily on Jubilee Street. PFF, he spat out blood from his mouth, and the tendons in his left arm and leg were broken, collapsing to the extreme. The Rapunzel stood in mid-air, her hands clasped in front of her proud chest, her cold eyes arrogant. Cut. It's so weak. This palace will play you travelers to death in this life. Cold Ueshi, you too will be played to death by us travelers sooner or later. You wait. Cough cough cough. The Rapunzel's crimson-like lips rose slightly as she sneered. A traveler wants to play with this palace? Oh, next life. Chapter 108, Morning Wind in Moonjai. Wang Shiyao. See if I will chop you to death. In the spirit realm, blood-colored snow fell in droves. Qin Ming, Yun Shuiyao, and the rest of the crowd arrived at the Wind and Moon Lounge. It was clearly a beautifully restored elegant house, but the surrounding walls were densely painted with bizarre talismans. Qin Ming guessed that this talisman must be the witch's attempt to block the fallen woman. Otherwise she couldn't have lived as a descendant of Zhao Shuazai. The crowd had just reached the door when they felt the terrifying forbidden yin qi in the courtyard. Yun Shuiyao pulled Qin Ming back and said, "What's carved in the yard is a kind of witchcraft, and whenever the witchcraft is triggered, the person will be controlled." "Then how?" Daoist Wolf said indignantly. "How can a spirit-breaking realm be so difficult to deal with?" Qin Ming saw a line of footprints on the snow in the courtyard of the Wind and Moon Lounge. The left footprint is deep and the right is shallow. Earlier, Yushan's right leg was seriously injured. The footprints are most likely Yushan's. Got to get in there and save him as soon as possible. Qin Ming thought about it and said to the crowd, "There's a way to keep the ban from triggering." Lady Ziling turned her head and looked at Qin Ming rather admiringly. "This little guy is very smart, yo. Hall Master Yun, where did you find this disciple of yours? I'm so envious." Yun Shuiyao ignored her as Qin Ming continued. "Later on, I'll trouble Daoist Wolf and Lady Ziling to lure fourth woman Zhao out. If she's not there, the formation won't be triggered. And Master and I will take the opportunity to sneak into the courtyard to look for clues to the spirit realm." The wolf Daoist was immediately unhappy at hearing this. "Why should we be allowed to deal with that Zhao Sihua?" Qin Ming spread out both hands. "That's okay then. Master and I will lure Zhao Siba out, and Wolf Taoist will go in and look for clues. But I'll say it in advance. This Wind and Moon Lounge is too heavy with yin qi. In case you can't get out, don't blame me." The wolf Daoist's eyes rolled slightly. "Brat, you think others are stupid. It just so happens that we have one disciple left from each family, and the disciples go in to look for clues. The three of us stay behind to deal with that demon woman." Lady Ziling smiled flirtatiously on her face. The Rui duster in her hand clenched tightly. "Just as Daoist Wolf said, 3 disciples will go in." Yun Shui Rou also nodded obediently and admonished Qin Ming, "Don't rush ahead, and be careful in all things." "Yes, Master." The wolf Daoist stepped forward with his blood demon blade in his grip and kicked the door of the Wind and Rain Lodge open. Splat! It startled Zhao Siwei in the house. "Who is it? Looking for death? My wife said not to bother me." Daoist Wolf and Lady Ziling stood at the entrance, not daring to go in and step into the formation. "Old hag, this falling flower village is weird everywhere. Is it your doing?" "Nonsense." Zhao Siwei rushed out with her black staff in her hand. Her feet were off the ground and her blood-red eyes were on her wrinkled face. As she flew outward, the black staff in her hand waved. 2 clusters of red witch chi swept toward the wolf Daoist. "Old hag, follow me if you can." A creepy laugh came out of Zhao Siwei's mouth. "Unconscionable. Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill you today." She quickly chased him through the doorway. Qin Ming and Wang Shiyao, a disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect, and Zhang Daji, a disciple of the Green Dragon Guild, immediately came to the door. The courtyard was filled with strange flowers and plants, as if they were planted according to some kind of formation. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 100 times. Lucky points increase 100 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming stood in the doorway and did not act rashly. Zhang Daji was small, dark-skinned, and looked powerful. "There's just one room inside the Wind and Moon Lounge, so we're sure to find clues quickly." With that, he leapt in with quick feet over the flowers and trees. Who knows? Only just flew less than 4 or 5 steps. Just 2 vines that sprang out of the snow wrapped tightly around his legs. He instantly pulled his scimitar from his waist and swung it. The knife carried a strong spiritual energy, but these vines seemed to be unusually sturdy. A knife cut on it would only make marks. There were more and more vines sticking out around them, all of them surrounded towards Zhang Daji. He stomped hard on the ground with both feet. Gifted Hurricane, sequence 133, is activated. His body instantly began to rotate at high speed. Swish, swish, swish. Many of the entangled vines were flung away. Zhang Daji hurriedly leapt upwards, preparing to jump over the vines. Who knew that at this moment? Wang Shiyao at the door moved. She held the purple mango blade in her right hand and swept past the flowers and plants at breakneck speed. When you get to Zhang Daji's side, Wang Shiyao not only didn't help but instead lightly lifted her right foot and then suddenly exerted force. There was a snap. Heavily stepped on Zhang Daji's heavenly soul cap. Talent, flirt, sequence 222, to cast. As if Wang Daji was seduced by Wang Shiyao and his head lost its sanity, his entire body softly fell to the ground. By the time he reacted, countless vines had already wrapped him in a death grip, strangling his neck tightly. His eyes grew red and he struggled all over. He suffocated to death within a short time. Qin Ming took advantage of the vines surrounding Zhang Daji, and his body lightly leapt over the top of the vines. His gift of concealment barely made a sound breath. The vines and flowers didn't even notice. Qin Ming stepped onto the steps. That yellow-clothed woman Wang Shiryao smiled at him with her hands clasped in front of her chest. Qin Ming, I only admire the strong. You are much more powerful than that Zhang Daji. He's just a dumbass, only worthy of being a stepping stone. Qin Ming's face was indifferent and he didn't speak. This woman, who was at the 8th level of body tempering, was not a light that could be saved. He had seen it all just now when he fell down the well. Spooky paintings and talismans hang around the lobby of the Wind and Moon Lounge. It was lit with 2 rows of red candles, which was extra spooky. Qin Ming had just stepped in when he felt an extremely chilly and cold air seep into his lungs. Eerie ghostly cries also rang in his ears. The further in you go, the more shadows fly in the air. Some of them cried. Some of them laughed maniacally. Some are constantly shouting in their ears. Wang Shiryao's tactics were sinister when she was outside just now. However, when he saw so many Yin spirits, his face became unpleasant. Qin Ming had used, and felt these Yin spirits more truly. He could almost make out the appearance of each shadowy spirit. Some of them are villagers. Some of them are some of the sacrificed travelers. Even Qin Ming saw the bride that he had seen in the reality Falling Flower Village. I didn't realize she had turned into a spirit. Just then he heard a moan from inside the house. The voice is low, but Qin Ming immediately recognized that it was Yushan's voice. He rushed over and kicked the door open. Only Yushan's 2 feet were tied up and hung upside down on the beam. His head was shaved of all his hair and cut with a bright red cross, and drop by drop the blood fell into the red basin below. The red basin was almost nearly a third full of blood. This is insane. Qin Ming hurriedly made a flying jump. The twin swords in his hands swooshed and cut the rope above him, picking up Yushan in the process. Qin Ming took out the golden wound spirit medicine to stop the bleeding of Yushan's wound and channeled his spiritual energy. The woman in yellow, Wang Shiryao, laughed softly. Qin Ming, in the spirit realm you dare to freely exert your spiritual power. Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed? How do you know I don't have any other killing moves besides psychic powers? Try a backstab and see if I'll split you in half. Chapter 109 Luban Lock. Thousands of Yin spirits. Wang Shiryao took a few steps back and compensated with a smile. Senior Qin is overstating things. I was just joking. Senior Qin is so handsome. I still want to follow you and hang out properly. Qin Ming didn't bother with her. The 2 palms quickly fed much spiritual energy into Yushan. Yushan woke up with an unusually agitated expression. Brother Qin, I knew you would come over to save me. That old hag wanted to use my blood against my sister. Just then, the red door in the corner of the room was slammed, and the chilling sound of ghosts crying and wailing came from inside. It was as if thousands of shadowy spirits were imprisoned inside. Wang Shiryao was scared and turned a little pale. Yushan grabbed Qin Ming's wrist and said anxiously, Brother Qin, quick! There's a key under the old witch's bed. Take the key and find my sister's body at the Buddha's Heart Temple, and her soul will rest in peace. This old hag tricked the abbot of the Buddha Heart Temple into suppressing my sister's corpse with her heart, so that her residual soul kept killing people outside while the old hag kept absorbing souls to cultivate. So that's how it is. No wonder the village of Fallen Flowers said it was a sacrifice. It's really about attracting travelers or getting villagers outside to kill and send souls in. Qin Ming thought of the monk whose heart had been ripped out that he had seen at the unlit inn. He should be the abbot of the Buddha Heart Temple. Qin Ming jumped over and split the bed with a sword. A lock made of sylvan wood appeared on the ground. He made a flame blast to the lock, and surprisingly, there was no reaction. Several more slashes with the twin swords were slammed. Still useless. This Yushin wood was really hard. Seeing the shadowy spirits in that room vibrating more and more intensely, it was as if thousands of shadowy spirits were about to pour out of it. Qin Ming yelled at Wang Shiryao, who was standing idly next to him. Go! Hold back those Yin spirits, or else all of them will die. Wang Shiryao was stunned by Qin Ming's sudden angry roar. Knowing that the situation was urgent, she immediately rushed forward with her purple mangled blade in her grip. Qin Ming calmed himself down. The more you get to these tense times the more you need to be calm. He picked up this phantom Xian wood lock and looked at it carefully. It seems to be a Reuben lock. How do you open this Reuben lock? Qin Ming had only played it when he was small. Yushan also gathered around, looking confused. Qin Ming turned the Reuben lock over. He suddenly remembered that this should be the extremely difficult big pineapple lock inside the Reuben lock, fastened together using mortise and tenon construction. If you want to undo it, first look for the only part of the inside that doesn't have a mortise and tenon fastening. Qin Ming's eyes stared straight ahead, his attention highly focused. Finally, he found a loose strip of sylvan wood and gently rotated it. Cracks appeared throughout the large pineapple lugubrious locks. He rotated the center one of the phantom woods to the left again. Finally, the first Yushin wood strip was taken out. The rest of the disassembly is much easier. Qin Ming quickly disassembled the big pineapple lupin lock cleanly. Sure enough, at the far end lay a small basalt key. He grasped the key in his hand and shouted, "Hurry up! The Yin spirit is coming out." Qin Ming's foot was a little bit on the ground. Shasta flew towards the door. Yushan followed closely. That big iron door was smashed into pieces with a snap by countless Yin spirits. They came through the air with their teeth bared. Most of the thousands of shady spirits are women and children. No wonder the top of Falling Flower Village is full of men. Yushan rushed outside to the courtyard. The vines in the formation once again leapt up to attack. Wang Shiryao, who followed behind, repeated the same trick and even stomped on Yushan's shoulder, wanting Yushan to fall to the ground to attract the vines. It was convenient for her to take advantage of the opportunity to escape herself. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming was completely enraged. Ruthless woman, looking for death. His concealment talent unfolded and he appeared in front of Wang Shiryao without a sound. That Wang Shiryao was so frightened that she took several steps backward. Qin Ming, what are you doing? Qin Ming raised his right sleeve. The pitch-black soul-eating poison crossbow in her sleeve was aimed at her head. Whoosh, 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 6 soul-devouring poison arrows shot out. Wang Shiryao was so scared that she lost her color and hurriedly rolled up and flew up. Whoosh, a soul-devouring poison arrow shot into her shoulder. Painfully, Wang Shiryao screamed miserably, and she just wanted to beg for mercy. Qin Ming slammed his fist out. Ice fist. Boom. Wang Shiryao was beaten and spat out blood as she fell. She screamed and fell into the vines, the blood on her body instantly attracting many plants. Qin Ming grabbed onto Yushan's arm and rose into the air. Wang Shiryao's miserable screaming cries came from behind her. Buddha Heart Temple is not far away. Qin Ming was running very fast in front of him, and he had just reached the entrance of the temple when he was ready to rush in. Yushan shouted from a distance, "Brother Qin, take it easy. Wait for me. One man does not enter a temple." It was then that Qin Ming reacted to what the old hag had said in the beginning. Qin Ming and Yushan rushed in from the doorway. He ended up running head-on into the old monk with his heart ripped out. He was as if he were a mindless zombie. Both eyes were bloodshot and swung their claws at the two. Qin Ming instantly raised his hand. Flames! Boom! The red flames went straight ahead. But it was as if that zombie host had cultivated a Vajra body and the flames were inviolable. Qin Ming's figure curled up in midair as his twin swords swung. Blast sword technique. The sword light flashed. Swoosh! The sword chi slashed at the presiding body, only being able to slow down his movements, but still causing no damage at all. Brother Qin, he's under a charm. I'll take him in a circle here. You go in and find the body, or it'll be too late when the old witch returns. Qin Ming nodded and decisively rushed in towards the temple. This temple is small, with only one lobby. In the middle of the lobby stands a 10-meter-high Buddha, a few small Buddha statues and tables around it, with eerie red candles lit on the tables. Where is the body of the fallen woman? Can't hide in a table or chair? The ghost of the fallen woman's wrongful death is not dispersed now, and that proves that the body is not likely to go into the ground either. Just then, the sound of a fierce fight came from outside the Buddha Heart Temple. Qin Ming saw from the window that Master, Wolf Taoist, and Lady Ziling were chasing after Zhao Sihua. Zhao Sipa was desperately chasing towards the Buddha Heart Temple. She must have sensed that the key was lost. Time was urgent, and Qin Ming's head was running at high speed. Where are the bodies being suppressed? Right. Qin Ming's eyes instantly rested on the tall Buddha statue. If you want to suppress a corpse, choosing to suppress it under a Buddha statue should be the best option. With that thought, Qin Ming quickly rushed over. He clenched his fists and the ice fist was executed. There was a bang. The Buddha statue was hit with a rumble. With time being of the essence, Qin Ming's frantic double fists were launched at the same time. Bang bang bang. 10 consecutive punches slammed out. That Buddha statue finally had its body slightly askew. Qin Ming blasted out another heavy punch. Rumble. The large Buddha statue fell to the ground. Qin Ming saw that underneath the Buddha statue there was a lock made of Yushin wood. He used the key he'd gotten from the Wind and Moon Lodge to insert it inside. There was a click. Smoothly, he kicked that plank up. A bright red heart was surprisingly placed inside. The heart emitted a foul odor and had bizarre talismans painted on it. This would be the heart of that host. Qin Ming drew his twin swords and a sword she slashed out. Shoo pop! The heart exploded. The blood and air spread out. The skeleton of a woman who had already decayed appeared in front of Qin Ming, and she exuded a terrifyingly gloomy aura. She had long hair that took up almost the entire underground space. No! Zhao Siwei rushed in through the doorway. No! How dare you open the corpse? I want you dead. Chapter 110. Brother, I'm in pain. Take me home. Holding the black staff in her hands, Zhao Sipa's entire face twisted as she flew towards Qin Ming. Behind them, Yun Shueya was in hot pursuit despite her serious body injuries. Qin Ming, be careful. Qin Ming raised his sleeve. The soul-devouring poison crossbow burst out of his sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 arrows were shot in succession. That Jiaoxi granny was already exhausted from being consumed by the Yun Shui Ro trio, and now she was being slowed down by the soul-devouring poison crossbow. She had just flown above the body when suddenly, long black hair curled out from inside the hole. Gay. Zhao Siwei's entire body was pulled in smoothly. Countless strands of hair wrapped her in a deadly tangle. The black staff in her hand fell to the ground. Her eyes became red and bloodshot, and the bones in her body clicked and shattered apart. "Ah, falling girl, I'm not the one who hurt you. Let go of me." Ah! Seeing that the old hag was going to die, Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. And yet, the next breath, the emergency warning rang out suddenly. Warning, the level of danger is increased by 300 times. Lucky points increase 300 times during danger. Where did the danger come from when Zhao Siba was haunted by the fallen girl? Qin Ming instantly reacted. He grabbed the seriously injured Yun Shuiyun next to him and his figure quickly leapt away to the right. "Master, be careful." Swoosh, the blood demon blade in Taoist wolf's hand chopped down from where Qin Ming and Yun Shuiyao's were just standing. Asterisk. The brat reacted so quickly. The moment Qin Ming flew up, the soul-devouring poison crossbow had already been shot out. Taoist wolf raised his blood demon blade to block 5 arrows, and 1 arrow went through his chest, instantly causing his scalp to go numb with pain. Yun Shuiyao's dustless sword chopped down in the air. "Yun Shuiya, you're already seriously injured and you still dare to confront me head-on. Looking for death? And what about adding me to the mix?" Lady Xiling waved the Rui duster in her hand. Together with Yun Shuiyao, she attacked the wolf Taoist. The wolf Taoist looked shocked. "Lady Xiling, my heavenly Tao sect has no grudges against you. Why are you dealing with me? The other Qin Ming saved me many times today, and the spirit realm relies on him to crack it. You are only stirring up water in there, and nothing else is of any use whatsoever." The 6th level of Tonling, Yun Shuiyao, and the 6th level of Tonling, Lady Xiling, teamed up to fight the 8th level of Tonling, Taoist wolf. All 3 of them were already seriously injured, and they didn't fight very fast. Qin Ming found the opportunity to unfold his stealth talent. Soundlessly, the wolf Taoist was hit by several swords in a row, and fearfully withdrew several steps backward with his feet a little on the ground, shouting, "Old me won't fight you guys. This spirit realm is going to end anyway, so I'll just hide," resulting in the next breath. Qin Ming suddenly flashed out from behind the wall. The poisonous compulsion blade in his hand pierced into his heart from his back with a swoosh sound. 5 times the pain caused the already exhausted wolf dog to break down. He struggled to turn around while holding the blood demon sword. As a result, Qin Ming swished and jumped in front of him again. The poison compulsion blade in his hand was raised and sliced through his neck with a swoosh. The wolf Taoist's head instantly drooped onto his neck, blood spilling out. Discovered the Traveler's Talent Berserk, Sequence 21, which when activated can triple combat power for 5 breaths. Is it copied? Current number of talents that can be copied is 0. Copying a new talent will overwrite the old one. Berserk? Sequence so far ahead? Now it's a 2-fold increase in combat power. Won't the later upgrades boost it multiple times? Reproduction. Alternate night vision. Talent Berserk, Sequence 21, copied successfully. Current level 1. When activated it can increase strength, stance, agility, and lethality by 2 times. Duration 5 breaths. The cooldown time of this talent is 12 hours. Wolf Taoist didn't use Berserk in the fight just now. It seemed that he had used up this talent in the previous battle with the old hag. The wolf Taoist fell to the ground, dead. Qin Ming just returned next to Yun Shuiya to hold his master up. The fallen woman then twisted Zhao Siba's head off. The fallen woman was dressed in blood-stained white, her long hair flying all over the sky, and her entire face was covered in blood, and her eyes were streaming with blood, making her look terrifying. She slowly flew towards the crowd. That powerful aura of the sovereign realm sent shivers down one's spine. Yun Shuiya and Qin Ming both gripped their swords tightly. This time, Yushan ran over panting from afar, and when Qin Ming hacked through the heart, the presiding zombie died as well. Coriander! Stop it! The fallen woman froze in the air. Coriander! I'm your brother! I'm your brother Yushan! The fallen woman's hair fell slowly. She flew next to Mouchu. The long dreadful hair tapered back. Brother? Coriander! This is brother Yushan. Brother came over to look for you. I've been looking for you in this world for a whole year. Yushan walked over and grabbed the fallen woman's blood-stained hand. Coriander! Brother came too late and made you suffer. The fallen woman's eyes had blood mixed with tears of pathos. Brother, I'm being bullied by them. I have a lot of pain in my body. Those really deserve to die. They deserve to die by 1,000 cuts. Brother, Coriander, brother, I want to go home. Brother will take you home. Brother will take you home now. Yushan turned to look at Qin Ming in the distance and shouted, Brother Qin, thank you. I will never forget your great kindness. Qin Ming realized what Yushan was trying to do. He rushed forward. Yushan, don't. Your sister is already dead. You can't return to reality even if you die. Yushan suddenly pulled out a knife from his sleeve. Swoosh stabbed hard towards his heart. He spat blood from his mouth and smiled at Qin Ming. Brother Qin, I am living to find my sister. There's no one left in my family. It's a relief that I'm dead. Thank you. Next breath. Yushan grabbed the fallen woman's hand. The two gradually turned into ashes and dissipated. The entire spirit realm began to twist and lax. Qin Ming had left the spirit realm in the last moment. He saw the snow in that sky finally turn white. He saw the trees in that part of the world produce their first green leaves. Chapter 111, Thrilling. Backstab Sneak Attack. Master was shocked. 2 talents for you? When Qin Ming opened his eyes, he, Lady Xiling, and Master Yun Shuiyao appeared inside the falling flower shrine. Qin Ming had obtained 4 pieces of essence spirit. Master Cloudwater gets 3 pieces. Mrs. Ziring gets 2 pieces. Qin Ming felt something in his pocket. His hand reached in and touched it, but it was a black ring. Brotherhood ring, made of love and righteousness. If you are a brother, you will be a sword for you. Can block 2 fatal attacks? Qin Ming knew that this must be from Yushan. He heard the master next to him cough twice, his mouth full of blood. Qin Ming hurriedly went over to support Yun Shuiyao. Yun Shuiyao was injured very badly by Zhao Siba, with multiple wounds on her abdomen. Lady Xiling then sat on a nearby rock to heal her wounds. Qin Ming, Hall Master Yun, thanks a lot this time. My Green Dragon Guild remembers your kindness. Elder Xiling is polite. Qin Ming took out the Golden Strike Elixir. Master, this medicine is very effective. Put some on the wound. The words just fell out. Suddenly, a drastic warning popped into his head. Warning, danger level increased 350 times. Lucky points increased 350 times during the period of danger. Qin Ming's head buzzed. Just a moment. Behind her back, Lady Xiling suddenly stabbed a knife into Qin Ming's heart from behind. Snort. Qin Ming froze on the spot as intense pain spread throughout his body. It made it almost impossible for him to move. Master Yun Shuiyao was startled. It was too late to draw his sword. Lady Ziling held the bloodied knife and stabbed it hard again, laughing coldly. Captain Qin, you were loyal to the princess, the demoness. Now you've gotten your comeuppance. The president of the Green Dragon Guild wants you dead. I only follow orders. I saw you when you came to Falling Flower Village. This is where I ambushed and waited for you. I stabbed you through the heart with this knife. You're finished. Yun Shuiyao was so scared that she turned pale and hurriedly supported her disciple. I'm not sure about the next breath. The black ring in Qin Ming's hand flashed steeply, as if he was turning back the clock. There was a heavy snap. Lady Ziling was knocked backwards and flew out. The fatal wound that had just stabbed Qin Ming's heart was surprisingly intact. Lady Xiling, who fell to the ground and spat out blood, was confused on the spot. Even Yun Shuiyao, who was scared out of her wits, was confused. Qin Ming, how are you? Master, disciple is fine. Impossible. Impossible. Lady Xiling stood up from the ground. I clearly stabbed you through the heart. There's no way you're alive? Qin Ming held the twin swords towards Lady Xiling. It doesn't matter how I live. What matters is that you die. Even if I'm seriously injured right now, it's still not something you can deal with at the 3rd level of body tempering. Qin Ming's mind immediately upgraded the Berserk talent with Essence Spirit. Consume 1 Essence Spirit. Talent Berserk rises to level 2. Strength, agility, stance, and killing power are tripled when cast. Lasts for 5 breaths. Qin Ming's Blast Wind Sword technique was suddenly used. Yun Shuiyao just lucked, but her internal organs were in severe pain. She cried out sharply. Qin Ming, watch out for her duster. Natural Berserk. Activate. Lady Xiling didn't put Qin Ming in her eyes at all. With a wave of the Rui whisk in her hand, a purple breath killed Qin Ming. Although she was seriously injured, the power of her moves had been greatly reduced, and this move at her best could at best exert the strength of the 8th level of body tempering. But she was confident that she could kill Qin Ming with a single move. What's a mere body tempering triple? And yet, the next breath, the breath of the Rui duster was unexpectedly shattered into pieces by Qin Ming's sword chi. The twin swords were as fast as lightning and 3 times more powerful than the 5th level of body tempering. What? Impossible. Lady Xiling was shocked and hurriedly stepped back. It's a talent only wolf doctors have. How did you get it? Your talent is clearly flame. How could you have more than 1 talent? Impossible. In a flash, Qin Ming had already rushed in front of her and chopped down with a sword. Swoosh snort. Lady Ziling was already at the end of her strength, so she was unable to catch it at all, and was cleaved by Qin Ming's sword straight from her shoulder to her abdomen to between her legs. The organs crackled and fell to the ground. Behind her, Yun Shuiyao was shocked. Incredulity shone in both her eyes. She asked in shock as she endured the severe pain in her body. Qin Ming, you actually have 2 talents. It's really shocking to Master. So far, Master has never heard of anyone with more than 1 talent. Qin Ming didn't say so explicitly, but he still nodded slightly. How did you block Lady Xiling's fatal blow just now? Qin Ming raised his hand, revealing the black ring on his hand. Master, it's from Yu Shan. Yun Shueya was once again shocked. I've heard Alliance Master Jin Yangzi say before that only travelers with great fortune may obtain magical props in the spirit realm. I didn't think you could. Qin Ming, Master really wasn't wrong about you. You are indeed the breaker. Master is so lucky to have you as a disciple. Master, it's only my good fortune to worship you as my master. This time the spirit realm is thanks to Master protecting me. Yun Shueya took out her 3 essence spirits. These 3 essence spirits of the Master are for you. I don't want it. Qin Ming directly pushed it back. Master, you need to upgrade your talent as well. Disciples will only be able to have confidence when you are powerful. Then you take the 2 spirits of Lady Xiling. Qin Ming nodded. Master, your stomach injury is so serious. Disciple will help you bandage it. How can that be? Men and women are different. And Master and disciple have manners. Master will just do it himself. Yun Shueya immediately used her luck to heal her wounds, sealing the blood from her wounds. Just then, Qin Ming heard the sounds of a fierce fight outside the shrine. He looked through the doorway. One could only see many demon suppressor guards surrounding the shrine of the fallen flower. There are many dead villagers' bodies on the ground. Seeing this, Yun Shueya must not cause trouble for the disciple. She grasped the abdominal wound with her left hand and held the dustless sword in her right hand. Qin Ming, Master is leaving first. Be well. Master wait. Qin Ming ran over. This is a heart-protecting pill that I got last time, so don't excuse yourself. Master. Yun Shueya nodded as she received the elixir. She walked to the back of the shrine and pushed the high window open quietly. The night outside dark as ink, just enough to hide her tracks. Qin Ming, Master is leaving. Remember, leave as soon as the supplies are delivered. Cold Night City cannot stay. Disciple understands. Master, take care of yourself too. Yun Shueya pressed her left hand against her abdominal wound, endured the severe pain in her body, and flew into the roiling snow. In a flash, Yun Shueya disappeared without a trace. Who says that the heavens are not kind, and that the wind and snow are sending one person? Master, take care. Qin Ming turned around and waved his palm, igniting a blazing fire. By the light of the fire he realized this. The corners of this shrine were surprisingly filled with many coffins painted with talismans. He pushed a few open at random, and inside lay the bodies of those who had been sacrificed to death. Qin Ming's judgment, the traveler could trigger the spirit realm to go in, and after the aborigines are killed and sacrificed by the villagers, their souls can be taken in by Zhao Siba, to enhance the realm's mana. Qin Ming came to Lady Xiling's corpse, which had been split open by Qin Ming and was already completely disfigured. Qin Ming took out the 2 essence spirits in her sleeve. There was also a letter and a token from the Green Dragon Guild. Qin Ming hadn't even had time to open the letter. The anxious voice of Mei Yang could be heard outside the falling flower shrine. Open the door. It's important to find Shao Qinzi. This was followed by the rattling of a door lock being slashed by a goat's longsword. Qin Ming quickly stuffed the Green Dragon Guild token into the arms of Lady Xiling's corpse. He collected the letter and immediately pretended to faint and fell to the ground.